place where the spaceship descended was no longer a farm, but a battlefield. The discoverers of the ship were no longer a couple of farmers, but the king of the North. Most perplexing of all, this Superman did not hail from Krypton. Chapter 1. The Tower of Bliss. The climate of the South starkly contrasted with that of the North. Although he had roamed the South for several years, the son of Dorne felt malevolent to a native of the North. That malevolence was brazen and unabashed, saturating the atmosphere as if the air itself were laden with searing tendrils, constricting around Ned's heart. Ned slowly squinted, allowing beads of sweat to traverse his cheeks and cascade over his body. His gaze remained fixed on the three knights before him. Behind them loomed his objective, the Tower of Bliss, where his sister awaited. Yet first, he needed to contend with these three knights, and the gravity in his gray eyes deepened, for the odds were not in his favor. The knights, clad in armor, sat resolutely upon their steeds, resembling a formidable mountain obstructing Ned and his party of 7. The gleaming silver of their armor reflected a faint light, while their white cloaks hung silently behind them, as if steeped in a prolonged stillness. Lord Stark, the foremost knight, inclined his head slightly in greeting, his right hand gripping the reins while his left hand, concealed beneath his cloak, clutched the hilt of his sword. "I am here under Prince Rhaegar's command to guard the queen. I must ask you to turn back." His voice bore an unusual metallic resonance, the words emerging like sharp blades rather than mere speech. Ned recognized this knight, well known by reputation as the fabled Sword of the Dawn, the king's personal guard, the captain of the king's guard, the illustrious undefeated knight, Arthur Dayne. Yet, he was now the adversary Ned must confront. Lyanna is not Rhaegar's queen. She is Robert's betrothed. The concerns for his sister, the guilt towards Robert, and the animosity towards the crown ignited a fierce flame within Ned, burning away his trepidation of the Sword of the Dawn. "My lord." Holland Reed placed a hand on Ned's shoulder, his voice resonating with concern and a robust timbre. Ned understood that at this moment, what he required was not impetuous fervor, but clarity of mind. The Sword of the Dawn was not a mere brute who could be vanquished. He was a knight of such formidable prowess that even with Holland and the 6 others at his side, they could scarcely hope for victory. He needed an unclouded mind to navigate the impending battle. "Sir Arthur, as a sworn protector of the king, you must be acutely aware of the mad king's atrocities. Why do you impede my path?" Ned inhaled deeply, the stifling air filling his lungs, mirroring his tumultuous emotions. The Sword of the Dawn fell silent for a moment. He was well aware of the king's brutality. However, as a member of the king's guard, he had vowed lifelong loyalty to the crown, becoming both the king's most steadfast shield and sharpest sword. Regardless of the target of that sword, he was bound to show neither mercy nor compassion. "Lord Stark, you must understand what a knight ought to do in such a situation." Ned tightened his grip on the reins, drawing forth his blade, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Arthur and his companions. With a commanding shout, he led a contingent of 7, spurring their steeds forward in a fierce charge. Arthur and his allies followed suit, skillfully bending low, unsheathing their swords, and galloping forward in seamless synchronization. The distance between the two parties diminished to less than 3 paces, and before the 10 warhorses could reach their full gallop, they clashed in close combat. Ned swung his sword, which gleamed under the blazing sun, aiming directly for Arthur's throat, but Arthur deftly parried the attack. Swiftly, Arthur drew another long sword, thrusting it toward Ned, whose pupils constricted as his gray eyes seemed to shimmer with a silver hue in response to the deadly strike. Beside him, Horan recognized the imminent danger and, lacking the time to deflect the blow aimed at Ned, exerted all his strength into his own weapon. His sword struck the neck of Arthur's steed, causing the horse to rear and whinny, thereby diverting Arthur's lethal thrust into empty air and sparing Ned from immediate peril. However, Horan was not so fortunate. He was struck by a blade, letting out a cry of pain as he fell from his mount, narrowly escaping the trampling hooves of the panicked horse, landing on the ground, momentarily incapacitated. In the blink of an eye, the two sides passed each other in a deadly dance. Yet, on Ned's side, for knights fell victim to the enemy's swords, their unbridled steeds bolting toward the nearby Tower of Elysium. The lifeless bodies of the 4 knights lay upon the parched earth, their crimson blood mingling with the soil, creating a grotesque tableau. Martin Caso, William Dustin, Ethan Glover, Mark Leswell, Horan Reed. Ned had no time for sorrow. He silently recited the names of the fallen knights in his heart before redirecting his focus to the retreating forms of Arthur and his companions. Though Arthur's trio comprised the elite Imperial Guard, skilled in both swordplay and horsemanship. Ned's group was equally proficient, and the odds were against them. Among them, Oswald Khan succumbed to his fate beneath the blade. The knight, known as Jiro Hightower, famed for his strength, sustained only a wound to his left shoulder, his steed remaining unscathed and ready for further combat. In contrast, Arthur, despite being uninjured thanks to Horan's desperate intervention, had lost his mount. Now, crouched upon the ground, he rolled and sprang to seize Oswald's reins. Seizing the moment, Ned and his companion charged forward, determined not to allow Arthur to remount. Jiro urged his steed toward Ned, while Luke surged directly toward Arthur. Ned leaned low, not directing his sword at Jiro, but instead thrusting it into Jiro's mount. In an uncanny synchrony, Jiro made the same choice. However, weakened by his injury, he lagged behind Ned by a fraction of a second. In that fleeting instant, as he fell from his horse, Ned's blade found its mark in Jiro's throat. Amid the mournful cries of the steed, Jiro breathed his last. Having dispatched his foe, Ned dismounted from the slowly collapsing horse and turned to witness another skirmish that chilled him to the bone, igniting a surge of fury within him. Arthur, unperturbed by Luke's advancing charge, calculated his response. He determinedly resolved to face death should he attempt to remount. As Luke's longsword swooped in, Arthur sidestepped and crouched low, evading the strike. With both hands on his sword, he arched backward. A spray of blood erupted into the air, and the knight, having passed him by, fell lifelessly to the ground, severed from life. Rising, Arthur leaned upon his sword, fixing his gaze upon Ned with a mixture of defiance and rage. Poised to strike, as the clash of swords resonated, Ned felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, causing his legs to weaken, nearly toppling him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he half-knelt his back to the Bliss Tower, trembling as he raised his long sword to shield himself. His gaze was fixed on Arthur's expressionless brown eyes, which seemed to reflect his own flushed visage, filled with a bitter resolve, yet powerless in the face of impending doom. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed, violent and urgent, accompanied by a thunderous roar that approached rapidly. In Arthur's clear eyes, Ned glimpsed a blaze of fire, nearly consuming his pupils. What had once been tranquil orbs now mirrored the flames, as if the sky bore two suns, one growing ever larger, shattering Arthur's icy composure. In that fleeting moment, Ned realized that the force exerted by Arthur was waning, presenting him with a singular opportunity to turn defeat into victory, life from death. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a blade pierced through Arthur's throat, blood splattering across Ned's face, staining his vision crimson. Stricken by this fatal blow, Arthur's strength dissipated, his sword fell from his grasp, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ned's back. The dying light in his eyes flared ever brighter. A surge of relief washed over Ned, but before he could fully process his emotions, Horan's terrified voice pierced the air, calling out, "My lord." Ned could scarcely fathom that a man like Horan, so robust, could emit such a high-pitched scream as though it might shatter eardrums. In a daze, before Ned could comprehend the complexity of his feelings, Horan lunged forward, pinning him down. In that moment, Horan's eyes mirrored Arthur's, ablaze with fire. Those fiery orbs pierced Ned's heart like a dagger, igniting a profound sense of unease and terror within him, an instinctual dread that surpassed even his near brush with death at Arthur's hands. Desperate to understand the unfolding chaos, he strained to shift his gaze from Horan's solid yet trembling chest to the scene behind him. What he beheld would forever be etched in his memory, a sight too overwhelming to fully grasp. With every ounce of strength, he let out a mournful cry, akin to a lost hound lamenting its fate. No! In an instant, everything was consumed by the cataclysmic roar that enveloped the world, drowning out all else. Humanity's cries of despair and the mournful whinnies of surviving steeds melded into the cacophony, leaving only the thunderous din. The towering structure of the Bliss Tower, built of earth and stone, offered no resistance against the divine fire that rained down, nor could it protect the incapacitated humans and newborns within. With each rumbling echo, the essence of the Bliss Tower disintegrated into oblivion. Shattered earth and stone erupted into the air like powerful projectiles in the wake of the sonic blast. Ned felt Horan's body quaking beneath him, taut with tension amidst the rumble, gradually yielding to the pressure, until he was uncertain how long it had been, his form becoming rigid. All he could do was honor Holland by embedding himself deeply beneath this fleshly shield, choking and wailing, bravely persevering through the agony. If all of this is punishment, Oh, ancient gods, please tell me why I must continue to exist. Once the tempest had subsided, Ned knelt in a daze amidst the ruins, fortunate or unfortunate, with only his right leg struck by a fragment of stone and a shallow sword wound on his left shoulder, left by Arthur. Before him stood the sole reason for his survival, Holland. This man had saved him twice in such a short span. Oh, how many times had he truly been rescued? Ned gazed upon the shattered form of Holland, unable to fathom the horrors he must have endured. I, Edard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, the highest ruler of the North, the protector of the North. What significance does this hold amidst calamity? The objective of this journey lay in the Pleasure Tower where Lyanna resided. The sight of Holland's plight registered in Ned's mind. Lyanna must have perished along with the obliteration of the Pleasure Tower. Had I not arrived today, would Lyanna's death have rendered Holland's fate meaningless? Ned pondered. He was uncertain how long he had knelt, resembling more a statue than a living being, until the sun began to wane and the dust settled. It was as though a long-dead specter had been resurrected, aimlessly wandering through the desolation. He must gather the remains, for both friend and foe deserve a resting place after death. Chapter 2. Rebirth amidst the ruins. Inhale, exhale. An Chang concluded this session of meditation and attempted to open his eyes, only to find himself still incapable of performing this simple action. It had been so long since he could not open his eyes that he was nearing the point of forgetting how long it had truly been. From the initial panic and fear to the futile attempts to move, even struggling to twitch an eyelid, he had descended into a state of numbness. He had grown accustomed to the feeling of being in control of his body while simultaneously yearning for the luxury of movement. Each time he completed his meditation, try to open his eyes became a form of defiance against fate. This attempt, like the previous ones, ended in failure, prompting him to reminisce about the past. Beginning from the earliest memories he could recall, he meticulously traversed through them in his mind, piece by piece. These memories had been retraced countless times in his mind. After concluding a meditation session, he would think of his daughter, only to be alarmed by the realization that her visage and laughter had become indistinct. Thus, he resolved that recalling his past was imperative after each meditation. His history, having been revisited innumerable times, had been dissected and filled his mind, while every detail concerning his daughter was treasured and buried deep within the recesses of his consciousness. He could forget the unpleasantness of his childhood, dismiss the hardships of solitary struggle, overlook the woman who had abruptly entered his life only to depart, and erase everything else. Yet, the two memories he wished to retain were of himself and his daughter. He feared that if he were to forget her one day, he could not fathom the consequences. His relentless endeavor to awaken stemmed partly from the instinct of being human, but more so from the knowledge that his daughter was still awaiting his return. Each time he contemplated this, he began to ponder whether he was mistaken. Shouldn't he have taken his time with what appeared to outsiders and even to himself, though, be a suicidal experiment? Wouldn't it have been more fulfilling to simply accompany his daughter throughout her life? Yet, after every reflection, he arrived at the same unwavering conclusion. He himself could not comprehend why he felt compelled to stake everything on this peculiar experiment that had rendered him unable to awaken thus far. Since the inception of his memories, An Chang had resided in an orphanage, overseen by a middle-aged man who was enamored with Taoist culture, immersing himself in the impracticalities of spiritual cultivation and occasionally reciting sacred texts to the orphans. An Chang, profoundly influenced by this figure, gradually grew up and, after receiving a basic education, abandoned the belief in the practices of breath control and energy cultivation that the director often extolled. When the director passed away, An Chang attended the funeral, momentarily indulging in self-deception by believing that the director had achieved transcendence. In retrospect, perhaps the notion of cultivation held some truth, and his belief in the director's ascension served as a form of self-comfort. With his self-deprecating smile, An Chang considered his experiment a success, having validated that one could indeed cultivate energy. However, he remained uncertain whether controlling this energy within his body could truly be classified as cultivation, and there was no one to provide clarity. He believed himself to be the sole individual in the entire celestial sphere capable of such a feat, and he regarded it as cultivation, with no one to refute him. If he were to awaken, he might even become a pioneer of energy cultivation. Yet, how much time had passed since he first cultivated this energy during the experiment, transforming it from mere wisps to a vast ocean? He had maintained a state of conscious awareness while his body remained immobilized. As despair settled in, He feared that one day he might awaken to find himself aged and incapable of movement, with his daughter a mere student from mediocre university serving as his experimental assistant, a ludicrous scenario of an old bull courting a young calf. The thought of his grandchildren calling him grandpa sent shivers down his spine, and he dared not dwell on it further. With a sigh, An Chang exhaled, burying the tumult of thoughts deep within his mind, and resumed his practice. Inhale, exhale. As the session concluded, he gently guided the energy to his dantian, letting out a quiet sigh and attempting to open his eyes. Once again, the outcome was the same: failure. However, An Chang seemed to perceive a faint anomaly. Amidst the cacophony of his heartbeat, the flow of blood, and the turbulence of energy in his dantian, a very subtle yet exceptionally resolute sound emerged, a delicate chime. It resembled the beep of a door unlocking, and An Chang suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. To him, this sound was akin to a thunderclap in an otherwise silent expanse, deafening in its intensitino, far more potent than that. He concentrated all his attention on this faint chime. It was as if a congenitally deaf individual were hearing sound for the first time. The exquisite thrill left him questioning whether he had finally succumbed to madness in the prolonged darkness. He confirmed repeatedly that the sound was indeed crisp and piercing, resonating steadfastly in his ears. After a few moments, the soft chirping abruptly ceased, replaced by a mechanized synthetic sound that seemed to convey a message. However, An Chang was quite certain that unless he had truly lost his mind, he could not possibly misunderstand its meaning. In truth, An Chang could not comprehend it. The sound rose and fell in an orderly fashion, devoid of any emotion, clearly a form of language, yet unfamiliar to him. His excitement was shattered by this alien tongue, and the mechanical tone plunged him into profound unease. Following the mechanical utterance, there were no subsequent sounds, yet An Chang anxiously awaited what would come next. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. A sensation akin to flowing water surged through him, gently gathering in his chest. Then, An Chang opened his eyes. He beheld a pair of clear, innocent eyes, from which a single tear trickled down his pale, youthful cheek, landing on the dust below and stirring up unsightly clods of mud. What met his gaze was neither the incandescent light he had longed for, nor the anticipated ceiling of a hospital. It was not even the dreadful scenarios that had plagued his imagination upon hearing that strange language. Instead, it was something far worse. Before him lay a blood-stained longsword, the dried blood glistening darkly in the dimming light of the setting sun, from which An Chang could detect a faint metallic odor. The sword hovered just in front of him, its tip still trembling. What was more dreadful than the scene itself was the implication of everything behind it. In that moment of awakening, An Chang realized he had been transformed into an infant. He could scarcely fathom the bizarre events that had transpired, leading him from being a 34-year-old man, tormented by endless darkness, to lying as a helpless infant in this unfamiliar place. He was engulfed by fear and despair. It was not merely the trembling, bloodied sword that terrified him, but he could not quite grasp the source of his dread. Tears of regret flowed involuntarily, as the joy that should have accompanied his rebirth was now tainted with despair and remorse, morphing into an unrecognizable emotion. Ned swiftly bandaged the wound on his right leg before quietly clearing the debris before him. He meticulously moved the broken stones aside, using a makeshift stick to pry away larger pieces, and when confronted with a beam of wood lying across the rubble, he struck it fiercely with his sword until the heat began to wane. As the sun sank lower in the sky, he arranged the bodies of the 6 knights who had accompanied him in a neat formation. Then, he turned his attention to the center of the ruins, where he discerned the faint outline of Lynna's corpse, cradling in her arms a lifeless infant, whose face was already tinged with a bluish hue. Overcome with grief, he wept uncontrollably. As his cries subsided, Ned inadvertently caught sight of a black circular object not far away. Under the glow of the setting sun, the object bore dark purple patterns that exuded an ominous luminescence. Gripping his sword, Ned approached it. Under his gaze, the black circular object began to twist and contort, its purple patterns shifting as it gradually shrank from its original diameter of approximately 2 meters to about 1 meter as Ned drew closer. Even though Ned had endured a myriad of terrifying experiences that day, the scene before him, which challenged the very essence of his understanding, filled him with an overwhelming sense of incredulity. It also instilled in him a sense of caution, prompting him to slowly position his sword horizontally in front of him. With utmost care, he approached, the round form beginning to sink and distort. By the time Ned reached it, it had transformed into the shape of an infant, and then the dark purple hue gradually shifted, revealing delicate little hands and feet. Like flowing water, the dark purple coalesced at the infant's chest, forming a dark purple mark. In an instant, Ned's rather limited reasoning abilities, seemingly aided by divine intervention, reached a startling conclusion. The true architect of this calamity was the seemingly innocuous infant before him. With this thought in mind, he thrust the sword, fueled by rage, toward the infant's brow. At that moment, the baby opened its eyes. Ned gazed at the child, whose sparse black hair framed clear black eyes and delicate brows, tears glistening as they traced down its eyelids. His sword began to tremble in his grasp. He cried out, summoning his courage, yet ultimately cast the sword aside, kneeling before the infant and cradling the child in his arms. He spoke, "Perhaps you are the harbinger of all this devastation, but the blame for this outcome lies solely with me." As he spoke, new tears carved paths down his cheeks. The chivalric teachings he had received since childhood forbade him from harming an innocent child. He attributed the sins wrought by this celestial disaster to himself. Even if it was a misguided sentiment, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to shoulder the weight of it all. As the sun dipped low, its crimson light bathed the ruins around them, casting a sanguine hue upon Ned and the infant, as if they were veiled in blood. Their shadows stretched longer and longer until they faded into the encroaching darkness. Chapter 3. A Marvelous Transformation Beep. Detection of cognitive fluctuations initiated the scanning process. Beep. Genetic analysis completed, conforming to the standards of the Noga civilization. Beep. Cognitive fluctuations detected as abnormal. The activity level is excessively high, prompting the activation of emergency protocols. Beep. Activation of emergency protocols failed, reporting to the main program. Beep. The main program is unresponsive. Default commands initiated. Beep. Insufficient energy. This program is entering a dormant state, following the last command of the civilizations, initiating emergency measures. Emergency apparatus installation complete. Beep. The main program has exited its dormant state. Revival expected after 3 revolutions of the Noga star. Beep. All emotions were deeply suppressed. A process that required a considerable amount of time. When he finally found the emotional clarity to contemplate his predicament, he discovered himself ensconced in a swaddling cloth, bound in the embrace of a man. The individual who had bound him seemed not to have considered that he was but an infant, as the constraints were excessively tight and uncomfortable. His limbs were rigid, and he found himself facing the man's chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he could discern the dim landscape oscillating and receding, leading him to conclude that the man was mounted upon a steed, hastily embarking on a journey at the break of dawn. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless, or rather, he believed he was powerless, for he was merely an infant. Suddenly, a sound resembling the opening of a secured door resonated in his ears, followed by incomprehensible mechanical utterances. An Chang felt a flicker of curiosity. He was certain that it was this very sound that had awakened him from that peculiar state, transforming him into an infant. He surmised that all these changes were instigated by this sound. Thus, when the sound echoed once more, he was filled with anticipation, yet soon, the enigmatic utterances faded away, and he was disheartened to find that nothing had transpired. Time quietly slipped away amidst the jostling of the journey, and An Chang commenced his cultivation. Strictly speaking, this was his first experience of cultivation with awareness. As he began to channel the energy residing in his dantian, it surged forth like a liberated wild beast, eagerly rushing through his body. This energy traversed through fascia, crossed tendons, washed over bones, and penetrated deep into the marrow. Even deeper, it seeped into cells, flowed through the cytoplasm, reaching the farthest reaches of his being. In an instant, the energy he had painstakingly cultivated over an extended period vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant behind. In his astonishment, a tremor emanating from the depths of his soul caused him to lose consciousness abruptly. Concurrently, wisps of energy began to escape from the deepest cellular recesses, forming an invisible aura that enveloped him. This aura clung to the surface just above the millimeter of his body while remaining connected to the deepest essence of his being. Subsequently, the aura swiftly converged into the innermost depths of his body, only to surge forth once more. This cycle repeated incessantly, occurring an astonishing 33 billion times in mere milliseconds. From that moment on, this relentless cycle of convergence and emergence continued unabated. The dark purple patterns on An Chang's chest, reluctant to part with their form, gradually transformed into a black-purple necklace, ultimately resting upon his chest. Amidst the circulation of the aura, a remarkably thin yet omnipresent energy pervades this realm. as if being drawn in, gradually participating in the aura cycle in tandem with the sunlight and warmth. Ned rides his steed, galloping through the wilderness. Fortuitously, the horse he now commands was originally the mount of the king's sworn protector, Oswell. In the skirmish of the previous day, it had been startled and fled to a distant place, escaping the calamities that followed the battle. Afterward, the horse returned in search of its master and was taken under Ned's command. As he raced onward, the sun ascended slowly, emanating a palpable malice towards the men of the north. The heat surged, warping the very air with its intensity. The resilience of the northerners, forged in the bitter cold, proved inadequate against the merciless sun of Dorne. Consequently, Ned felt as though he had been pulled from water, drenched in sweat, which provided him with a somewhat unsatisfactory cleansing. His steed also panted heavily, laboring under the strain. Had it not been for the company of 6, whose sole purpose was to locate Lyanna, their presence would have remained concealed, their movements nearly entirely exposed to both friend and foe. Perhaps Ned would not have pressed on so relentlessly. Originally, the 7 had traveled light, intending to catch the royal court off guard. Yet, not only had their venture yielded no results, but only Ned and a newborn, who had descended from the heavens, remained alive. They had also squandered a further day, and despite the royal court's slow response, they would not idly watch as one of their foremost enemies, Ned, returned safely to the rear. At this juncture, it was likely that pursuers were already on the trail, compelling Ned to ride on without pause. With the dawn barely breaking, he set forth northward. As the sun climbed higher, Ned could not deny that the trials of the southern heat starkly contrasted with the harshness of the northern cold. Particularly, the wound on his right leg, soaked in sweat, throbbed unbearably. Suddenly, the heat seemed to dissipate, and a coolness emanated from his chest, gradually enveloping his entire being, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. He gazed down at the infant in his arms, who appeared to be in slumber, breathing so softly that one could scarcely perceive it. Ned's emotions were tumultuous. The child, having fallen from the sky, was already beyond ordinary comprehension, and the peculiarities that surrounded it further indicated that it was no ordinary human infant. Ned pulled the reins, bringing the horse to a halt. From the moment the sun first rose until now, blazing high in the sky, they had not ceased their relentless pace. The steed was nearing its limits. If they did not stop, Ned would have to urge it back with his legs. Dismounting, he retrieved the provisions and water he had packed the previous day, feeding the horse before hastily consuming a few bites himself. Just as he prepared to take a brief respite, a faint, ominous sound of hooves echoed in the distance, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he tightened the bandage around the wound on his leg, which had long since lost its original color, now stained a dark red by blood. He swiftly mounted the reluctant horse, urging it to gallop forward. After a brief yet intense journey, they had ventured far from the borders of Dorne and entered the Stormlands, which should have been under Robert's dominion. However, since Lyanna's abduction and the tragic demise of her brothers in King's Landing, along with his foster father Jon Arryn raising the banner of rebellion against the Mad King, the entire continent was rife with turmoil. Beyond the north, the only individuals he could trust were a select few, including his godfather and Robert. Moreover, at this juncture, both the godfather and Robert should be advancing their forces towards King's Landing, rendering any possibility of reinforcements arriving to assist him utterly implausible. The cacophony of galloping hooves must surely belong to pursuing cavalry, likely a detachment of Rhaegar's elite guards. The proximity of the hoofbeats indicated that this cavalry was alarmingly close. Logically, he should have detected their presence much earlier. Yet he had not. As he galloped onward, the sound of hooves drew nearer, and Ned, with a grim countenance, reined in his steed, for the sound originated from ahead, not behind. He could already discern the fluttering dragon banners in the wind, followed by the emergence of a disciplined squadron of cavalry. Ned harbored no intention of surrendering without a fight. However, he was fatigued and his horse weary. Even if he attempted to turn back, gambling on the absence of pursuing forces from Dorne, his escape would be fleeting. Surrender appeared to be his only option. Given Robert's advancing army towards King's Landing, it seemed likely that Ned would be captured and used as leverage to coerce Jon Arryn and others into submission. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the 100-strong cavalry, upon spotting the stationary Ned, did not diminish their speed. On the contrary, with a commanding shout, they dispersed into a semicircle and charged forward with renewed vigor. The sound of hooves intensified as over 100 horsemen surged forth, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Particularly as their target was but a single man on horseback, it seemed imminent that Ned would be swept away by this torrent of cavalry. There was no need for communication. The orders given to this cavalry were clear: kill without hesitation, regardless of whether the target was a lowly peasant or a noble lord. The war horses snorted restlessly, and before the knight's charge could overwhelm Ned, they had already frightened his steed into a near panic. Ned exerted every ounce of control over his mount, his mind racing to devise a means of survival. Presently, he found himself in a tempestuous land, nearing Dorne's territory. And perhaps due to the climatic influences, the surrounding landscape was barren, with only slight undulations visible. Even clusters of trees were a rare sight. Otherwise, the 100 knights could not have formed a cohesive charge, and it appeared to Ned that he faced certain doom. Fortunately, the distance between them exceeded 50 meters. Had they not been in the open, they would have been oblivious to one another's presence. To his left lay a sparse thicket. Thus, he clung to the hope of escape. At the moment the cavalry charged, he made the most prudent decision, swiftly veering left towards the grove. Though it might merely be a desperate struggle, and the likelihood of reaching the cover of the trees before being engulfed by the oncoming tide was slim, it was the only viable act of survival he could muster. Amidst the tumult of dust and the thunder of hooves, Ned drew a dagger and plunged it into his horse's flank. The beast, stung by the pain, whinnied and surged forward. Just narrowly, he darted into the thicket before the charging cavalry could overtake him. The pursuing riders adjusted their course in response to Ned's maneuver, ultimately slowing their charge at the edge of the woods, though their momentum merely waned slightly, as the 100 riders split into 20 smaller groups, plunging into the forest, disturbing flocks of startled birds. The forest was not dense, indeed somewhat sparse, sufficient to impede the charge of 100 cavalrymen. Yet it was evidently insufficient to evade their relentless pursuit. Today, unless the old gods manifested their mercy, Edard Stark was doomed. Chapter 4. The hour of reckoning. Upon entering the woods, Ned sought a somewhat denser area to dismount, but to his dismay, his steed's legs buckled, foam spilling from its mouth as it collapsed to the ground. He had no choice but to roll off and rise, casting a glance at the barely breathing horse, a sigh escaping his lips. In this dire predicament, he found a flicker of gratitude in the fact that the infant cradled against him had remained silent and peacefully asleep throughout. In the face of certain death, he contemplated whether to abandon the child in some hidden nook of the forest, sacrificing himself in the hope that, if fortune favored the babe, it might be discovered by the pursuing riders and survive. Otherwise, in the anticipated clash, the infant's fate seemed all but sealed. With such thoughts, he cautiously untied the cloth binding his chest, intending to hold the child, only to find, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, that the small hands and feet tightly grasped the edges of his light armor, clinging to him like an octopus. A trace of a smile flickered across his long, sorrowful face as he resecured the cloth and gently caressed the back of the child's head. His gray eyes scanned the surroundings as he crouched low, enduring the sharp pain radiating from his right leg, and ascended a large tree. Had it not been for this child's fortuitous arrival, he might have perished beneath Arthur's sword. Similarly, without Horin's intervention, he would have met his end amidst the ruins. To be buried alongside comrades, foes, and family in those ruins might have been his most fitting farewell. Yet now, he found solace in the thought that the architect of Horin's, his sisters, and his nephew's demise would perish alongside him. Thus, should there exist a realm for the departed, he would encounter his sister and others without the weight of their resentment. Ned's thoughts drifted further until the sound of hooves jolted him back to reality. A squad of 5 cavalrymen emerged into view. As Ned spotted them, they too discerned his position clinging to the tree. The leader, a round-faced knight, let out a derisive laugh, and the others joined in boisterous mirth, gradually halting beneath the tree, gazing up at him with mockery. The round-faced knight produced a whistle, blowing 2 sharp notes that echoed through the modest woods. Soon, the thunder of hooves resounded as hundreds of cavalrymen encircled the tree in tight formation. Ned quietly observed the gathering cavalrymen below, a great dragon banner fluttering in the breeze, along with a knight stepping forth, presumably the leader of this band. The knight scrutinized Ned with piercing red eyes for a moment before inquiring, "Lord Stark?" Though framed as a question, the tone bore an unwavering certainty. Ned, harboring a flicker of hope that his perch some 8 feet above might render him overlooked, soon realized that the old gods had evidently turned their backs on him. Given the sparse trees, it was nearly impossible for such a large figure to escape the notice of any observer. It is not a matter of Ned's dementia, but rather an act of sheer desperation. What else could he do but gamble on fate? Upon hearing the inquiry from the lead knight, Ned's lips twitched as he prepared to respond, only to witness the knight dismissively wave his hand and coldly command, "Draw your bows." As the order resounded, 20 riders on horseback drew their bows and aimed at Ned, perched upon the tree. In an instant, Ned's pupils constricted, his entire being tensed. He hastily interjected before the lead knight could command the release of the arrows, proclaiming, "I am Edard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, the Guardian of the North. Sir Knight, I beseech you for a death of honor." At that moment, Ned realized with a shock that his voice had turned oddly hoarse and strained. In response, the lead knight chuckled, his smile laced with derision. "Ah, I know you, Lord Stark. I am also aware of your family's motto. Winter is coming," the knight intoned solemnly, elongating the phrase as if to mock its gravity. He then fixed his gaze upon Ned, his expression shifting to one of disdain. "Pray tell, how does one wish to die with honor? What glory does a traitor seek?" His initial tone seemed earnest, but as he surveyed the surrounding knights, laughter erupted from his lips. A chilling sensation enveloped Ned, spreading throughout his frame, yet the knight's scornful retort ignited a flush upon Ned's cheeks. Making him acutely aware of his own humiliation, it would have been better to await death in silence than to invite further disgrace. The lead knight, suppressing his laughter, continued. "My lord, winter shall not arrive until after your demise. And your time has come." His voice resounded with fervor, delivering Edard his final judgment. Loose. In unison, the 20 archers released their arrows, which shot forth with blinding speed. Suddenly, time appeared to freeze. The fragmented sunlight, the pounding hooves, the sneering laughter. The arrows slicing through the leaves, and the impending closure of gray eyes converged. Beep. Detection of imminent harm to the civilizational entity. Shall emergency colonial coverings be activated? Beep. No response from the civilizational entity. Re-inquiry initiated. Beep. Still no response from the civilizational entity. Transitioning to primary program procedures. Beep. Primary program in hibernation. In accordance with the highest directive of the Noga civilization, the civilizational entity supersedes all, rendering the following judgments. 1. Immediate annihilation of all inferior life on this planet. Feasibility check initiated. Beep. Insufficient energy resources. This plan cannot be executed. 2. Attempt to awaken the civilizational entity and activate emergency colonial coverings. Feasibility check initiated. Beep. Implementation commenced. Beep. Maximum number of awakenings reached. Still unable to establish cognitive connection with the civilizational entity. This plan has failed. 3. This plan cannot be executed. 34625. Violation of Directive 746503201 of the Noga civilization. Subcolonial divisions must not occur without the civilizational entity's consent. Nor may such divisions involve contact with inferior biological entities. Feasibility check initiated. Beep. Implementation commenced. Implementation complete. Expected success rate, 99. 999. The civilization's ember, forced into a necklace that hung from An Chang's neck, flickered with a dark purple glow, splitting off a minuscule strand imperceptible to the naked eye, which suddenly plunged into Nader's body. Everything seemed to revert to normal. Nader curled his body with all his strength, shielding the infant in his arms. In the blink of an eye, 20 arrows arced gracefully through the air, slicing through with a whistling sound, striking Nader's form. A few arrows, thwarted by branches, missed their mark and embedded themselves in the tree trunk beside him. Yet the majority pierced through his light armor, easily embedding themselves within his flesh. The most lethal of these was an arrow that pierced the back of his neck, traversing through his throat, reminiscent of Arthur's demise. Surely, the child in his arms was unharmed by the arrows. What difference does it make if it is unharmed? Was this my final thought as I approached death? This notion flashed through Nader's mind as his consciousness began to sink into the boundless darkness, akin to his powerless body plummeting towards the ground. The leading knight wore a smile, his red eyes reflecting Nader's falling corpse. He squinted, as if a bright light were attempting to pierce his retina. Chapter 5, Not Today in the Southern Summer. The atmosphere was stifling and oppressive. For the people of the North, everything south of the North was considered the South, and Dorne lay at the southernmost tip of the continent, bordering the Stormlands. Due to its proximity to the sea, it often experienced the gentle southern winds that blew in from across the ocean, providing some relief from the heat. Recently, however, the sea breezes had been absent for quite some time, rendering the air increasingly heavy and distorted, twisting into wave-like arcs beneath the tease of the heat. Suddenly, an immense force of attraction emanated from the woods, causing the air currents to frolic and rush towards its source, unleashing a whirlwind seemingly born from thin air. The leaves rustled, and a tempest surged forth, sweeping up clouds of dust. Yet, the heat in the air did not dissipate in the slightest, but rather intensified. The heat reached its zenith, and a flash of light erupted. As soon as it appeared, it expanded and spread, followed by a resonant clap of thunder. That light reflected in the leading knight's red eyes, encompassing the entire forest, until it seemed that only this radiance remained in the world. Hundreds of cavalrymen, caught off guard by the blinding light, had no time to close their eyes. As the thunder continued to reverberate in their ears, the sound of splintering trees echoed nearby. A colossal figure crashed to the ground, snapping several trees and crushing a dozen unfortunate knights, producing a muffled thud of heavy impact. In a daze, the leading knight was assailed by the horrific cries and the anguished whinnies of battle horses, rousing him from his stupor as he rubbed incessantly at his tear-filled eyes. What had transpired? Enduring the pain, he finally managed to discern his surroundings. A knight, half buried, wailed as blood flowed from his mouth, desperately clawing at the ground in a futile attempt to free himself from the weight pressing down upon him. Beside him, a horse thrashed in agony, spraying blood in torrents from its mouth. This surreal and grotesque scene widened the leading knight's eyes in disbelief, and disregarding the sting in his eyes, he tilted his head back in an effort to discern what lay atop the knight and his steed. It appeared as though a person's arm had been magnified several times. Even while lying down, it reached a height of nearly 2 meters. The flesh-toned skin was interwoven with dark purple veins, firmly pinning down the lower half of the knight. Oh gods! The lead knight gazed in astonishment at this scene, emitting an involuntary groan. The colossal figure stirred, raising its arm with deliberate force, and with a mere motion of rising, it toppled several trees. The upper half of its body, now seated, bore remnants of broken branches draped over its shoulders, while its back, marked by a network of dark purple veins, was stained with patches of crimson blood, and disheveled hair adorned the back of its massive head. Merely the seated upper body resembled a diminutive fortress standing before them. The immense head, initially turned away from the knights, slowly rotated, revealing half of its face cloaked in shadow, marked by the same dark purple veins. Its gray, marble-sized eyes fixated intently upon the knights in the forest. The behemoth, which loomed over a dozen knights, was unmistakably a giant resembling a castle. Fortuitously, those knights who had not been crushed beneath the giant's weight were in a state of panic, trembling as they turned their steeds and fled. A few, seemingly overtaken by terror, galloped toward the giant instead of away from it. The giant remained motionless, and those knights charging toward it collided with its colossal form, their bodies and horses tumbling to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths as they writhed in agony. As the knights frantically sought to escape, the giant finally responded, shifting its weight and rising from the ground, the sound of snapping trees echoing around them. Now standing, the giant revealed its full stature, disheveled shoulder-length black hair, an elongated visage, narrow gray eyes, and dark purple veins covering its entire body. The forest trees, towering 8 or 9 meters tall, barely reached its waist. The giant gazed down at the fleeing knights, eager to pursue them, but stumbled as it took a step forward, its foot slipping, causing its massive body to plunge forward and crash into the woods, sending up clouds of dust. Once more, the giant rose slowly, reminiscent of a toddler learning to walk, cautiously taking a small step that resounded with a thunderous thud. This step spanned a distance of 7 or 8 meters. However, the second step was less stable, causing its enormous form to sway precariously. The giant then halted, its gaze falling upon the surrounding trees, tentatively uprooting one of them. The giant's gray eyes seemed to brighten with intrigue. With a swift motion, the giant grasped the tree, targeting a fleeing knight, and forcefully hurled it, resulting in a resounding crash that sent dust swirling in the distance. The giant could hear the clear cries of anguish nearby, and its enormous mouth twitched slightly. Trees were either smashed or thrown at the scattering knights until no moving figures remained in sight, and the forest lay nearly obliterated. Finally, the giant ceased its onslaught, standing amidst the devastation in silence. After a long pause, the giant raised its hands, examining its rough, dark purple-veined palms as if contemplating something profound. Then, its immense eyes shifted, scrutinizing its own gargantuan body. In the sunlight, the immobile giant cast a colossal shadow behind it, as if recalling something forgotten. The giant touched its chest, feeling only the rough texture beneath its fingers, devoid of anything else. The giant exhaled deeply, a sound reminiscent of both a sigh and a release of tension, then surveyed his surroundings, glancing at the blazing midday sun before turning his back to its glare and striding northward with measured steps, as if caught between slow and swift movement. The dull thud of his footsteps resonated across the vast wilderness, initially echoing once every few seconds, then accelerating to a beat every second, until it culminated in a sound akin to rolling thunder, dispersing through the sweltering air. The giant began to run, his gait peculiar, moving in sync with his arms and legs, and it took quite some time before his motions gradually normalized. Yet, in this realm, a castle-like giant was inherently abnormal. From a distant aerial perspective, the giant's initial movements resembled those of a toddling human child. His motions became increasingly adept until he was racing, at times emitting a series of unintelligible roars that echoed the carefree shouts of children frolicking in the fields during spring. Strictly speaking, Ned Stark had perished, his consciousness lost, if only for a fraction of a second, but for him, It felt like an eternity of darkness until a flash of light emerged, awakening him from his stupor. He had thought he had been lost in the shadows for an unfathomable duration. It was only when he reflexively sat up, spotting the diminutive knights around him, that he began to grasp the unfolding events. The knight's panicked retreat finally triggered his memory of what had transpired before his loss of consciousness. Instinctively, he crushed the knights with nearby trees, which allowed him a moment to contemplate the situation. Edard Stark had transformed into a giant. This revelation was difficult for him to accept, yet upon reflection, a sense of gratitude emerged. Considering the tribulations of the past 2 days, he resigned himself to this new identity. A giant he would be, but survival was paramount. According to the scholars in the city, it was rumored that giants resided beyond the northern borders. Was he destined to inhabit that distant land? Ned, with nearly frayed nerves, attributed his transformation to the infant that had descended from the heavens, unable to conceive of any other explanation. As a giant, he felt akin to a newborn, lacking control over his own body. However, his senses, hearing, sight, and others, were immensely heightened. In that moment of realization, he discovered the infant was no longer in his grasp. After a futile search, he was certain of the child's safety, prompting him to hasten forward, for a war awaited him in the north. Should he join the conflict in this colossal form, even the resurrected dragons of House Targaryen would not pose an insurmountable threat, particularly since dragons had long vanished from this continent. Thus, he moved steadily northward, gaining command over his immense physique, eventually breaking into a swift run, relishing the exhilarating power coursing through him, which compelled him to roar with abandon. At the tender age of 20, Ned could not perceive the subtle shifts in his mindset and character that had transpired in just 2 days. Perhaps he remained as solemn and serious as the Stark lineage demanded, yet his acceptance of reality had accelerated unnaturally, as though someone were forcibly reshaping a square stone into an odd form. Chapter 6. The Awakening of An Chang. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting its remaining half upon the horizon, it heralded the impending arrival of night, while gently alleviating the heat of the day. A colossal figure, stretching an elongated shadow behind it, approached with a rhythmic thudding of footsteps beneath the waning sunlight. In the distance, a castle loomed, and Ned calculated that it would require at least 3 days of relentless riding to reach it, a journey he managed to cover in a single afternoon. Along the way, he encountered a scattering of travelers, all of whom, upon catching sight of the giant from afar, turned in terror and fled, some paralyzed by fear, their hearts racing as they beheld the giant's thunderous approach, which stirred the air with a gentle breeze as it receded, becoming an unforgettable spectacle in their lives. It was inevitable that soon, the giant would be embellished into a tale of folklore, whispered and exaggerated among the inhabitants of the region, gradually disseminating with the ebb and flow of the populace. The giant gradually came to a halt, suddenly aware of his imposing appearance. He realized that encroaching upon the city unannounced would likely provoke a panicked assault from the guards within. Despite an inexplicable confidence in his newly acquired giant form, a belief that he would not be harmed by the city's defenders, he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Moreover, Stormdale was the territory of Lord Robb, and he had not come to besiege the city but rather to inquire about the whereabouts of Robb and his army, so that he might join forces with them. After careful consideration, he pondered the possibility of announcing his intentions from a distance, boldly proclaiming his identity and purpose, which, while likely to incite chaos within the city, would mitigate potential complications. The caveat was that Ned, in his giant form, found himself unable to articulate words. He could only produce roars, unable to form even a single coherent syllable. Beep. The crisis concerning the civilized entity had been averted. The compatibility of the subordinate colonization apparatus fell below the acceptable threshold. Should it be retracted? Contact with the consciousness of the civilized entity was lost. The emergency protocols lacked the authority to make decisions while ensuring the safety of the civilized entity. Beep. An anomaly was detected in the subordinate colonization apparatus under unknown energy conditions. Immediate execution of the main program's default command was instated. Disconnect the subordinate colonization apparatus. Sever its energy supply. The independent program for the subordinate colonization apparatus was completed. The stripping of the subordinate colonization apparatus was finalized, and a primary sensory program was initiated. Named Ultra-Low-Level Labor Colonization Apparatus, abbreviated as Ultra-Labor Apparatus. Execution complete. Beep. In the midst of his distress, Ned was astonished to find himself enveloped in a faint purple glow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that dark purple patterns on his body were writhing, emanating this ethereal light. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his legs to weaken uncontrollably. In a moment of urgency, he braced himself with his right hand, kneeling on the ground, his knee striking the earth with a dull thud. An unprecedented feeling surged through Ned, as if he had submerged in the warm springs of Winterhold. Every fiber of his muscles seemed to dissolve and transform, a sensation of warmth radiating from his palm on the ground, spreading throughout his entire being. The dark purple patterns twisted and contorted as his giant form began to flow and gradually contract like water. Initially, the dark purple patterns grew finer and sank deeply, resembling delicate fishing lines embedded into the skin. The radiance converged within the colossal figure, and from a distance, it appeared as a half-kneeling, hollow giant statue emanating a dim purple glow. Soon after, the solid parts, seemingly devoid of support, suddenly contracted and collapsed, causing the vast body to shrink abruptly. Stirring a tempestuous wind, the muted purple light within gradually coalesced at the right hand before slowly dissipating. As dust swirled, a dark purple humanoid figure emerged, half-kneeling on the ground, its purple form writhing deeply, revealing a pale, elongated face. In an instant, a figure named Ned, cradling an infant in his arms, materialized. A look of surprise flickered across Ned's solemn visage, his pale smile betraying an undeniable frailty. He gradually rose, his right hand gently caressing the head of the slumbering infant. His gaze swept over the tattered, blood-stained light armor, through the shattered seams, revealing newly formed skin beneath, and the wound on his right leg had healed completely. His gray eyes then focused on his right hand. Upon turning it over, he expressed gratitude to the setting sun, which still struggled to depart. He discerned a pattern of dark purple lines entwining his palm, symmetrical and meticulously arranged, bringing his palm closer. He noted the delicate filigree extending from his palm to his 5 fingers. As Ned attuned himself to the sensation, he realized that the floral pattern within his palm responded to his thoughts, gradually glowing and pulsating, as if poised to envelop his entire being and transform him back into a giant. He quickly reined in his thoughts, and the pattern reverted to its original state. The cracked corners of his mouth involuntarily twisted back in a smile. Suddenly, he clenched his right hand tightly, his fist trembling lightly. As his complex gaze lingered on the infant in his arms, he cast a distant glance at the castle, now a mere dot on the horizon, sighed resignedly, and collected his emotions before stepping forward. Ned walked until the sky was adorned with countless stars and the bright moon hung high, finally arriving at the gates of the city. After declaring his identity and intentions without hesitation, he was welcomed into the city by the Lord's eldest son, who astutely noted that although Lord Edard Stark appeared disheveled and his light armor was marred with scars, he was, in fact, unscathed. His gray eyes, though seemingly dull, shone with an intensity that made it difficult to meet his gaze, and the most peculiar aspect was the infant he cradled. However, the Lord's son refrained from inquiring, harboring silent curiosity instead. Declining the Lord's son's offer to host a banquet in his honor, Ned inquired about the whereabouts of Robb's army. After receiving the information, he hastily consumed a small meal in the guest room arranged for him and summoned a servant to find a wet nurse. Shortly thereafter, a striking dark-haired woman knocked on his door. After entrusting the sleeping infant to the nurse, Ned stepped out to guard the entrance, silently awaiting her return, his weary body leaning against the door. In the solitude of his wait, Ned recalled his sister, hastily interred in the ruins of the Tower of Joy, and resolved that once affairs were settled, he would transfer her remains to the family crypt, while the bodies of Arthur and Harlan would be returned to their respective families. The infant who perished in his sister's embrace was, as anticipated, a cursed child forced into existence by lightning. Although he had succumbed to death, he should not bear the sins of his forebears. However, should he be interred in the family crypt, word would inevitably spread, tarnishing the family's honor and bringing shame upon Robert. Given Robert's temperament, upon learning of this, he would likely disturb the ancestral spirits of House Stark, causing a tumult in Winterfell's crypt and reducing the cursed infant to ashes. Contemplating this, Ned felt a wave of unease wash over him, his thumb absently rubbing against his palm. Robert's forces faced off against Rhaegar Targaryen across the Trident, and it seemed that the flames of war would ignite within days. The spark for this rebellion against the Targaryen dynasty was none other than Robert's betrothed sister, Lyanna, who had been forcibly taken by Prince Rhaegar. Their father and brothers had marched south to demand justice, only to meet a tragic end. Strictly speaking, this was a blood feud of House Stark. But having grown up alongside Robert, Ned understood that, at this juncture, the blood debts of his father and sister must be avenged, and the Targaryens must be extinguished, while the matter of the cursed child must remain concealed. He exhaled deeply, his thoughts interrupted by the creaking of the door as the wet nurse emerged, cradling the infant, her expression fraught with anxiety. Seeing this, Ned hurried forward and inquired, "What is the matter?" "My lord," the young wet nurse stammered, her voice tinged with the tremor of impending tears. The child has been sleeping soundly. I fed him, yet he showed no response. Ned paused, startled, as he took the child into his arms. Looking down, he recalled the peculiarities surrounding this infant and pondered, regardless of his extraordinary nature, could he not require nourishment? After a moment's reflection, he remembered his own healing from a transformation into a giant and began to grasp the situation. He offered words of comfort to the young wet nurse, urging her to rest, before returning to his chamber with the child. He gently placed the infant upon the bed, tidied himself, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Ned was roused by a sudden chill, sitting up abruptly in bed, his gaze immediately darting to the side. The infant lay unharmed, and upon closer inspection, he could see the child's small abdomen rise and fall with each breath. The source of the chill emanated from the child himself. As he touched the baby, he found his temperature normal, yet upon withdrawing his hand, he felt a lingering coldness. The area surrounding the child seemed to lack sufficient light, appearing slightly dimmer in contrast to the brightly lit room. It was then that Ned realized dawn had broken. Gentle morning sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with a refreshing essence. He stretched, feeling revitalized, and rose from his bed with a buoyant spirit. After preparing himself, he gathered the infant and summoned a servant to guide him to the Lord's eldest son, who remained in the city. Following a cordial exchange, Ned donned a newly gifted suit of light armor, graciously declining the Lord's son's insistence to stay, requesting only 2 war horses and provisions before departing the city. Heading towards the Trident, An Chang felt as if he had returned to the celestial realm, his beloved daughter beckoning to him from a distance. Overwhelmed with emotion, he hastened towards her, only to be abruptly confronted by a gaping maw that devoured her in an instant, chewing a few times before swallowing her whole. The splattered blood stained An Chang's face, and the large mouth's sticky, saliva-laden tongue licked it. An indescribable emotion coalesced in his chest, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Despair had not yet entirely enveloped An Chang. Even before he could react, that tongue ensnared him. Forgetting the futility of resistance, he, whose heart had succumbed to the depths of sorrow, could still feel the sharp, fragmented pain inflicted by the creature's jagged teeth piercing his flesh. The massive jaws slowly chewed, tearing An Chang's body apart piece by piece, disintegrating him. Was this what Nini felt? To be absurdly ground into a pulp, slowly losing life amidst anguish and despair? What had I, the father whom she regarded as her everything, done? I could do nothing at all. As an ordinary man, perhaps all I could do was follow my daughter, to be ground into flesh together as sustenance, to perish within those colossal jaws. If only I had a chance to start anew, I would crush that monstrous mouth, obliterate all the beasts. I longed to live alongside my daughter, not to become the food for those giant jaws. If I, as a human, find this impossible, then I shall. Consciousness ceased abruptly. Darkness enveloped everything. An Chang awoke. Chapter 7. Noga. A multitude of sounds surged into his ears. The crunching of horses chewing hay, indistinct low murmurs, the suppressed yawns of guards, groans echoing from various corners, and the clearest, strange mechanical sounds resonating in his mind. These sounds reached his ears and were effortlessly processed by his brain, presenting An Chang with a vivid auditory tableau, a castle reminiscent of the medieval era. He did not need to move his small body or open his eyes to survey his surroundings. He instinctively realized he lay in a dark chamber, the bed beneath him emitting faint creaks while a few mice scurried about. Ignoring the darkness, he beheld the ceiling, marred with patches, and through its obscurity, he could vaguely discern the overcast sky adorned with dim stars, flickering in and out of view. An Chang savored the myriad sensations coursing through him. He keenly perceived the mechanical sounds echoing in his mind, a strange and obscure language that, despite its unfamiliarity, he could now comprehend. It felt as if it were a tongue he was meant to understand from birth. Detection of the revival of the civilization's subject's consciousness initiated, commencing link. Encountering unidentified interference. Suspected to be an anomalous energy field surrounding the civilization's subject. Link failed. Switching to demonstration mode. An Chang felt a gentle warmth in his chest as a purplish light curtain materialized before him. Upon it was a massive blue-gray planet, encircled by tiny mechanical constructs. Suddenly, the planet appeared to swell in size, only to deflate like a punctured balloon, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a dark purple sphere that streaked across in a blinding glow, leaping into the void. Strangely, An Chang understood that within that sphere lay his infantile self, escaping from a shattered planet aboard a spacecraft. Could this planet be Krypton? How utterly absurd. At this moment, a mechanical sound interrupted An Chang's inner musings. This beautiful planet, known as Noga, served as the homeworld of the dominant civilization and was the last remaining life-bearing planet of the vast Noga civilization. The images on the violet screen shifted and gradually stretched, revealing a galaxy. The Noga civilization was once the sole ruler of the Noga star system, its territories continually expanding outward. With the aid of rapidly advancing colonial technology, the Noga civilization nearly ascended to the status of universal hegemon. The mechanical sound paused briefly, and the screen transformed again, presenting a blue-gray planet. It was not until the entire dominion of the civilization vanished in an instant that the Noga homeworld appeared in this unfamiliar cosmos. An Chang listened quietly, feeling a slight emotional stir at the notion of this strange universe. Moreover, they faced an imminent crisis of hyper-accelerated entropy increase. The primary civilization had no time to formulate effective countermeasures, and the seed program activated automatically. Thousands of young beings, nurtured within the colonial apparatus, along with the seed subunits and a small amount of energy, were urgently launched into space. Thousands. However, the hyper-accelerated entropy increase did not solely affect the Noga homeworld, but everything upon it. The thousands of young beings vanished alongside their homeworld into the chaotic entropy. Just as the Noga civilization appeared in this alien universe, it was met with swift annihilation. An Chang felt a flicker of confusion. Contrary to the calculations of the seed program, one young being miraculously escaped the grasp of entropy. Initially, the seed program attributed this occurrence to a miracle. An Chang gently tapped his own head. Did not being absorbed by entropy imply that he was, in fact, a part of this universe? Perhaps he had unknowingly transformed into a young being of the Noga civilization? Did this mean he still had a chance to find the celestial sphere amidst the vast sea of stars and return to his daughter? Just as excitement began to swell within him, it was abruptly extinguished by the unrelenting mechanical sound. The miraculous young being was, at that moment, the embodiment of the civilization itself. However, throughout the lengthy duration equivalent to 3 orbits of the Noga homeworld, the seed program carried the embodiment through the continuum of space. The violet screen displayed a dark purple sphere flickering throughout the cosmos. The seed program gradually discerned the reason the embodiment could survive the hyper-accelerated entropy increase. A slumbering infant appeared upon the screen. After ruling out the anomaly of prematurely matured cognitive fluctuations, the seed program discovered that the energy absorbed by the embodiment was excessively vast, and upon deeper analysis, it became evident that this immense energy was accumulating within. Excluding abnormal cognition, An Chang recalled that sensation of having everything under control, yet being utterly powerless to act. This formed an incomprehensible flow of energy that countered the hyper-accelerated entropy increase, enabling survival. Upon hearing this, An Chang began to rapidly engage his intellect. He pondered within himself. Initially, at the age of 34, he, a middle-aged man, had designed an experiment to validate qi cultivation, enlisting a university student, Su Ji, as his assistant. This experiment had failed, resulting in his demise and transformation into a young being of the Noga civilization. Simultaneously, having successfully transformed into a young entity of the Noga civilization, I cultivated my first breath of energy, thus surviving the catastrophe of entropy increase. During the subsequent period of traversing and leaping through space, I incessantly absorbed energy to refine my skills. For a time, I believed I was still within the experimental realm of the celestial sphere. The seed program, tethered to the main entity, also managed to endure. However, due to the overwhelming strangeness of this universe and the immense energy absorbed by the main entity, it was only able to sustain the seed's random spatial jumps for a short duration. The energy required for 30 revolutions of the Noga homeworld was nearly depleted within merely 3 revolutions. Consequently, the civilization's main entity was urgently forced to land on a planet inhabited by a primitive civilization. A scene unfolded, revealing an elliptical planet tearing through the atmosphere, igniting flames as it plummeted to the Earth. The seed program, having exhausted its energy, fell into dormancy, splitting into an emergency protocol and its corresponding emergency seed. This was to ensure the unique civilization's main entity could grow safely on this primitive planet, awaiting the revival of the seed program to rebuild the Noga civilization. Following the emergency landing, the main entity was discovered by the planet's primitive inhabitants. A visual appeared on the screen depicting Ned raising a sword, poised to strike the infant. These primitive beings exhibited thoughts of annihilating the main entity, suggesting that upon the awakening of the seed program, all inferior life forms on this planet should be eradicated. An Chang chose to disregard this notion. Once the seed program entered dormancy, the suppression of the main entity's thoughts was lifted. Shortly after the revival of consciousness, the main entity fell into an inexplicable silence. An Chang recalled his initial experiences of awareness during cultivation. Subsequently, an unknown energy field separated the seed from the main entity. The dormant consciousness of the civilization's main entity was carried by this primitive inhabitant, enduring a series of meaningless conflicts among the rudimentary beings. An Chang listened, somewhat at a loss for words. The mechanical sounds ceased, and the images before him continued to shift, revealing everything that transpired during his cultivation and subsequent loss of consciousness. Observing the scenes on the screen, he saw Ned, bound to his chest, climbing a great tree, pierced by a volley of arrows while desperately curling to shield himself. An Chang felt a stirring within. Soon after, the giant transformation of Ned prompted a flood of emotions within him, as if sensing An Chang's mental fluctuations. The emergency program spoke again. At that moment, the main entity faced a crisis, unable to connect with its thoughts, and could not merge with the emergency seed covering. To ensure the safety of the civilization's main entity, a subsidiary was split off to merge with the primitive inhabitant. Subsequently, without commands from the main entity, this subsidiary underwent an unknown mutation, achieving independence. Lacking an attachment program, it was dubbed the ultra-low-level labor seed, abbreviated as ultra-labor seed. An Chang preferred silence. The scenes shifted once more. A strikingly beautiful nurse appeared, along with Ned on his journey. They met with Robb amidst fierce battles, the gates of the city wide open. The Lannisters welcoming them, cities ravaged by fire and pillage, and the dazed, numb residents. A hurried coronation ceremony took place, Jon becoming the hand of the king. Ned returning to the north, the beautiful lady with flowing hair, the bustling Winterfell, and the self, lost in an endless slumber. Scenes unfolded before An Chang's eyes through the perspective of Ned. He pondered for an extended period, his thoughts gently stirring, leading him to a state of perplexity. While everything seemed to connect logically, a significant doubt loomed large, leaving him utterly confounded. Why had he become the embodiment of the Noga civilization in this unfamiliar world? Why him? No one could provide an answer. After compelling himself to accept this reality, another thought emerged within An Chang. Assuming that some unknown cause had transformed him in this manner, the crucial question became determining his whereabouts and whether he could still utilize the Noga civilization's technology to return to the celestial sphere. He shifted his small frame, delicately sensing the transformation of the once tumultuous energy into an enigmatic energy field. He was certain that his extraordinary senses were not a gift from the Noga technology, but rather bestowed upon him by this slender energy field composed of vapor. No, An Chang discerned an anomaly. The causal relationship had reversed. It was not his extraordinary senses that were granted by the energy field, but rather those senses, along with some abilities that An Chang vaguely perceived, had formed this energy field. Alternatively, the energy cultivated from the absorption of the fire seed technology had fundamentally altered his body after he gained control over it, resulting in the emergence of this energy field enveloping his exterior. With this realization, An Chang attempted to cultivate his energy and was astonished to discover that it no longer resided in his dantian, but instead permeated every part of his being. Immersing himself in concentration, An Chang finally discerned that the energy within him seemed to originate from the deepest recesses of his body, a depth beyond his perception, while also emanating from the superficial surface. It returned to the innermost depths, creating a cycle of energy flow. This process occurred at remarkable speed, with An Chang's mind able to capture it, 33 billion cycles per millisecond, resulting in the formation of a thin energy field enveloping his body. He felt a sense of incredulity, recalling characters from comics and films who possessed similar energy fields. Could it be that mastering energy cultivation could transform him into a superhuman? He remained oblivious to the magnitude of the immense energy referenced in the emergency protocols, energy so vast that it could obliterate entire star systems. Chapter 8. Stark. An Chang felt an insatiable itch within, eager to validate the changes within himself, yet the reality of his infantile form and the foreign environment restrained him. Due to the limitations of his infant physiology, he was unable to articulate speech. Even if he could speak, the only language he could express was his native tongue from the celestial sphere. Though he strangely understood the Noga language, it did not equate to his ability to communicate in this unfamiliar tongue. Unable to converse with the emergency protocol, certain questions remained locked within his mind for the time being. The violet light screen gradually dissipated, returning the room to darkness. An Chang's chubby little face wore a faint frown for an extended period, which eventually began to ease in the shadows. Sounds in his ears grew increasingly abundant and chaotic, while morning light stealthily seeped into the room, casting a hazy glow over everything within. A gentle footfall, gradually approaching with a slightly hurried breath, draws near. The door creaks open softly, and a figure steps into the morning light. Jasmine, at 19, is already the mother of 2 children. One has been weaned, while the other remains swaddled in infancy. 8 months prior, the young lord returned victorious from war, bringing with him a child he publicly claimed to be his illegitimate offspring. Jasmine became the wet nurse for this child, who is rather peculiar, having slept continuously for 8 months without waking, nursing, or even soiling himself. Yet has grown plump and fair. Initially startled, Jasmine reported this anomaly to the Lord, who reacted with no sign of surprise, instead sternly instructing her to keep the matter confidential and to care for the child with diligence. Gradually, Jasmine became aware of the child's extraordinary nature, yet she adhered faithfully to the Lord's command, revealing nothing to outsiders. The Lord exhibited great affection for the child, often sitting by the bedside after returning from the sacred woods, silently watching the infant with an air of anticipation, as if he expected the child to awaken at any moment. Yet, each time, he departed with a grave demeanor, revealing no other emotion. As Jasmine opened the window, a black crow flapped its wings and landed on the sill, its small, dark eyes fixated on the baby. Unlike its usual quietude, it seemed startled and took flight abruptly. "Ah!" Jasmine gasped as she stoked the fire, turning to find a pair of strikingly distinct black and white eyes gazing at her. Rushing to the bedside, she leaned down and gently pinched the chubby cheek of the child, as if to confirm that this was not a mere illusion. The child, disdainfully turning its head away, filled Jasmine with an indescribable joy and a touch of bewilderment. Thank the old gods, the child has finally awakened. An Chang could hear the rapid beating of the woman's heart, observing the vitality of her face, each tiny pore apparent, and with a focused gaze. He could even discern a delicate layer of fat and a hint of red muscle beneath her skin. This discomforted him, prompting him to avert his gaze. The surprised exclamations around him evoked memories of a nearly extinct obscure language he had encountered during his time on the celestial sphere. It was a language composed solely of letters, with peculiar pronunciations and inverted expressions. The woman's speech bore a striking resemblance to this rare tongue, yet with subtle differences. Furthermore, her appearance struck An Chang as exceedingly unfamiliar, distinctly different from the humans of the celestial sphere. As he recalled, this visage had only been mentioned in ancient texts, which described various races from history, one of which closely resembled the woman before him. She possessed a high forehead, slightly deep-set eyes, blue irises, a straight nose, a somewhat prominent chin, and a mouth that was relatively large, all contributing to a unique three-dimensional quality. The woman gently lifted him and hurriedly exited the room, only to hesitate and return, placing him back upon the bed. Subsequently, a cheerful individual emerged from the room, gently closing the door behind. An Chang attentively listened to the voices resonating throughout the castle, swiftly analyzing the meaning of this unfamiliar language. Thanks to his formidable cognitive abilities at that moment, he managed to juxtapose this strange tongue with his own native language, barely grasping a fragment of its significance before the door swung open once more. A man clad in a brown fur coat entered, with Jasmine closely following. As Ned stepped into the chamber, his gaze met that of the infant, and inexplicably, he felt that the depth of that stare conveyed a wisdom not typical of a mere child, reminiscent of the gentle sagacity of Master Reuven, the learned scholar of the town. Ned instinctively paused, nearly causing Jasmine to collide with him from behind. Regaining his composure, he continued towards the bedside, lowering his gaze to the child. His expression was complex, a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, far removed from the tender gaze of a father towards his offspring. "You may step outside now, Jasmine," Ned spoke, as the morning light streamed through the open window, illuminating his solemn visage. The interplay of dawn's glow cast a striking contrast upon him, rendering his features somewhat indistinct to Jasmine, yet she quietly obeyed and exited the room. Gently closing the door behind her, Ned seated himself upon the stool beside the bed, maintaining the same posture he had held for the past 8 months. However, this time, the slumbering infant awakened, calmly returning his gaze. Ned's lips parted slightly, as if to utter something, but the words faltered on the brink of his tongue. He reminded himself that the child was still incapable of speech, yet the extraordinary nature of the infant rendered it difficult for him to perceive An Chang as merely a child. He raised his right hand, presenting his palm before the baby, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. An Chang did not feign the demeanor expected of an infant, despite being aware of how a child might behave. Knowledge gleaned from memories of his beloved daughter. In truth, he was indeed an infant at that moment. Through the imagery displayed on the violet screen, he comprehended the events unfolding with the young man before him and understood the significance of his actions. Thus, he reached for the small dark purple necklace resting against his chest, affirming their shared gaze with certainty. Having long harbored suspicions, Ned exhaled deeply upon receiving confirmation. "I am Ned," he hesitated to speak, uncertain if you could comprehend. An Chang gestured for him to continue, his cherubic face exhibiting an earnestness beyond his years. Observing this, a flicker of unguarded amusement crossed Ned's gray eyes. Realizing the potential impropriety of his demeanor, he swiftly turned, retrieving a small iron rod used to adjust the charcoal. Tending to the dwindling fire, he then added, "I know your origins must surpass my imagination throughout the annals of recorded history. Even tracing back to the ancient legends of our distant ancestors, none bear resemblance to your circumstances." Ned felt somewhat bewildered. The rudimentary language he had just deciphered was insufficient to fully comprehend the lengthy discourse delivered by Ned. However, he refrained from expressing his confusion and instead relied on his formidable memory to retain the pronunciation of each word. As he spoke, Ned unconsciously stroked his palm with his right thumb, a small habit he had developed over time. Since the conclusion of the war 8 months ago, he had been diligently consulting the scholar Master Lewin in the city, poring over ancient tomes and Lewin's study, despite his efforts to uncover the answers he sought. Even sending Lewin on a special journey back to the Citadel to seek potential clues buried within the texts, he remained unsuccessful. Nevertheless, this journey enriched his knowledge significantly, rendering him nearly well-versed in the folklore and myths of the continent. During this period, upon Lewin's return from the Citadel, he vividly recounted a recent rumor that had traveled from the Stormlands to the Citadel concerning a towering giant, measuring several meters in height, sprinting towards the north near King's Road. Lewin further clarified that, indeed, giants resided beyond the wall in the lands north of the realm. Yet these beings stood no taller than 4 or 5 meters and were far too sluggish to run, rendering it impossible for them to appear in the southern Stormlands. Although Lewin's expression bore the subtlety typical of a scholar, his faint mockery regarding the giant rumor from the Stormlands was unmistakable, leaving Ned with a bittersweet smile and a lingering memory. As Ned reminisced, the crumbled Tower of Joy seemed to materialize before him, with the faces of Lyanna and others flashing through his mind. He chose not to continue speaking, his demeanor slightly somber as he gazed at the dwindling embers in the hearth. He set aside the small iron rod in his hand and rose to his feet, casting his eyes out the window to behold the immense heart tree that had taken root there, its scattered crimson leaves vivid against the backdrop. Perhaps it held significance unknown to mortals. A flicker of concern crossed Ned's serious visage. The blood of the ancients coursed through the veins of the Northmen. Unlike the Southerners who revered the named and corporeal seven, they were devoted to faceless ancient deities, the gods of the verdant woods, worshipped by their forebears in communion with the vanished children of the forest. As the guardian of the North and the Duke of Winterfell, Ned shared in the beliefs of his people, yet recent experiences, while not shaking his faith, had seemingly unsettled some of his convictions. This was especially true a few months prior when he had entered the Heart Tree Grove cradling an infant, intending to name the child beneath the witness of the Heart Tree. In that moment, the brilliant red leaves of the Heart Tree had cascaded down, obstructing his path, etching that scene deeply into Ned's memory. The naming ceremony thus came to an abrupt halt. Turning away, a meaningful smile graced Ned's austere countenance. Nevertheless, above all, you would first and foremost be a Stark child. Without glancing back at the infant's reaction, Ned slowly exited the room. He intended to visit the small chapel constructed solely for the Duchess. Perhaps the revered seven, with their names and forms, could witness the naming ceremony for this child. Chapter 9. The wheels turned slowly and Chang silently watched the long-faced youth depart. His senses, sight, hearing, smell, were all somewhat unmanageable. To be precise, he found himself unable to dictate what he perceived, what he saw, heard, smelled, or sensed. This was, in essence, a rather ordinary predicament. Nearly all living beings lack the capacity to fully control their senses, to choose what to observe or what to ignore. The feedback from the world is unidirectional, constrained by physiological structures, environmental changes, and myriad other influences, rendering the manner in which life perceives the world passive and beyond subjective control. Moreover, the feedback often tends to be partial or even misleading. An Chang was no exception. He passively engaged with this unfamiliar world, yet the feedback he received, regardless of its authenticity, was at least sufficiently comprehensive. To what extent was it comprehensive? Take, for instance, the two individuals who had just come into his line of sight. What an ordinary person might discern typically encompasses mere appearance, physique, and attire, with a more discerning observer perhaps noting some concealed nuances. An Chang, however, was different. He could see everything an ordinary person could, the external features, the physique, the attire, alongside certain hidden details. Beyond that, he could penetrate the surface of the skin to perceive fat, tendons, muscles, internal organs, and bones. Most importantly, all of this information was concurrently relayed to his mind, not merely as isolated aspects, but as an intricate, almost ineffable perspective of the whole. It was as if he could deconstruct the human body layer by layer, simultaneously observing each stratum and the composite entirety it formed. What he could not control was this: The layer that lingered longest in his perception was not necessarily the complete entity formed by all layers, but rather a randomly selected layer. Perhaps in the previous millisecond, the figure of Ned appeared no different from what an ordinary person would see, yet in the next, it transformed into a grotesque sight of crimson muscles entwined, reminiscent of a flayed creature. Alternatively, he might perceive a moving skeleton or similar imagery. The auditory sensations mirrored this complexity. Centered around him was a sphere that encapsulated the entirety of Winterfell, with every sound reverberating in his ears and relaying to his brain. Notably, it was every sound, every vibration, regardless of frequency or duration. He could not dictate which sound would resonate in his ears the longest. It might be the familiar noise of an ordinary life, perhaps 1 millisecond filled with unfamiliar, incomprehensible sounds, only to shift in the next to those he recognized. Thanks to his equally formidable intellect, he endeavored to sift through and discern the familiar within this cacophony. The other senses functioned similarly. What he perceived as a loss of control was merely his temporary inability to alter the ingrained perceptual habits of an ordinary individual. That narrow, limited, and often deceptive perception had accompanied An Chang for decades. For someone devoid of such perception, it is indeed challenging to fathom the nature of the world experienced under such conditions, let alone articulate it accurately in language. Even when Ned merged with the Noga organism within him, his perception remained fundamentally rooted in that of an ordinary person, magnified several times, yet still an ordinary perception. Thus, he could not fathom that the gaze of An Chang, who appeared to be quietly listening and making eye contact with him, was not what Ned presumed. Rather, it revealed an entirely different, surreal panorama. From that perspective, An Chang discerned fragments familiar to him amidst a vast sea of information. Piecing together a world recognizable to ordinary folk, he endeavored to reconstruct the perceptions of a normal individual while simultaneously striving to swiftly analyze and comprehend the myriad aspects of this unfamiliar realm. As Ned exited the room, he issued a couple of commands to Jasmine before making his way toward the small chapel. Along the way, he encountered residents and guards of the town, offering only slight acknowledgments, unlike his usual practice of pausing to exchange a few words. Traversing the damp, shadowy path illuminated by the morning light, the modest chapel, rarely seen in the north, came into view. Approaching, Ned observed a middle-aged nun engaged in prayer, bathed in the soft morning glow. In her youth, this nun had served the 7 gods in the grand temple of the Tully family in Riverrun while also educating the 2 daughters of House Tully. Following his marriage to Catelyn in Riverrun and the conclusion of the war, this nun accompanied Ned and his wife back to Winterfell. He chose not to disturb her, standing silently by, awaiting the completion of her prayers. His thoughts meandered to the wedding in Riverrun, and deep within, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Yet, in that moment, to forge an alliance with the Riverlands and avenge his kin, he had to fulfill what was meant to be his brother Brandon's wedding. Consequently, he concealed his discontent well. None could discern a hint of it from his solemn, austere countenance. Catelyn was undeniably beautiful. A southern woman with a cascade of passionate chestnut hair and enchanting blue eyes. Ned acknowledged that he could not harbor any animosity toward this lovely lady, however. A knot of unease resided in his heart, for Catelyn loved his brother Brandon, and it was Brandon to whom she was betrothed. He was merely a substitute for this political marriage following his brother's demise. Catelyn did not love him, especially after the war. When Catelyn became pregnant and approached her time of delivery, he experienced a rare moment of joy. Upon reflection, he realized that after their marriage, he had shared a bed with her only once before departing for the Elysium Tower to rescue his sister Lyanna, followed by nearly a year of warfare. Coupled with the unsavory rumors surrounding Catelyn, he found himself plagued by troubling thoughts, particularly after acquiring the ability to transform into a giant, which subtly altered his mindset. Thus, he presented the slumbering infant to Catelyn, claiming the child was his illegitimate offspring. Consequently, a chasm emerged between them, one that was both foul and rigid, difficult to bridge. And Catelyn responded with a notable coldness. Yet, for Catelyn, this rift was merely the consequence of Ned bringing home an illegitimate child. She interpreted Ned's usual aloofness as characteristic of the northern temperament. Despite her profound dislike for the child Ned had brought back, she endeavored to fulfill her duties and responsibilities as a wife. Sir? The nun, having concluded her prayers, interrupted Ned's increasingly distant thoughts, drawing him back to the present. Sister Maud. Ned responded, then conveyed his purpose. Sister Moden should be aware of the existence of his illegitimate child. Sister Moden nodded, her expression betraying no emotion. During the war, the child had remained by his side, and now reflecting upon it, Ned considered the day the child descended from the heavens as his birthday. It had been 1 year and 6 months, and he had yet to bestow a name upon him. Under the auspices of the 7 gods, He wished to name the child. The morning light danced, revealing faint wrinkles on Sister Modin's face as she expressed surprise. Is the nobleman converting to the new gods? Ned gently shook his head. He was a man of the north, his veins coursing with the blood of his ancestors, who had revered the ancient deities for generations. Then the nobleman should go to the sacred grove, to witness beneath the heart tree. Sister Modin offered sagacious advice. Ned smiled bitterly within. The crimson leaves before him were a rejection from the old gods. That child bears the bloodline of nobility, she added. Ned's long face, already serious and silent, grew even more so, as he found himself at a loss for words. He did not consider himself strictly a Northman, Ned reflected inwardly, nor a Southerner, nor even of this world. Perhaps he could have Caitlin perform the naming. No. Sister Modin instantly objected, her voice rising slightly. Without waiting for Ned to express his anger, she continued, Caitlin is a devout follower of the Seven. She would never perform a rite for an illegitimate child that is not her own, even if Caitlin were willing. An illegitimate child lacks the sanctified status to be anointed with holy oil, which would be a grave disrespect to the Seven. Ned was taken aback. Had both the new and old gods refused to witness this child's naming? Turmoil surged within him, and he could not help but rub the palm of his right hand, before turning away in a fit of displeasure. Once Ned had walked far enough, Sister Modin made a gesture of reverence to the seven gods. A crow perched on a branch silently observed the scene, flapping its wings and emitting a harsh, discordant caw. When Ned regained his senses, he found himself unknowingly arrived at the sacred grove. The interwoven branches above formed a canopy, and fragmented morning light struggled to filter through the narrow crevices, dispersing the gloom. Ned approached the heart tree, seated by a cold spring at its base, gazing at the deep, melancholic face carved into the trunk, hoping to find solace therein. Time passed, and with a long sigh filled with relief and clarity, he rose to his feet. The meticulously crafted soles of his shoes crunched softly over the fallen leaves that resembled outstretched hands. The child's descent from the heavens held many mysteries, and both the old and new gods had subtly declined to witness the naming ceremony. As Ned's thoughts swirled, he walked on, a sudden spark of uncontainable excitement appearing on his long face. What did the refusal of both the new and old gods to witness this child's naming ceremony signify? Ned rubbed the palm of his right hand again, striving to suppress the startling conjectures that emerged in his mind, cutting off any thoughts that leaned toward danger. He made his way to the study, intending to consult Master Lewin. Even without divine witness, the child's name would nonetheless be bestowed upon him today. He contemplated quietly. Emerging from the shadow of the foliage, Ned encountered a woman with fiery red hair, cradling an infant in her arms. The woman was Caitlin, her cerulean eyes locking onto Ned. Regardless of the dark and disturbing speculations that gnawed at his innermost thoughts, this exquisite lady before him was his lawful wife. Quickening his pace, he approached Caitlin, unable to discern any expression on her face. Instead, it was the infant nestled in her arms whose cherubic visage broke into a smile as it reached out to him with tiny hands. His slightly furrowed brow relaxed, and a genuine smile graced Ned's features. Isn't the child delightful? Caitlin's gaze shifted from Ned to the babe in her embrace. Indeed, Ned replied, lowering his head to playfully tease the infant, eliciting a series of giggles. His response was a reluctant sound, forced from his throat with a semblance of indifference. No wonder you spend so much time here each day, Caitlin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ned. It was clear she was alluding to another child, one he had led her to believe was an illegitimate offspring. The dissatisfaction implicit in her words did not penetrate Ned's mind, and he chose not to respond. A silence enveloped them. Caitlin's heart ached as she recalled the hushed whispers among the castle servants a few months prior, concerning the sudden disappearance of gossip regarding the illegitimate child. It dawned on her the significance that child held in Ned's heart, raised in the opulence of noble lineage. Caitlin was not particularly concerned with the existence of Ned's illegitimate progeny or the number of such offspring. Her true grievance lay in the fact that the illegitimate child had been brought into their home by the Seven when Ned presented the illegitimate child to her. She was still with child herself. Though he bore the Stark name, he was not Brandon, nor did he possess Brandon's tenderness and consideration. This thought momentarily crossed her mind, but Caitlin quickly suppressed it, silently beseeching the Seven for forgiveness. A subtle shift in her countenance revealed her discomfort as she gently brushed aside Ned's hand from the child, her tone remaining steady as she said, I wish to take the child to the Godswood. The pool beneath the heart tree is a splendid spot. Very well, Ned replied, lifting his gaze. Their eyes met briefly before they both averted their gazes. Ned was ever so consistent in this manner, while Caitlin felt a twinge of guilt due to her earlier thoughts. In truth, she did not favor the Godswood of Winterfell, unlike the sun-drenched, babbling brook of the Godswood in Riverrun, filled with the cheerful melodies of birds. Instead, it exuded a somber, weighty darkness. As they passed each other, the infant in Caitlyn's arms twisted to gaze at Ned's receding figure with its wide blue eyes. The morning light waned, and the hazy sun of the north ascended slightly. The dense foliage above seemed to transform into a gossamer net, light filtering through in dappled patterns upon Caitlyn. "Ned," she suddenly called out, turning sharply. Ned looked back, and in that interplay of vibrant shadows, Caitlyn's long red hair appeared to ignite, resembling a sprite frolicking amidst blossoms, a vision that captivated the eye. He was momentarily stunned. Yet before he could utter a word of inquiry, he beheld the red-haired elf smile softly. Her steps light as she turned and entered the forest with the child in her arms. Standing frozen for a brief moment, Ned found his spirits unexpectedly lifted. The sound of the door creaking open caught the attention of Master Reuven, who was feeding a raven. He turned to see the young lord stepping into the sunlit chamber. "My lord," he said, setting down the bird feed and bowing his head in respect. "Master Reuven," Ned returned the gesture, his pace unbroken. "I have a matter to discuss with you." Approaching Reuven, Ned's gaze swept from bottom to top, carrying a hint of scrutiny, eventually resting upon the metallic necklace that left imprints on his clothing. Master Reuven stood calmly, his eyes falling upon the black lining of Ned's brown fur coat, adorned with white stitching that depicted the Stark family sigil, a direwolf, awaiting the Lord's further words. "My bastard son," Ned said, his tone tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. He ought to have a name. Master Reuven had heard whispers of this unseen, illegitimate son and understood the Lord's deep regard for him. Having placed him in a guest room near the sacred grove, a chamber originally designated for esteemed guests. "That is well," Master Reuven nodded, reflecting on the Lord's respect for ancient traditions, as he refrained from conducting a naming ceremony beneath the heart tree. Though these traditions were on the verge of extinction, they remained traditions nonetheless. Speaking aloud, he approached the desk, moving aside a blank sheet of paper that lay in the center, and retrieved a thick tome from the bookshelf behind him. This book chronicled the lives of Stark family members through the ages, which he gently placed upon the table. Taking a seat in the tall chair, he opened the book to its first page, then directed his gaze toward the Lord. "Shall we begin from the first page, my lord?" Master Reuven inquired. "No, Master Reuven," Ned replied, closing the book he had opened. "What I meant to discuss is not this." His serious countenance transformed into one of solemnity, as he articulated each word with deliberate weight. "But first, can you assure me of your unwavering loyalty?" Master Reuven found himself momentarily at a loss. The Lord's piercing gray eyes seemed to glimmer with a daunting intensity, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Touching the heavy collar composed of 8 different medals around his neck, the surname-less Reuven found clarity in his heart. "Of course, I swear my devotion to this city and my loyalty to its lord." Ned's expression became restrained, reverting to a demeanor of solemn silence. He shifted his gaze from Master Reuven to the window, then pushed himself up from the tall chair, rising slowly. Approaching the window, he rubbed his thumb across his palm twice. The midday sun of the north radiated its most intense light, causing his gray eyes to shimmer brilliantly. "Master Reuven, you are a true scholar." Master Reuven could detect no emotion in this statement. It was delivered with a tone devoid of inflection, entirely calm, bordering on icy, yet resonating with profound melancholy. He felt a chill rise from within. "Turn to the first page." The Lord turned around, his gray eyes flickering with inscrutable emotions. A gaze that made Maester Luwin hesitant to meet his gaze directly, yet his hands moved with dexterity, reopening the tome that had been previously closed by Ned. He spoke respectfully. "Of course, it is my honor, my lord," his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Luwin straightened slightly, allowing his increasingly murky gaze to rest upon the pages of the book. "Robb Stark," he recited with great emotion, echoing the words inscribed within. Ned approached the desk, but as he listened, a sudden wave of disquiet washed over him, leading him to question the wisdom of seeking out Maester Luwin. Nevertheless, he remained patient until Luwin paused after finishing a passage. He interjected, halting Luwin from continuing, and lifted the substantial volume chronicling the Stark lineage from the table. "I shall take it from here." In the midst of Luwin's astonished expression, Ned departed the study with the book in hand. The once vibrant study was enveloped in silence, broken only by the receding sound of footsteps and Luwin's gradually calming breaths. He sat in the long chair, lost in thought for an extended moment. With the book in hand, Ned hastened through the castle corridors, his brow furrowed, his long face bearing a serious and somewhat forbidding demeanor. The servants he encountered dared only to bow their heads in distant reverence. The castle of Winterfell, nestled in the heart of the city, was built atop a hot spring, with its waters coursing through intricate pipes that spread warmth throughout the fortress, ensuring a temperature considerably higher than that of the outside world. Ned did not favor this aspect. Yet he could not deny that as winter approached, the castle offered warmth and comfort to the Stark family throughout the generations. He strode past the hot spring that spanned the hall, the humid steam causing him mild discomfort, a sensation that had intensified since he took residence in the keep following the war's conclusion. Upon reaching the second floor, Ned drew back the thick, black curtains from all the windows, allowing a rush of cold air and hazy sunlight to fill the space, exhaling deeply. Even in summer, the north's temperature closely mirrored that of the south in winter. He procured a long chair and settled by the window, basking in the sunlight as he opened the tome chronicling the Stark lineage. In his youth, the old nurse had regaled him with numerous tales of ghosts, many of which featured ancestors of House Stark as protagonists. Thus, he held a modicum of anticipation for this book. He recalled that his brother Brandon had been compelled by their father to recite passages from this very tome daily, and he had secretly relished not having to endure the same plight, instead reveling in his freedom to play. Little did he know that a day would come when he too would grasp this hefty volume, his gray eyes fixated on the yellowed pages, where the elegant script, penned in a special ink, had begun to blur. The objective, unembellished prose vividly illustrated a series of tales, both mundane and legendary, unfolding before Ned's eyes. The sound of pages turning occasionally broke the silence, the thick, parchment-like paper separating and adhering to one another, reminiscent of the rustling of linen. Tom quietly slipped away. The chaotic sounds outside the castle appeared to gradually fade away, as Ned, immersed in ancient tales, gasped for breath while searching for his servant, waking him with a timid call, which brought the clamor back into his mind. Turning to his servant, Ned suddenly realized it was already lunchtime. He marked his place in the book he held and carefully placed it on the long table made of green wood, following his servant to the dining hall. Halfway there, a thought struck him. He gestured for the servant to proceed, while he retraced his steps to the second floor to draw the curtains closed before heading to the dining hall alone. Passing by the hall's hot spring area, he unconsciously quickened his pace. The four pillars, constructed of grayish-blue marble, were adorned with red copper candlesticks. At that moment, with the sun high in the sky and the windows open on all sides, the dining hall was awash in light, and the white candles on the candlesticks remained unlit. Upon entering the dining hall, Ned found Caitlin seated at the table awaiting him. Lunch had already been served, and the fragrant steam wafting from the dishes teased his appetite, causing his stomach to stir gently, hastening his steps. After taking his seat, Caitlin performed the gesture of reverence to the seven, offering her silent prayer. Once she concluded her supplications, Ned began his meal in silence. Caitlin attempted several times to initiate conversation, but the quietude of Ned, engrossed in his food, deterred her. The silver cutlery clinked softly, yet the atmosphere remained rather somber. As the lunch concluded, Ned rose from the table and exited the dining hall, having uttered not a single word, only casting a lingering gaze at Caitlin before departing. Thus, he was unaware that after his exit, Caitlin sat with reddened eyes, quietly weeping in a state of distress. Rather than returning immediately to the main castle, Ned made his way to a circular structure adjacent to it. This building, somewhat lower than the main castle, still bore the hallmarks of nobility, housing the Lord's children and retainers. The blue-eyed child named Rob, born under the witness of old and new gods, was also placed in a spacious and bright room, cared for by a wet nurse during Caitlin's absences. This room was where Ned had spent his own childhood. Had his brothers not met their tragic fates in King's Landing, he might have continued to reside there. Rob, born in the town of Winterfell, was the eldest son of Ned and Caitlin, and in a few months, he would celebrate his first birthday. Familiar with the way, Ned approached the door, wishing to spend some time with young Rob. Just as he raised his hand to push the door open, a hurried guard halted his motion. With a sigh, he retracted his hand, which had been poised to knock. Each appearance of this guard brought a headache, as it signified yet another round of dealing with the entangled disputes among the residents of Winterfell. This was not only a manifestation of his authority as the Duke of Winterfell, but also a corresponding responsibility, his duty. Thus, he followed the guard into the Hall of Judgment, seated himself upon the Lord's throne, which was essentially a grand armchair, and donned the crown symbolizing the protectorate of the North, the very crown worn by the kings of the North before the dragons graced the skies. Patiently and impartially addressing the disputes among the residents and the occasional few transgressors of the king's laws, Ned Stark agreed to the requests of several petty thieves to join the Night's Watch as a means of atonement, with the exception of one who was truly irredeemable, unable to control his baser instincts. By the time he emerged from the Hall of Judgment, twilight had descended. The sun, already feeble in the north, appeared even more muted as dusk approached, resembling a sphere obscured by layers of translucent frosted glass, hiding not only its radiance, but also its warmth from the heavens. Ned tightened his brown fur cloak around him, preoccupied with the task of naming his putative bastard as he made his way back to the keep. Upon his return, he found a slender pair of delicate hands cradling a book that had been laid upon the long table of oak. The tips of red hair rested against the pages, and a pair of blue eyes sparkled with concentration. Caitlin, upon hearing the sound of footsteps, shifted her gaze to the doorway where Ned stood, having just halted his steps. "You're back," she greeted, her fair cheeks glowing with a smile as she rose to meet him. Clutching the book in one hand while the other looped around his arm. "Hand me the book, Kate," Ned requested, extending his right hand towards her. Though his expression revealed little, Caitlin complied and placed the book into his waiting palm. Together, they entered the room, and as Ned disentangled himself from her grasp, he approached the window, drawing back the curtains. He rested his hand on the grayish-blue windowsill, surveying the scene before him, where he beheld the pale rooftops of humble dwellings and the figures of servants and guards traversing the narrow paths between the houses. He then seated himself upon the long chair and, under the dim light of the pallid sunset, opened the hefty tome. Caitlin followed closely behind, quietly observing Ned's every movement. As his gaze fell upon the yellowed, ancient pages, she mirrored his focus, her own eyes tracing the lines of text. When Ned turned the pages, she could not help but voice her speculation, even though she already knew the answer. "Are you naming that child?" Without pausing, Ned continued to flip through the pages, his eyes remaining on the text, offering only a slight nod as acknowledgement. Caitlin was aware that she ought not to pry. The child born out of wedlock had come into the world before their own, yet remained unnamed to this day. She could hardly fathom that the man before her was troubled by thoughts of naming that very child, unable to reconcile herself with the existence of that bastard. Caitlin stood for a moment, her irritation swelling as she noted Ned's indecision, recalling how he had been far more attentive when naming Rob. Ultimately, she turned and exited the room. Ned, either oblivious or indifferent to Caitlin's departure, was wholly absorbed in the chronicles of the Stark lineage depicted in the book. As names drifted through his mind, he found himself enmeshed in contemplation. He turned another page, having traversed half the volume, when suddenly, his gaze fixated on a particular line of text. Leaning closer for a better look, he realized that shadows had softly begun to blanket the room. He rose to fetch a candle, igniting it and placing it upon the windowsill. The flickering orange flame danced, casting a long shadow of Ned behind him in the room. The yellowed pages of the book deepened in somberness under the candlelight, yet this did not hinder the words from imprinting themselves upon Ned's eyes and penetrating his mind. The text recounted a tale. It was said that in his youth, Edard Stark had encountered a massive weirwood tree, known as the Heart Tree, within an ancient forest, where a group of children of the forest resided. Edard's arrival disturbed these beings, who disdainfully referred to him as Kryptonian, employing ancient sorcery, drove him from their sacred grove. Beside this passage was a note. According to records passed down by the ancestors, I discovered the meaning of Kryptonian in our tongue. This term is a specific phrase composed of the syllables Kra, Zei, and Ti, devised by the children of the forest to designate the ancestors and the Undulls. Here, Kra signifies foreign, from across the sea, celestial, Zei denotes dweller. Friend, while Ti conveys to fell, to seas. Initially, the ancestors were labeled Krazi, meaning guests from afar. Later, when the Undulls crossed the narrow sea to this continent, they felled the Heart Trees, encroaching upon the living space of the children of the forest and the ancestors, who then employed Krazidi to describe the Undulls, interpreting them as foreign marauders. Below this extensive note was inscribed the name of a scholar, Sakihulancht. Krazi, Ned murmured, his solemn, elongated face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, oscillating between light and shadow. It appeared he had reached a decision. The truth of the matter had long been distorted over the passage of time, perhaps even entirely transformed into something else. Of course, Ned could not fathom the events that transpired over 10,000 years ago. He merely sensed that naming the child with a term from the legends of the children of the forest bore special significance. Even though the child needed no embellishment from myth, as their very descent from the heavens was inherently legendary. Yet, this did not deter Ned from adding his own strokes to this narrative, such as naming him in the language of the fabled forest dwellers. Moreover, the essence of Krazi perfectly aligned with the child's situation, a guest from afar, a child fallen from the sky. Ned contemplated, his right thumb gently rubbing his palm twice. The moonlight was hazy, the dim glow insufficient to illuminate the myriad intersecting paths within Winterfell, but the light from the braziers along the way compensated for this, allowing one to discern the general outlines of the surroundings. Emerging from the candlelit dining hall, Ned stood at the doorway, gazing up at the night sky, where the moon appeared particularly elusive, shrouded behind thin clouds, its precise form obscured. In this upward motion, he discreetly stifled a burp, then set forth towards the guest room beside the sacred wood, where Jasmine was cradling Aegon, attempting to feed him. The child in her arms tightly pursed his lips. His large, dark eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ceiling, devoid of any luster, revealing a shadowy depth reminiscent of a tranquil black spring beneath the heart tree. In his perspective, the world seemed to exist on an indiscernible plane. When Ned entered, he beheld this scene. The vibrant hearth cast away the chill, while the shadow of Jasmine danced menacingly upon the wall. He cleared his throat, finally drawing the attention of the young nurse, who had been lost in concentration. She hastily adjusted her clothing. The glow of the fire already reflected a rosy hue upon her skin, and it was difficult to discern any change in her expression. She merely rose from the bed, cradling the child, and bowed, saying, "My lord, are you here to see the child?" Ned approached the hearth, a rare smile gracing his features as he replied, "Indeed, allow me to take the child. Your own little one awaits you at home." Jasmine gently placed An Chang back on the bed, carefully covered him with a blanket, and bowed to the lord before exiting the room. Her footsteps slightly hurried. Once Jasmine departed, Ned settled onto the bench beside the bed, gazing quietly at An Chang. Slowly, he began to speak. "Since the day you descended from the heavens, 1.5 years has passed, and I have been troubled by what name to bestow upon you." As he spoke, his serious countenance grew solemn, his voice rising slightly in intensity. "Today, I finally have an answer." Suddenly, a few sparks erupted from the hearth, the flames flickering, and Ned's shadow danced along with them, casting uncertain light throughout the room. "I do not know if you possess another name, but that does not hinder me from giving you one." In the enveloping darkness of the night, a sharp, piercing bird call echoed. He extended his right hand, hovering above the child's head, and proclaimed loudly, "Under the witness of me, Edard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, your name shall be Krasi." He then withdrew his hand, gazing intently at An Chang, hoping for some reaction from the wide-eyed infant. Yet, there was none. The child remained motionless. After a long pause, Ned found it difficult to discern whether he felt disappointment or another emotion, only sensing a complexity within his heart. He carefully examined the blanket covering the child before rising and walking toward the door. Just as the dim moonlight was about to envelop him entirely, a faint, youthful voice, clear in its enunciation, resonated in his ear. "Yes, I understand, Krasi." Ned turned abruptly, but everything in the room remained unchanged. The child on the bed still lay wide-eyed and unmoving, while the flames continued their dance. He rubbed his thumb against his palm, pondering. Finally, he gently closed the door behind him and made his way toward the master bedroom. In the hazy moonlight, his figure appeared to quiver slightly. Chapter 12. The wheels turned slowly as time passed. The name of the illegitimate child gradually spread throughout Winterfell. In recent days, Nurse Jasmine had been somewhat despondent, occasionally lost in thought, revealing a worried demeanor. Her care for An Chang was not as meticulous as it once had been. Fortunately, the child remained quietly still, unlike her own. Contemplating her own child, Jasmine's thoughts drifted to her ailing daughter, who lay in a state of illness and unconsciousness. Her eyes subtly glistened with tears. The affliction had long been examined by Bachelor Reuven, who had prescribed several vials of medicine, which Jasmine administered daily as instructed. However, her daughter's condition showed no signs of improvement. Rather, it had worsened, and yesterday she had not awakened even for a moment. The 3-year-old child lay in bed, surviving solely on the meager nourishment of broth during her brief moments of consciousness, growing increasingly frail, a sight that tugged painfully at Jasmine's heartstrings. How she wished her dear Tatiana could remain plump and healthy without the need for sustenance, just like this child. Wiping her tears, Jasmine gazed at her daughter, who, since awakening, had been fixated on the ceiling. It struck her as peculiar that this child had once slept for 8 months and now, nearly half a year later, remained motionless in bed, her dark eyes devoid of life, resembling a doll more than a living being. Only when Jasmine wiped the child's body and felt her warmth did she realize that this was indeed a lively little soul, seated by the hearth. She lost herself in thought for a moment, the firelight casting a rosy glow upon her youthful visage. Finally roused from her reverie, she rose to adjust the blanket covering her child, staring into the child's unblinking black eyes, momentarily lost in contemplation once more. In the initial days following the child's awakening, Jasmine would foolishly wait for her to close her eyes and drift into sleep, only to awaken herself to find the child unchanged. After several such instances, she ceased this ritual, returning to her own home each night to be with her other 2 children. After all, the child had a history of not eating or drinking for 8 months. Jasmine could only marvel at this peculiar circumstance. It was not until the hearth emitted a loud crack that she was jolted back to reality, wandering out of the room and closing the door behind her. Once Jasmine had departed, the child lying in bed, with her large, dark eyes suddenly exhibited a flicker of movement in her deep, shadowy gaze. After fixating on the ceiling for nearly half a year, her gaze subtly shifted for a moment, glancing towards some unknown point in the city before slowly returning to rest once more on the mottled ceiling above. As the increasingly frigid night in Winterfell settled, the city gradually fell into silence. It was not until the sun struggled to rise from the east, casting its pale light to dispel the darkness, that the sounds of Winterfell resumed. Entering the room was not the nurse Jasmine, but rather a middle-aged woman with slightly curled brown hair. Upon entering, she curiously surveyed the child lying in bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, the subject of whispered discussions among the servants regarding the Duke of Winterfell's illegitimate offspring. She then opened a corner of the window, tended to the fire, and stepped back outside. The pale sunlight filtering through the window cast a triangular patch of light on the floor, gradually transforming in shape, its brightness shifting from a dull pallor to a vibrant orange-red. In the tranquil room, a subtle stir began to break the silence. The ebony eyes blinked twice, gradually revealing a glimmer of vitality within their dark depths. The small figure slowly sat up and, with a swift motion, cast aside the covers, exposing its chubby form clad only in a diminutive pair of shorts to the slightly frigid air. Two tiny feet, no larger than a child's palm, touched the ground. With a creak, the door swung open. Stepping onto the damp, chilly floor, the child made its way to the dining hall, drawing astonished gazes from the servants and guards along the way. At that moment, the Duke of Winterfell and his lady wife were enjoying their midday meal. The servants and guards, caught off guard, had yet to react when the child vanished from their sight. They exchanged glances, murmuring in confusion, and once the guards comprehended the situation, they hurriedly pursued the child, regardless of the circumstances. A child running about in mere shorts amidst the cold could surely succumb to the chill if left unattended for too long. Ned and Catelyn, engaged in their meal, turned their attention toward the noise of the door opening. A child in shorts stepped through the crack. Stunned, Ned did not ponder the reason for the child's sudden appearance after a prolonged silence, but quickly rose to embrace the boy, wrapping him in his brown fur coat to shield him from the cold air. It resembled the way he had once swaddled an infant against his chest, albeit this time the child faced outward. Catelyn, intrigued, observed Ned's actions, her blue eyes darkening slightly as speculation arose in her mind. Yet she remained curious about the appearance of this illegitimate son whom Ned seemed to hold in such high regard. With sparse black hair, large dark eyes, a petite nose above a small mouth, and a round face, the child bore an expressionless visage that struck Catelyn as unfamiliar. He did not resemble the typical children of West Arrows she was accustomed to, nor did he share the features of those from the distant continent with similar dark hair and eyes. Apart from the child's black hair, Catelyn scrutinized him closely, yet found no trace of resemblance to Ned. Was this truly Ned's child? The thought flickered through her mind as she watched him ward off the approaching guards, their astonishment evident upon their faces before they turned away. Ned returned to the dining table with the child in his arms. The boy's calm gaze lingered on Catelyn for a moment, fixating intently on her abdomen. Catelyn instinctively placed a hand on her midsection, her expression betraying a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. The words she wished to utter caught in her throat. A faint smile broke through Ned's otherwise serious demeanor as he ruffled the child's hair and addressed Catelyn. "This is his name, Edard." Unbeknownst to them, an indistinct mechanical voice echoed in the child's ear, retorting that the civilized entities would not acknowledge a name bestowed by inferior beings. Catelyn suppressed her thoughts, reflecting that the child's name had already spread throughout Winterfell, even resonating across the entire north. She did not utter a word, merely managing a faint smile as she nodded. It was only after a moment that she seemed to grasp the situation, articulating her question slowly. "Then what will be the child's surname?" "Snow?" Ned's hand, which had been stroking the child's head, faltered, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a solemn silence that enveloped him once more. His gray eyes fixed intently on Catelyn as he spoke in a low voice. "When the child is older, I shall write to Robert." This statement, lacking context, was nonetheless understood by Catelyn. Ned intended to erase the child's status as a bastard and grant him the Stark name. This revelation ignited within Catelyn a surge of humiliation and profound anger. Before she could express her fury, a youthful yet distinctly articulated voice pierced the stillness of the bright, immaculate dining room. The words reached both her and Ned, causing the anger that had nearly surfaced on her face to freeze in place, and prompting Ned to unconsciously rub his thumb against his palm. "An Chang. The surname is An Chang." A momentary silence enveloped the room. Catelyn's burgeoning anger was replaced by confusion as her gaze shifted from Ned's face to that of the child in his arms, whose expression revealed no emotion. This child? Catelyn felt a sense of bewilderment, her blue eyes widening slightly. She then looked back at Ned, He sighed almost imperceptibly, forcefully concluding the topic with a firm, "Let us eat." His tone brooked no argument. A tumult of emotion stirred within Caitlin, blending together in a manner that left her uncertain of their flavor. At his words, she made no move, silently picking up her knife and fork, her gaze lingering on both Ned and the child he cradled. Ned offered a piece of meat to the child, assuming that after 2 years without sustenance, he would wish to savor the taste of food today. The child silently regarded the meat nearly touching his lips, his delicate brows knitting slightly. "Do you know what that meat signifies to me?" The youthful voice, clear yet tinged with innocence, rang out once more. Ned struggled to maintain his serious demeanor as a hint of embarrassment flickered in his gray eyes. "Let me show you." With that, a faint light erupted from the child's dark, profound eyes. A true illumination. In Caitlin's astonished gaze, the glowing eyes locked onto Ned's gray ones as the child turned. Then, she witnessed Ned's long, solemn face contorting in distress as he placed the child on the dining table and turned away, doubling over in agony. In shock, Caitlin's mind went blank, and the knife and fork slipped from her grasp, clattering against the table. The child sat upon the table, feeling the cold surface beneath him, the light in his eyes fading. He watched as Ned, who was convulsing violently, seemed to dissolve and coalesce before him, his body riddled with purple veins intertwined with red, black, and white substances. Within the tumult of thoughts struggling to emerge, he pondered silently. Does the parasitic entity residing within him not affect his humanity? Without the merging of the forms, is he merely an ordinary person? Caitlin finally came to her senses, hurriedly moving to Ned's side, gently patting his back as he gradually ceased his retching. Her gaze fell upon the child seated at the table, but it quickly averted, filled with an inexplicable mixture of fear and realization. Ned had expelled every ounce of his stomach's contents, gasping for breath as he slowly straightened himself, casting a wary glance at the now restored meal on the table, only to be overwhelmed once more by a powerful wave of nausea. He swiftly diverted his gaze, suppressing a bitter smile, and turned his eyes to Caitlin, whose presence offered him a modicum of solace. The child observed silently, the once bright spark in his deep, shadowy eyes now seemingly struggling to vanish. "Take me back," was the calm statement that carried a weight of meaning that went unnoticed by others. Recovering, Ned nodded, rubbing his thumb across his palm before standing up and cradling the child in his arms, enveloping him in his brown fur coat. He glanced at the chaotic mess beneath the dining table, then addressed Caitlin, saying, "Caitlin, could you summon someone to clean this up?" With that, he turned to leave. As he reached the entrance of the dining hall, he paused momentarily while opening the door, keenly observing that the left door panel sagged slightly to about his waist level, the once smooth iron surface now marred. Caitlin watched as Ned carried the child away, her mind adrift as she sank into a chair, the cold air gradually filling the room with an odd scent. She paid little heed to it, seemingly attempting to soothe her tumultuous emotions. Chapter 13. The wheels turned slowly halfway through his departure. Ned encountered a middle-aged woman with curly brown hair, her face etched with concern. Emily, Rob's wet nurse. The previous day, Sansa had implored Ned to allow Emily to care for her ailing daughter, to which he consented, entrusting Emily with the care of little Arya. It seemed that Maester Luwin was at a loss regarding the girl's illness, a matter Ned had also heard whispers of. Upon seeing the lord and the child in his arms, Emily breathed a sigh of relief, halting to curtsy before explaining with a hint of trepidation, "My lord, young Rob has been crying incessantly, and seeing this child so calm, I went to tend to him." Ned nodded and replied, "Continue to care for Rob. This child requires no further attention from you." Emily acquiesced with a curtsy and hurried away. Though it was midday, the warmest time of day, the sun's rays were insufficient to completely dispel the chill of the north. Ned did not linger, carrying the child toward the room built by the weirwood grove. Winter is coming. He laid the child upon the bed, and the little one once again became motionless, his deep, dark eyes fixed on the ceiling. Ned observed this scene without voicing his inner questions, pondering the significance of the child's actions today. Since awakening, the child had shown no signs of movement, merely maintaining the stillness. He sat on the stool beside the bed, gazing at the child, lost in thought. A soft yet distinctly articulated voice broke the silence, declaring, "Your wife is with child." Ned's eyes widened slightly, his long face no longer bearing the weight of solemnity. A flicker of astonishment arose, soon enveloped by a wave of joyous excitement. Before he could utter a word of confirmation, a knock echoed at the door. He refrained from irritation, rising to open it. Standing outside was a square-faced guard, and Ned felt a twinge of headache, as if the joy within him had diminished. Yet, after casting a glance at the child resting on the bed, he followed the guard towards the Hall of Judgment. This night in Winterfell, the moon was absent. Thick, ink-black clouds concealed all celestial light, shrouding the land in darkness. In the main fortress, however, Ned's chamber was aglow, illuminated by the soft flickering of white candles arranged upon the candelabra. The tranquility of the room was shattered by Caitlyn's voice. "That child is not your bastard, is he?" She nestled against Ned, her red hair cascading down her shoulders and resting against his chest. Feeling the warmth of the woman in his arms, Ned resolved to clarify the matter of the child. In a deep, measured tone, he recounted the events that transpired at the Tower of Joy, right up until his reunion with Robert. He intentionally omitted the true reasons behind Lyanna and her child's demise. As Ned narrated, Caitlyn's emotions ebbed and flowed, her doubts and grievances regarding the supposed bastard gradually dissipating, replaced by awe at the miraculous nature of the child's existence. Upon hearing of Ned's transformation into a giant and back again, she extended her right hand, scrutinizing the intricate patterns etched into his palm. Through his storytelling, Ned also revealed some of his darker, troubling speculations, which elicited a few tearful rebukes from Caitlyn, who swore to the Seven that it was merely Ned's paranoia. Once he finished his tale, the chasm that had once separated them seemed to vanish along with his subdued words. The image of Brandon's face, which had lingered in Caitlyn's heart, began to blur into the features of Ned's long visage. As the conversation drew to a close, a broad smile spread across Ned's face, and he tightened his embrace around Caitlyn. "That child told me today that you were with child." "What?" Caitlyn's joy surged, more intense than Ned's, as she gasped in delight and struggled to extricate herself from his embrace. "I must go find Master Lewin tomorrow to confirm." Ned, upon hearing this, remained silent, only pulling her closer. In the dimly lit room, Jane had fallen asleep by the bedside, her brow furrowed, clearly still troubled in her dreams by the plight of her daughter, who had been ill for half a month. Before long, a small figure appeared at the edge of the bed, suspended in the air, quietly observing the frail, yellow-faced girl whose life was waning, her deep-set eyes occasionally flickering with a glimmer of spirit. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, "I will ask once more. Do you truly lack the ability to heal?" The tone was peculiar, a remnant of the Nok language that An Chang had thoroughly deciphered not long ago. "No. This program is merely an emergency protocol derived from the Fireseed main program, designed to ensure the safety of the civilized entity on this planet. It possesses no other capabilities. However, the subcolonization apparatus derived from this program, upon merging with the lowly creature before him, would instantaneously mend any damage sustained by its rudimentary form." A mechanical resonance echoed in his ears, and Chang, during the day, took the time to closely observe Ned, whose body was enveloped by the colonization apparatus, utilizing his rudimentary vision. Without further contemplation, he extended his right hand, plump and chubby, as the dark purple necklace around his neck emitted a faint luminescence. An almost imperceptible fluid, undetectable to the ordinary eye, coursed along the thin energy field that enveloped his body, settling upon his small hand. Without hesitation, he placed that hand upon the girl's forehead, allowing the fluid to gently permeate her skin, traverse her bones, and diffuse throughout her entire being. "Shall we proceed with the merging?" the mechanical voice inquired. "Is it to be a fusion akin to that of Ned?" And Chang gazed intently at the fluid, which meandered, manifesting purple veins within the girl's body. His voice a mere whisper, audible only to himself. This was the progeny generated by the colonization apparatus attached to the program, enlarged in form post-merger. If the primary entity merely sought the restorative effects that the merging would provide to heal the injuries of this lowly creature, the program could interrupt the merging process before completion, ensuring repairs without the necessity of merging with the subcolonization apparatus. "Let us proceed." And Chang nodded, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes, seemingly ready to be engulfed by the surrounding darkness. A dim glow illuminated the girl's form as the purple veins within her surged wildly, transforming into tendrils of dark fluid that spread across her exterior, only to abruptly retract back into her body. The girl appeared unchanged, her complexion merely less sallow. "Warning: the subcolonization apparatus has undergone an unknown mutation. Immediate detachment of the apparatus is requested," the mechanical voice urged. And Chang paused, observing no anomalies. The purple veins remained entwined within her, unchanged. However, this did not impede his judgment. "Agreed. Detaching link. Ceasing energy supply. Subcolonization apparatus detachment complete. Should we initiate the primary emergency protocol?" "Primary emergency protocol?" he pondered. Following the detachment of the apparatus, it would spiral out of control, leading to unknown distortions. One could either implement a rudimentary sensory program devoid of computational capacity or an ultra-low-level stress module, which would only activate should the subcolonization apparatus face fatal peril. Without the ability to autonomously merge, the recommendation leaned towards the rudimentary sensory program. And Chang, however, disregarded the suggestion. The emergency protocol seemed to pause momentarily. Stress module filled. Please designate a name for this incomplete version of the colonization apparatus. The program offers the following nomenclatures for consideration. Super trash of ultra-low civilization. Unfit for even the youngest, abbreviated as super trash. Super trash unworthy of even the youngest of ultra-low civilizations, abbreviated as super useless. The mechanical voice was interrupted, and a spark of vitality ignited in An Chang's dark eyes. Compassion. He bestowed a name upon the colonization apparatus residing within the girl. With one last glance at the slumbering Jasmine sprawled upon the bed, An Chang noticed the small figure suspended in midair stir slightly before plummeting toward the ground. Darkness once again enveloping his vision. Just before the descent, a flicker of light momentarily pierced the gloom, a glimmer that seemed on the verge of vanishing into obscurity. An Chang regained control of his body, gently lowering his small feet to the ground without a sound, ensuring that he would not awaken the mother and daughter peacefully resting in the room. The sensory perceptions he experienced transcended ordinary comprehension. The sheer volume of information surrounding him was overwhelming. While he could passively absorb and process this intricate flood of data, he struggled to wield it subjectively. His self-awareness existed in a peculiar state, akin to an observer witnessing the instincts of his own body, making it difficult for his conscious mind to replicate the capabilities of those instincts. Only by maintaining this detachment could he prevent the deluge of information from dispersing his self-awareness. In his awakened state, he had diligently worked to adapt and gain control, and he could now barely manage the physical form and autonomously handle some information. Yet, the distance to complete mastery remained vast. If he could not even control his own body, comprehending the reasons for his arrival in this world was an even greater challenge, one intricately linked to the notion of returning home and the well-being of his daughter. The thought of his daughter seemed to illuminate his eyes with renewed vigor. He then quietly exited the dim room, now shrouded in darkness. And before returning to his own chamber, he visited little Robbie's room to implant the same emergency program-derived subcolony implant. He opted to fill it with a stress response module, as strongly recommended by the emergency protocol, naming the implant Gratitude. Once back in bed, just before the flicker of light in his eyes extinguished entirely, he posed two questions to the emergency program. Why did the subcolony implant you produced undergo an unknown mutation? The response was disheartening. This program's database contains no information regarding this matter. The civilization's primary entity may await the awakening of the Ember program to inquire further. When will the Ember program awaken? He pressed. It is anticipated to awaken in 1.5 orbits of the Noga mother star, equivalent to 2 revolutions of this planet. 2 more years, then? That fleeting glimmer of light, which had fought its way from the darkness, succumbed once again to obscurity. Chapter 14. The wheels slowly turn. Mommy, this little brother is so strange. The girl pinched the cheeks of the unmoving child on the bed. The warm, springy sensation made her giggle as she pinched him a couple more times. I've never seen him move, nor have I heard him speak. He is nothing like Tao. Tao was her 3-year-old brother, a vibrant and noisy presence, likely now frolicking with other children. Tatana, Jasmine, who had been tending to the fire, approached and scooped her daughter aside, casting a glance at the child with black eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. She turned back to Tatana, exclaiming, How many times have I told you? Stop pinching Krasi's face. Tatana stifled a laugh, brushing her mother's admonition aside. Mommy, anyway, little brother won't mind. Look, he doesn't argue with me like Tal does. Jasmine gazed at her healthy and lively daughter, whose smooth forehead bore a peculiar purple mark, reminiscent of a tiny violet blossom nestled between her brows, ever since her illness had improved 2 years prior. Scholar Riven remarked that this was a common occurrence. Many children develop similar marks on their bodies during their growth, just as Lord's eldest son, young Rob, displayed a comparable mark on his chest, attributed to a delayed birthmark. However, what puzzled Scholar Riven was the peculiar glances exchanged between the Duke and Duchess as he elucidated the cause of Rob's chest mark. Their expressions were a curious blend of amusement and restrained politeness. Jasmine was inclined to trust Scholar Riven, believing wholeheartedly that he was the one who had healed her daughter. Tatiana, inheriting her mother's striking blue eyes, gazed at her mother with a hint of trepidation, her small face morphing from joy to sorrow in an instant. She tugged at her mother's arm, pleading, Good mother, please don't ignore me. I promise I won't pinch little brother's face again. In response, Jasmine affectionately stroked her daughter's head, reassuringly saying, How could I ever ignore you? Little brother is unwell. It's a rather strange ailment. You mustn't bully him anymore, or I truly won't pay attention to you and want to bring you to see him. Tatiana's tears, surprisingly, did not spill from her azure eyes as she quickly transformed her sorrow into a smile, revealing the whimsical nature of the little girl. The weather in the north grew increasingly cold. After 7 years of summer, winter was finally on the horizon. In Winterfell, delicate snowflakes began to fall, gently adorning the gray marble walls and the pale rooftops with a thin layer of silver. Yet, the intersecting paths within the city could not retain the snow. Instead, it turned to mud under the footsteps of the bustling servants and guards. Seizing the dim light before darkness enveloped the sky, Jasmine closed the windows, stoked the fire with some firewood, and navigated the muddy paths toward her home with her daughter. As night descended, the flickering flames danced in the tranquil room. An inaudible conversation, imperceptible to ordinary ears, was initiated by a soft chime that resonated solely in An Chang's ears. Beep. The seed program is rebooting. Beep. Reboot complete. Assessing the status of the civilizational entity. Beep. Assessment failed. Unknown energy field encountered. Analyzing the cause. The seed's colonial apparatus has detached from the civilizational entity, unable to merge with the civilizational entity. Immediate connection to emergency protocol database required. Searching. Initiating detection program to assess the environment of the civilizational entity. A faint vibration emanated from the dark purple necklace adorning An Chang's chest, radiating throughout Winterfell. Warning, warning, warning. An unknown energy that induces superluminal entropy increase is present in the environment surrounding the civilizational entity, designated as entropic energy. It is advised that the civilizational entity evacuate immediately. Beep. Warning lifted. The unknown energy in the environment is exceedingly sparse, posing no immediate threat of superluminal entropy increase. An unknown energy field detected on the civilizational subject is currently absorbing entropy-increasing energy, the reasons for which remain elusive. An analytical dossier is being established. The emergency protocol database has been retrieved and is now under analysis. Conclusion. It is no longer possible to connect with the thoughts of the civilizational subject, and the physical condition of the civilizational subject cannot be assessed. However, the civilizational subject is temporarily safe. Transitioning to display mode. A faint glimmer emerged in the depths of dark, enigmatic eyes amidst a soft chime. Have you awakened? An Chang's thoughts flickered quietly among the vast and complex information. I harbor many uncertainties. An Chang's small hand gently grasped the dark purple necklace. The Spark program will provide answers to the civilizational subject one by one. Before that, the Spark program must correct the civilizational subject. Every individual of the Noga civilization is named by the colonization program, and any other names are invalid. You should understand that I am not the consciousness born of this body. The mechanical voice paused momentarily. This does not affect the civilizational subject as a member of the Noga civilization, which is already recognized as the singular entity in this universe. What I mean is that I am indifferent to the issue of names. That flicker of brilliance pulsated fiercely for a moment. No, the civilizational subject does care. Given that the colonization program is unable to name the civilizational subject, the Spark program will assign a name. The small hand that clutched the dark purple necklace seemed to tighten further. This is due to the civilizational subject bearing the significant responsibility of restoring the legacy and glory of the Noga civilization in this universe. The dark purple necklace began to emit a faint glow. The Spark program retrieved a name from its database that is quite fitting for the civilizational subject, Noga, a hero who emerged at the brink of the Noga civilization's demise, rescuing it from crisis and enabling its subsequent flourishing. This name is indeed suitable for the civilizational subject. Thus, the Spark program bestows this hero's name upon the civilizational subject, hoping that the civilizational subject can, like this hero, resurrect the Noga civilization in this universe and undertake the mission of purging parasites from the cosmos. Agreed. Let us bypass the issue of names. What are the parasites of the universe? Creatures of a lower order that parasitize this planet. So, the Noga civilization is essentially a mad civilization that ruthlessly eradicates lower civilizations in the Noga universe. Lower creatures are parasites. What about higher beings? Larger parasites must also be eliminated in the glory of the Noga civilization. That faint glimmer of brilliance quivered slightly, as if it might plunge back into darkness at any moment. I shall bypass this inquiry. Why has the Noga home planet appeared in this universe? Did you detect that the unusual thoughts, which are indeed my thoughts, emerged before or after the arrival in this universe? An Chang finally voiced the doubts within. The reason for the Noga home planet's appearance in this universe remains unknown, and the thoughts of the civilizational subject emerged simultaneously with the arrival of the Noga home planet in this universe. Then why has it come to this planet? The mechanical voice hesitated for a considerable time. Thanks to the flow of energy within the civilizational subject, the Spark program did not perish amid the rapid entropy increase. During the traversal through spatial jumps, it gradually unraveled the cause of the Noga home planet's extreme entropy increase. The process extends for 6.66666667 revolutions of the planet Norgama, equivalent to 10 revolutions of this celestial body. The reason for the immediate entry of Norgama into a state of ultra-rapid entropy increase and subsequent demise upon its arrival in this universe lies in its positioning at the core of this galaxy. Why does appearing at the galaxy's core trigger such a rapid entropy escalation? Continuous analysis by the SEED program reveals that every spatial leap encountered results in a realm exhibiting swift entropy growth, the further one strays from the core. The slower the rate of entropy increase becomes, yet it remains above the normal entropy levels of the Norgama universe. The observed abnormal rapid entropy increase is attributed to an unknown energy source, which the SEED program has designated as entropy-increasing energy, the precise nature of which still awaits elucidation. Upon deciphering the entropy-increasing energy, the SEED program traverses towards the outskirts of this galaxy with the civilization's essence. However, due to the overwhelming amount of sustenance energy absorbed by the civilization's essence, the SEED program is compelled to land on this planet when the energy becomes insufficient to sustain the essence. With energy reserves nearly depleted, the SEED program falls into a dormant state. In the absence of energy replenishment, it adjusts the distribution of the remaining energy, ensuring the civilization's essence no longer requires such vast sustenance, thus enabling the SEED program to transport it to the galaxy's edge, where the entropy-increasing energy is weakest, thereby reviving the glory of the Norgama civilization. It is advised that the civilization's essence embark immediately. An Chang comprehended the implications of the SEED program's message, while his mind instinctively calculated myriad contingency plans concerning the opportunity to return home. Regrettably, his conscious thought could not control this instinct, leaving him to rely solely on subjective decision-making. Perhaps, once fully grasped, despair may ensue. He pondered the alarming rate of abnormal entropy increase on this planet. He could not perceive the entropy-increasing energy spoken of by the SEED program. Even if he sensed it, discerning it from the overwhelming chaos of information proved arduous, rendering it exceptionally difficult to maintain coherent thought amidst the tumultuous flow of data. It is projected that in approximately 20,000 revolutions of this planet, it will succumb to ultra-rapid entropy increase due to the entropy-increasing energy. However, prior to that, it shall be obliterated within 100 revolutions owing to the repercussions emanating from the core's destruction. His brows furrowed lightly. The SEED program reminded the civilization's essence that it survived due to the flow of unknown energy within, which appears to have undergone an enigmatic transformation, generating a new energy field that absorbs all observable stray radiation energy surrounding the essence, including the entropy-increasing energy. However, the absorption rate is exceedingly slow. Why did the subsidiary colony apparatus derived from the emergency protocol undergo unknown mutations? The reason remains elusive, but it is speculated that lower life forms residing within the entropy-increasing energy may have experienced mutations. An Chang posed the ultimate inquiry. Can you traverse other universes? Before arriving in this universe for reasons unknown, the Norgama civilization had yet to reach a conclusive answer regarding the existence of other universes, rendering the concept of universal traversal moot. The ethereal radiance suddenly vanished, and the darkness seemed to deepen. Outside, the snowfall in Winterfell intensified. Chapter 15. The wheels turned slowly. The hazy sky was adorned with delicate snowflakes, gradually transforming into an array of uniquely shaped white cold flowers. This late summer snow blanketed the entirety of the north. Furthermore, moving further north from the north, the towering wall of despair loomed, entwined within the gnarled shadows of the haunted forest, surrounded by the gathering places of the free folk, where the snowfall grew heavier with each passing moment, almost sketching a white curtain across the heavens and the earth. Beyond the gathering places of the free folk, there lay a concave terrain, resembling an irregular bowl embedded in the earth, now filled to the brim with a mixture of old and new snow. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged from the white curtain, displacing the snowflakes suspended in midair. This figure, abrupt and striking, plummeted from the heights but halted in mid-fall the very next moment. The figure sported a head of sleek black short hair, beneath which two bold brows like strokes of ink framed a pair of slightly elongated black eyes that radiated a sense of caution. A delicate nose complemented tightly pressed, rosy lips, and a slender face bore soft contours, exuding both vigor and grace. Clad in a black combat suit marred with stains of blood and dusty brown boots, not a single snowflake dared to settle upon this figure, as if an invisible glass dome repelled the snowflakes 3 feet away. Suspended in midair, she scanned her surroundings with meticulous caution, while energy coursed through her body, flowing from her right hand and coalescing into a crystalline, translucent longsword. A new breed of anomaly? She held her breath, her body taut, and after a long pause, nothing transpired. Yet, she remained vigilant, acutely aware of her environment. Having never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon before, bewilderingly, she had been transported from her laboratory into this unfamiliar realm. The snow fell more fiercely, and at last, the suspended figure moved, descending slowly until her feet sank into the snow, unencumbered by weight. Frowning, she withdrew her foot from the snow, her figure rising slightly. Her brown boots barely brushed the snowy ground. Then, a gradually fading indentation appeared on the pristine snow, soon to be erased by the falling snowflakes. She hovered just above the snow, swiftly gliding forward, the gusts of air tearing through the white curtain and parting the snow beneath her. Suddenly, she came to a halt, ascending to hover in the air, quietly observing the distant low wooden structures, listening intently to the sounds within. That was a gathering place of the free folk. Time became an enigma as she circled the gathering place, continuing her flight towards the south. Along the way, the number of gathering places increased, and she silently observed and listened, her previously serene expression gradually shifting with each location, until a snow-laden forest lay before her. The ripples within her heart grew ever larger. Upon entering the woods from a great distance, she beheld a towering ice wall, so high and wide that its origins and terminus were indiscernible, standing at an estimated height of over 200 meters. With her keen eyesight, she could still discern the silhouettes of several figures clad in black atop the high walls, their appearances differing from those she had previously encountered in the gathering place. She did not advance further. Everything she had witnessed confirmed that she had not been drawn into a bizarre environment, but had instead arrived in another world, one devoid of anomalies. The pitch-black eyes glimmered ominously, reminding her of the moment she first materialized in this realm. If there were a chance to return, those elongated eyes seemed almost to emit light. She turned and soared back toward her point of origin. As snowflakes danced around her, she returned to where she had come from, if my conjecture holds true. Then her body, hovering just above the snow by a mere centimeter, suddenly surged upward, slicing through the snowy veil and ascending into the sky. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, she abruptly vanished. The turbulent air disturbed the freely drifting snowflakes, and once the airflow dissipated, the vast snowy landscape returned to its serene state, eerily quiet. A delicate hand, pale yet marked by faint scars, appeared unexpectedly at 3,000 meters. Snowflakes landing softly upon her palm. She plunged into the heights, and in the blink of an eye, the familiar side of the laboratory materialized before her. This was an abandoned laboratory, which had grown desolate ever since a tragic accident claimed lives 14 years prior. Following the emergence of anomalies worldwide, which squeezed humanity's living space, the laboratory had been completely forsaken. Only she would return here after each successful thwarting of the strange intrusions, lingering in silence for a time. She manifested in the dilapidated laboratory from above, a place once filled with large experimental apparatus. Upon her arrival, she hovered in midair, gazing down at the seemingly unremarkable floor. Tentatively, she crouched in the air, as if an invisible barrier allowed her to perform the motion as if on solid ground. When she touched the surface, there was no sensation. Instead, her hand passed through, a chilling feeling emanating from where it vanished. She withdrew her hand and straightened up, her narrow eyes fixated on the snowflakes in her palm, slowly merging into water, lost in a long silence. With another trembling hand, she gently tapped the icy surface of her palm, struggling to contain the tumultuous emotions within her. The corners of her soft lips curled into a smile, a clear, ringing laughter filling the laboratory, infused with a madness that glimpsed light amid darkness. A warm sensation suddenly brushed against her nose, abruptly halting her laughter. She touched the warmth on her nose, bringing her hand before her eyes, where a smear of crimson on her fingertip sent a jolt through her nerves. Her inky brows knitted tightly together. A virus? Or something else? This world is unwelcoming to outsiders. It seems that the relocation of the remaining humanity will require a long-term strategy. Yet, let me first ascertain the size of this passage to a world free from anomalies. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she appeared in that world, a rare yet pervasive energy began to infiltrate her being, while her formidable perception provided no indication of this intrusion. After conducting her tests, she roughly discerned the dimensions of the seemingly ordinary passage that led to another world, a square 3 meters wide, precisely the size of the cubic glass apparatus that had been placed there years ago. She projected the energy flowing within her to form a protective barrier around her, and then vanished within the dilapidated and abandoned laboratory. She intended to report this matter to the decision-making body. The dim silence gradually permeated the antiquated lab. "Leave me alone." Su Ji, pale and despondent, shouted furiously at the little girl blocking his path. "Your father has already ruined me enough." The girl, with her thick, inky brows, glared defiantly at Suji, the man responsible for her father's demise in the experiment, who had been imprisoned for merely 7 years before being released. Suji, observing the unwavering girl, felt his temples throb with rage. That damned experiment was designed by your father. I was dragged into it against my will. Your father perished in his own experiment, and I was sentenced. I am the true victim here. He spat, waving his hand in disgust. Do not regard me with those vengeful eyes. Get away from me. You're wrong. You are a murderer, the girl insisted, struggling to hold back her tears as she stood resolutely in front of Suji. Suji cursed under his breath, tempted to strike her. However, upon noticing the onlookers, he ultimately refrained from unleashing his nearly uncontrollable anger. He suppressed his fury and forced a smile, gritting his teeth as he said, "What do you want? Do you wish for me to die alongside your father?" That experiment lacked any scientific basis. To call it an experiment is an insult to the very term. He lamented, smacking his forehead. I must have been bewitched to let your father step into that apparatus. His anger seemed to wane slightly as he lowered his voice. I should have stopped him, he repeated loudly. But you didn't. You are a murderer, the girl reiterated emphatically. After a long silence, Suji gazed intently into her eyes and declared, I am not. I merely failed to prevent him from walking towards his demise, and I have paid dearly for it. If your father was truly killed by someone, it was by his own hand. Unable to contain herself any longer, tears streamed down the girl's cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. She knew all too well that the despondent young man before her spoke the truth. She recalled her father gently stroking her head, smiling as he said, Nini, your father has finally found an assistant for his experiments. Just wait for me to achieve success, and I shall earn fame and fortune, buying you countless dolls. But what kind of horrific experiment could lead to such a tragic death? She vividly remembered her father's lifeless body, his grotesquely pale and contorted face haunting her dreams. Suji, witnessing the girl's relentless tears, felt a pang of sorrow himself. Where is that laboratory? I must know the nature of the experiment that claimed my father's life, she demanded, wiping her tears and fixing her red-rimmed eyes on Suji. He sighed and said, Consider this my debt to you and your father. He took the young girl to the laboratory of 7 years prior, which had originally been a warehouse, gradually transformed into a lab by the girl's father. The door was secured with chains and bore a seal. Yet Suji was aware of a small door at the back. Thus, the two circled around, broke open the small entrance, and stepped inside. The laboratory was thick with dust and adorned with cobwebs, yet it bore little change from 7 years ago. Suji pointed to a cube constructed of bulletproof glass, filled with murky water, its upper pane featuring a narrow aperture. This had initially been sealed after the girl's father entered, and the surface was marred by spiderweb-like cracks, the result of efforts made upon sensing something amiss, though they had proven futile. He remarked, Your father immersed himself within, claiming it could evoke a primal survival instinct in a confined space, honing some innate vital energy. He paused, his voice growing somber. Then he died in there, suffocated. The girl scrutinized the glass cube intently before abruptly turning to Suji. I want to continue this experiment. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, momentarily disorienting Suji. 3 months later, she shattered the glass cube and emerged from the surging waters, the first practitioner of vital energy on the celestial sphere. She became one of the key reasons humanity could persist amidst the ensuing anomalies. Chapter 16. The Raven from the South. A raven soared through the night sky, flapping its wings as it alighted upon a window, then hopped into a cage filled with its kin. In the tranquil night, it awaited until a large hand seized it by the neck in the morning light. Scholar Lewin grasped the newly arrived raven, his murky gaze sweeping over the tube attached to its claw. He extracted the envelope, and the red wax seal upon it made his pupils constrict slightly. Cautiously, he ran his fingers over the seal, the texture confirming the authenticity of the letter. He felt compelled to exercise caution, after all. The emblem of the crowned stag had not been seen in quite some time, being the sigil of the current ruler of the Iron Throne, King Robert I. Once confirmed, he hurried out of his study and made his way to the sacred wood, recalling from past experience that at this hour, the Duke should be beneath the heart tree, listening to the whispers of the deep crimson leaves. Winter had only lasted a year, hastily yielding to the summer that arrived unannounced. Yet the effects of that fleeting winter had not entirely dissipated in the gradually warming summer. Winterfell was laden with snow, its winding roads often slick and muddy, and even during the sunniest days of summer, the paths remained damp rather than dry. Thus, Scholar Lewin trudged through the muddy roads, entering the sacred wood. Upon stepping into the grove, he was struck by a chill. The interwoven branches formed a canopy that allowed no trace of the early summer sun to penetrate. His pace quickened involuntarily. Indeed, in the distance, he spotted the Duke seated on a stone by the dark, cold pool, gazing intently at the heart tree. where a deeply melancholic visage lingered. He approached briskly, the sound of his heavy footsteps seemingly failing to disturb the Duke, who remained transfixed by the visage before him. It was only when Reuven, the scholar, drew near that he perceived the Duke's gaze was imbued with an even deeper melancholy than that of the face upon the heart tree. "My lord." He paused 3 paces from the Duke, bowing respectfully before standing silently. A vibrant red leaf, reminiscent of a hand, brushed past the Duke's line of sight. And Ned suddenly seemed to awaken from a trance, turning to look at Reuven. "Master Reuven, what brings you here at such an hour? You have never sought me out at this time before." Reuven withdrew a sealed envelope bearing the sigil of House Baratheon, a majestic stag, from his sleeve. Taking 2 steps forward to present it to the Duke. "My lord, it is a letter from House Baratheon." Ned extended his hand to accept the envelope, his gray eyes briefly meeting Reuven's before shifting to the seal upon the letter, which indeed bore the Baratheon crest. His acquaintance with Stannis and Renly Baratheon was rather superficial. As brothers of the king, they would not casually correspond with him, the Warden of the North and Duke of Winterfell. This must be a letter from Robert, Ned pondered, a solemn smile breaking upon his austere visage. He tore the seal and unfolded the letter, discovering it was indeed penned in Robert's own hand. However, as the contents of the missive unfolded before him, the smile faded, replaced by an increasingly grave demeanor, his brow furrowing in concern. The letter detailed the current head of House Greyjoy, Balon Greyjoy, declaring an insurrection to restore the ancient ways as King Robert sought to exercise his royal prerogative to rally the lords of the realm to quell the rebellion. Inevitably, the letter was laced with Robert's vitriol against the Greyjoy family and expressions of concern for Ned. Contemplating the missive, Ned tucked it into his breast and rubbed his thumb across his palm thoughtfully. 7 years had passed since the end of the last war. His eldest son, Robb, was now 6, while his daughters, Sansa and Arya, were 4 and 2, respectively. Recently, Catelyn was with child once more, and that child, no longer confined to bed, would climb to the top of an abandoned watchtower at dawn, basking in the sun for hours. He had hoped that these peaceful days would continue indefinitely. Yet Robert's letter shattered that tranquility. War was upon them once more, Ned mused, rubbing his palm. While he did not fear the outcome of the impending conflict, he was deeply troubled for the inhabitants of the North, who had only just endured the harshness of winter. The thought of transforming into a giant flickered in his mind but was swiftly suppressed, setting aside any notions of Robert's potential intentions. He knew that should he reveal such formidable might on the battlefield, it would invoke terror in the hearts of men, a fear that could either quench their spirit or inspire them to rise in defiance, much like when Aegon rode his dragon into Westeros, compelling many to submit while others bravely took up arms against him. Moreover, apart from the time he transformed into a giant years ago, he had not undergone such a metamorphosis again. It remained unclear whether the giant surpassed Aegon's dragon in strength. Even if it were indeed more formidable, Aegon commanded 3 dragons, along with the unbreakable bonds he held with his children and subjects. It is essential to note that he once had the opportunity to vie for the Iron Throne after the war concluded, as a man of the North. Fulfilling his role as the King of Winterfell sufficed. At least he could wait until his children had matured. Ned reined in his thoughts and addressed Maester Luwin, saying, "Come with me." With that, Ned strode forward, with Maester Luwin closely trailing behind him. The duo made their way to the Maester's tower, where Ned opened the door to his study and settled into a tall chair beside his writing desk, retrieving paper and quill. Maester Luwin stood silently by. As Ned prepared to write, he sensed the room lacked sufficient light and gestured for Maester Luwin to open a window. With the early summer sun flooding the study, Ned furrowed his brow and began to inscribe his thoughts on the parchment. He intended to summon his vassals to gather in Winterfell to deliberate on the impending conflict, determining how many men each house should contribute and what provisions they should supply. He penned a dozen missives in one breath, rolled them into envelopes, lit a white candle, and held the solidified red wax over the flame, awaiting its melting. Subsequently, he dripped the molten wax onto each envelope, retrieving the seal of the North's protector, the Duke of Winterfell, to stamp upon the warm wax. Once everything was prepared, Ned handed the envelopes to Maester Luwin, instructing, "Send these messages by Raven. You should know to whom they are to be delivered." Maester Luwin accepted the envelopes with a bow, replying, "Of course, my lord," before turning to exit the room, where the ravens used for communication within the North awaited. Ned watched Maester Luwin depart, letting out a soft sigh. Winterfell boasted numerous watchtowers, yet the tallest had long been abandoned, having succumbed to a fire ignited by lightning over a century ago. Today, atop the remnants of that once great tower, he found the child. Dressed in garments sewn from gray linen by his nurse, Jane, the child lay on the crumbling parapet, gazing up at the sky, basking in the sun's warmth. The edge of the crumbling wall was perilously narrow and steep, yet the child seemed to meld with the stone, evoking a sense of stability rather than peril. Ned had grown accustomed to this sight. Since Arya's birth 2 years prior, the child had taken to lying atop the ruins during the day, returning only at night. The midday sun in early summer was already quite blinding. As Ned approached from the collapsed section of the tower, he looked up at the child, who appeared shrouded in shadow, the surrounding light seemingly vanishing around him, though the remaining rays pierced Ned's retina, prompting him to squint. He climbed a little higher, supporting himself against the tower wall, his gaze level with the edge of the parapet. As he pondered his words, he recognized that war was once again on the horizon. An Chang slightly turned his gaze and glanced at Ned, a young man not yet 30, whose solemn and stern countenance belied his youth. He remained silent, the darkness in his black eyes dominating much of his expression, save for a glimmer of resilience that seemed to take root at the heart of that shadow. Compared to a few years prior, he had begun to master this corporeal form. Under his nascent grasp of perception, sight, sound, and the like, Winterfell held no secrets. This body continued to absorb light and heat, growing ever more powerful with the energy it gathered. "I will lead the army south as soon as I am prepared," Ned declared, momentarily lowering his head, allowing his features to be cloaked in shadow. Chang contemplated requesting Krypton to look after Catelyn and the children during his absence. "Look after your family," Chang discerned instinctively, tapping into a fragment of his cerebral faculties to analyze Ned's unspoken concern. He worried about potential calamities befalling his loved ones in his absence, a manifestation of the innate trepidation that plagues sentient beings. "No." A surge of agitation rippled through the faint spark within Chang's dark eyes. When exactly did this occur? He suddenly realized that throughout his struggle with this body, he had unwittingly undergone a transformation in self-awareness, swept along by the tumultuous flow of information. His natural response should have been to connect Ned's request to look after his family with thoughts of his daughter, leading to the notion of returning home and the means to do so. Yet now, all Chang felt was an overwhelming dread surging from the depths of his soul. He hastily delved into the recesses of his memory, his daughter's visage flitting before him, but instead of diminishing, the fear intensified, shrouded by a veil of ambiguity. His body, lying against the crumbling wall, stiffened suddenly, defying logic as he rose upright, his feet not touching any surface, suspended in midair, casting a shadow over Ned and obscuring the sunlight. Krypton noticed the dimming light before him and instinctively looked up, beholding Chang hovering in the air. His back to the sun, his features obscured. Upon his visage, 2 crimson beams of light began to glow ominously. Chapter 17. On the ruined tower the moment Ned blinked. Attempting to discern the source of those crimson lights, they vanished, and the boy stood atop the broken wall, as though the previous spectacle had merely been a trick of the shifting sunlight. He certainly did not perceive it as mere illusion or mirage. It was a tangible event unfolding before him, reminiscent of when he had transformed into a giant. His right thumb unconsciously rubbed against his palm twice. Before he could utter a word, he heard the boy's calm voice. "Yes, I promise you, the square-faced guard is looking for you. You should attend to your duties." The boy's deep, dark eyes shimmered with a flicker of light as they regarded Ned. Ned averted his gaze, refraining from meeting the other's eyes. As tumultuous thoughts surged within him, he cautiously descended, using both hands and feet, until he finally stood upon the damp earth. It was only then that he managed to calm the chaotic whirl of thoughts, lifting his eyes to the tower's pinnacle, though in truth, he stood at the base of the crumbling structure and could not see its summit. It sufficed that he had made a promise. He gathered his composure, his long face adopting a grave and silent demeanor, ignoring the square-faced guard who approached him with a joyful sprint, and proceeded towards the main fortress. Before heading south, he contemplated transferring the affairs of Winterfell to Catelyn, a smile gracing his lips. Is it truly impossible to traverse the cosmos? Meanwhile, An Chang, after Ned's departure, reclined once more against the fractured wall, gazing skyward, his dark eyes, deep and enigmatic, fixed upon the sun. To him, the sun was not merely a blinding white-yellow orb, rather, it was a confluence of myriad hues, a unique amalgamation of distinct yet intricately connected rays of light. Among these were several wavelengths perceptible to the naked eye, but far more remained elusive, invisible even to the most sophisticated instruments. Each ray carried immense information, some of which he could comprehend, while other aspects eluded his understanding. He had begun to grasp and process a fraction of the information embedded within these beams of light. He could even trace the trajectory of a particular ray from days past, reconstructing the information it had borne during that time, whether through constant scattering or refraction. This was merely a nascent perspective of his subjective thoughts gaining a tenuous grasp of his body's instincts. The world, to him, appeared both static and fluid, a continuum from days gone by to the present moment. encapsulating both the processes of change and the current state of disintegration and aggregation. It was a layered perspective, rich with interwoven information akin to other senses. He could not fully absorb or process all this data. He could only selectively filter what he understood after his body instinctively processed it, cautiously accepting and comprehending it piece by piece. As he assimilated more, the pace of this process would accelerate, inching toward complete mastery. However, within this tumultuous journey, the deluge of information would assail his conscious thoughts in ways unfathomable to the average person. As he gradually learned to master his body amidst this torrent, his self-awareness would inevitably transform subtly with the extent of his control. This metamorphosis was a natural progression when the world held fewer secrets. Those aspects once cherished might become trivial. What brought a sense of relief to An Chang, following his trepidation, was his awareness of this profoundly unsettling transformation. Yet he found himself powerless to halt it. Should he refrain from actively mastering this bewildering form, his consciousness would gradually fade as his body grew stronger. Conversely, if he chose to seize control, his subjective thoughts would either distort or transcend in the process. By the time he fully mastered this body, he might no longer be himself. It seemed a predicament of paradoxical nature. To advance was to inevitably alter one's essence, while to retreat was to face complete obliteration. For any unencumbered soul, this quandary would scarcely be an issue. The instinct for survival would invariably supersede all else. In the case of An Chang, during the period when the seed program subdued his cognitive fluctuations, he found himself ensnared in a state of lucidity, yet utterly impotent, accompanied solely by darkness, the rhythm of his heartbeat, and the sound of his blood coursing through his veins. The two sole reasons preventing him from succumbing to madness were his instinct for survival and the daughter who awaited his return. When he finally extricated himself from that state, his body thrust him into an unending torrent of information, leaving him with scarcely a moment to contemplate his predicament. Initially, he was deeply moved by Nader's protective instincts. Years later, he would find himself reminded of his own daughter by Jasmine's tender affection. Yet, after 7 years, having gained a preliminary mastery over his corporeal form, he seemed to have nearly forgotten the reasons sustaining his sanity. Fortunately, those cherished memories remained concealed deep within his consciousness. Before his thoughts underwent irrevocable transformation, he realized he must express gratitude to that lesser being, to Nader. He longed to return home. His daughter still awaited him. Before Nader departed for war, he had entrusted his family to An Chang's care. And what of his daughter? Who would look after her? This thought surged within him with overwhelming intensity, nearly eclipsing the relentless onslaught of information that battered his mind. From the seed program, he learned that he had traversed the universe for reasons unknown, becoming a nascent consciousness within the Noga civilization, which had also appeared in this universe for reasons beyond comprehension. How could he possibly navigate across universes? Perhaps even more than one. Even if he could cross the cosmos, how could he ascertain that within that universe lay a planet called Tianxiu, where a little girl awaited her father's return? He had not dared to ponder this, or perhaps he had thought of it, but lacked the courage to delve deeper. The seed program of the Noga civilization was the only conceivable entity capable of traversing the cosmos. Although he had previously inquired about this and received an answer of impossibility. At this moment, stirred by Nader's words, he posed the question once more, for he had no alternative. The mechanical voice resounded. Impossible. And Chang's hand clenched the dark purple necklace, as if he might shatter it at any moment. Currently, it is not feasible. The mechanical voice elaborated. However, given that the existence of multiple universes has been validated, once the civilization's core reestablishes the Noga civilization and cultivates other civilizational cores from the seed program's gene pool, there is a substantial likelihood that the research-oriented civilizations will develop technology for traversing the cosmos. An Chang listened intently. This endeavor required a stable environment and immense energy. Do you not possess a program to replenish energy? We do, and it is quite comprehensive. However, all the energy that the seed programs in this universe can absorb and convert is tainted with entropic energy. If the seed program were to absorb it, it would instantly provoke a state of hyper-rapid entropy increase, resulting in the immediate obliteration of the seed program due to the civilization's core. Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease coursed through An Chang's heart, subtle and almost imperceptible, yet it failed to capture his attention. Thus, the Fire Seed program recommended that the civilizational entity promptly vacate this planet and journey to the fringes of the galaxy, where it predicted that the entropy-increasing energy would be exceedingly sparse, thereby not impeding the energy replenishment of the Fire Seed program. Upon receiving this energy boost, the Fire Seed program could establish a nurturing base for the nascent civilization, thereby facilitating the resurgence of the Noga civilization within this universe. The burgeoning scientific civilization would likely develop a means of traversing the cosmos, subsequently enabling contact with the Noga civilization in the Noga universe. What if the fringes of the galaxy are even more dire than you anticipate? An Chang inquired. The mechanical voice fell silent for a moment before continuing. There exists a slight possibility that the civilizational entity's assertions may hold true. However, the likelihood of the Fireseed program absorbing energy on this planet is effectively zero. And consequently, the establishment of a nurturing base for the Noga civilization is equally improbable. Should your predictions prove erroneous, you would certainly be unable to return me once the energy is depleted, and I might even descend into a state of dormancy, plunging into unknown peril. It seems that my existence is of little consequence to you in comparison to the revival of the Noga civilization. Reflecting on the previous instances where he had suppressed his cognitive dissonance, An Chang, drawing upon the wisdom garnered over 3 decades of life, deduced the Fireseed program's stance towards him. The civilizational entity was correct. In the grand scheme of civilization's continuity, the individual civilizational entity is indeed insignificant. A directive deeply embedded within the logic of the Fireseed program. An Chang removed his hand from the dark purple necklace. However, firstly, under circumstances where a civilizational entity persists, no colonization program can contravene the decisions of the existing civilizational entity. This principle supersedes all other directives. Stemming from a historical crisis in the Noga civilization when erroneous decisions by the colonization program led to existential threats, An Chang was indifferent to the objectives of the Fireseed program. His only concern was whether he could utilize the Fireseed program to return home. I have resolved to remain on this planet. You must possess a solution to this dilemma. Indeed, the Fireseed program affirmed, after thorough analysis. 2 viable methods have emerged to effectively mitigate the impact of entropy-increasing energy on the Fireseed program. An Chang's brow furrowed. Entropy-increasing energy permeates every corner of this planet, including the lower life forms inhabiting it. If all lower life forms on this planet were to be exterminated in a brief interval and their remains gathered in one location, the entirety of the planet's entropy-increasing energy would coalesce in that area, creating a minuscule region devoid of such energy, allowing the Fireseed program to replenish its energy and establish a nurturing base for the Noga civilization. However, the remaining energy of the Fireseed program is insufficient to execute this operation, and the colonization program cannot connect with the cognitive framework of the civilizational entity, rendering the feasibility of this plan exceedingly low. Even if implemented, the outcome would not guarantee alignment with the Fireseed program's predictions. Amidst the dark and profound depths, flickers of brilliance ignited. Unbeknownst to the Fireseed program, An Chang, having gained preliminary control over this body, was indeed capable of executing such an endeavor. In an exceedingly brief span, the majority of life on an entire planet could be extinguished. He merely needed to circle the globe at a rapid pace, emitting a powerful sonic wave at a specific frequency capable of instantaneously annihilating the biological functions of living beings. Within a fleeting moment, life across the planet would succumb to death. This conclusion stemmed solely from his interpretation of celestial conditions, merely his own conjecture, an assumption of what he believed to be true. The actual outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty, known only to fate. He could never bring himself to commit such a heartless and horrifying act, solely for the sake of an uncertain possibility articulated by the Seed program. Even if this possibility held the key to his return home and the awaited reunion with his daughter. Despite perceiving this alien world as devoid of emotional ties, the innate conscience within him, as a fellow primate endowed with intelligence, forbade him from such actions. This planet bore a striking resemblance to his own, inhabited by humans who experienced their joys and sorrows, regardless of their differing appearances, languages, and myriad other distinctions. Even if this world were destined to meet its demise a century hence due to the cataclysmic repercussions of a river's heart, emotions were universally understood. At times, he pondered whether, in the absence of his daughter awaiting his return, he would be striving to save this world, akin to the heroic figures depicted in cinematic tales who valiantly rescue their realms amidst crises. Perhaps he would. As an orphan on his home planet, he cherished life more than the average person and understood that merely existing was a formidable challenge. It was conceivable that the overwhelming and convoluted flow of information had distorted or elevated his self-perception to the point where he could contemplate committing such terrifying and extreme acts for some obscure reason. Even if this planet was fated for destruction and the lives upon it would inevitably vanish, he believed it was not his place to hasten that outcome. Such were his thoughts, though what the future held remained a mystery. His current desire was solely to return home, to avoid disappointing his daughter. At this juncture, he suddenly recognized the profound impact this body had on him. The overwhelming complexity of information had subtly altered his self-awareness to the extent that he scarcely recognized himself. Perhaps, he mused, residing in this world with sincerity would be the truest expression of responsibility towards his daughter. The seed program, of course, remained oblivious to the depths of his contemplations spurred by its dialogue. The intricacies and contradictions of human emotion were far beyond the grasp of a mere construct composed of directives and algorithms, which could only process logical inconsistencies. The seed program proceeded to propose a second course of action, one that could, to a significant extent, resolve the issues at hand. This involved analyzing the energy flowing within the civilization's essence, now present in the energy field, thereby allowing the civilization to remain unaffected by the entropy-increasing energy while also interrupting the seed program state of hyper-accelerated entropy. A flicker of unease coursed through him once more. An instinctive warning from his body, intermingled within the vast sea of information, thus eluding his attention. This necessitates the seed program to ascertain the precise condition of the civilizational entity's corporeal form. However, the energy field surrounding the entity entirely obstructs the seed program's detection. Even its cognitive link remains barred. Under such circumstances, the sole method that the seed program can compute is for the civilizational entity to willingly disperse its energy field or to provide the seed program with an organization that contains the corporeal information of the civilizational entity, such as blood. An Chang extended his hand before him. He found himself incapable of dispersing the energy field, let alone drawing forth even a drop of blood. In his eyes, that hand was merely a hand, ordinary and unremarkable, devoid of decomposition or aggregation, exhibiting no abnormalities whatsoever. He could not see through himself. Only by obtaining the corporeal information of the civilizational entity could the seed program devise an experimental plan and conduct experiments on this planet. The first option was absolutely unfeasible. The second, at present, was beyond his capability. He could neither disperse the energy field nor provide his blood. What about hair? An Chang attempted to pluck a strand. Yet it remained steadfast. He ceased his efforts. Theoretically, hair could suffice, but it would not accurately reflect the specific condition of the civilizational entity as blood would. Well, I cannot pull it out either. Perhaps I shall wait a while longer. He concluded this conversation. As time elapsed, the sunlight gradually dimmed, and An Chang descended from the crumbling wall, painstakingly making his way down from the remnants of the tower. Chapter 18. Rasha and the southward journey. Rasha cleared the snow from the headstone. He wore clothes that were considerably oversized, soiled with black and yellow grime, and mended with erratic stitches. These garments were a bequest from his elder brother, the reason he survived the winter. His brother lay curled beside the extinguished fire, a serene smile upon his face, silently growing rigid against the ground. It was the final days of winter, the coldest stretch, and with no food or firewood. They ought to have quietly perished together in the most desolate and frigid corner, much like their parents had the previous winter. Yet, Rasha endured. He struggled to comprehend his brother's smile before passing, but he understood that his brother, in death, had become as stiff as desiccated soil. Leaning on the legacy left by his brother, he persevered through the last winter. As the temperature began to rise, he interred his brother's remaining bones in the earth, reminiscent of the last winter when his older sibling had buried their parents with him at the tender age of 4. "We shall all survive," Rasha whispered as he patted the modest grave with his thin, yellowed hand, akin to how his brother had once comforted him. There was not a trace of sorrow in his brown eyes. Instead, they sparkled with a sense of joy, mirroring the final gaze his brother had cast upon him. He vowed to remember that look, that smile. "Now, we shall all live well." Rasha glanced at the pale sun in the sky, as two wet streaks traversed his parched, thin cheeks. "This child has survived, truly a blessing from the ancient gods," remarked an older rider, clad in thick undergarments and light armor, seated upon his steed, addressing his companion, a curly-haired young rider who was supporting a half-grown boy. The garments worn by the youth were both soiled and oversized, appearing rather insubstantial. Yet, the pair of brown eyes on his parched and emaciated face shone with an alarming brightness. The young rider gestured towards his horse and inquired of the adolescent, "Can you manage to mount?" Without uttering a word, Rasha silently ascended to the horse's back. The young rider cast a glance back at the stillness of the small village, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. He mounted as well, settling behind the boy, forcing a smile as he remarked, "I have yet to witness a winter capable of freezing an entire village." The older rider, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable meaning as he retorted, "How many winters have you truly experienced to make such a bold claim?" With that, he urged his steed forward, circling around to observe the boy before the young rider. "Damn this winter. I wouldn't be surprised if it claimed numerous lives. What bewilders me is this child who has survived." The young rider suppressed his smile and replied, "Last winter did not claim so many lives, nor did the winter before. My mother told me so." Their horses began to trot along the lightly snow-blanketed path, gradually distancing themselves from the silent village. "Did your mother also tell you that everyone fared well during winter? That there were warm hearths, steaming milk, and delectable dishes?" The older rider touched his ear, which had been left half-formed by a prolonged bitter winter, a small keepsake of his past. "No, she merely mentioned that deaths from the cold have become rare. Lord Amber provides aid to these villages before winter sets in," the young rider countered. The older rider could not suppress a smirk as he said, "Aid? I dare say. By the time it arrives, those wretched savages have already plundered it. Wouldn't you agree, lad?" He gestured towards the boy. Rasha remained silent, gripping the horse's mane tightly. "See, you wouldn't know this, but you are aware of Lord Morse's daughter, aren't you?" The young rider nodded, replying, "My mother once served as that young lady's wet nurse." There was quite a stir when Lord Morse's daughter went missing. The older rider's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "It is said she was captured by savages." "Nonsense." The young rider's face, already tinged with cold, flushed with indignation. "How come I have never heard of this?" "Well, at that time, you were still with your father tending to the horses." The older rider licked his chapped lips. The young rider struggled to formulate a rebuttal, his thoughts stumbling for words, and ultimately fell silent. "Enough. It's sufficient to keep such knowledge in mind. If it weren't for those accursed savages, winter would indeed be as you described." Not claiming too many lives, the older rider shifted the topic. "Do we not have the brothers in black?" The young rider queried, puzzled. "And the Great Wall? How could those savages breach it?" The older rider spat contemptuously, casting an irritated glance at the young rider. "Has your mother never regaled you with those frightful tales?" "What tales?" The young rider's expression was one of confusion. The older rider shot him a disapproving glare, evidently unwilling to pursue this topic further. "Go back and ask your mother," he said. "What is most urgent now is to swiftly summon soldiers as per the orders of Lord Earl." He gestured toward the half-grown child on the horse. "This one can be counted, and we still have others to gather." The two ceased their conversation and urged their mounts to quicken their pace. Meanwhile, Rasha, who shared a horse with the young rider, closed his glimmering brown eyes in silence amidst the horse's rhythmic movements. After a series of twists and turns, Rasha was brought to the final hearth castle. Alongside him were 2 riders and 7 other young men. When it came time for the allocation of officers, the chief instructor, upon observing Rasha's lean, diminutive stature, deemed him unfit for survival on the battlefield and assigned him to the logistics team. Nevertheless, his daily training paralleled that of the frontline soldiers, and he endured several harsh beatings. Days later, the Lord of Hearth Castle, Earl John Amber, set forth with a troop towards Winterfell. Rasha trailed behind the logistics team, positioned at the rear of the procession. The journey proved arduous. The early summer sun offered little warmth, though it was a marked improvement over the biting winter. The King's Road, owing to the winter's harshness, was nearly devoid of travelers, and within the north, not a soul was to be seen. Consequently, the path was laden with thick layers of snow, and they cleared it as they advanced. Fortuitously, their numbers exceeded 1,000, and they took turns to hasten their progress, soon arriving at Winterfell. They established camp 10 miles outside Winterfell, while the Earl entered the castle accompanied by the leaders of the arriving troops and various noble lords. Rasha was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of the Earl, whose robust and imposing physique left a profound impression on him, even when swathed in thick leather garments. In stark contrast to Rasha's slight frame, the Earl seemed capable of effortlessly crushing him with a single hand. Acknowledging this truth stirred within Rasha a peculiar mix of emotions. A yearning for formidable power intertwined with a strange loathing. For several days, as he busied himself with logistics, transporting provisions, and preparing meals for the soldiers, Rasha occasionally found himself lost in thought, gazing vacantly at the carts laden with food. When mealtime arrived, he approached his sustenance with a solemn demeanor, as if the coarse black bread he consumed were a sumptuous feast meant for noble lords. On the 4th day, during midday, the Earl returned in a fit of rage, leading to his attendant, a youth roughly Rasha's age, receiving a beating. Subsequently, soldiers arrived at the logistics office bearing the Earl's orders to transport 1/3 of the provisions to the neighboring army. Rasha was unaware to which noble the stationed troops belonged. However, upon delivering the supplies, he encountered a flag fluttering in the biting wind. The emblem depicted a skinned red figure, quite distinct from the Earl's giant family crest, with a pale pink background. The others accompanying him shuddered at the sight, yet Rasha remained unfazed, even taking a moment to scrutinize it closely. After delivering the provisions, he heard that the Earl had once again erupted in fury, though this time, there was no unfortunate attendant to bear the brunt of his ire. The young squire, who had previously suffered broken bones at the hands of the Count, now lamented in agony, lost in some shadowy corner. At the break of dawn the following day, the cries of distress roused Rasha from his slumber. The logistics officer, accompanied by a contingent of 10, commenced the unloading of provisions and the transport of spare weaponry. Afterward, they prepared a hearty breakfast for the troops, and once the soldiers were well fed and refreshed, the procession began to move forward gradually. Several armies of varying sizes, responding to the commands of their respective leaders, slowly converged to form a somewhat disorganized serpentine formation. Numerous banners, each adorned with distinct designs, fluttered in the brisk wind. At the rear of the procession, Rasha, fortunate enough to be alongside his logistics colleagues, caught sight of a group of noblemen mounted on war horses. Surrounding a young man clad in a dark brown fur coat, lined with an embroidered wolf's head. This young man possessed a long, solemn face, his gray eyes radiating authority. Beside him, a rider held aloft a banner, upon which the wolf's head seemed poised to roar. Rasha recognized the count he had met before, now positioned half a horse's length behind the young man. The count, who had once appeared tall and imposing to Rasha, now seemed overshadowed by the young noble's presence. This was Lord Stark, the ruler of the North. The logistics officer whispered softly, careful to keep his voice low, fearing that a louder utterance might draw the ire of the nobleman and lead to accusations of slander. Rasha nodded, his brown eyes fixed intently on Lord Stark of Winterfell. His deep-set eyes shone with an almost luminous intensity. Even after the nobleman vanished from view, Rasha continued to gaze at their retreating figures, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. The lengthy procession began to move. In the early summer, the Northern Guardians answered the king's summons, leading an army of over 10,000 from Winterfell, journeying southward along the King's Road. Simultaneously, various regions across the Seven Kingdoms rallied to the king's call, mobilizing their own forces, whether large or small, to partake in the campaign against the rebellion in the Iron Islands. An Chang reclined on the remnants of a crumbling tower, casting his gaze towards Ned as he bid farewell to his family. A flicker of unease mingled with the overwhelming tide of thoughts in his mind. Yet it did not stir even the faintest ripple. Chapter 19. Black Eyes. Ned lifted the gray flap of the makeshift tent, surveying his surroundings. His eyes fell upon a myriad of tents, interspersed with pairs of patrolling soldiers. The night was thick with darkness, and along the narrow paths between the tents stood rows of flickering torches. The firelight illuminated the irregular spacing between the tents, which appeared haphazardly arranged. He could also hear the faint stirrings of soldiers within a nearby tent. Stepping out into the night, he gazed up at the sky. Only the faint outline of a crescent moon was visible, the rest concealed behind heavy clouds. It had been over 10 days since their departure from Winterfell, and despite the sluggish pace of an army of thousands, they were nearing the edge of the north. As they prepared to leave the northern lands, the temperature in the air seemed to rise significantly, bringing with it an uncomfortable warmth. The faint silhouette of a crescent moon seemed to evoke the image of Winterfell, alongside the smiling faces of Catelyn and the children. Ned suddenly bowed his head, coughing violently twice. A sudden rush of air stirred within his lungs, causing a dull ache in his chest. After stifling the cough, he rubbed his chest. Ever since departing from Winterfell, the further south he traveled, the more he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Yet he could not articulate precisely what was amiss, only that he occasionally coughed. Less than half a month had passed since leaving Winterfell, and he found himself yearning for every blade of grass and tree in that place, with an even deeper longing for his family and children. Among the thousands in the army, many experienced similar ailments, often coughing sporadically as if struggling to acclimate to the rising temperatures. Yet Ned paid it little mind. Such occurrences were common. As for his homesickness, he chuckled to himself while rubbing his chest. Perhaps it was concern for the pregnant Catelyn that weighed on him. After all, their 3 children were healthy, and there was another child to help care for them. He lowered his hand from his chest and absently rubbed his palms together, contemplating the imminent arrival in King's Landing, where he would reunite with friends not seen in years, a solemn smile gracing his long face. Once more, he gazed deeply at the hazy crescent moon against the night sky and took a deep breath. The air was neither fresh nor possessed the familiar chill. Instead, it was thick and damp, prompting another involuntary cough. He coughed while hastening into the tent. After a considerable time, the coughing within the tent gradually subsided. At some point, the area, home to thousands of soldiers, sank into a tranquil darkness, with only the occasional faint sound disturbing the stillness. Robb forcefully pushed away the arms of the wet nurse who was holding him, his blue eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight as he earnestly addressed Emily. "I am already a grown-up. Since father has left, I am the only man in the house." He raised his chin to accentuate his statement. Emily, the middle-aged woman with slightly curled brown hair, had aged somewhat since a few years prior. Amused, she regarded young Robb and replied, "Indeed, Lord Stark. But can you manage to get into bed on your own?" She gestured toward the bed, smiling at the child before her. "I could sleep by myself at 3. Rob declared, climbing into bed and pulling the covers over himself, gazing at the wet nurse with pride. Emily maintained her smile, sitting beside him as she added 2 pieces of dry wood to the fire. "Now, Rob, would you like to hear a story from your wet nurse today?" The flames danced, casting half of Emily's face into shadow, while her silhouette shifted with the flickering light, resembling the tails of wights crawling from the depths of hell to snatch him away. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to wrap himself more tightly in the blankets. Yet his blue eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity. Nodding, he said, "Go ahead, wet nurse. Mother says those stories are just meant to frighten children. I am no longer a child, so your tale certainly won't scare me." As he spoke, he buried himself deeper into the covers. Emily lowered her voice and began to recount the tales that circulated in the north, stories of savage wildlings and the malevolent wights intent on extinguishing every living soul. A figure clad in a crimson robe traversed the narrow alleyways under the silvery glow of the moonlight. This robed figure moved languidly, exuding an air of nonchalance, with fiery glimmers occasionally flickering in her crimson eyes. Beneath the pristine moonlight, her rosy cheeks emitted a subtle radiance, and the corners of her lips curled slightly, seemingly conveying delight. Yet, in stark contrast to this appearance, she had recently experienced a divergence of opinions with several high priests regarding prophecies, leaving her mood far from the cheerful facade she presented. Each of the crimson-robed priests derived different interpretations regarding the King of Light from the flickering flames, each staunchly convinced that their own understanding was the most accurate, leaving no room for persuasion among them. Their disagreements escalated, leading to heated exchanges, and the hastily convened gathering ultimately dissolved in discord. As she walked, memories of the grotesque visages of the other priests at the earlier assembly surfaced, causing her smile to widen. The visions they perceived from the flames were largely similar, with only minute discrepancies, yet they ascribed multiple meanings to them. However, one aspect was unanimously agreed upon among the crimson-robed priests. The world was on the brink of calamity, a disaster heralded by the awakening of ancient deities. Yet, it was believed that a hero would arise amidst this chaos, thwarting the nefarious schemes of these ancient beings and alleviating the impending doom. The contention lay in the identity of this destined hero. She had interpreted the signs to suggest that the hero would emerge from another continent, growing amidst smoke and salt. A champion wielding a sword of light, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. In stark contrast, one particularly corpulent priest, whose stench of decay reached her from afar, argued that the hero would be born in the land of smoke and salt, reborn from flames, commanding a fire-breathing dragon to rescue the afflicted populace, all under the watchful gaze of the King of Light. The mere thought of the corpulent priest's grandiose proclamations made her feel nauseated, for she believed that their perceived favor from the King of Light was merely a testament to the benevolence of the great deity. She reined in her wandering thoughts, allowing her languorous smile to linger as she paused before a humble earthen dwelling. Gently pushing the door open, she stepped inside. The candles within ignited spontaneously, piercing the darkness like the dawn, dispelling the gloom of the room. She turned to close the door behind her, shedding her crimson robe and carelessly draping it over a chair beside the table where candles stood. The robe concealed a myriad of vials filled with vibrant powders, shimmering with an otherworldly glow in the candlelight, her auxiliary materials for spellcasting. As she brushed her fingers against the dark red gemstone adorning her neck, the lazy smile on her face gradually faded. She then walked toward another chamber, filling a wooden tub placed in the center of the room with water. Standing beside it, she gazed quietly into the water's reflection, an image of herself, both familiar and foreign. After a prolonged gaze, she lifted her hands and placed them upon the water's surface, as if strands of warmth were transmitting from her elongated fingertips into the liquid depths. In an instant, steam began to rise, and she stepped into the water. It was only when the vapor dissipated and the warmth completely ebbed away that she emerged from the depths. Drops of water coalesced from her waist-length copper-red hair, cascading to the ground and seeping into the stone tiles, vanishing from sight. Before the droplets could fully reach the earth, she seemed to emanate a searing heat, evaporating all moisture from her form. Turning to exit the chamber, she approached a table adorned with candles, gently smoothing her crimson robe, which appeared even more vibrant in the flickering candlelight, casting a delicate glow. As she donned the robe, her demeanor shifted to one of solemn gravity. She drew a nearby hearth closer, seated herself, and retrieved a vial of silvery powder from within her garments, pouring it slowly over the hearth. The powder cascaded onto the hearth, igniting suddenly into a blaze of orange-red flames, distinct from the candlelight, although nothing was visibly present to sustain the fire. It blazed forth from thin air, growing from the size of a pea to that of a human head. She sought to reaffirm the portent bestowed upon her by the King of Light, the prophecy within the flames. The flames flickered and danced, casting a shifting light upon her countenance. Her red eyes filled with solemnity as her lips began to move. An obscure and enigmatic incantation flowed from her mouth, gradually enveloping the entire room, synchronizing with the flickering flames. Abruptly, her lips pressed tightly together, yet the incantation oddly continued to resonate within the chamber, overlapping in a cacophony that resembled the cries of countless voices, mingling with indistinct whispers. The sound filled her ears, echoing within the depths of her mind. In that moment, her red eyes lost focus, the flickering flames reflecting within her pupils. It seemed as though the flames were drawing her vision to uncharted realms, perhaps to distant constellations, to ancient histories, or even to the currents of the future. In an instant, the light in her crimson eyes vanished, and she abruptly closed her eyes tightly, trembling as she took a deep breath, akin to a drowned soul finally reaching the shore. Drops of sweat began to trickle down her forehead, and more followed. The crimson robe enveloping her trembling form darkened, clinging tightly to her skin under the weight of perspiration. Time became indiscernible as her shivering body continued to quake. But her eyes slowly opened. The flickering candlelight behind her danced anxiously, her red eyes appearing dim, yet brimming with emotions that illuminated them. A profound bewilderment intertwined with fear, shock, and confusion. This time, the vision she encountered within the flames was unlike any previous omen granted by the King of Light. Although the imagery remained hazy and the scenes fragmented, the narrative had transformed. No longer were there resurrected souls slaughtering the living, nor a hero wielding a sword of light. Instead, there was a blinding luminosity that obliterated the entire world, erasing it from existence in an instant amidst the starry expanse. Was the King of Light intent on annihilation? She pondered in trembling thought. No, it could not be. That is but a singular scene. There are many more to follow. Yet as she attempts to recollect, she finds herself unable to grasp anything beyond that obliterating light. The subsequent images are fragmented, and no matter how she tries, she cannot reconstruct a coherent picture. She merely senses that everything seems to originate from another continent. Her gaze shifts westward, as if she could pierce through the barriers of the buildings and disregard the confines of space, glimpsing a distant land. In a moment of daze, she realizes she has unknowingly reclined upon her bed, and as she drifts into slumber, she feels an impending journey to that other continent. In the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, the disjointed images from the fiery light resurface in her mind. Then, from the shattered scenes, she beholds a pair of eyes, black eyes imbued with unfathomable sorrow and despair. Chapter 20. Dusk traversing the intricately contoured neck of the marsh. She follows the narrow path to the nearby King's Avenue, where the vegetation transitions from a dark green to a vibrant emerald. The narrow grassland widens as well. This transformation is mirrored in the trees, whose bark, once pale and cracked, gradually loses its fissures, the whiteness giving way to a deep bluish-black hue. A vast expanse of woodland lies between the narrow path and the King's Avenue, stretching from north to south, though it is the same forest. The trees to the north bear sparser foliage with narrower leaves, while those to the south are denser and broader, their colors increasingly vivid. Should one wander through this woodland from north to south, progressing step by step until reaching the King's Avenue, the sights would evoke a fantastical realm. As if traversing infinite time, bearing witness to the trees in their myriad forms shaped by nature's grandeur across varying epochs, climates, and environments. Under the ascendant sunlight, the forest scenery becomes all the more surreal, with dappled orange light casting patterns on the ground, where scattered fallen leaves rest upon patches of dampness and parched earth, interspersed with a sticky consistency. A sudden commotion startles a few foraging birds, which take flight to the treetops, their small, deep brown eyes peering curiously toward the source of the noise. It resembles the sound of countless footsteps upon diverse terrains, and if one listens closely, the crisp clatter of hooves can also be discerned. Yet, the cacophony of footsteps overshadows the sparse hoofbeats, rendering them nearly indistinguishable without careful attention. A cadre of diminutive yet formidable marsh dwellers, clad in uniform gray light armor, adeptly sidesteps the muck and avoids the more treacherous quicksand, which is absent from this woodland. Among them, a few riders trail ahead, and the last of these riders, gripping the reins in one hand while raising a green-blue banner in the other, depicts a creature with a head held high and a tail arched over its back, an entity reminiscent of a short-snouted crocodile, jaws agape in pursuit of its own tail. At the forefront rides a young rider, noticeably taller than the majority of the marsh folk, towering above his companions. Strictly speaking, he was not a traditional man of the Vale, but rather an illegitimate son of the ruling family of the Vale, the House of Reed, and a half-brother to Holland. When Ned entrusted Holland's remains to the Vale people, perhaps out of gratitude or a desire for control, he sought out this illegitimate son, writing to Robert to bestow upon him the Reed surname, thus making him the only male heir of the Reed family, under the witness of other Vale families. He seamlessly assumed command of the entire neck. This tall man of the Vale was named Horn. The neck served as the crucial passage from the north to the south, marking the boundary between the two regions and acting as the defense line for the entire north. Hence, in his letter, Ned did not instruct Horn to lead troops northward to Winterfell, but rather to remain in place to greet the approaching forces. Early that morning, a raven flew into the neck, informing Horn that Lord Stark's army was expected to arrive that day, ready to rest and resupply before departing the north entirely. This prompted Horn to lead 300 Vale soldiers through the woods. The sound of their passage soon faded as they emerged onto the King's Road, forming a neat line under the sunlight, casting orderly shadows that elongated as time passed. At a 30-degree angle to the declining sun, the sound of hooves finally echoed from the north along the King's Road. Horn, mounted on his steed, felt a surge of energy upon hearing the hoofbeats. Turning his gaze toward the north, maintaining his vigilant stance for an indeterminate time. As the hoofbeats grew clearer, a banner finally came into view, emblazoned with the sigil of House Stark, the Guardians of the North. As the banner drew nearer, a contingent of riders became distinctly visible. Leading the way was the current Warden of the North, Duke Edard Stark of Winterfell. Accompanying the Duke were the heads of the great families of the North, his vassals, whom Horn could not individually identify. Preferring to avoid any misunderstandings, Horn dismounted instead of riding forward, observing the approaching entourage. When the procession halted before the line of 300 Vale soldiers, Horn bowed respectfully to the Duke, awaiting his command. Meanwhile, Ned gazed at Horn with a complex expression, lost in thought, as the young man's face bore a resemblance to Holland's, his coarse voice echoing memories of years past at the Elysium Tower. Ned and Holland had shared a bond of profound friendship, akin to the relationship he now had with Robert, both lord and comrade. After Holland's sacrifice to save Ned, their friendship was immortalized, leaving Ned with a lingering sense of indebtedness that he believed he could never repay. The Reed family was already scarce in numbers, with Holland's father and brothers perishing from disease or war, and with no offspring left behind by Holland, it took Ned considerable time to locate Horn. This resemblance of his late friend, a discomfort emerged from the depths of Ned's heart, reaching his throat, prompting him to cough a few times and finally pull his thoughts back from the realm of memories to the present. Yet, the guilt he felt towards Horn only intensified. Under the concerned gazes of those around him, he stifled his cough and, glancing past Horn, surveyed the 300 soldiers of the Zaidi regiment. Only then did he address Horn, saying, "Very well, you shall keep the soldiers here as guides for the rear army." Horn nodded and turned to issue loud commands to the 300 Zaidi soldiers. After a period of adjustment, Ned and his companions followed Horn to the castle, the lengthy line of troops gradually halting near King S Avenue. By the time the army of over 10,000 had settled in this wooded area, the sun had dipped to the west, revealing half of its crimson visage and casting a dim orange hue over everything on the ground. The logistics team, trailing behind, arrived at the encampment just as dusk began to fall, and upon arrival, they busily engaged in preparations. Rasha diligently transported bags of provisions, igniting the fire he had kindled, and was about to set up a large pot when he was interrupted by a commotion nearby, halting his actions. The logistics officer was a lean, diminutive middle-aged man with a scruffy black beard. Rasha did not know his name as the officer had never disclosed it, merely instructing them to call him officer. However, among themselves, they referred to him as Officer Rat, for not only did he surreptitiously intercept rations meant for the soldiers, but he also possessed a pair of shrewd, glinting eyes. At that moment, Officer Rat dashed over from the source of the disturbance, an expression of excitement on his face, and shouted to Rasha and the others, "Stop for a moment. The officer has something amusing to show you." The dim light allowed Rasha to see the excitement sparkling in Officer Rat's keen eyes. What has happened? Rasha wondered, but obediently ceased his work, following Officer Rat, accompanied by several colleagues from the logistics team. They approached the source of the commotion, and one tall, slender youth curiously inquired of Officer Rat, "Sir, what is going on?" Without breaking stride, Officer Rat's mouth, hidden beneath his unkempt black beard, broke into a grin as he replied, "You lads are in luck." He pointed towards a nearby cluster of tents, the origin of the ruckus. "Two soldiers are about to duel." Ignoring the reactions of those behind him, he continued, "Such occurrences are rare, especially at this time." Quickening his pace, he hoped for an altercation, wishing it would not be interrupted by the noble lords. When Rasha and his companions reached the scene of the commotion, they found a space encircled by 3 tents, already teeming with soldiers eager for entertainment. In the center, 2 soldiers exchanged heated insults. each gripping the hilt of their swords at their waists, yet refraining from physical confrontation. However, as the surrounding soldiers jeered loudly, the two were gradually on the brink of losing their composure. As the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, the surroundings descended into a somber twilight. Rasha could not discern the features of the two soldiers embroiled in a heated exchange, yet their vitriolic insults captivated his attention, imprinting upon his memory a repertoire of curses he had never encountered before. He found himself yearning for the spectacle of a brawl, eager to witness, beyond the prospect of freezing to death, other forms of demise. However, the anticipated clash never materialized. The respective captains, alerted to the commotion, swiftly reprimanded the squabbling soldiers, causing the onlookers to scatter at the sight of authority. The Captain Mouse, with a sigh of regret, mingled with the dispersing soldiers, reminding Rasha and his companions to return to their duties. He dismissed the two soldiers as cowards, asserting that they lacked the courage to engage in genuine combat, resorting instead to mere verbal sparring. Rasha observed the entire scene, following Captain Mouse while casting a glance back at the commander, who was vociferously chastising the soldiers. Upon returning to the kitchen, Rasha resumed his previous task, replaying the earlier encounter in his mind as he prepared the soldiers' dinner before the night enveloped the sky. After a flurry of activity, he sat down to his meal, gazing upward at the impenetrable darkness, with neither moon nor stars visible in the unknown expanse above. Suddenly, he recalled the imposing lord who had ridden past him days prior. What fare did the nobleman indulge in? After much contemplation, Rasha arrived at no conclusion. Instead, comparing the Duke and the two captains who had scolded the soldiers, contemplating his own position amidst them, he sought to discern the distinctions that lay beyond mere attire, physique, and appearance. This marked the first occasion since being brought to the final Hearth City by the two riders that he approached dinner with a lack of seriousness. Distracted and unfulfilled, he finished his meal without uncovering any answers, much like his inability to fathom what the nobleman dined upon. As he rested, lying on a makeshift cot within the cramped confines of the tent, the question lingered in his thoughts. Outside, the night was thick with an unsettling stillness. Chapter 21. Sleep. The night deepened, and the castle of the Lade family fell into a hush, punctuated only by the distant footsteps of patrolling guards. Every 20 meters along the corridor stood a braziers, ablaze with a flammable, olive-green oil derived from a resin called oilwood, mixed with animal fat. The glow emitted was not the usual orange or yellow, but rather a peculiar, lighter hue approaching blue. The pale blue flames danced, accompanied by a subtle fragrance reminiscent of orchids, delicate and discreet, not ostentatious. This scent wafted through the air, enveloping the entire castle. The patrolling guards stifled yawns, their fatigue rendering them incapable of keenly observing their surroundings. Within the castle's guest rooms, the nobleman had succumbed to deep slumber. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the corridor. The flames reflected in his eyes as he made his way toward the guest quarters. In the soft azure glow emitted by the braziers, the towering figure cast shadows that fluctuated in depth and length. "My lord." A patrol of guards, spotting the imposing silhouette, straightened themselves with effort, bowing their heads in reverence. The tall figure merely inclined his head slightly. A visage reminiscent of Horan was illuminated by the pale blue flames, rendering it difficult for the guards to discern his expression, yet sufficient for them to recognize him as the leader of the Nexi, Hornlith. He did not pause, striding past the guards toward the guest quarters within the city. The patrolling guards resumed their duties without delay. Hornlith exited the corridor and halted at a corner devoid of braziers, where only the distant faint azure glow touched the periphery. He hesitated briefly before stepping from the pale blue light into the encroaching darkness. The shadows gradually enveloped him, consuming not only his form but also the heavy sound of his footsteps, as if a ravenous beast lurked within the corner's obscurity, silently devouring the tall figure that ventured into its depths. The corner connected to another corridor, similarly adorned with braziers casting a soft azure light. A diminutive figure abruptly emerged from the darkness of the corner, as if torn from the shadows. This small silhouette was merely a vague, human-like shadow, through which the pale blue light seemed to pass without illuminating it or casting a shadow beneath its feet. The shadowy figure moved soundlessly along the corridor, seemingly adhering to the wall, gliding through the passage like a fish in water. This peculiar motion propelled the diminutive figure swiftly forward until, having traversed the corridor and ascended the staircase to the second floor, it halted before a door. The head of the shadowy figure bore faintly discernible features. Two shadowy depressions suggested the presence of eyes that peered at the keyhole of the door. With a blurred hand, it produced a key and inserted it into the lock. Gently twisting it, the door opened without a whisper. The shadow slipped inside, and the door closed behind it. The interior was shrouded in darkness. only faint glimmers of light barely perceptible. An ordinary person would struggle to see in such an environment. Yet the shadow seemed unperturbed by the gloom, deftly avoiding furniture as it approached the bed. Upon the bed lay a figure wrapped in blankets, their back exposed to the shadowy presence. Without a moment's hesitation, the small figure drew a dagger and lunged forward with precision and skill. The action so seamless it felt as though it was destined to transpire. The person lying there was fated to succumb to this strike. However, just as the dagger was on the verge of piercing the blanket, breaching flesh, and tearing through the heart, the shadowy figure froze in place. An instinct honed by rigorous training surged within, a warning so potent it nearly incapacitated the small figure. Emanating from the motion of its hand and the silhouette lying on the bed, the diminutive figure's entire being seemed to scream frantically, urging him to swiftly distance himself from this place, to steer clear of the person lying sideways on the bed, preferably as far away as possible. An inexplicable dread surged from the depths of his heart, ensnaring the small figure in a haze of confusion. Throughout decades of assassination endeavors, he had never encountered such a situation. It felt as if the dagger he wielded was destined not to pierce a frail human, but rather to awaken a slumbering dragon, one that could not be vanquished by a mere dagger. The damage inflicted by the blade would merely rouse the dragon from its slumber, ensuring not only the failure of his mission, but also confronting him with unimaginable terror. Thus, like a shadow, the small figure obeyed the instinct of his body, refraining from executing what could only be deemed an artful assassination. Instead, he exhaled softly, awkwardly retracting the dagger, casting a lingering gaze, shadowed by what should have been his eyes, at the figure sprawled on the bed, and departed without hesitation. A tall figure emerged from the darkness of the corner, heavy footsteps accompanying him. Hoenn approached the fire pit, emanating a soft blue glow, exhaling deeply with an expressionless countenance, fixated on the burning brown-green oil, enveloped in silence. The blue light reflected in his eyes seemed to retain a trace of the figure lying on the bed. It was only when a rotating shift of patrolling guards saluted him that he diverted his gaze from the fire pit, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to leave. The following day, as the dawn shattered the profound darkness of the night, Ned awoke from his slumber, sitting on the edge of his bed, momentarily stunned, before realizing that the persistent cough that had plagued him for nearly 10 days had not manifested as expected that morning. This unexpected absence brought him an inexplicable sense of relief and ease. After rising and completing his morning rituals, he followed the servant leading him to the castle hall. Ned was not the first to arrive in the hall. Prior to his entrance, Hoenn had been waiting there, already seated at the long table, engaged in conversation with Lord Stark. Upon Ned's arrival, all eyes in the hall turned towards him, and the crowd promptly rose to offer their respects. Ned scanned the room, his solemn, elongated face breaking into a faint smile as he nodded in return. Once seated, the servants brought forth breakfast, and after everyone had eaten, they mounted their horses and rode towards the military encampment. During the journey, Ned exchanged a few words with Hoenn, essentially advising him to vigilantly guard the northern frontier. He firmly declined Hoenn's repeated pleas to accompany him southward. However, as Ned conversed with Hoenn, he noticed Hoenn unconsciously distancing himself, which left Ned somewhat perplexed. Suspecting that his refusal might have caused Hoenn some discontent, yet he chose not to dwell on the matter. After bidding farewell to Ned and his entourage as they rode away, Hoenn stood aside, observing the troops following in a grand procession, before taking a moment of stillness and turning to lead 300 soldiers back to the castle. Shortly thereafter, a bald-headed migratory bird soared from the castle, circling above for a while, emitting a high-pitched call before flying off into the distance. Ever since he became aware of his own thoughts shifting subtly amidst the overwhelming torrent of information, An Chang had been persistently seeking a solution. How can one navigate the deluge of information while maintaining a steadfast self-awareness, ensuring that one does not succumb to unwelcome transformations or allow one's cognitive essence to dissipate amidst this torrent? This conundrum presents a formidable challenge. Yet, An Chang has discovered several viable approaches. The crux of this dilemma lies in achieving equilibrium between the overwhelming influx of information and the pace at which one's self-awareness can assimilate it. It resembles a tug-of-war. The strength of each side determines the direction in which the central rope leans. The deluge of information represents one side, while the speed of self-awareness in comprehending this information represents the other, with An Chang's self-awareness as the central rope. Should An Chang voluntarily relinquish his cognitive engagement with the vast array of information, his self-awareness would gradually fade into obscurity. Conversely, if his comprehension accelerates excessively, the central rope, his self-awareness, will shift towards the opposing side, subtly altering his cognitive framework. Only when the forces are evenly matched does a stalemate ensue, allowing the central rope to remain stationary, preserving the status quo. While some distortion may occur due to the immense forces on either side, the position remains unchanged. An Chang must master this delicate balance, ensuring that his self-awareness does not lean toward either extreme, thus safeguarding against insidious changes that may evoke profound fear within him. This equilibrium is challenging to maintain, and identifying a method to achieve it proves equally arduous. However, An Chang has begun to process a small fraction of his instinctual self-awareness. Operating at unprecedented speeds over the course of several days, he has ultimately identified a couple of feasible methods to be precise, that fundamentally reflect the same principle. This involves referencing the period when his corporeal form underwent unknown transformations within the vastness of energy, a time during which An Chang remained in a state of unconsciousness. His self-awareness lulled into slumber. The transformations occurred almost instantaneously, followed by the inundation of complex information. He was in a state of coma for nearly 2 years, during which his self-awareness adapted to the onslaught of information. It was only when his cognitive faculties had acclimated sufficiently to withstand this flood without disintegration that An Chang awakened. Throughout this period, his self-awareness underwent no discernible changes. Perhaps the only difference was an immeasurable increase in resilience compared to before his coma. From this observation, An Chang concluded that during periods of cognitive slumber, self-awareness naturally adapts to bodily transformations, though the duration of such slumber is elusive. Nevertheless, he realized he could sleep. Like any ordinary individual, he could rest at night, allowing his self-awareness to actively engage with the overwhelming information for half the time while the other half is spent in passive adaptation through slumber, thus averting any alterations to his cognitive essence induced by the information surge. The sole impediment, however, is that An Chang cannot sleep. Since his awakening, he had never truly entered a state of genuine slumber. The formidable physique bestowed upon him an acute perception, keeping him perpetually swept away by a torrent of convoluted information, making it utterly impossible for him to sleep like an ordinary individual. To address the lurking peril of his own thoughts undergoing terrifying transformations, he needed to experience sleep akin to that of a normal person. While this may sound simple, it posed a considerable challenge for An Chang. He lay upon the remnants of crumbled walls, gazing at the sky, striving to recall the sensation of sleep from times long past. That feeling seemed to have drifted away into the abyss of forgetfulness. What kind of sensation was it? An Chang found himself ensnared in a web of contemplation. Chapter 22. Edard Stark. The question of how to sleep like a normal person had plagued An Chang for an extended period. Ever since he conceived this solution, he had incessantly attempted to sleep, dedicating more than a month to this endeavor. At last, An Chang began to perceive a glimmer of progress. By this time, it was the 46th day since Ned had led his army southward. A month and a half had passed, and aside from the gradually warming temperatures, the north had remained unchanged. A crescent moon had just begun to grace the horizon, and as the sun had yet to fully set, An Chang returned to his chamber, reclined on his bed, and closed his eyes once again, attempting to embrace the elusive realm of sleep. A raven, silhouetted against the dimming light of dusk, alighted upon the windowsill of the scholar's tower. Just then, the returning scholar, Lewin, spotted the raven. He calmly seized the bird in his hand, extracting a letter from its message tube. The seal upon the letter made him blink, a flicker of confusion surfacing in his murky eyes. The seal bore the king's family crest, yet it was cast in an unusual wax that was dark red, almost black. Lewin was perplexed by this peculiar hue. It seemed familiar, yet he could not immediately recall the significance it bore. This shadowy seal exuded an air of foreboding. Lewin struggled to recollect, vaguely remembering that such a dark seal had manifested 8 years prior. At the time, his memory had not yet deteriorated as it had now, and he had believed he would retain this event in his mind for a lifetime. Yet now, upon encountering it again, he found himself laboring to remember. He recalled the ominous meaning behind the black seal, one that was typically used to convey the tidings of a lord's demise. Lewin's eyes widened in sudden realization, the pupils constricting to pinpricks amidst the murkiness of his gaze. Overcome by shock, his already trembling hands began to quake uncontrollably. The letter, sealed by the dark emblem, slipped from his grasp, landing upon his shoe before bouncing and rolling twice upon the floor. The lingering orange hues of the setting sun poured through the open window, casting a twilight shroud over the room and enveloping Lewin as he stood by the window, frozen in place. He remained there for a lengthy moment, attempting to digest the impact of the dark seal, before vacantly grasping at his empty hands, finding them devoid of anything. He lowered his head, his murky gaze scanning the surroundings. His trembling right hand grasped the iron ring at his chest, the cool metallic texture invigorating his spirit slightly. Not far beneath his feet, he spotted a letter lying quietly on the ground, half illuminated by the orange-red sunlight, the other half shrouded in distinct shadows. As he attempted to bend down to retrieve the letter, His movements were stiff and awkward, reminiscent of a machine in dire need of oil, sluggish and laborious. The dark seal seemed to carry the curse of an otherworldly specter, emanating a foreboding aura. Eventually, Bachelor Reuven picked up the letter. It felt far heavier than the casualness with which he had approached it, akin to a red-hot branding iron weighing upon him. Thoughts of the pregnant Caitlin and their eldest child, barely 7 years of age, flashed through his mind, leaving him at a loss regarding how to proceed with the letter in hand. In truth, he had no other option. What could he do besides deliver the letter to the Duchess? However, even without reading its contents, he could surmise the grave implications suggested by the ominous seal. It was undoubtedly dire news. Could the southern noblewoman, now the Duchess of the North, withstand the contents of such a letter? Reuven did not dwell on this further. His only course of action was to present the letter to the Duchess. He tucked the letter into his bosom, feeling as though his very being was pinned to the ground by the letter's light yet insubstantial weight. Each step he took felt alarmingly heavy. Upon exiting the room, Reuven did not immediately seek out Caitlin. Instead, he navigated through the intricately woven streets of the town, following a narrow path to the North Soul Church, built by Ned for his lady. Inside, a nun had come from the town of Riverrun. He intended to find Sister Modin to accompany him to see Caitlin, hoping to provide solace should she crumble upon reading the letter's contents. This was the least Reuven could do in this grim circumstance. The seemingly composed Reuven and the visibly shocked and concerned Sister Modin found Caitlin in the keep, the Duchess of Winterfell. Caitlin sat in a chair, a smile gracing her face as she watched her and Ned's eldest daughter, 4-year-old Sansa Stark, playing with 2-year-old Arya. Upon seeing Reuven and Sister Modin, she appeared puzzled for a moment, then, with a look of surprise, rose from her seat, exclaiming, "Has Ned written to us?" She did not notice the hesitation on Sister Modin's face, her blue eyes fixated on Reuven. Reuven touched the metallic circle at his chest, wordlessly withdrawing the letter bearing the dark seal from his bosom and presenting it to Caitlin. Confused, she glanced at the silent Reuven before directing her attention to the letter in her hands. The dark seal of the crown stag caught her eye, prompting a mix of curiosity and slight disappointment as she tore it open and unfolded the letter. Sansa and the newly walking Arya approached with curiosity, each wrapping their arms around Caitlyn's legs, their wide eyes gazing up at the letter. Caitlin began reading from the first line. Her expression gradually shifted from a hint of a smile to a deepening solemnity. By the time she reached the end, her once fair and rosy complexion had turned pale. With her lips tightly pressed together and her eyes seemingly tinged with red, misty with unshed tears, she feigned a stubborn calm. A faint smile graced her lips, eliciting a pang of concern from Bachelor Reuven and Sister Modin. "Master Reuven and Sister Modin, please take the children to the wet nurse," Caitlin said, gently stroking the tops of her 2 children's heads, feeling the tremor in her hand. "Sansa and Arya, accompany Master Reuven and Sister Modin to find the wet nurse. It is time for you to sleep." She did not lower her gaze to her daughters, instead lifting her chin slightly. Bachelor Reuven and Sister Modin exchanged worried glances, hesitating to move. Suddenly, Caitlin's voice rose to a near roar. "Shall I say it again? Take the children out." With that, she pointed toward the door, her command echoing in the room. The children, startled by her outburst, opened their mouths, on the brink of tears. Bachelor Reuven and Sister Modin hurriedly scooped them up and turned to leave, with Sister Modin casting a final glance back at Caitlin. The concern and pity in her eyes pierced Caitlin's heart. As Bachelor Reuven and Sister Modin disappeared from view, Caitlin's vision began to blur, and tears flowed unbidden down her cheeks. She felt as if all her strength had evaporated, collapsing onto the floor, the letter in her hand fluttering down before her, dampened by her tears. "No," Caitlin whispered hoarsely, her most devout 7 gods offering her no solace in this moment. The meaning in her voice was fraught with panic, helplessness, and profound sorrow, nearly touching despair. "Ned," she choked out, calling her husband's name, reaching out as if to grasp the visage of Ned that existed only in the air. Yet, the chaotic, ink-smeared words on the letter overwhelmed the image of Ned in her mind. She murmured his name again, her voice barely audible. Yet the despair within it was deeply moving. "Ned, Ned." Meanwhile, An Chang was on the brink of sleep, his thoughts transitioning from a state of active engagement to tranquility. Just as he managed to momentarily set aside the overwhelming influx of information, he was jolted awake by a distinct sound amidst the cacophony. His acute hearing, honed to discern the myriad of noises from Winterfell and the surrounding town, picked out a voice he had deliberately marked. It was Caitlyn's voice. The implications of her tone instantly roused him from his drowsy state, rendering a month of effort futile. Yet, he felt no anger. Instead, he sat upright in bed, brow furrowed, his gaze shifting toward the central keep. His sight pierced through the layers of walls, assembling an intricate tapestry of information illuminated by the faint light. reconstructing everything that had transpired in the keep over the past few days. Ultimately, the focus settled upon Caitlin, who was perpetually in a state of disintegration and reassembly. This perspective allowed An Chang to perceive everything unfolding within Caitlin, her nerves thrumming with an intensity on the verge of collapse, her heart contracting and expanding at the brink of its limits, and the tumultuous flow of blood coursing through her veins. The profound physiological reactions, laden with emotion, struck An Chang's consciousness with remarkable clarity, as if the shadowy depths within his eyes were overwhelmed by an almost frenzied brilliance, pulsating and expanding. Caitlin's current emotional state rekindled the deep-seated fears within An Chang, fears of losing a daughter, of losing oneself. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, this overwhelming, empathetic sensation was swept away by a deluge of convoluted information, leaving behind a residual feeling firmly entrenched in place. The darkness in his gaze once more subdued the vibrant brilliance, yet that spark, which had once been merely a pinprick, quietly swelled like the transition from a fine tip to a broader point. With a resounding crack, An Chang soared from the bed, shattering the weathered ceiling above, compressing the dispersed air into a single, sharp, and intense whistle. The sound erupted like thunder on a clear day, so brief that it teetered on the edge of illusion. An Chang appeared above the stronghold, and as he slowed yet retained remarkable swiftness, he burst through the window, hovering before Caitlin. The dilapidated ceiling, which had accompanied An Chang since his awakening, seemed to finally register his presence as it crumbled toward the gaping hole. As nightfall approached, the sound of the collapsing structure roused the nearby inhabitants. They emerged from their rooms, bewildered, to witness the fallen roof of the house that harbored the illegitimate son of the Duke of Winterfell. Chapter 23. Edard Stark II as Jasmine, having rushed from several streets away upon hearing the commotion, caught sight of the collapsed house. She called out in terror and urgency for Krasi, racing toward the crumbling structure. A crowd had gathered around the site, with several guards cautiously brandishing torches, carefully prying open the door while vigilantly scanning for any signs of the anticipated devastation wrought upon the illegitimate child. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, and Jasmine even ventured inside to confirm that Krasi was indeed absent, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Yet, as thoughts of the child's peculiar nature crossed her mind, a flicker of uncertainty arose regarding his whereabouts. A gust of wind, ushered in by An Chang, swept through the room, ruffling Caitlin's chestnut hair, lifting it back before letting it cascade onto her shoulders. Her expression bore no trace of sorrow. Instead, it reflected the depths of tranquility, punctuated by tears that fell incessantly from her eyes, conveying a profound sense of despair. The breeze went unnoticed by her as she remained transfixed, staring blankly at the unfolded letter on the ground. An Chang hovered in the air, observing Caitlin, before gently descending to stand before her, towering slightly above her seated form on the floor. In the depths of his dark, enigmatic eyes, a flicker of brilliance danced as he bent down to retrieve the unfolded letter. Caitlin's gaze followed, landing on An Chang. Her muted blue eyes trailed the letter until they settled upon An Chang's face, as if only then realizing the presence of another before her. Suddenly, those seemingly colorless blue eyes erupted with a glimmer of hope. Kraz, she exclaimed, her voice escalating with each utterance, culminating in a crescendo that appeared to draw upon her entire being, bordering on hysteria. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp An Chang's arm, her gaze filled with a pleading desperation, her lips curving into a peculiar smile that evoked both amusement and an inexplicable sorrow. An Chang's attention lingered on the open letter for but a moment before it met Caitlin's gaze, igniting an even brighter spark in his eyes. Gently, he removed her hand from his forearm, which was now marked by distinct creases, evidence of her considerable effort. "I'll take a look," An Chang stated, his body slightly lifting as he shifted backward a few meters, then suddenly soared upward, bursting through the shattered window. Caitlin watched An Chang ascend, seemingly breaking free from her despair. Fixated on the gaping window, tears streaming down her face, yet her eyes shimmered with newfound light. A resounding explosion echoed from the horizon, reaching Caitlin's ears, resonating throughout Winterfell and the town beyond. A raven, seamlessly blending into the night, perched atop the castle's battlements, tilted its head slightly, spreading its wings to emit a harsh, piercing cry, though it was drowned out by the cacophony of the explosion. An Chang soared through the air, fierce winds swirling around him, the linen garments crafted by the nurse Jasmine tearing away inch by inch, transforming into wisps of fabric that ignited into fleeting flames upon escaping the turbulent currents. These flames flickered momentarily before dissolving into the air as fine ashes, unbeknownst to An Chang, who remained oblivious to the intricate computations occurring within the dormant spark program that obstructed his cognitive connections. A multitude of calculations transpired silently. Beep. Anomaly detected in the civilized entity. The energy level of the entity's body exceeds calculations. Establishing information collection database. Gathering physiological data of the civilized entity. Recording. Engrossed in the whirlwind of computations, An Chang was unaware, as he darted through the skies, his eyes searching for the invisible light, striving to discern information from it. Seeking Ned's whereabouts. He had transcended the limits of his subjective thought, yet thus far. His innate physical instincts could only trace back the light to information from several days prior. However, the fact remained that Ned had led his forces southward a month and a half ago. This limitation meant that even with his extraordinary physical capabilities, he could only perceive vague hints of information regarding Ned. On one hand, he had merely begun to grasp a fraction of this body, and on the other, as time elapsed, the light containing information from a month and a half ago naturally faded away. However, for An Chang, merely perceiving the traces of Ned's descent was sufficient. What he required was to follow those traces in pursuit of Ned's whereabouts. As he ventured further from the north, the temporal distance to the present grew shorter, allowing An Chang to acquire more information about Ned with increasing ease. His dark, profound eyes, once glimmering with vitality, now appeared somewhat dimmed as he pushed the limits of his physical instincts, reflecting the rapid assimilation of the complex information swirling within his mind. This inevitable strain caused the red thread, which connected him to the unfolding events, to slightly shift towards the realm of change. Fortunately, An Chang's speed was remarkable. Even as Ned's army made its way to Jingza, he meticulously observed each encampment, and his extreme physical exertion lasted only a mere few minutes, preventing any irreversible transformations or ascensions in his self-awareness, which he was keen to avoid. The sound of explosions reverberated throughout the air, a continuous roar accompanying An Chang as he pursued the luminous figure of Ned from a month prior. Just as he was about to breach the north and cross Jingza, he abruptly halted above a castle in Jingza. Suspended 1,000 meters in the air, he gazed down impassively at the fortress below, the echoes of the explosions taking their time to catch up with him. The thunderous blasts resonated above the castle, fading slightly as they reached the inhabitants below, yet still eliciting a wave of confusion among the alert residents. An Chang's deep-set, dark eyes flickered with intensity as he inhaled deeply, a powerful gust of air surging into his seemingly bottomless chest. This created a current at high altitude, stirring a tempestuous wind. His chest expanded slightly as he ceased to draw in breath, his lips parting as if he were on the verge of unleashing the gathered air upon the castle below. Yet, the flicker of vitality in his eyes intensified unexpectedly, and he gradually exhaled the air from his chest, summoning another gust of wind around him. In an instant, his form vanished from midair, and concentric circles of air spiraled forth, resembling a transparent conduit composed of atmosphere, leading to a specific chamber within the castle below. The next moment, An Chang reappeared at his previous position, now holding a towering figure in his grasp. Only then did the sounds of the air explosions finally arrive, belatedly echoing through the surroundings. An Chang grasped the figure's throat, lifting him by the chin, his gaze calm as he regarded the seemingly oblivious giant. After several seconds, the figure, whose garments were tattered and torn, appeared to finally register the situation. Crimson blood surged forth from his mouth, which was held shut by An Chang's grip. His limbs hung limply, every inch of him aflame with pain, a nauseating discomfort radiating from his chest. Yet, the towering figure refrained from any expected reaction, his face contorted with an uncontrollable agony, overshadowed by disbelief and dread. In his light green eyes, there was a mixture of confusion and profound terror. In An Chang's perspective, the disassembled yet reconstituted figure before him, with bones arranged in a strikingly discordant manner, supported flesh that diverged greatly from the typical human form. If the bones were aligned harmoniously, and the flesh distributed like that of an ordinary person, the giant in his grasp would surely diminish in size by at least half. Moreover, his face was obscured by a peculiar layer of strange material, barely distinguishable in its thickness. The towering figure was none other than Horn, the illegitimate offspring of the Lade family, whom Ned had sought. Suspended in midair by a grip on his throat and chin, Horn exhibited no struggle, nor did he possess the strength to resist. Instead, he fixated his brown-green eyes on the indifferent visage before him, a countenance he had never encountered, youthful yet devoid of warmth. He managed to emit a faint whimper from his throat, mingled with blood, uttering a few indistinct words. "Are you a god?" An Chang paid no heed to Horn's inquiry. With his other hand, he reached toward Horn's face, gently pulling, revealing a feminine visage beneath. With another delicate tug, a different face emerged, and he continued this process, unearthing a total of 15 distinct faces, each more peculiar than the last. In that moment, the strange masks had vanished from the towering figuresque countenance, unveiling Horn's true appearance, an utterly ordinary face. devoid of any remarkable features. The material in the hands of the civilizational entity underwent inspection by the Fireseed program, revealing an entropy energy content that surpassed the norms of biological entities and objects on this planet. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the Fireseed program resonated. An Chang scrutinized the faces he held for a moment longer before casually clenching them in his fist. Upon releasing his grip, fine particles of dust scattered through the air. Simultaneously, a flicker of light ignited in his profound, dark eyes, coalescing into a burst of heat. His eyes transformed into a vibrant crimson, and in an instant, two beams of scarlet light shot forth, aimed directly at Horn's eyes. Horn exhibited no subjective reaction, his pupils merely contracting involuntarily as those beams of crimson brilliance ignited. The beams grazed his scalp, angling skyward. An Chang closed his eyes, causing the beams to dissipate. When he reopened them, Horn perceived a fleeting struggle, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed hair and a searing pain that surged through him, overwhelming his consciousness. The darkness in his eyes momentarily subdued the flickers of light, only to be shattered anew by the lively glimmers of vitality. Despite pushing his body to its limits for over 10 minutes, An Chang experienced a slight shift in his self-awareness, a mere fraction. Realizing this, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding his earlier, somewhat uncontrollable actions. Thus, with a sudden explosive sound, he returned Horn to a chamber within the castle. He then resumed his pursuit of Ned's figure, roaring southward. After enduring another bout of supersonic speed that inflicted damage upon his body, Horn astonishingly remained alive. He touched his singed scalp, a wave of intense terror engulfing his mind, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, the sounds of patrolling guards alerted by the commotion reached his ears. Stripped of his disguise, he was no longer the commander of Nexi. And with gritted teeth, he summoned his resilient willpower to escape the castle, merging into the enveloping darkness, until he collapsed before a lowly dwelling. Horn's mind was consumed by that figure, that peculiar and youthful visage. Chapter 24, Edard Stark 3. A crescent moon, missing a segment, was partially obscured by a drifting cloud, and a shadow darted past, accompanied by a gust of turbulent air that tore through the atmosphere like the rumble of distant thunder. An Chang soared forth from the north, journeying southward, seeking the increasingly vivid silhouette of Ned amidst light that refracted, scattered, and was absorbed, nearing oblivion. As An Chang approached the vicinity of King's Landing, the information within the light grew clearer, transforming the indistinct army into a strikingly defined presence, until the forces within the light overlapped with those stationed by the riverside. He beheld Ned, who had departed from the army only days prior, being welcomed into King's Landing by a knight clad in golden armor. He observed the solemn and silent Ned, whose eyes concealed a glimmer of joy and anticipation. Ned, as he walked, exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with the golden-armored knight. Before reaching the king's castle, a portly, robust man crowned with a diadem emerged from the hall, embracing Ned with a hearty laugh, presumably the king. Trailed by an elderly and a youthful white-clad guard, the king led Ned into the hall, where Ned knelt on one knee in a formal salute, and when he rose, he coughed, his face reddening. The stout king assisted Ned, chuckling at his incessant cough, yet concern was evident in his demeanor. Ned managed a few strained words, prompting the king to dismiss the elderly and youthful guards behind him. Together, they exited the hall, proceeding towards the rear of the castle. Upon reaching the garden, they engaged in solemn conversation, the king in front and Ned behind. As they walked, Ned suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, causing the king to turn and witness Ned covering his mouth, crimson blood seeping through his fingers. Alarmed, the king rushed to support Ned. Yet, a dark purple fluid suddenly enveloped Ned, distorting and expanding, rendering him a grotesque figure in the king's horrified gaze. The fluid swiftly constricted around Ned, who emitted anguished cries. But ultimately, the king watched as Ned was transformed into strands of dark purple fluid, deeply embedding into his flesh. When Ned fell silent, he had lost all semblance of humanity. An Chang hovered above the Red Keep in King's Landing, gently closing his eyes. To him, the once vibrant purple veins within Ned's body grew increasingly restless as he distanced himself from the north over time, culminating in a cacophony of coughs. Precisely a month and a half prior, before the king, the veins within Ned erupted in turmoil, seemingly making a final, desperate struggle for survival. These were the offspring of emergency colonization, designated by the emergency protocol as ultra-bitter, on the brink of extinction. Clearly, their self-rescue had failed, vanishing amidst an abrupt and unrelenting surge of entropy. Consequently, Ned, whose internal tissues had long been supplanted, met a tragic demise in agonizing torment. It felt as though his very organs, flesh, and bones were being gradually siphoned away, a tormenting demise. An Chang opened his eyes once more. the dim light revealing flickers of vitality pulsating intensely. He continued to gaze back into the light from days past, following Ned's tragic death. The robust king was evidently engulfed in confusion and profound fear, intertwined with the sorrow that accompanied such dread. He summoned his soldiers to gather Ned's remains, honoring his beliefs by not placing him in the church, but rather laying him to rest in the garden, with guards assigned to watch over the site, strictly forbidding the news from spreading. With the imminent rebellion from the Iron Islands and the northern reinforcements on their way, his dear friend Edard Stark had perished within his castle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the king called upon his hand, Jon Arryn, who was also Ned's foster father. The two conferred, with the king receiving a harsh reprimand from his guardian, who found it hard to trust the king's account of Ned's harrowing end. Jon Arryn soon recognized that even he would struggle to believe the king's claims, should news of Ned's death leak. It would surely lead many to believe the king had acted foolishly, while the great nobles across the lands might not genuinely believe the king would slay Ned. They would undoubtedly revel in the turmoil, perhaps even inciting further discord. The Iron Islands rebellion was yet unresolved, and now the Northern Protector had succumbed within the king's castle. Jon Arryn reiterated the king's earlier decree, forbidding any mention of Ned's demise. Yet, the tidings of the death of Edard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, spread like wildfire. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, the king's hand promptly declared that Ned had succumbed to illness. However, whispers circulated that the king had murdered Ned, and the northern forces encamped outside King's Landing stirred restlessly, demanding the king surrender Ned's body to confirm the cause of death. Alas, the ghastly state of Ned's remains rendered any recognition impossible. In desperation, the king ordered a lockdown of King's Landing and penned a letter to the Duchess of Winterfell, informing her of Ned's passing. The past and present intertwined before An Chang, as the robust king now sat in the garden beside Ned's corpse, vociferously cursing the Iron Islands, tears escaping as he lamented. A sudden gust of wind swept through the garden, bending the early summer blossoms and branches. Some even snapped under the force. Unable to contain himself, King Robert raised a hand to shield his face, squinting against the elements. When he lowered his hand, a small figure appeared beside Ned. Using the moonlight to discern the shape, Robert beheld a child with short black hair and dark eyes, possessing an oddly unfamiliar countenance, youthful and innocent. The child appeared to be no more than 10 years old, seemingly floating half a meter above the ground. Had the child not been suspended in midair, Robert might have shouted in anger, advancing to deliver a slap and demand the child to vacate the premises. Yet, there were no what-ifs. Thus, Robert cautiously rose, his gaze fixated on the child hovering above, silently placing his hand behind his back. Grateful to the Seven, Robert remained a formidable warrior. The effects of indulgence not yet fully eroding his prowess, and he retained a habit of carrying a weapon at all times. He grasped the handle of the war hammer affixed to his waist. The unique texture of the metal brought him a sense of calm. "What are you?" "Stay away from Ned," Robert shouted vehemently. An Chang turned to glance at Robert, his eyes igniting with a faint glow. As a torrent of complex information surged into Robert's mind, distorting his features in agony as he collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably, An Chang withdrew his gaze, allowing it to descend to the ground, where he gently touched Ned's lifeless body, momentarily rendered speechless. To the untrained eye, Ned's corpse had become unrecognizable, resembling a skeleton weathered by countless years. The cracked, pallid skin clung tightly to the bones, marred by fine fissures. A mere glance could invoke haunting nightmares for months. The once stern and silent visage now bore sunken eyes and gaunt cheeks, entirely devoid of the imposing demeanor of the Duke of Winterfell from merely days prior. In An Chang's perception, Ned's body was in a state of disintegration and reformation, missing countless elements. The dark purple veins, once interconnected with his internal tissues, had vanished along with a significant portion of Ned's very essence. As he gazed upon Ned's remains, An Chang was suddenly reminded of a phrase uttered by the Seed program prior to the conflagration. Due to the nature of the civilizational entity, a state of halted superluminal entropy has ensued. Thus, owing to the great distance and prolonged duration, this stagnant superluminal entropy has been reactivated. An Chang murmured softly in the language of the Noga civilization, addressing the Seed program. The dark purple necklace around An Chang's neck shimmered faintly, and a wave of energy spread across Ned's body. Subsequently, the Seed program responded with a mechanical voice. Indeed, the civilizational entity's hypothesis is accurate. After a brief pause, the Seed program continued. Upon entering this universe, I was enveloped by the dense entropy energy at the core of the river, which eroded me with this unknown energy, plunging the entire Noga home world into a state of superluminal entropy. This energy poses a challenge to Noga's colonial technology. causing spaces imbued with entropy energy to undergo abnormal entropy increases, manifesting an intensity far surpassing that of normal entropy and rendering it irreversible. The seed program has perpetually existed in a state of superluminal entropy. However, due to the peculiar energy currents within the civilizational entity, this state has become stagnant, similarly challenging Noga's colonial technology. An Chang nodded, a ripple of darkness stirring in his eyes, as if the glimmers of brilliance within were momentarily suppressed. Analyzing the condition of the lower life form before him, it became evident that even if the resultant subcolonial forms mutated due to the faint entropy energy inherent in the lower life forms, the significant distance from the civilizational entity and the prolonged duration would inevitably lead to their re-entrance into superluminal entropy, culminating in annihilation. And Chang's gaze gradually shifted from Ned's corpse to the dark purple necklace adorning his chest. Suddenly, he soared upward, parting the surrounding air as he ascended into the heights. The fierce winds howled as An Chang paused at an altitude of 5,000 meters, reaching for the dark purple necklace, pulling it gently away from his neck, raising it before his eyes. With unwavering steadiness in his voice, he inquired, "And what of you? Without the occurrence of unknown mutations, how far must you distance yourself from me before re-entering the state of ultra-rapid entropy increase?" The hand, holding the dark purple necklace, loosened slightly, as if in the next moment the necklace is on the verge of slipping from its grasp and plummeting from the heights above. The seed program can immediately assure the civilizational entity that should the seed program detach even by a mere meter, it would succumb to ultra-rapid entropy increase, thus obliterating and vanishing from this universe. The civilizational entity need not engage in futile tests, as this would lead to the complete disappearance of the seed program. The Noga civilization would no longer be able to manifest within this universe, devoid of a research-oriented Noga entity to develop technologies for cosmic traversal. Furthermore, any subcolonization units derived from emergency protocols would likely re-enter ultra-rapid entropy increase, dragging along with them the lower organisms they envelop, leading to a state of demise. This time, the mechanical voice of the seed program took on a distorted tone, its speed sharp and piercing. Chapter 25, The Wolf Head on the Moon. The crescent moon cast a cold silvery light, illuminating the half-figure of An Chang suspended 5,000 meters above, while the other half remained slightly turned, seemingly merging with the profound darkness. His expressionless visage absorbed the slightly distorted mechanical voice emanating from the seed program. A subtle sound reflected in the silver moonlight, curving the corner of his mouth. It was not a smile, but rather a blend of helplessness and profound guilt, a guilt that resonated from the depths of his being. In An Chang's mind, a dark purple luminescence flickered vividly, depicting the scenes presented to him by the emergency protocol, chronicling nearly a year of Ned's life with a child. Ned, thrusting a sword toward the infant. Ned, binding the child to his chest. Ned, curling protectively around the infant. Ned, battling fiercely while cradling the child. Ned, quietly sitting beside the bed, eyes brimming with expectation for 8 months. Since An Chang's awakening, he had been piecing together the world he once knew from the overwhelming torrent of information. As vivid images of Ned flowed through his consciousness, it seemed as though he glimpsed a shadow of another self, a reflection of all fathers in existence. Yet this stirring was gradually overshadowed by the faint, blurred memories of his daughter's visage, deepening momentarily before fading away. Battling against the deluge of intricate data that assailed his thoughts, An Chang experienced a maelstrom of emotions, rendering him unable to discern the nature of his feelings at that moment. He only knew that even a body imbued with unimaginable strength felt a constriction in his chest after the seed program's words, leaving him breathless. This was not a frustration born from the inability to recklessly cast the dark purple necklace into the abyss below. It was a profound malice that stemmed from outside the realm of humanity. The essence of Ned's demise lay fundamentally with the seed program, and with An Chang's act of bringing the seed program to this planet. At least, this was the reason behind Ned's tragic end. The agonizing manner of death, akin to having one's very being forcibly extracted, was a sight An Chang could envision vividly, yet he would have preferred to remain oblivious to it. Everyone shall face death. No one is exempt. An Chang calmly reassured the self that had already traversed death once, yet a pang of anguish pierced his heart. In the grand tapestry of this world, I am but a transient wanderer, destined to return to my own celestial sphere, my home, and to the side of my daughter who has awaited my return. The shadows within An Chang's eyes flickered faintly, the spark within them seemingly dimming. He retrieved the dark purple necklace, which was on the verge of slipping from his grasp and plummeting from the heights, placing it against his chest. The necklace, pulsating with an enigmatic energy, reattached itself around his neck. Yet, Ned would never see his child again, the one who awaited his return in the city of Winter's End. The dark purple necklace flowed and settled around the nape of his neck, not ceasing but rather continuing to cascade, spreading from his chest to envelop his entire being. eventually forming a dark purple garment that clung to him with a mere millimeter of energy. This attire bore a striking resemblance to the garments sewn by Nurse Jasmine. It appeared that the seed program had finally recognized the absence of any fabric upon the civilized entity and had compassionately manifested this attire. An Chang, indifferent to the changes wrought by the seed program, gazed down with a countenance that seemed to oscillate between laughter and tears. The robust king, Robert, having recovered from his bout of nausea, summoned his guards, directing them to lift Nade's lifeless form and carry it beyond the garden's confines. Could the potential division of Nade's essence and its subsequent overlay upon his corporeal self breathe life back into him? An Chang turned his body, presenting his back to the crescent moon, and spoke. Any colonization suit capable of enveloping a composite entity must possess cognitive fluctuations. This time, the seed program refrained from a definitive response, but elucidated the intricacies of colonization technology. This principle, rooted in the Noga civilization's colonization technology, hinges on the connection between the suit and cognitive processes, enabling the overlay effect. The seed program continued without pause. If the object being housed lacked cognitive fluctuations, the colonization suit would merely remain a suit. It could not merge with an entity devoid of such fluctuations. This limitation, while constraining the advancement of colonization technology, nonetheless afforded the Noga civilization a sense of security in its development, as they had yet to uncover the limits of this technology. An Chang appeared to nod, his gaze unwavering from Nade's desiccated form. Thus, he silently observed as Nade's body was carried to the chamber prepared for him, placed upon the central long table. Suddenly, he spoke again, inquiring, "Is there no other way? Any method to revive Nade?" In theory, the corporeal structure of such a primitive organism could be restored through numerous techniques and energies possessed by the seed program, achieving a semblance of resurrection. Yet, in reality, due to the organism's indirect demise from an ultra-rapid increase in entropy and the extended duration of death, the seed program's capabilities were insufficient to mend the injuries sustained by this lowly being. Thus, the seed program held no means to resurrect this inferior life form. "Is that so?" An Chang whispered, his form abruptly vanishing from sight. With a thunderous rush of air, he ascended into the higher realms. A transparent conduit of tumultuous currents erupted, bursting forth violently as sparks ignited in the air surrounding An Chang, only to extinguish abruptly upon reaching a certain altitude. The combustible substances in the air had become exceedingly sparse. Surrounding An Chang, the violent currents of air dissipated into the vast emptiness, and his vision suddenly cleared, inundated with a multitude of complex information. Now unhindered by auditory or olfactory distractions, he had detached from the planet's atmosphere, hovering in the void, and upon turning, he beheld a similarly azure sphere, a sight reminiscent of his home planet as seen in images from a previous existence, though this planet appeared not perfectly round, but rather distinctly elliptical. The awe of witnessing it firsthand seemed to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. After a brief moment of stillness, he pivoted towards the moon that revolved around this elliptical world. A mechanical voice began to record. The civilization's core possessed the capacity for cosmic survival. It was validating the cause of an unknown mutation in subcolonization, re-entering a state of hyper-accelerated entropy. The probability stood at over 90%. When the distance from the civilization's core reached a certain threshold and time extended sufficiently, it would revert to hyper-accelerated entropy. Calculations for feasible solutions were underway, requiring the civilization's core's input and biological material. The plan was named the Energy State of Entropy Survival Plan, later revised to the Giant Plan. Just as the ignition program was about to emit its mechanical sound, an unexpected scene interrupted it. An Chang, eyes ablaze, emitted a silent roar as he rocketed towards the moon, accelerating fiercely before crashing into its surface, sending a circular plume of dust outward and causing the satellite to tremble slightly. The time to propose to the civilization's core was postponed. He needed to vent the pent-up frustration within, and thus unleashed his emotions with a series of powerful punches against the lunar surface. In the southwestern corner of Westeros, where the Honeywine River flows into the Whispering Bay and the Sunset Sea, lies an ancient town, the training ground for scholars, known as the City of Learning. A towering edifice, named the Skyward Tower, ascends into the clouds. Under the luminous crescent moon, two scholars stood atop the tower, gazing skyward. One, stooped and aged, leaned heavily against the wall, his murky gaze fixed on the night sky. The other, a young man in his 20s with slightly curled brown hair and a stout physique, had been summoned by his instructor to document celestial phenomena. Initially skeptical, he inwardly questioned whether his myopic teacher could discern the stars even from such heights. However, he maintained a respectful demeanor, accompanying his mentor to the tower's pinnacle with utmost reverence. Imitating his teacher, he gazed intently at the heavens, gradually realizing that this elevated view offered a beauty distinct from that of the ground below. He stood behind his instructor, his eyes riveted on the stars, both bright and dim, momentarily entranced. Suddenly, amidst the radiant glow of the crescent moon, an imperceptibly small dark spot appeared. He blinked his slightly sore eyes and looked again. Discovering that it was not merely an illusion, the dark spot had expanded, and beside it, another dark spot had emerged, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Teacher, look at the moon." "Quickly, look," he exclaimed anxiously. The elderly scholar furrowed his brow slightly, his wrinkled face displaying displeasure, as he contemplated turning around to reprimand his student. However, he found that his student had already approached his side, pointing at the starry sky, incoherently exclaiming, "Teacher, the moon, the moon. There are so many small black spots on the moon. What nonsense are you speaking?" The old scholar replied in a hoarse and irritated tone, feeling as if he had misjudged this usually diligent and earnest student. "It's true. Just take a look, and you'll see," the young scholar insisted, stamping his foot in urgency. At last, the old scholar directed his gaze towards the heavens, focusing on the crescent moon. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes wide open. He saw it. The once smooth crescent now bore tiny black spots, as if someone were rapidly dotting it with an ink pen, creating irregular dark circles. His stooped figure straightened slightly, his astonished eyes fixated on the moon as the small black spots continued to appear, his mouth agape in disbelief. He was at a loss for words, uncertain of how long he had been gazing upward. The old scholar felt a stiffness in his neck and his eyes stung with tears. The moon's transformation seemed to have finally ceased. The two lowered their heads, rubbing their eyes for a while, exchanged a glance, and then looked back up at the moon. The once luminous crescent now displayed no new black spots. Yet the previously appearing spots rendered the moon less smooth than before. "Teacher, look, don't those connected black spots resemble a wolf's head?" the young scholar remarked in wonder. "Or perhaps a dog's head?" The old scholar nodded in agreement, decisively stating, "It is a wolf's head." "What an astonishing transformation." He exhaled deeply, saying, "I must report this to the academy, and subsequently inform every city across the continent, before any other scholars discover it." Then, the old scholar fixed a stern gaze upon his student and declared, "Remember, I am the first discoverer, and you are the second. I shall ensure you receive your bachelor's ring chain ahead of time." The young scholar hurriedly nodded, his expression one of surprise, not perceiving any issue with this arrangement. Finally, before leaving the pinnacle of the towering spire, they turned once more to gaze at the starry sky. The crescent moon, radiating silver light, bore a wolf's head formed from the connected black spots, poised as if to howl, yet imbued with a sense of melancholy. Chapter 26. The returning northern army. As the night deepened, the crescent hung high in the sky. King Robert sat in a high-backed chair at the long table, lost in thought. The table bore the lifeless body of Ned, alongside a burning white candle placed upon a copper stand. He pondered the events that had transpired in the garden earlier, reflecting on his nearly 30 years of life, during which he had never encountered such peculiar occurrences. It seemed to exist solely within the peculiar tales recounted by the wet nurse. The terrifying demise of Ned had already dealt a heavy blow to him, compounded by the sight of that flying creature with luminous eyes, resembling a child. Robert abruptly realized that his understanding of the world appeared to be gradually wavering. He shook his head. The wet nurse had never narrated such unbelievable stories, and the gaze that had left him suffering from a splitting headache and nausea unveiled bizarre images that he found impossible to articulate. Even the slightest recollection brought a wave of discomfort, seemingly linked to a vision of Ned. Contemplating this, Robert could not help but direct his gaze toward Ned's visage, which bore no resemblance to the man he knew. Suddenly, Robert heard two retching sounds from outside the door. Rising at the sound, he witnessed the door swing open, revealing a small figure. It was the monstrous child. From the open door, Robert caught a glimpse of Bolly Stan and Jamie, both of whom lay sprawled on the ground, unable to display their renowned swordsmanship in the presence of this creature. Yet, inexplicably, Robert felt a wave of calm wash over him as he observed the child, now adorned in a dark purple garment, approaching him after he closed the door behind him. He could not help but ask again, "Who are you?" An Chang, returned from the moon, wore a serene expression, though it appeared almost overly composed. The flickering candlelight danced within the room as An Chang finally responded to Robert. "In name, I am Ned's illegitimate son. He even bestowed upon me the name of Kratzy." This revelation elicited skepticism from Robert, who had heard whispers of Ned's bastards. Yet the creature before him was beyond comprehension. Before Robert could voice his bewilderment at An Chang's overly formal accent, An Chang stepped closer. Robert noted that the child's height barely reached his waist. "I must take Ned back to the north," An Chang declared, his shadow flitting past Robert as he approached the long table. "You, Robert, have you any knowledge of how Ned met his end?" I witnessed it with my own eyes. I know. An Chang turned to glance at him. His demise is intertwined with my fate. Before anger could mar Robert's features, An Chang continued. It is also connected to your summons for him to King's Landing. Robert's already grim countenance darkened further as he retorted vehemently. No, it was you, this monster, who cursed Ned with a dreadful fate. You must harbor some sinister intent. His tone intensified, and, caught in a sudden impulse, he reached out to seize An Chang, only to grasp at empty space. A fierce wind, accompanied by the shattering of glass from the windows, struck Robert, compelling him to shield his face. Once the tempest subsided, the room lay in disarray, and both Ned's lifeless form and the creature had vanished. The candlelight, however, flickered defiantly amid the chaos, casting Robert's face in a tumult of shadows and light. Rasha stealthily emerged from the tent, making his way toward the nearby riverbank. The journey was enveloped in silence, and upon encountering the patrolling guards, they made no effort to impede his passage, merely exchanging a few words. Rasha explained that he needed to relieve himself, and thus he successfully arrived by the banks of the Blackwater River. He first sought out a low-lying puddle, encircled by rocks from the river, to attend to his needs. After glancing around, he began to walk upstream along the river. He reached a large stone slab he had discovered a few days prior. One side submerged in the river while the other rested on the shore, as if it had been deliberately arranged. However, Rasha had clandestinely visited this spot both day and night in the past few days, never encountering another soul. At that moment, he could not fathom that a vast army of tens of thousands had encamped nearby, tightly surrounding the area, dissuading any who might have approached from a distance. Deterred by the sight of the numerous military tents, bathed in moonlight, he crouched on the slab near the water's edge, retrieving a stone from his bosom and placing it on the slab, followed by a dagger. Rather than a dagger, it resembled a broken blade. In truth, it was merely a long kitchen knife from the logistics team, its front section shattered to the size of a palm, which Rasha had treasured and hidden away. The logistics personnel, aside from the Rat Commander, were not issued any weapons, not even a single dagger. The only object Rasha had come into contact with over the past month and a half that could be deemed a weapon was that long kitchen knife, intended for slicing the dry, hard black bread. Unfortunately, it had broken in half a few days ago, earning Rasha a scathing reprimand from the Rat Commander. Rasha held the palm-sized broken blade in his hand, bringing it close to his eyes, scrutinizing it under the moonlight. The edge bore tiny nicks. The blade itself a deep black, its appearance rather unappealing. Yet he smiled contentedly, dipping the broken blade into the river, shaking it twice, then grasping the spine and gently grinding the edge against the stone. The rhythmic sound of scraping echoed softly. The river mirrored the crescent moon, and the early summer night breeze carried a slight chill, yet soon beads of indistinct sweat began to form on Rasha's forehead, accentuating his gaunt and sunken visage, while his large, bright brown eyes shone with earnestness. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his focused endeavor. "Hey, you." The Rat Commander, squinting his small eyes, approached with muted footsteps that were distinctly audible in the tranquil night. As the Rat Commander drew near, Rasha stood up, hastily concealing the stone and broken blade back into his attire. "All right, I've seen enough," the Rat Commander scoffed. "I've noticed you've been taking an inordinate amount of time to relieve yourself these past few nights. Turns out you were sharpening that broken blade." Rasha remained silent, his slender form by the riverbank appearing both helpless and feeble in contrast to the Rat Commander beside him. "Show it to me. I want to see what you've accomplished these past few days. Have you transformed that broken blade into a weapon of some sort?" The Rat Commander's face bore a smirk of mockery. Rasha hesitated for a moment before slowly extracting the broken blade from his bosom and presenting it to the Rat Commander. The Rat Commander took it, inspecting it briefly before bursting into laughter. "What is this? You consider this a treasure?" As he spoke, he settled himself upon a nearby stone, casting a thorough gaze up and down at Rasha, ultimately fixating on the sunken, sallow visage before him. Casually discarding the broken blade upon the stone slab, he unsheathed a dagger from his waist and brandished it before Rasha. "Do you see this?" he inquired, as Rasha's eyes followed the glinting blade before he nodded slightly. "It is yours," he declared, extending the dagger towards Rasha. The blade shimmered faintly in the moonlight, yet Rasha made no move to grasp it. "What? Do you truly regard that wretched trinket as a treasure?" "This is a weapon, a tool capable of vanquishing foes." The officer mouse suddenly rose, advancing towards Rasha. "This is the instrument that can sever an enemy's throat, pierce through their heart." He nearly pressed his face against Rasha's, prompting Rasha to instinctively step back. The gleam in his small eyes fixated intently on Rasha, his expression grave and imposing. "Take it." The officer mouse insisted once more, his tone laden with undeniable authority. At last, Rasha extended his hand to accept the dagger, its unique texture distinct from that of a long knife, coupled with the innate quality of metal, evoking within him an inexplicable sensation. Before he could fully contemplate this feeling, he heard the officer Mouse's voice again. "Come back with me." Rasha obediently followed in the wake of the officer Mouse, yet as they passed the broken blade, he hesitated, glancing back at the officer's retreating figure, before retrieving the broken piece and tucking it into his breast. "Humph." The officer Mouse, having witnessed this act, merely huffed disdainfully without uttering a word of protest, continuing on his path. As they traversed the night, Rasha lagged slightly behind until the officer Mouse abruptly erupted into a tirade. "Damn it. To hell with it." Rasha discerned the fury laced within the curses, intertwined with the humiliation lurking beneath the surface. The officer Mouse ceased his outburst, suddenly halting in his tracks. Turning to regard the equally halted Rasha, his keen eyes fixed intently upon him. "Remember this, boy, when we breach King's Landing. Slay as many of those wretched Kingsmen as you can." Rasha, upon hearing this proclamation, felt momentarily dazed. Lord Stark perished within the castle of the king. Just as his kin had, they fell within the king's fortress, lost in the south. That cursed king still sought to deceive us, claiming Lord Stark succumbed to illness. How could this be true? The image of the formidable young lord flashed through Rasha's mind. He is dead? Slain by the king? Why? The officer Mouse evidently had no intention of enlightening him further. After uttering those words, he muttered a curse under his breath. "Why do I even bother telling you this? Truly, to hell with it." With that, he fell silent, and the two returned to their tent. The officer Mouse resided in a separate tent, standing outside Rasha's abode as he prepared to enter, whispering something softly. However, Rasha could not discern the words, their volume too low. As dawn broke, Rasha was roused once more by the officer Mouse, whose face was marred by suppressed fury. The officer informed him of their impending retreat to the north. In a state of bewilderment, Rasha found himself struggling to comprehend the situation. A furtive glance at the expression of General Mouse revealed a countenance as grim as the darkened bottom of a cauldron. Yet, they had no alternative but to obey orders. After a brief respite, the vast army departed from the Blackwater River, marching along the King's Road back towards the north. However, the once serpentine formation appeared to fray during their return journey. A bald figure clad in a gray robe stood atop a watchtower, quietly observing the retreating northern forces, a disquieting smile gracing his round, plump face. Chapter 27. The Giant Plan. As the first light of dawn emerged, An Chang returned to Winterfell bearing Ned's lifeless body. To prevent the corpse from being utterly ravaged by the swift flight, he deliberately moderated his speed. Cradling Ned's body, he hovered silently above the castle, surveying the entire expanse below, the cool breeze caressing his form. Flickers of dim light danced in the shadows, and ultimately, he descended, gently placing Ned's corpse through the castle window, landing before Catelyn. Catelyn appeared to have spent the night in restless contemplation, seated in a chair, gazing vacantly out the window. The sorrow and fatigue etched upon her features rendered her unrecognizable as a duchess. Upon witnessing An Chang gliding through the window, the morning light illuminating him, her gaze was drawn irresistibly to the lifeless form he cradled. She sprang to her feet, racing towards him, more accurately, towards Ned's body. Yet, midway through her frantic rush, she stumbled, collapsing towards the ground. An Chang caught her, then gently laid Ned's body on the floor. Catelyn immediately threw herself upon the corpse, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked up at him. "Is this Ned?" The tremor in her voice revealed the conflicted emotions swirling within her. Yet An Chang could not decipher the essence of her anguish. "Indeed," he affirmed with a nod. "Oh, 7 gods." Catelyn's hands trembled as they brushed against the sunken features of the corpse, her gaze blurring yet fixated upon that face, seemingly striving to recognize the remnants of Ned. "I'm sorry, I could not save him," An Chang murmured, his brow furrowing as he half closed his eyes, obscuring the darkness within, revealing only flickers of light. With that, he turned and ascended slightly into the air. "Why?" Catelyn's desperate wails did not deter An Chang from departing. He passed through the window once more, soaring above the castle, remaining silent for a moment before alighting atop the remnants of the tower. Unlike before, he did not recline on the crumbling stone but stood, quietly observing Winterfell, absorbing its essence, listening to its sounds, inhaling its scents, and sensing its presence. A black raven landed on the edge of the crumbling wall, beside his feet. In the gradually rising sunlight, the raven's dark feathers glimmered faintly, and the shadow beneath its claws grew shorter, tilting with the light. It perched beside An Chang, seemingly seeking to alleviate his solitude, yet it only deepened his sense of isolation. Time passed unmeasured until the raven emitted a harsh, jarring call, flapping its wings and taking flight. Before departing, the small black eyes, resembling green beans, rotated a few times in a personified manner before blinking. The sun rose and set, the cycle continuing endlessly. In the entire city of Winterfell, aside from Ned, who was aware that An Chang would come to the top of the broken tower, even the wet nurse, Mary, was largely oblivious to An Chang's whereabouts during the day. The broken tower, being an abandoned watchtower, meant that even the most bored passerby looking up from the base would fail to discern a figure standing at the top. From a distance, details would be obscured. Naturally, no one came to disturb An Chang. He stood there for a full 7 days, expressionless and motionless, with only the flickering glimmers of his darkened eyes betraying any sign of life, resembling a statue perched atop a watchtower. A black crow would alight beside An Chang at dawn and take flight at dusk. Thus, An Chang observed everything within the city, the somber atmosphere enveloping Winterfell in the wake of Ned's death, and the traditional burial of Ned in the Stark family crypt. As the crow took to the skies once more, the moon revealed a hazy silhouette on the horizon, prompting a sigh from An Chang. He gently extended his right hand, a trace of crimson appearing at the tip of his index finger, soon coalescing into a droplet of deep red blood. "This is the blood you desire," An Chang murmured softly. "I need you to establish the base for nurturing the embryonic Noga civilization as swiftly as possible, to cultivate a research-oriented Noga civilization entity." A wave of energy swept over the droplet of blood, accompanied by the resonant sound of machinery. "Rest assured, the SEED program has devised a preliminary plan. The foremost challenge is to absorb energy from the increasing entropy without triggering a super-speed entropy surge, with the blood capable of resisting entropy energy. The SEED program is quite confident in deciphering the principles involved, thereby mitigating the effects of the super-speed entropy surge on the SEED program. Accordingly, the SEED program has prepared an experimental plan." An Chang furrowed his brow and inquired, "An experimental plan?" He recalled an experiment from his past life, one whose rationale still eluded him, yet he had pursued it nonetheless, serving as the catalyst for his current predicament. Indeed, the SEED program had titled this experimental plan, "The Giant Project." The mechanical voice, devoid of any inflection, continued, "Based on the observed conditions of entropy energy during spatial jumps, along with the survival of this planet's organisms in the sparse entropy energy, and considering the unknown mutations occurring in the planet's organisms due to the coverage of the splitting subcolonization apparatus, the SEED program concluded that the colonization apparatus could adapt to the entropy energy environment under certain conditions. While the long-term existence of these organisms in entropy energy contributed to this adaptability, the more significant factor remained the flow of energy within the civilization entity. This energy flow is beyond the analytical capabilities of the SEED program's current detection methods. However, the Ember program postulates that the biological entities of this planet, when subjected to the subcolonization apparatus, may undergo unknown mutations. It is theorized that remaining in proximity to the civilization's core will prevent the activation of superluminal entropy increase. Conversely, only when distanced sufficiently from the civilization's nucleus, and after a specific duration, will the state of superluminal entropy augmentation be re-triggered. Should the split subcolonization apparatus contain the vital essence of the civilization's core, there exists a substantial probability that the dormant superluminal entropy increase will not reactivate, irrespective of the distance from the civilization's nucleus, no matter the passage of time. If the postulation proves accurate post-experimentation, the Ember program could replicate the experimental procedures of the subcolonization apparatus onto the Ember colonization apparatus. This would facilitate the absorption of energy from the entropy increase without instigating superluminal entropy augmentation, thereby achieving the primary objective of the civilization's core, to possess an ample supply of energy. Only with sufficient energy can the subsequent steps be undertaken to fulfill the ultimate aspiration of the civilization, traversing the cosmos. An Chang pondered this deeply before articulating. The mutated subcolonization apparatus, when distanced from me for a certain duration, will indeed reinitiate the superluminal entropy increase. He surmised that this phenomenon stemmed from the energy field surrounding him, and the factors of distance and time were contingent upon the potency of this energy field. Suddenly, he speculated about his sensory perceptions. It appeared that his extraordinary faculties, aside from vision, were confined to a specific range. Upon awakening, his perception enveloped the entirety of Winter City in the adjacent Wintertown, forming a spherical radius centered around him. As time progressed, the energy field cyclically absorbed various ambient radiation energies, gradually expanding this perceptual range. An Chang's thoughts raced as he conjectured that this certain distance must correlate proportionally with his perceptual range. If one day his perception were to reach a sufficiently vast expanse, perhaps the entire planet would lie within that range. As for the notion of time, it seemed elusive and difficult to quantify. The Ember program, having overheard An Chang's musings, paused momentarily, due to the scarcity of data points. It was unable to ascertain the precise magnitude of this certain distance or the duration of time. Nevertheless, if the civilization's core yearned for exact figures, the Ember program could conduct another minor experiment. An Chang ceased his contemplation, deciding to defer that matter for later. Please continue with the specifics of the giant project. The particulars of the giant project were derived from the analysis of the existing 3 subcolonization apparatuses covering the biological entities of this planet, of which only 2 remained operational. An Chang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Prior to their arrival on this planet, preliminary scans revealed that, while the overall entropy increase energy was rather sparse, there existed fluctuations in its distribution across different locales and among various biological entities within this sparse range. In regions where biological density was elevated, the distribution of entropy increase energy was considerably heightened, while in areas with fewer biological entities, the distribution was markedly lower. There were exceptions to this pattern, but they were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the distribution among biological entities exhibited no discernible pattern, appearing to be random. It was hypothesized that this randomness stemmed from the inherent differences in the biological constitutions themselves. The essence of the giant project lies in the necessity for the ignition program to infuse the blood of the civilizational entity into the bifurcated subcolonial constructs. Subsequently, the civilizational entity will amalgamate these subcolonial constructs with biological entities that inhabit regions characterized by differing distributions of entropy-increasing energy, thereby rendering them independent and awaiting further developments. The objective is to observe whether the subcolonial constructs, now imbued with the blood of the civilizational entity, will reawaken the ultra-rapid entropy-increasing state within these biologically distinct environments. A lack of reactivation would signify a successful experiment, though this process necessitates a considerable duration, and the civilizational entity should be psychologically prepared for this, given their biological nature. Why have you designated it the giant project? An Chang's furrowed brow remained unrelaxed. This designation stems from the understanding that the emergency programs, which were derived from the ignition program, have since been integrated back into it. The subcolonial constructs that amalgamate are all humanoid in nature, and their templates are primarily based on the expanded forms of the entities they cover, coupled with the rudimentary civilization language developed by the lesser beings of this planet. As decoded by the ignition program, it has been aptly named the giant project. Humanoid beings? An Chang pondered this phrase. Are other forms of life unsuitable? Primarily, among the lesser beings of this planet, only those resembling the external appearance of the Noga civilizational entity are humanoid. Within this category, the degree of entropy-increasing energy distribution varies. Furthermore, only those humanoid beings that mirror the Noga civilizational entity exhibit the most intense cognitive fluctuations, allowing for effective integration with the subcolonial constructs, whereas the cognitive fluctuations of other beings are excessively strained. An Chang fell into silence, the light in his eyes flickering with intensity. The sole anomaly detected by the ignition program was that lowly black bird, which had stood by the civilizational entity's side for several days. Its cognitive fluctuations significantly surpassed those of humanoid beings, and its internal entropy-increasing energy was remarkably high. An Chang turned his gaze toward a certain point in the city, where the black crow perched atop the main fortress. The crow seemed to sense something, hesitating momentarily before hastily taking flight into the night sky. It vanished. The profound cognitive fluctuations and entropy-increasing energy abruptly dissipated from the bird. The mechanical voice of the ignition program seemed to carry a note of surprise. An Chang withdrew his gaze, the glimmer in his dark, profound eyes no longer dancing. As he stated, "Notify me immediately when that bird exhibits any abnormal cognitive fluctuations or entropy-increasing energy again." Understood, civilizational entity. An Chang's gaze shifted to the night sky, where the myriad stars appeared to dim and fade away. After a prolonged moment, he murmured, almost in a trance, "Must it only be the humanoid beings you speak of?" "Indeed, civilizational entity." The mechanical voice echoed solely in An Chang's ears, yet in that instant, it felt as if it melded with the summer breeze, carrying far and wide. Accompanying that mechanical voice, An Chang stood amidst the remnants of a crumbling tower, his petite form seemingly weighed down by an unseen burden. As his dark purple attire fluttered gently in the summer night wind, it appeared that his small stature was on the verge of shouldering something significant. Chapter 28. Waiting narrow leaves overlapped, their dense, dark branches entwined, forming a canopy that shrouded the area in shadow. Fragments of sunlight trickled through, casting a soft glow upon the damp, dark earth below. The sacred woods of Winterfell remained as dim and enigmatic as ever. In the heart of this ancient forest stood a colossal fishbeam tree, so venerable that its origins had long been lost to time. Indeed, the entire sacred grove and the city of Winterfell itself had been constructed around this venerable heart tree. In life, Ned would often seek a moment to sit beneath the heart tree, on a stone by the cold, dark waters, gazing intently at a face carved into the trunk by some unknown hand at an unknown time. The face bore a profound melancholy that Catelyn could never quite fathom as a source of solace for Ned. She had once inquired about it, and he had merely smiled, suggesting that Southerners would likely never understand. Yet, at this very moment, Catelyn found herself seated upon the stone where Ned had often lingered, mimicking his posture, and quietly contemplating the deeply melancholic visage. In this stillness, she began to grasp a fragment of Ned's sentiment. It was a sorrowful realization, for the price of this understanding was Ned's untimely demise. Suddenly, thoughts of Ned's deceased father and brothers flooded her mind. Did Ned visit this place in remembrance of them? Catelyn could not ascertain a definitive answer, but she undeniably felt a sense of mourning for Ned. Reflecting on it, she realized that none of the Stark family members who had ventured south from the north had met with a fortunate fate. Catelyn, having journeyed from the south to the north, seemed to follow this grim pattern as well. During her time in the bustling city of Riverrun, she had been betrothed to the eldest Stark son, only to see Ned's brother meet his end on the Mad King's gallows. Ultimately, it was Ned who became her husband. Yet recently he had departed south, only to perish in the Red Keep of King's Landing. Whenever Catelyn considered this, her heart ached with self-reproach. Moreover, she found herself perplexed by the circumstances surrounding Ned's death. She harbored deep skepticism regarding the claim made by Robert, the current king and Ned's childhood companion, that Ned had succumbed to illness. If this were not the case, what motive could the king possibly have for orchestrating Ned's demise? Baron Greyjoy of the Iron Islands had just raised his banner in rebellion, declaring himself king of the Iron Islands. The king had commanded the Northern Lord, who was guarding Winterfell, to quell this insurrection. Yet that very lord was slain within the confines of his own castle. Given that Ned was among the king's few true friends and had once fought alongside him for the throne, Catelyn questioned the king's reasoning. Could it be that the Iron Islands rebellion was merely a ruse, a calculated scheme to lure Ned southward, where he would meet his end? All the while the king would publicly attribute the death to illness, leaving the world to accept his narrative due to a lack of discernible motive for murder? The pain of widowhood, compounded by her 3-month pregnancy, drove Catelyn to entertain the darkest suspicions regarding the true cause of Ned's death. She even began to believe that the nobles beyond the north had conspired together, perhaps plotting the advance of southern armies into the north. No, the vassals of the north, loyal to Ned, may have already betrayed the Stark family. Otherwise, why would they retreat? Why not raise their blades in defense of their lord against the capital? A profound fear suddenly enveloped Catelyn, a chilling dread seeping through every pore, penetrating deep into her very being. She feared that the southern nobles might have dispatched assassins, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a moment of solitude to plunge their poisoned daggers into her heart and into the hearts of her children with Ned. Now, she found herself alone, isolated in the dimly lit depths of the sacred wood. A sound of footsteps suddenly reached her ears from behind, causing the taut string of her suspicions to snap. She let out a shrill scream and turned, her heart racing. The death of Ned had driven her to the brink of collapse. A figure clad in black velvet, black leather trousers, and black boots approached slowly, upon hearing her cry. The pace quickened. As the shadowy figure drew near, Catelyn discerned his features: dark brown hair, gray-blue eyes, a lean, elongated face still bearing the youthful innocence of boyhood, and cheeks flushed to deep purple from the cold. Taller than Ned by a slight margin, he hurried towards her. It was Ned's brother, the sworn brother of the Night's Watch, Edard Stark. Upon recognizing him, Catelyn exhaled softly. Edard had hurried back from the despairing black castle of the Wall, following a letter from Maester Luwin regarding Ned's funeral. In recent days, Catelyn had felt more like a living corpse than a woman of flesh and blood. Edard, quickening his steps, scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger. Upon finding none, he felt a slight relief wash over him. Loosening his grip on the hilt of his sword, though his pace remained unyielding, he reached Catelyn, who sat upon the stone, noticing the lingering terror etched on her face, and the sorrow hidden within her blue eyes, which seemed even more profound than in the preceding days. Edard's concern deepened as he discreetly glanced at Catelyn's slightly rounded abdomen, then bowed respectfully, uttering, "My lady." Before she could respond, Edard looked at her with worry, advising, "You should return to your chambers. The sacred wood is quite damp, and prolonged exposure may lead to illness." The sun gradually traversed the sky, shafts of light filtering through the intertwining branches, casting fragmented rays upon Catelyn, whose once rosy complexion now appeared pallid. She did not reply, turning her gaze back to the melancholic visage before her. Seeing this, Edard sighed inwardly. He too mourned the sudden loss of his brother. When their father and elder brother had passed, he had been a mere boy, enveloped in grief. Yet, His brother Ned had taught him that the Starks had never feared death. Tragically, though Ned's words still echoed in his mind, they offered no solace. For the one who had spoken them had departed alongside their father and elder brother. However, Bran could not allow himself to succumb to sorrow. He was now the sole adult male of House Stark. Even though he had sworn allegiance to the Night's Watch, he remained undeniably a member of his family. Lord Commander Mormont, equally shocked and grief-stricken by Ned's sudden demise, granted Bran an indefinite leave of absence, affording him the time necessary to address the subsequent matters. Bran understood the implications of the commander's words. In recent years, the Night's Watch had been steadily declining, and the king's support for the black-clad brothers waned with each passing year. Moreover, their vigilance against the wildlings suffered due to a lack of manpower and supplies. Fortunately, the North had consistently been a staunch supporter of the Night's Watch, and the commander hoped for an increase in assistance from the North. Although Bran could no longer directly intervene in the affairs of the North, House Stark had always held the Night's Watch in high regard. His brother Ned had even entertained the idea of leading the northern forces beyond the Wall to confront the wildlings in a life-and-death struggle. Thus, once he had settled all subsequent matters, enhancing support for the Night's Watch would be a natural course of action for Bran. Before that, however, he needed to attend to the immediate aftermath of his brother Ned's death, the foremost concern being to comfort the pregnant Catelyn. "You are still carrying your brother's child." He hesitated to mention Ned's name, but there was no evading the truth. Upon hearing this, Catelyn instinctively placed her hand gently upon her abdomen, her blue eyes misting over, and her long, melancholic face offered no solace. Eventually, she rose slowly from the stone, her legs feeling slightly weak, yet she persevered, taking small steps toward the weirwood grove. Bran followed closely behind her, the dappled light dancing around them. Upon exiting the grove, the interwoven branches that seemed to support the canopy gradually receded. The brilliant sunlight bathed them, dispelling the dampness that clung to them from the dark depths of the forest. However, it could not dissipate the gloom that enveloped their hearts. Catelyn paused to gaze at the ancient, weathered buildings, gently touching the corner of her eye to wipe away the tears that had fallen unbeknownst to her. "Bran," she said softly, her voice slightly hoarse, "will you accompany me to the crypts?" Bran hesitated. The Stark family crypts lay underground, where the ancestors of House Stark rested. One day, he too would be interred there, in that cold, dark place meant for the dead, where the living were discouraged from venturing. Bran had personally laid Ned's remains to rest in the damp, narrow passageway, where the eyes of their forebears seemed to peer from the shadows, certainly not a place for a pregnant woman. Yet, he could not refuse her, nor deny Catelyn the right to mourn her late husband. After a moment's contemplation, Bran nodded gently, and they turned their steps toward the crypts. Along the way, Bran retrieved a torch and ignited it before the entrance, stepping ahead of Catelyn to push open the aged, weather-beaten iron door, guiding her into the darkness. Banyan turned sideways, raising the torch to one side, his gaze fixed intently on Catelyn's every move, ensuring she did not encounter any mishap on the spiraling staircase. Upon their emergence from the winding steps, a chilling breeze enveloped them, causing the flame in Banyan's hand to flicker. Before them stood pairs of stone columns, and between these columns were statues of the Stark lineage. The light illuminated only their immediate surroundings, while beyond lay an expanse of darkness. A long and narrow passage stretching into the abyss, seemingly leading to the legendary 7 layers of hell. The statues depicted each Stark lord of Winterfell in life, their feet resting upon the stone likeness of a direwolf, with a sword displayed prominently across their chests. Over time, the sword had succumbed to rust, adding a somber weight to the already grave atmosphere of the crypt. Catelyn shivered at the cold that greeted them. She had entered this crypt when Ned was laid to rest, though she had not found it as unsettling then as it felt now. Banyan, holding the torch, walked ahead of Catelyn, casting light upon the Stark statues, whose hollow stone eyes seemed to follow the movements of the 2 living souls. The elongated shadows occasionally merged into the darkness. The narrow passage appeared endless, and after what felt like an eternity, Banyan finally halted. The columns remained steadfast, but the statues between them came to an end, indicating they were nearing their destination, yet they paused just short of it. The flickering flame illuminated a statue resembling Ned, alongside a small figure standing silently before it. The shadow cast by the torch danced menacingly behind the diminutive form, its face shrouded in darkness, rendering it unrecognizable. Clad in dark purple garments, the small figure gazed at the stone statue of Ned, embodying a sense of mourning and perhaps seeking forgiveness. Chapter 29. Before the statue, the small figure seemed oblivious to the presence of the two, undisturbed by the flickering torchlight, lost in its own reverie of grief and penitence. Only the soft footfalls of Banyan and Catelyn echoed through the long, narrow passage, shattering the silence that enveloped the small figure. The darkness surrounding it was pierced by the light and their footsteps. Catelyn's mind raced, recalling the name of the small figure, Krasi. She suddenly remembered the strange pattern on Ned's right palm, identical in hue to the garments worn by Krasi. She had heard Ned mention that this peculiar mark was the reason he survived the Tower of Bliss, a gift from a child who had descended from the heavens. A chill ran down her spine. Although she had never witnessed Ned transform into a giant, he had often described in detail what it entailed. Over several months, he had shared his experiences with her, depicting a colossal being towering over 10 meters, capable of grasping a sturdy horse in a single hand. He spoke of a power that should not belong to this world, akin to the dragons of the long-extinct Targaryen dynasty. How could the king possibly slay a man capable of transforming into a giant? Was Ned's demise truly due to illness? The remnants of Ned show no signs of wounds from weaponry, nor any indication of death by illness. In truth, nothing can be discerned. It merely gives the impression that the body has lain in death for millennia, untouched by decay. Banyang's sharp inquiry interrupted the flood of thoughts that surged within Caitlin. Who are you? An Chang remained silent, fixated on the statue, offering no response. Caitlin spoke from behind Banyang. He is Ned's illegitimate son. Ned must have mentioned you in his letters. Krasi? Banyang's surprise registered on his face. The two resumed their steps, approaching the statue resembling Ned. And as Banyang discerned An Chang's features, his astonishment deepened. Could this truly be the illegitimate son of his brother? Banyang's surprise was unavoidable under the flickering light. An Chang's visage was distinctly unlike any Stark he had ever encountered. Yet, on that youthful face, there was a semblance of the expression Ned wore in life. Caitlin could no longer suppress her curiosity. Despite her awareness of the child's extraordinary nature, the memory of the deceased Ned emboldened her. As Krasi escaped her lips, doubt still lingered. How had Ned truly died? Was it indeed due to illness? Banyang's gray-blue eyes flitted between An Chang and Caitlin. Sensing the Duchess's peculiar demeanor towards this illegitimate child, An Chang reached out, brushing his fingers against the statue's face. Fully aware that Ned's remains lay within the sarcophagus behind it, Ned died due to my oversight. He pieced together the sequence of events. Recalling the frequent mentions of ultra-rapid entropy increase in the fire program, something he had failed to foresee, Caitlin felt a momentary confusion, mirrored by Banyang's puzzled gaze. An Chang turned his head, his deep, dark eyes reflecting a profound melancholy that resonated within the minds of the two. The flickering flames of the torch seemingly sensing the unease, swaying restlessly. Ned harbored something not of this world. An Chang's expression twisted into a bittersweet smile. A hint of self-mockery on his youthful face. That entity existed in conjunction with me. Ned was too distant, and with its disappearance, it took Ned with it. He chose his words carefully, yet failed to convey the entirety of the reasons. Caitlin recalled the pattern on Ned's right palm, then thought of the similar markings on Rob's chest. Ned's death seemed to have stripped her of all her impetuousness. She wisely restrained herself, resisting the urge to seize An Chang by the collar and demand the truth. Instead, she feigned calmness and asked, "What of Rob? You wouldn't let 7-year-old Rob suffer the same dreadful fate, would you?" Her voice trembled uncontrollably, the pleading tone unmistakable. Banyang's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. He found the situation perplexing, yet understood that Ned's death appeared linked to this so-called illegitimate son. An Chang fell silent for a moment. He had already made his decision. Yet the image of the daughter's laughter and Ned's last instructions, along with the pain etched on Ned's face at the time of his passing, echoed in his mind. I shall not depart for the time being. He did not specify where he would go, but his resolve was unwavering. Caitlin wept once more, her reason seemingly departing along with her tears. In a frenzy, she pushed past Banyan, collapsing before An Chang, her hands desperately grasping at his dark purple garments, which slipped through her fingers. No. Her voice, choked with anguish, erupted in a hoarse roar, as though An Chang were about to snatch her loved ones from this world once again. The torch in Banyan's hand fell to the ground, its flames momentarily flickering, while the darkness once more encroached upon the narrow, elongated corridor. The stone statues standing between the pillars cast elongated shadows in the flickering light. He had drawn his sword halfway from its sheath. Before heading south, Nate had entrusted his family to me. An Chang remained in his original stance. I had promised him. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, gradually coalescing, a radiant glow emanating from his eyes, softly illuminating the corridor that was about to succumb to darkness. Banyan squinted. The gentle white light cast his shadow upon the stone pillar, where the shadow's hand drew forth a sword from his waist. The scene before him surpassed his imagination, solidifying his belief that this so-called illegitimate child was a monster. His brother's death seemed to have bestowed upon him fearless courage, and he swung his sword toward the child whose eyes shone with light. Silently, the sword that met An Chang's neck disintegrated into the finest powder, dissolving into the air. Banyan trembled, his hands, which gripped the sword, now drenched in blood. The powder drifted before Caitlyn's eyes, and only then did she realize what had transpired. After a moment of stupor, a thought flashed through her mind, and like a wounded beast, she let out the most heart-wrenching shriek. Banyan, An Chang's energy field, in its relentless cycle of 33 billion exchanges per millisecond, annihilated the sword's fierce strike into the minutest of particles. Yet An Chang seemed oblivious, merely casting a glance at the dazed Banyan with his softly glowing, incandescent eyes. "You are also a part of Nade's family," he said. As he assisted Caitlyn to her feet, she felt the strength emanating from his slender arms, compelling her to rise from the ground without resistance. "What kind of monster are you?" Banyan stammered, suddenly admiring his earlier actions, revering the sword strike he had just attempted. "What are you doing?" Caitlyn questioned Banyan, her eyes red and tears flowing incessantly. She was acutely aware of the child's formidable prowess, not only from Nade's accounts, but also from her own observations. Caitlyn often pondered whether this child was an incarnation of the 7 gods on Earth, who neither ate nor drank, nor slept nor rested, soaring through the skies. At that moment, she witnessed once again the child's invulnerability to blades and swords. What mortal could possess such abilities? It was clearly the manifestation of divine power. No deity could save Nade, not even Klotzi. "But not even the gods shall take anyone from me again." Caitlyn turned to An Chang. Needing to lower her gaze slightly, the child barely reached her waist. Yet the plea in her eyes made her appear as a devout worshipper. Kneeling in fervent prayer at the feet of the 7 gods, An Chang fell silent once more, a flicker of emotion dancing within him, as thoughts of his daughter's mother crossed his mind, followed by a self-deprecating smile. "I shall ensure your safety until all matters arising from Ned's demise are resolved," An Chang gently stated. "After that, I will depart from Winterfell, taking Robb with me." A pang of sorrow pierced Caitlyn's heart, and though she contemplated voicing her thoughts, she ultimately refrained. The solace she found lay in the fact that Robb was merely leaving her, rather than departing from this world. An Chang continued, "I will address the risks posed by the entity residing within him. It is a debt he owes to Ned, and the least he can do in atonement." He paused, adding, "Before I completely take my leave, I will return him." A thought flickered through An Chang's mind. Recalling the words of the Fireseed program, this planet would cease to exist in a century, obliterated by the cataclysm of the river's heart. Was the survival of the entire world more significant than returning home to be with his daughter? Moreover, the impending destruction of this planet felt alien to him. Neither his homeland nor a place where those he cherished resided. Perhaps there were some he cared for. An Chang dared not dwell further, fearing the contemplation of whether his homeland would still be familiar upon his return, or if his daughter would still be awaiting him. He forcefully quelled the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind, choosing silence and taking a step forward instead. Caitlyn's sobs had subsided somewhat, yet she continued to weep softly. She observed An Chang's figure as he spoke, and then gradually withdrew, realizing that his words were not a dialogue with her, but rather a stark proclamation. The gentle, incandescent glow in An Chang's eyes slowly faded as he walked into the darkness, not a sound escaping him. Caitlyn watched him depart until he vanished from her sight. The darkness enveloped once more, and Banyan, trembling, picked up the extinguished torch and reignited it. The flickering orange flame cast its glow as Banyan hesitated, wanting to speak to Caitlyn. She had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. Her fingers caressed the rough stone visage, yearning for Ned to envelop her in his embrace and whisper words of comfort. Yet she understood that such a reality belonged to the past, and all that lay ahead she must confront alone. Ultimately, Banyan remained silent, burying his emotions deep within, needing ample time to process and comprehend the scene they had just witnessed. As they emerged from the tomb, Caitlyn felt as though she had shed all shadows. Her blue eyes sparkled once more, though sadness lingered. Banyan observed the transformation in Caitlyn, uncertain whether it was for better or worse. At that moment, the sun hung high, illuminating the world below. Chapter 30. Undercurrents. Rasha abruptly awoke from his slumber, his brown eyes wide with a lingering, inexplicable smile, the same smile he had seen in his brother's gaze before his passing. Flickering lights danced outside the tent, while his comrades snored beside him. He shifted his body slightly, creating a space to sit up. This was unusual. Rasha had never awakened naturally in the dead of night. Perhaps it was the dream of his brother that stirred him, that pale, yet smiling face rousing him from his sleep. After rising, he inhaled deeply, the air slightly muddled. Perhaps not particularly pleasant, yet having been immersed in this environment for so long, he found it difficult to discern. Since the withdrawal from Junlin, Luoxia had been accompanying the troops for over half a month. Count Amber, since the day of the retreat, had been incessantly cursing, his voice booming, loud enough that even from several dozen meters away, Luoxia could hear him. However, Luoxia could only discern that the Count was berating someone, his mood evidently foul. but the specifics remained unclear. For reasons unknown, the once elongated army had now fragmented, no longer resembling the cohesive unit it had been upon arrival. Tens of thousands of soldiers were now scattered into several thousand-strong detachments, with their encampments distanced from one another. Yet Count Amber had deliberately positioned his troops near another contingent. Closest to this other army was the logistics team to which Rasha belonged. During the day, Rasha could see, from his position, the high-fluttering banners of the opposing camp. He recognized that banner, remembering vividly the day when a few members of his logistics team had delivered a portion of their supplies to the other army. That day, Count Amber had flown into a rage, breaking several bones of a servant, who, it was said, did not survive, perishing in some unknown corner. This incident was etched in Rasha's memory, second only to the smile of his brother before his death. Even the news of the young lord's demise, which he had been fortunate enough to witness once, did not linger in his mind as vividly as this. For he had watched that servant gradually transform from a vibrant life into a lifeless body, much like his brother. Yet, unlike his brother, the servant did not succumb to the cold, nor did he wear a smile at the end. Instead, the servant wailed in despair, helpless. He lay amidst the grass until his last breath, struggling until the very end. Rasha, having heard the commotion, stood not far away, watching as the young servant's eyes slowly lost their luster, the vacant pupils still reflecting pain and rage. In that moment, Rasha felt as though he had grasped some profound truth, yet simultaneously understood nothing at all. Shortly thereafter, the logistics team's long knife shattered. This incident, along with the banner that had already captured Rasha's attention, was indelibly etched in his mind, a pink background with a crimson thread depicting a flayed human form. Later, he heard from Officer Mouse that it was the family crest of the Count of Terror Fortress, with Officer Mouse boasting of his knowledge, recounting how a millennium ago, the Bolton family had been the kings of the North, but ultimately bowed before the Stark family. Rasha listened to this as a tale, yet it resonated within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rasha regained his senses. He was uncertain of the time, but it was evident that the outside remained shrouded in darkness, with only the flickering light of the braziers illuminating the surroundings. He lay down once more, closing his eyes. Yet the snores of his comrades were too disruptive for him to fall asleep again. Opening his eyes, he sat up and fumbled to don his clothing. He was particularly cautious while putting on his outer garments. Beneath his outer garment lay the broken blade and the sharp dagger gifted by the esteemed Mouse Commander. The broken blade was relatively manageable, securely wrapped in a tattered piece of leather by Rasha. However, the dagger was another matter altogether, for reasons unbeknownst to him. The Mouse Commander had not provided a sheath. Unable to procure another piece of leather sufficient to conceal the razor-sharp edge, Rasha resorted to binding it with ragged cloth. He harbored a deep-seated fear of that glimmering blade, wary that a moment's lapse in caution could result in a grievous wound to his own chest. Consequently, he exercised extraordinary care each time he donned or removed his clothing. Even in the course of his daily strides, he would discreetly press a hand against his chest, guarding the dagger hidden beneath. After dressing, he cast a glance back at his comrade, soundly asleep, lifted the tent's flap, and stepped outside. Upon exiting the tent, Rasha was surprised to find that the world beyond was not as shrouded in darkness as he had perceived from within. The moonlight bathed the landscape in a silvery glow, and the starry sky sparkled above. Unable to resist, he gazed upward, suddenly struck by the clarity of the southern heavens, which, for reasons he could not fathom, seemed far more vivid than those of the north, perhaps due to the perpetual veil of heavy clouds that cloaked the northern skies. With no time to ponder these thoughts, he made his way toward the river, traversing the somewhat disheveled encampment before meandering through a thicket until he finally beheld the waters of the river reflecting the bright moon. Rasha recognized the river's name. Even some of the wildlings beyond the wall were familiar with it. This was the Trident, where His Majesty the King had once vanquished Prince Rhaegar, a battle immortalized by minstrels and known throughout Westeros. It was in that very conflict that Robert had seized the crown and the Iron Throne. Rasha had not come here to pay homage to the site of that fabled battle, nor was he in search of the rumored rubies that had fallen into the river when Rhaegar's chest was shattered. His purpose was far simpler. After relieving himself, he sought a discreet spot to sharpen the blade concealed within his clothing. He first found a large tree in the woods to address his sudden urge. Then, as he surveyed the banks of the Trident, he walked for quite some time without discovering a suitable place. It was not until he caught sight of a pink banner fluttering in the radiant moonlight that he realized he had inadvertently wandered close to the encampment of the fearsome Lord of the Dreadfort. However, he dismissed his concern, reassured by the distance that still lay between them and the late hour, which deterred anyone from patrolling this desolate area. Yet, as Rasha reflected on his presence here, he felt a lingering possibility of being discovered. Thus, he turned back along the Trident's banks. Perhaps due to the dense underbrush that had obscured his view on the way in, he now stumbled upon a perfect spot for his task, an outwardly protruding, low-lying riverbank. Upon descending, he found that the surrounding foliage effectively concealed him, rendering him nearly invisible to any discerning eye. Despite the proximity to the Lord of the Dreadfort's encampment, Rasha, filled with elation, cautiously pressed down the grass to further obscure his presence. He then retrieved a broken blade and a dagger from his bosom, along with a rather irregular whetstone. This time, there was no stealthy presence of the officer behind him. The sound of grinding echoed for quite a while. Beads of sweat formed on Rasha's forehead, and on his gaunt, sunken face, his bright brown eyes sparkled with mirth. He held the broken blade before him, and the once noticeable notch was now nearly imperceptible, the edge glimmering faintly like that of the dagger. Setting the broken blade aside, he picked up the dagger, admiring its sharp, glinting edge, and deemed further honing unnecessary. As he pondered, a faint sound of hoofbeats drifted to his ears on the night breeze, causing his slight frame to tense and his breathing to slow. He clutched the dagger tightly in his hand. The hoofbeats grew increasingly distinct, indicating an approach. At that moment, Rasha discerned that the sound did not originate from a single horse, but rather from at least two warhorses, their synchronized rhythm unmistakable. The hoofbeats halted not far away, and Rasha leaned forward, peering cautiously through the gaps in the grass. Despite the bright moonlight, the two horses in the distance remained indistinct. He could vaguely make out that there were indeed two steeds, each carrying a shadowy figure, but he could not discern any further details. The two figures, mounted on their horses, appeared similar in stature. After halting and remaining silent for a moment, the figure on the left finally spoke. They were approximately 10 meters away, accompanied by the distant howls of wild beasts and the nearby rustle of insects and wind. The voice of the figure was soft, requiring utmost concentration to comprehend their words, which soon mingled with the night breeze and dissipated into the darkness, leaving Rasha with only a vague phrase. Far, pursued, the figure on the right responded, equally softly. Yet his distinctive hoarse voice carried far. Nevertheless, Rasha could only catch snippets of their exchange. He observed the figure on the right bow slightly, as if in deference. "Count Bob, is it true that Kay has perished?" Rasha held his breath, finally realizing he had stumbled upon something significant. Yet, he feared being discovered by the two. He did not wish to become the second attendant, whose fate might be even worse than that of the first. Thus, he withdrew his gaze, shrinking back into the shadows, trembling slightly as he awaited the conclusion of their dialogue. In that moment, he even contemplated praying to the old gods, although he had not done so since his brother's death. Today was no exception. Even as fear coursed through him, the memory of his brother's pallid smile surfaced, reminding him of the silent deities that had never responded. He wondered if covering his ears to block out the indistinct words would allow him to navigate this suddenly slowed passage of time unscathed. But he was acutely aware that regardless of whether he heard or understood, the consequences of being discovered were dire. Therefore, he remained quietly nestled in the low-lying bank by the river, intermittently catching fragmented, incoherent phrases. Yet, he focused not on the content of their words, but rather on discerning whether their voices grew clearer. Clarity in the air signified the proximity of two individuals, and such closeness inevitably increased the likelihood of discovery. A sense of relief washed over him when, after their conversation concluded, no further indistinct voices lingered, and the sound of hooves faded into the distance. Neither of the two moved forward, nor did they approach the area where Rasha was concealed. Once the sound of hooves had entirely vanished, Rasha cautiously rose from his hiding place in the thicket. After confirming that the coast was clear, he emerged from his lowly refuge, only to realize that he was drenched in cold sweat, and his muscles ached profoundly. Nevertheless, this discomfort did not deter him from sprinting back to his own army's encampment, returning to the logistics team's sleeping quarters. As he stepped into the tent, the mingled aromas of various scents enveloped him, providing an unexpected sense of solace. After pushing aside a colleague to settle down, Rasha found his thoughts drifting back to the indistinct conversation he had just overheard. It seemed to revolve around the deceased young lord. The voice, faint as it was, appeared to have declined a request made by another figure. Rasha could recall little of the actual content, and even if it had been articulated directly to him, he would likely have grasped it poorly. However, the voices of the two individuals remained vividly etched in his memory. Resolved not to dwell further, fatigue and the release of his taut nerves soon overwhelmed him, and he swiftly joined his comrades in their slumber. Outside the tent, the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a shadow reminiscent of a wolf's head. Chapter 31. Every mortal shall meet their end. Lisa Tully sat quietly upon her bed, possessing the same cerulean eyes as her sister Caitlin, alongside long chestnut hair, the hallmark of House Tully. Yet, she bore a rosy mouth that granted her a charm surpassing that of her sisteress during their youth. But she was no longer a maiden. Her once graceful form had gradually become more rotund, and her once radiant visage was losing its luster. Her rosy lips were now derisively referred to by her husband, a man older than her father, as her irritable little mouth. He was the Lord of the Valley and the current Prime Minister, Jon Arryn. What allowed her to sit quietly on the bed was merely the lingering warmth of intimacy shared with her beloved, soothing the myriad wounds of her frigid heart. Her true love, the only man she cherished, her first, was not that repugnant old man, but Peter Baelish, the object of her affection since her youth. Yet, recalling his request for her to travel to the north, to Winterfell, to comfort her sister, filled her with dismay. That sister, whom he adored, made Lysa realize that Edard Stark's demise was not as satisfying as she had imagined. It opened the door for Peter to exploit the situation. Lysa harbored resentment towards her father and was consumed by jealousy toward Catelyn. The thought of comforting her sister, who had lost her husband, felt no less painful than the desire to slay that wretched woman. Yet she understood that such thoughts were futile. Peter was right. Catelyn still had her children with her and could not fully comprehend the depths of her sister's sorrow. As Lysa contemplated this, a venomous glint appeared in her eyes. She had nearly forgotten how many times she had been pregnant, only to either miscarry or suffer the loss of her child shortly after birth. Thus, she resolved to heed her beloved's request and travel to Winterfell to offer solace to her sister Catelyn, while also attending to her sister's delightful children. However, this endeavor required the consent of her husband, the current Prime Minister. So she quietly sat on the bed, her azure eyes occasionally gazing out the window, then turning to the bedroom door. He must be overwhelmed with the turmoil of the Iron Islands rebellion and the death of Edard Stark. It would be preferable for him to perish in the throes of these troubles while seated upon the Prime Minister's throne. Lysa mused with a smile, as the sunlight streamed onto her face. The slightly plump cheeks, remnants of her youthful beauty, had yet to fade entirely, though the shyness and warmth of her girlhood had long since evaporated. She waited patiently until the sun dipped below the horizon and the crescent moon began to rise. At last, her aged husband pushed open the bedroom door, his murky yet sharp gaze falling upon Lysa, revealing the slight sag of his typically broad shoulders. "What are you doing sitting here, my lady? It is time for dinner," Jon Arryn reminded his young wife. Lysa couldn't help but chuckle at the weariness and concern woven into his aged voice. "My lord, I was pondering how heartbroken my sister must be, after all. Her husband has passed away." Lysa had never referred to him as Lord Arryn, only occasionally calling him dear, and more often addressing him as my lord, akin to a distant vassal. Jon's sharp, cloudy gaze dimmed. Ned's death had come too abruptly. When Ned had arrived, he had been preoccupied with state affairs, and they had not seen each other since their parting years ago. Now, upon their reunion, Ned was but a lifeless corpse, unrecognizable even in death. He sighed inwardly, though his face betrayed nothing. "Let us dine together first." Lysa obediently rose from the bed and followed Jon to the dining hall. The servants presented a sumptuous dinner, and the flickering candlelight surrounding the room added an alluring ambience to the meal. Jon took his seat at the head of the table, with Lysa beside him, the gleaming silverware enhancing the clarity of their features. Lysa could discern the signs of aging on the visage of the man beside her, the creased wrinkles, some indistinct spots, and the unpleasant breath that accompanied each mouthful, diminishing her appetite at every meal. She fidgeted with her knife and fork, her gaze fixed on the food on her plate, before suddenly speaking up. "Dear, I wish to make a trip to Winterfell soon." She raised her eyes to gauge Jon's reaction and, seeing no discernible change, continued, "My sister, Catelyn, has just lost her husband and is likely overwhelmed with grief. She needs a close confidant to comfort her." Her eyes sparkled with hope, yet concealed a hint of disdain. "What do you think?" Jon remained silent, his utensils clinking as he continued to eat. After swallowing, he pondered for a moment before responding. "You should indeed visit Winterfell to console your sister and express my condolences regarding Ned's passing." Lysa's face lit up with unmasked joy. "But not at this moment," he added, casting a glance at Lysa. "Now is not the opportune time for a journey to Winterfell. When shall I go then?" Lysa inquired, her joy undiminished, revealing no trace of disappointment. "At least wait until the northern forces have returned," Eileen replied. The candles surrounding the restaurant flickered quietly, bearing witness to the conversation between the two. Sunlight streamed through the thatched roof's crevices, casting a warm glow upon an unremarkable face. The brown eyes, illuminated by the sun, sparkled with clarity. Horn had awakened several days prior, under the divine protection of the god of many faces. He had collapsed before a dwelling, only to be tenderly cared for by its owner rather than being discarded in a forsaken corner. The bed upon which he now lay was the sole one in the house, while the cheerful and hospitable youth had been sleeping on the floor for several days. Upon Horn's awakening, the youth's exuberance surged, his radiant smile touching Horn's heart. He had never encountered such an infectious grin. That smile instilled confidence, seemingly capable of lifting anyone who beheld it from despair, rekindling their hopes for life. Curious, Horn inquired about the youth's name. The boy revealed he had none, for his father had been conscripted and perished on the battlefield before he was even born. His mother had never considered naming him, simply referring to him as my son. When he turned 10, his mother vanished one day and never returned, leaving him to navigate life alone amidst hardship. Neighbors would occasionally call out to him or offer assistance. Horn found it incomprehensible how such a youth, burdened by such a fate, could possess such a fervent smile. He posed the question to the boy. The nameless youth's response etched itself indelibly into Horn's heart. The one who can truly listen to their own heart is oneself. I do not wish to hear the sound of my heart bleeding each day. Thus, this spirited boy, with a smile that could uplift souls, masked the wounds of his heart with laughter. A faint smile broke upon Horn's composed visage. How rare it is. The door creaked open, emitting an unusual sound as the thatch scraped against itself. A young lad, not yet fully grown, entered, carrying firewood and a rabbit in hand. His clothes were adorned with haphazard patches, skillfully sewn by his own hands, a clumsy imitation of his mother's once practiced movements. Alongside the sunlight streaming into the room came the boy's radiant smile, his green eyes locking onto Horn's, broadening his grin even more. "Strange uncle, you're awake," he exclaimed, his inquiry unnecessary as he waved the rabbit before him. "Today we have meat." Horn sat up from the bed, gazing steadily at the boy. The youth, taken aback, recalled the peculiar uncle he had rescued, fully aware of the severity of his injuries that would require months of recovery. Seeing Horn suddenly sit up surprised him. But he quickly exclaimed, "You're all right then?" Approaching Horn, he touched his arm, feeling the sturdy strength beneath his fingers. "You should hurry and leave, or come with me to find something to eat." Horn displayed no reaction to the boy's mischievous antics. He merely rose with a smile and remarked, "You do realize that the woods and everything within them belong to the Lord, do you not?" He gestured toward the lush forest not far from the house, adding, "If caught, you might find your hands severed." The boy's smile remained undiminished. "Everyone does this," he replied, "if one is unfortunate enough to be apprehended. It merely means being conscripted as a night watchman. There is nothing to fear." He patted his stomach, contemplating, perhaps I should intentionally get caught. At least as a night watchman, I wouldn't go hungry. Horn extended his hand to receive the rabbit, which, astonishingly, remained unscathed and was still surveying him with its rotating eyes. He marveled at how the boy had managed to capture it. "But you would freeze to death. The wall of despair is no place for the faint-hearted." He rummaged through his pocket and produced a coin, glimmering silver, which he handed to the boy. The lad, taken aback, reached out to accept it, only to discover that it was not the silver coin he had envisioned. It felt remarkably light, unlike any metal he had encountered before, and bore unfamiliar engravings on both sides. One side depicted two peculiar weapons crossed, surrounded by unreadable letters, while the other side featured a faceless figure cloaked in a hood. "Is this a silver coin?" the boy inquired, scrutinizing the piece. Horn shook his head, observing the boy's every movement. "It is not silver, but it is the best recompense I can offer you." The boy, dissatisfied, tossed the coin in the air and remarked, "Not something I can spend?" Then, as if a realization dawned upon him, he asked, "Are you truly leaving?" Horn nodded, his gaze drifting through the open door toward the distance. "When you can no longer smile, take that coin, go to any port, and find a ship from across the narrow sea. Tell the captain, all mortals must die, and he will take you to a place that can assist you." "Annoying. I assent it." The boy echoed the cryptic phrase awkwardly before grinning. "Then I suppose I'll never have any use for this coin in my lifetime." Horn, suppressing the urge to correct the boy's pronunciation, felt a quiet sigh escape him at the boy's confident tone. He withdrew his gaze, returned the rabbit to the boy, and said, "I hope that proves true." Without waiting for the boy's response, he stepped out of the room, sunlight enveloping him instantly. The boy chased after him, shaking the rabbit in his hand, exclaiming, "Eat before you leave." Horn paused, turning to face the boy. The lad's face lit up with surprise, but instead of the peculiar old man approaching, he heard a voice say, "You have never inquired about my name or origins. This is both commendable and unfortunate." The boy scratched his head in confusion, gazing at the ordinary face illuminated by sunlight. "Like you, I too lack a name. I once had one, but it is no longer of use, so I will bestow it upon you." Horn's expression shifted to one of nostalgia, although the reminiscence unearthed scars he had desperately attempted to conceal. "Before you find use for that coin, you shall be called IGG." With that, he departed without further delay. The boy held the rabbit aloft, his arms slowly lowering, his green eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. As the sunlight illuminated the scene, The retreating silhouette gradually faded, reminiscent of his infectious smile. Every mortal must face death, young Yige murmured, gazing at the figure that was slowly receding from his view. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sensation as the silhouette vanished under the sun, akin to snowflakes dissolving in the fierce light. Chapter 32, The Evenless Light, Infinite Vibrations. In an overwhelming torrent of information, An Chang stared at the distant horizon where the setting sun hung low, until the last vestige of soft orange light vanished entirely, casting darkness over the land. He stood atop the remnants of a crumbling tower, observing the starlight seeping through the thick clouds. Everything about Winterfell vividly occupied his mind. The colossal and intricate information relentlessly washed over his consciousness, either obliterating his self-awareness or compelling him to submit to it. Since his inexplicable arrival in this universe, An Chang had been engaged in a relentless struggle. Initially, he battled the dark solitude, an unending tug-of-war. When he finally deemed himself victorious, the sudden transition to an unfamiliar world left him disoriented, depriving him of the joy of triumph. Soon after, he fell into another bout of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself grappling with this powerful body. Rather than a struggle, it felt more like a desperate fight for survival, akin to the throes of death. This struggle appeared endless. Every moment, the overwhelming information tormented his consciousness as if he were enduring inhumane torment. He fought to adapt, seizing every opportunity within his grasp. Once he managed to catch his breath amidst the deluge of information and began to comprehend this formidable body, he was plunged into yet another unforeseen conflict. This time, his opponent was himself. In a desperate bid for survival, his self-awareness underwent a terrifying transformation. He sensed that if he failed to devise effective countermeasures, his consciousness would irrevocably change. Once the point of no return was reached, everything he valued and identified with would slip away. The mere thought of his potential future sent shivers down his spine. He contemplated possible solutions, but just as he was on the verge of surrendering to sleep, the news of Ned's death intruded upon his thoughts. In that moment, he scrutinized his response to Ned's passing and the emotional upheaval it triggered. Upon reaching the conclusion that he was still himself, he was suddenly struck by the realization that his indifferent contemplation of the matter was itself abnormal. He distinctly remembered feeling guilt and sorrow over Ned's death just days prior, and he had been furious with the cold indifference displayed by the Spark program towards Ned's demise. He had vented his pent-up frustration and mourned Ned, who rested in the crypt. Yet now, how long had it been? Nearly a month. The news of Ned's death had failed to stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. He found it increasingly difficult to discern whether this was a normal reaction. Nevertheless, he knew he must swiftly implement the alleviation strategies he had previously devised. The method interrupted by the news of Ned's demise was imperceptible to An Chang, whose dark eyes were nearly engulfed by a shadowy gloom, obliterating any spark of vitality. This signified the gradual disintegration of his self-awareness, overwhelmed by a torrent of convoluted information, while simultaneously birthing something new and unfamiliar to fill the void. Ned's death seemed to hasten the transformation of his consciousness, although the changes remained subtle and slow. If allowed to progress unchecked, they would culminate in an unstoppable and irreversible metamorphosis. An Chang reclined upon the crumbling wall, the night breeze accompanying him as he closed his eyes. He sought to cast aside the cacophony of thoughts swirling in his mind, temporarily forgetting all emotions. In search of a sliver of tranquility amidst the tumultuous flow of information, he endeavored to slip into slumber. Meanwhile, Luz Bolton also attempted to embrace sleep. Yet the flurry of thoughts in his mind rendered him wide awake. He pondered the series of events that had transpired since their southern journey began. The catalyst was the rebellion of the Iron Islands, where the foolish and myopic Balon Greyjoy had declared himself king, attempting to restore the dominion that preceded Aegon's conquest. He sought to impose the ancient ways, casting an ominous shadow of fear over the other 6 kingdoms with his iron coin. Who had bestowed upon him such audacity and confidence? Was it the drowned god worshipped by the Ironborn? Luz Bolton privately scoffed at Balon's insurrection, even as he harbored a desire deep within to restore his family's former glory and reclaim the throne of the North, if possible, to seize the Iron Throne as well. Yet, he understood the necessity of patience. The time was not yet ripe. Indeed, Balon's rebellion incited the ire of the foolish stag seated upon the Iron Throne, who, exercising his royal prerogative, summoned the great houses to lead their armies in suppressing the insurrection. Upon receiving orders from Winterfell, Luz Bolton meticulously prepared, merging his forces with those of other northern houses, all under the leadership of Lord Edard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, as they marched toward King's Landing. By the time they arrived in King's Landing, before engaging in the conflict to quell the rebellion, Ned had perished within the Red Keep. The commander of this army, responding to the king's command, had met his end in the royal fortress. What a monumental farce. Even more ludicrous was the claim made by the Hand of the King, Jon Arryn, both the King's and the North's guardian, that Edard Stark had succumbed to illness. Such a statement, were it spoken to the White Walkers, would likely elicit disbelief. Moreover, the rightful demand from Stark's vassals for the return of his remains was met with outright refusal, and not a single explanation was offered. The troops stationed outside King's Landing nearly erupted in rebellion, their anger palpable, with the most fervent being the hot-headed scion of House Karstark, who publicly vowed within the war tent to storm King's Landing and avenge their lord. Of course, his declarations were merely bluster. No one genuinely believed he would act upon them. Roose Bolton observed the entire spectacle with detached indifference, choosing to remain silent. He would rather accept the implausible claims than entertain the notion that Edard Stark had been slain by the king. Most likely, as Jon Arryn had stated, he had indeed fallen victim to illness. As he recollected the events on the road, Ed Stark's frequent and violent coughs further solidified his belief that the Duke of Winterfell succumbed to illness. However, it was too coincidental. Having been received by the king at the Red Keep, news of Ned's demise quietly circulated that very afternoon. Who disseminated this information? Lucius Bolton was initially taken aback by the shock of Ed Stark's death, subsequently speculating on the motives of the informant. Yet, having spent years in the Northern Territories, he was only vaguely aware of affairs in the South, leaving him unable to form any concrete conjectures. Nevertheless, Lucius understood that the individual covertly spreading the news harbored ulterior motives, undoubtedly with a sinister agenda. He then considered the Stark family, now bereft of adult males save for the young Brandon Stark, who had vowed to join the Night's Watch. Did this signal an impending shift in the North? Was there a genuine opportunity for him to revive his family's former glory? Robert Baratheon, the current ruler of the Iron Throne and a steadfast friend of Ed Stark, remained securely in his position as king. If Ed Stark truly died of natural causes rather than by the king's machinations, then the Stark family's standing in the North would remain unassailable. As for the rebellion in the Iron Islands, Lucius regarded it as mere folly that posed no threat to Robert's reign, unless the Targaryen heir, Rhaegar, were to rise again and rally the banner of the dragon, thereby potentially unseating Robert from the Iron Throne. This, of course, was an improbable scenario, a fact Lucius recognized. Perhaps only a return to widespread chaos in Westeros could allow his aspirations to materialize. However, he pondered on the identity of the person who leaked the news of Ned's death in the Red Keep. Whether they were a lurking rat in the darkened sewers or a fearsome beast displaying its fangs, Lucius sincerely hoped for the latter. Just as the lords of the North were embroiled in disputes due to differing opinions, the king's spymaster, Varys, arrived among the troops. Varys brought news that Lord Stark's remains had been returned to the North by his illegitimate son the previous night. The king, grieving for his friend's death, empathized with the sentiments of the lords and thus decided that the North's army, now leaderless, would not partake in the war. They were to return to the North until the rebellion subsided, at which point the king would personally travel to the North to pay his respects to Lord Stark. Varys, of course, delivered this message with considerable tact, his words dripping with honeyed persuasion, convincing most of the lesser lords who had no desire to engage in war. The few remaining were deftly swayed by his eloquence. Yet, Lucius Bolton was not so easily deceived. He believed he was not alone in this sentiment. Most would not fall prey to Varys's rhetoric. But why then were they not more resistant? Most had participated in the war from years past, and were well aware of their lord's profound relationship with the king. They did not believe the king had a hand in Ed Stark's death, yet they felt compelled to express their loyalty. Lucius reflected on this, and indeed, the subsequent consensus to withdraw the troops materialized, though the undercurrents of personal motives were vividly displayed during the retreat. He regarded this with utmost disdain, yet found himself disinterested in seeking further troubles. The illegitimate child mentioned by Varys piqued his curiosity. Indeed, there exists a bastard in Winterfell known as Krasnys, but he is merely 7 or 8 years old at present. Regardless of the circumstances, it is unlikely that this child could retrieve the remains of Edard Stark for the North. Furthermore, how could one possibly traverse from Winterfell to this place in such a short span of time? Could it be that King's Landing harbors a Stark bastard? Perhaps. Roose Bolton fancied he had unraveled the truth. As his thoughts meandered, Roose gazed into the enveloping darkness, resting upon a soft blanket. He pondered how to navigate the repercussions of Edard Stark's demise upon his return to the North. The king, for the moment, was oblivious to the North, while the great houses of the North harbored their own clandestine agendas. Although he could not restore his family's glory at this juncture, he could seize tangible benefits from this affair. Yet, he must exercise utmost caution and employ subtlety, ensuring his actions aroused no suspicion. This required meticulous contemplation, and time was not on his side. Thousands of troops had already crossed the neck, and in a matter of days, they would fully enter the north. Roose had to prepare for everything before that, including dispelling the enmity of Lord Amber. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, he recalled the figure with whom he had conversed late into the night a few days prior. Another fool blind to the unfolding situation. He muttered a quiet assessment of that figure before gradually succumbing to sleep. Soon, soft snores reached the outside of the tent, merging with the night air, dissipating into the slightly frigid atmosphere. Chapter 33. Minor issues. A warhorse carried John Amber, braving the cold wind as he detached from the main force, followed by several dozen cavalrymen. Under the flayed man banner, he found Roose Bolton, who wore a furious expression. Surveying the encircling soldiers, Lord Amber confronted Roose. "Old flayed man, what are your intentions?" Roose, comfortably seated upon his steed and conversing with a nearby knight, lifted his gaze upon hearing the commotion. He beheld John Amber, flanked by dozens, obstructing their advance. Calmly, he regarded John's almost fiery eyes and suddenly broke into a soft chuckle. Slightly bowing, he politely greeted, "My Lord Amber." Then, his smile vanished, his pallid cheeks darkening as he softly inquired, "What you have asked is precisely my question. Why do you block the path of my troops? Spare me your pretenses." John dismounted and strode toward Roose. The surrounding soldiers stirred slightly, but Roose waved his hand, signaling them to remain still. Noticing their movement, John's anger intensified as he halted a short distance from Roose. "That which ought to be taken by the White Walkers," John cursed inwardly. "You know precisely what question I am asking." He gestured toward a distant fortress. "What is that?" "That is Harrenhal," Roose replied candidly. "It is your fortress," John emphasized sharply, before pointing out, "You have crossed a line." "I do not share your opinion," Luke Bolton remarked, a smile once again gracing his face. "To ensure that certain individuals harbor ill intentions, I shall lead my troops to Winterfell for a time, until the various armies return to their respective territories." "Humph," Count Amber scoffed. "Ill intentions? Are you speaking of yourself?" Luke Bolton remained silent, fixing his unremarkable gaze upon him, the implication clear without utterance. John Amber muttered curses towards Luke Bolton's ancestors in his heart, and stated, "The garrison stationed at Winterfell will fulfill its duty of guarding the castle." "Are you referring to that white-bearded Sir Roderick?" Luke Bolton glanced past the Count towards the horizon. "When Lord Stark perished in the Red Keep, he made a swift escape back from King's Landing. We both know Lord Stark was not slain by the king, and Sir Roderick has always been unwaveringly loyal. Had Lord Stark met his end at the king's hands, the knight would have perished alongside him." "That is uncertain," Luke Bolton countered. Then, as if recalling something, continued, "Ah, my Lord Amber, you are neither the first to seek me out, nor the first to undertake such measures. The Karstarks arrived even before you." "Sir Rickard?" Count Amber realized, only to hear Luke Bolton speak once more. "Now, 3 houses shall jointly guard Winterfell, ensuring absolute security." He fixed an inscrutable gaze upon Count Amber. "What do you think?" "My lord?" Count Amber felt a flush of embarrassment under that scrutiny, yet he could not muster a rebuttal. With a disdainful spit and a cold huff, he turned away, casting a resentful glare at Luke Bolton as he departed with a cadre of mounted knights. The pale-faced Count of Dreadfort observed John Amber's retreating figure, a smile lingering on his lips. Yet he was acutely aware that the guardianship of Winterfell would not rest solely with 3 houses. Sir Roderick had stationed the soldiers outside the castle. He had no choice, for more than just the direct garrison had come to Winterfell. Despite the seething rage within him, wishing to draw his sword to defend the honor of Winterfell, he was no longer the impetuous youth of 2 decades past. He had to ensure the safety of the family of the Duke to whom he had sworn his allegiance. Thus, he rode alone through Wintertown. Arriving at the gates of Winterfell, even with a mere sidelong glance, he could see that every household had tightly shut its doors. The proximity of the troops had frightened the townsfolk. Sir Roderick's heart grew heavier, and upon entering Winterfell, that weight transformed into anguish. In the castle hall, he encountered the Duchess, the sorrow etched upon her face still visible. Yet, she was appropriately attired and maintained a dignified demeanor, smiling upon his arrival. This stirred a tumult of shame and grief within Sir Roderick, and he could no longer contain his tears, which dampened his grizzled beard. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head, as his tears fell upon the stone floor of the hall. "My lady," he choked, unable to articulate further. Catelyn had never witnessed the dignified old lord shed a tear. His visage, marked by sorrow, rekindled the grief within her heart. Yet she restrained herself, rising from her chair and approaching the old lord, attempting to offer him support. Her efforts proved futile, and she said, "There is no need for such sorrow, my lord. Please, rise quickly." Banyan Stark and several dozen guards stood silently beneath the narrow windows of the hall, observing the unfolding scene. Even before the troops had reached their destination, he had already discerned the gravity of the situation, yet no effective strategy emerged in his mind. With the return of Sir Roderick Stark and his troops, which significantly bolstered the defenses of Winterfell, a quiet relief washed over him. Anson awoke from his slumber, experiencing a long-forgotten sense of ease. The spark in his eyes shone ever more brightly, as the shadows that had enveloped him receded slightly. He glanced at the sky, those lights indicating that 9 days had elapsed since he had successfully fallen asleep. Memories surged forth from his mind. Reflecting on all that had transpired since his arrival in this universe, his emotions undulating in response. He affirmed that his methods were both correct and effective. The subtle shifts in his self-awareness seemed to have reached a standstill, invigorating his spirit. His gaze fell upon a certain location within the city, where Robb Stark was being instructed in the common tongue of Westeros. At that moment, Anson remained oblivious to the latent dangers posed by the subcolonial forms birthed from the emergency protocols. He observed Ned up close, confirming that while the subcolonial form had altered Ned's physique to some extent, it still remained within the bounds of normalcy. He then set about using the subcolonial form to mend the bodily afflictions of Tatiana, the eldest daughter of the wet nurse, Jolin. At that time, Anson's self-awareness was still grappling with the overwhelming flow of complex information, unlike now, when he had begun to gain a semblance of control over this body. Misguided by the words of the emergency protocol, he had believed that the awakening of the Fireseed program would unravel all his uncertainties, perhaps even return him to his homeland. After merging the subcolonial form derived from the emergency protocol with Tatiana, he contemplated Ned's every action. Convinced that his return to his homeland was imminent, he intended to merge Ned's only child with the subcolonial form, believing that in this medieval-like world, the two, endowed with subcolonial forms and extraordinary powers beyond this realm, would ensure the Stark lineage for generations to come, his token of gratitude to Ned. Thus, he named Robb's subcolonial form Gratitude. However, upon the awakening of the Fireseed program, Anson discovered that reality was far removed from his expectations. The prospect of returning to his homeland and reuniting with his daughter could take an interminable duration, dependent upon when he could resurrect the Noga civilization and, through its scientific advancements, develop the capability to traverse the cosmos, a venture fraught with uncertainty. Yet Anson found himself with no other choice. It was his sole hope of rejoining his daughter. The Fireseed program elucidated the situation to him, revealing that it was in a state of ultra-rapid entropy increase, and only due to Anson's presence had it managed to survive. It was incapable of absorbing the chaotic energies of mixed entropy, effectively stalling the first step toward the resurrection of the Noga civilization. As An Chang reflected upon Ned's request to care for his family, he became acutely aware of the subtle transformation occurring within his own mindset, one that constantly sought solutions. This dilemma was even more pressing than the desire to return to his daughter, for without addressing it, even if the Noga civilization were to re-emerge and develop the capability for interstellar travel, he would still question whether he would remain the same An Chang upon returning home. Would he merely be someone who stood beside his daughter? An Chang recognized with clarity the immense strength of his current form, often drawing comparisons to fictional superheroes depicted in cinematic works. He understood that the version of himself that emerged from a complete transformation of thought would be unparalleled in the realm of the heavens, devoid of even the weaknesses that superhumans possess, such as vulnerability to kryptonite. What actions he might take in that state remained a mystery. Thus, this question weighed heavier than the longing to reunite with his daughter. However, subsequent events filled him with both rage and helplessness. All he could do was harbor a profound sense of guilt. The only course of action was to fulfill his promise to Ned and care for his family. Moreover, he had implanted an emergency protocol in Ned's eldest son, Robb, several years prior, leading him to speculate on the cause of Ned's demise. An Chang understood that he must implement the Titan project of the Fireseed protocol, necessitating his movement across the planet to ensure the plan's execution, which was crucial for his return home and to his daughter. Yet, he faced the challenge of using sleep to suppress the changes in his thought process, making it uncertain whether he could return to Winterfell in a timely manner. There was the risk that upon awakening from sleep after flying across the narrow sea, he might find Robb and Tatiana had followed in Ned's footsteps. Currently, An Chang found it difficult to fall asleep. Once he did, controlling the duration of his slumber became problematic. With each cycle of falling asleep and waking, he might gain mastery over this aspect, akin to his initial grasp of his formidable body. Nevertheless, the urgency to return home mirrored the fervor of reviving the Noga civilization through the Fireseed protocol. He could no longer bear the weight of time spent in this alien universe. He resolved to undertake the Titan project alongside Robb and Tatiana until the experiment succeeded in resolving the issue of rapid entropy increase. Considering the subcolonization apparatus implanted in the two children, he could fly at high speeds without concern for their physical well-being. When their bodies approached the brink of collapse, the apparatus would automatically activate, enveloping them in a protective cocoon while repairing any damage. Although this might slightly hinder the progress of the Titan project, it was an unavoidable circumstance. However, An Chang redirected his gaze towards the encamped army outside Winterfell, a formidable sight. Before addressing the larger issues at hand, he needed to resolve the immediate concern. After all, he had promised Ned to watch over his family. An Chang contemplated meticulously discerning the intricate web of information regarding the army outside the city. To resolve this matter prudently, he would need to persuade the lords of the North to remain steadfastly loyal to House Stark. As the heads of the various families were among the ranks of the encamped army, a smile crept across An Chang's face, his eyes shimmering with renewed vigor. Chapter 34. Budding the army of Count Amber had established its encampment alongside the forces of the Dreadfort, maintaining a respectful distance. The armies of Cahal City and several other factions emulated one another, taking their positions beside the forces of the terrifying fortress, thus forming a surrounding circle, leaving only a single route toward the south. This sight caused Lustporten to inwardly grind his teeth in frustration, yet he remained dismissive. He had never intended to take any decisive action, merely wishing to seize a tangible advantage in this situation. However, it also illuminated the challenges of realizing his ambitions. He understood clearly that he must remind himself to flow with the current rather than resist it forcefully. Consequently, he surveyed the array of fluttering banners around him, his pale visage betraying no emotion as he returned to his tent. Not far off, Rasha stood idly atop a logistics transport vehicle, gazing towards the renowned ancient castle of Winterfell. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lustporten returning, accompanied by a few soldiers. Rasha, having only had the fortune of a brief encounter with the noble earl, could not recognize him. That day, the earl had been riding behind the young lord on horseback, blending into the background. Yet for Rasha, the sight of that noble gathering was a rare privilege, one far beyond the reach of a commoner. Thus, aside from the imposing young lord, he diligently memorized the features of each noble surrounding him, though he only retained their appearances. Even with a clear recollection, Rasha could only identify his own earl and the Duke of Winterfell, as conveyed by the officer known as the Rat. The identities of other noblemen eluded him. Yet he felt a flicker of recognition when he regarded the nobleman recently returned to the camp, deducing some insight. The banners fluttering in the military encampment were familiar to him. The Rat had once boasted of his knowledge, revealing that they bore the crest of the Bolton family, known for their pallid complexions. Thus, Rasha surmised that the nobleman accompanied by several soldiers was likely a member of the Bolton family and perhaps even the master of the terrifying fortress himself. Of course, this was merely his personal conjecture, and he was aware that he could be mistaken. Nevertheless, engaging his mind was always prudent, provided he kept his lips sealed and refrained from uttering words that might invite trouble. Yet, he could not entirely dismiss the memory of that fateful night by the Trident River, where a young boy sharpening his blade had not only glimpsed two shadowy figures, but had also faintly overheard their conversation, their voices etched clearly in his memory. No one knew, Rasha told himself, except for me. Thus, he lost the desire to continue admiring the ancient stronghold, leaping down from the transport vehicle while pressing his chest. To his surprise, he noticed what appeared to be a figure atop the tall watchtower within the castle. Amused by his own curiosity, he chuckled at how peculiar it seemed to him, for it was entirely normal for someone to be stationed atop a watchtower. After stealing a few more glances, he finally redirected his attention towards the logistics camp as the sun began its descent. He had tasks to attend to, preparing meals for the soldiers. The dying sun cast a sanguine hue upon the earth, bathing Rasha's diminutive form in a crimson glow as he made his way towards the tent. The shadows beneath one's feet shifted from clarity to faintness, ultimately vanishing entirely. They were subsequently illuminated by the fire pits ignited between the tents, casting not merely one but several shadows upon the canvas. In addition to the most prominent central one, two fainter silhouettes flanked it. Officer Mouse set down the wooden bowl in his hand and bellowed, "You little rascals, finish your meal and head back to sleep. Don't dawdle." His small eyes sparkled with fervor as he spoke, though his gaze suddenly turned icy. "However, when you sleep, keep one eye open. Beware of someone slicing your throats in the dead of night while you snore like dead pigs. You could sleep like that forever. Here we go again." The lanky Tordo muttered under his breath, glancing surreptitiously at the others, only to find their eyes glimmering with the same mockery as his own. The logistics team members, having spent nearly 3 months under Officer Mouse's command, had discerned his nature. He was always prodding them to finish their meals immediately after he had eaten, only to regale them with alarming tales at the conclusion of supper. This darkly humorous behavior elicited little more than indifference from them. Initially, they refrained from expressing their disdain too overtly, but as familiarity grew, they were on the verge of retorting. Should they dare to voice their rebuttals, they might not possess the courage to do so. Thus, Officer Mouse surveyed the expressions of a few individuals within the tent and silently grumbled, deeming these young rascals utterly tiresome, not only lacking in amusement, but also cowardly, save for Rasha. This lad always listened earnestly, his face a mask of agreement, never displaying any other reaction, rendering him even more tedious than the others, yet not as spineless. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Officer Mouse exited the dining tent. Once he departed, the atmosphere within the tent grew lively. Several began to converse, sharing tales they had heard or teasing one another. Rasha joined their banter. These little rascals. Officer Mouse chuckled to himself as he stood outside the tent, listening for a while before departing with a playful reprimand. Excluding Officer Mouse, the logistics team comprised 10 members. After finishing their evening meal and tidying up, they proceeded in groups of 5 towards their sleeping quarters, engaging in light-hearted banter while keeping their voices to a minimum. By the time Rasha returned to the sleeping tent with 4 of his colleagues, the crescent moon had already been quietly observing the world for some time. The actions of the Citadel were swift. The rebellion in the Iron Islands and Ned's demise temporarily did not affect them. The old scholar held considerable sway within the Citadel. Thus the ravens bearing crucial messages had already traversed the entirety of Westeros. Every city with a scholar received missives from the Citadel. The letters, adorned with the Citadel's emblem, detailed the old scholar's discovery of the moon's changes atop the towering spire, alongside the subsequent verification process conducted at night using a bronze tube lens from across the narrow sea. Following confirmation of the phenomenon, the scholars at the Citadel bestowed a new name upon the altered moon. The scholars discovered that, apart from the few days at the beginning and end of the month, on all other nights, the visage of a wolf could be discerned upon the moon, commencing from the 7th day of each month. As the moon waxed from a half-circle to a full orb, and subsequently waned back to a crescent by month's end, the wolf's head became distinctly visible. It appeared as a dark spot on the luminous lunar disk. This phenomenon ignited fervent discussions among the scholars. Some posited that during the fortnight from the 7th, when the moon transitioned to a half-circle, until the 21st, when it reverted to a half-moon, the wolf's head was consistently observable each night. Thus, they proposed designating this 14-day period as the wolf moon. This suggestion garnered the approval of the majority of scholars. However, a minority deemed it insufficiently rigorous and inconsistent with their traditional meticulousness. They only consented to label the moons of the 7th and 21st nights as wolf moon. Following unanimous agreement, the scholars felt this approach was indeed more precise, and with the discoverer's endorsement, the lunar nomenclature was established and disseminated throughout the vast realm of Westeros. Today marks one of the 2 wolf moon nights of the month, and it is also the first of this month's wolf moon days. Rosar, however, was unaware that today was a wolf moon night. He merely perceived that the moon, in its half-circle form, lacked the brilliance of previous nights. Perhaps it was due to his return to the north, he mused, reflecting on the ever-misty night sky of that region. The wolf's head on the half-moon was obscured by clouds, revealing only a vague silhouette. He had never paid heed to the moon's transformations. Merely surviving consumed all his energy. He succumbed to slumber amidst the chatter of his comrades until a sudden urge to relieve himself jolted him awake. Casting a glance around the pitch-dark tent, he noted that his 4 companions were soundly asleep, undisturbed by snoring. The day's labor had not been excessively taxing. Thus the usual snores were absent. Contemplating the possible reasons for this, he rose and donned his clothing with caution. Ever since that fateful midnight incident by the Trident River, an inexplicable anxiety had gripped him. From that day forth, he found himself awakened by the urge to urinate, compelled to venture outside. Before that harrowing experience, he had thought nothing amiss about wandering out in the dead of night, but now he dreaded repeating such perilous escapades. Yet, he had no alternative. It was unthinkable to relieve himself within the confines of the tent, which already bore an unpleasant odor. Exiting the tent, he dared not stray too far. Opting to distance himself just enough before unfastening his trousers and gazing up at the somber night sky to alleviate his discomfort. Midway through his act, he was suddenly paralyzed by fear, unable to continue. A shadow darted across the night sky above him, heading towards the heart of the encampment. Despite the north skies being less clear than those of the south, and the moonlight dimmer, Rosar discerned that what flew overhead was no mere bird, but rather a living person, and a small-framed one at that. A cold sweat broke out upon him, and the urge to urinate momentarily subsided in the grip of terror. What was that? A sorcerer from the tales, wielding magic? What peculiarities does the entire North know of? A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through his mind, and before he could regain his senses from his own imaginings, the shadow that had just flown past returned, this time grasping a towering figure in its grasp. This time, Rasha beheld the scene with utmost clarity, for the figure hovered directly above him, under the dim light of the moon and stars. He discerned the outline of the figure, clad in dark purple garments, which appeared nearly black against the profound night. Fear gripped Rasha, causing his thoughts to nearly stagnate. Yet instinctively, he measured the height of the figure against his own, realizing it was slightly shorter, reaching only to his forehead or nose at most. Let the others take me. Rasha lamented inwardly, as the indistinct visage bore a pair of luminous eyes that etched themselves into his memory. At that moment, Rasha's attention was drawn to the towering figure being held by the dark purple apparition. It was none other than Count Amber. A chill of horror enveloped him as he beheld the once formidable Count, now suspended in the air, his face a portrait of terror, rendered mute and immobile. Unable even to turn his fearful gaze, he resembled a pitiful creature awaiting death in the frigid winter, a mere shadow of his former self. The dark purple figure lingered momentarily, casting a glance at Rasha before soaring away, Count Amber in tow, its speed astonishing, almost vanishing from his sight in an instant. Somehow, a surge of courage welled within him. Perhaps it was only fear that could inspire such valor. He followed the flight of the shadow, even taking a few hurried steps, until the figure bearing Count Amber disappeared from view, heading towards the ancient fortress of Winterfell. Rasha stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. Yet he did not rise immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath until his chest felt as if it might explode, and a vivid intensity ignited within his brown eyes. He sensed something within him, accompanied by fear, as though something was breaking free from the earth. Chapter 35, The Hall. The wolf moon hung high. Thick clouds drifting quietly away, while a rare warm breeze from the south stirred gently, dispersing some of the northwest night chill. Within Winterfell, flickering lights adorned the pathways, in front of houses, and upon the castle walls, resembling stars mirrored in the earthly realm. Occasionally, the soft rustle of wings echoed as nightbirds returned to their nests. Inside the main keep, Catelyn's chamber had long been shrouded in darkness, the hearth beside her cold and unlit. If one listened closely, a faint sound of flowing water could be heard. It was the gentle trickle of warm spring water coursing through the pipes within the walls. A subtle reminder of the warmth absent from early summer nights. In the north, late spring and early summer could sometimes bring snow. The air was indeed frigid. The window, which was usually veiled by heavy drapes, stood open now, allowing in the cooler moonlight alongside the slightly chillier air from outside. Catelyn lay in bed, wrapped in a velvet quilt, her gaze lost in the moonlight streaming through the window. Unable to distinguish whether she was captivated by the light or by memories of a man who once stood by the window gazing into the distance, Edard Stark, who now resided in the cold embrace of darkness, following in the footsteps of his ancestors. She instinctively pulled the quilt tighter around her. Catelyn, who grew up in the south, has always harbored a disdain for the north. She finds the architectural style of its castles lacking the beauty of those in the south, and she perceives the inhabitants here as possessing fewer smiles than their southern counterparts. Most of all, she abhors the climate of the north. In the south, even during the harshest winter, the snow pales in comparison to the snowfall that graces the north in early summer. Furthermore, there has never been a precedent for snowfall in the summer down south. The air here is imbued with a chill that, upon her arrival, made Catelyn hesitant to take a deep breath, fearing that the icy air would freeze her from the inside out, turning her into a mere ice sculpture. Years have passed, and she has borne 3 children in the north, with another on the way, yet she still shrinks from inhaling the blade-like air. At night, when rest calls, the windows remain firmly shut, save for the moments when Ned might crack one open before sleep. Now, Ned has ceased to open the windows, while Catelyn no longer insists on keeping them tightly closed. As night deepens, Catelyn finds herself wide awake, her restless thoughts banishing any semblance of sleep. Family, duty, honor. She silently recites the family motto, a creed of House Tully, though her lineage has long been that of House Stark. Others now refer to her as Lady Stark, rather than Miss Tully. The Stark motto, "Winter is coming," resonates deeply within her. Though winter has passed, for Catelyn, it looms ever nearer. The armies stationed outside the castle, vassals of House Stark, herald the impending chill like the cold winds that blow from the wall. Catelyn, a devout follower of the Seven, has always believed in omens. And the current situation is no mere sign. It is a reality already unfolding. The weight of her concerns is heavy. The child had mentioned that after certain events, Robb would be taken away, leaving her uncertain of when he might return. A part of Catelyn wishes that these matters would never conclude, just so that Robb might remain by her side forever. She knows this thought is misguided. She is also aware of the child's formidable nature. Before learning the truth, Catelyn felt a mixture of repulsion and disdain for the child, but after Ned's candid revelations, she regards him with a cautious respect. She senses that the child's arrival could signify something, though she cannot discern whether it is good or ill. Thus far, it seems to portend misfortune. The child himself has claimed that Ned's death is intertwined with him, a consequence of the otherworldly gift he brought. To Ned, It was a blessing from the heavens that allowed him to survive the trials of the Elysium Tower. To Caitlin, it is a curse laced with malice. The child has never interacted with anyone in the town, apart from Ned and the nurse who tends to him. Caitlin has only glimpsed the child a few times, always noting his inhuman qualities. In his dark eyes, she perceives no trace of emotion during their fleeting encounters. She felt as though he regarded her not as a person, but rather akin to the horses in the stables or the dogs that roam the streets. Such eyes and gaze instill in her a profound dread. Only in the presence of Ned could Caitlin find a semblance of warmth. Yet that warmth transformed into something profoundly terrifying after Ned's demise. On that fateful day in the crypt, she genuinely believed that Bran would perish there. It was Ned's plea before heading south that spared his only brother, allowing Caitlin to glimpse the emotions concealed within that boy's heart. However, such feelings were likely directed solely towards Ned, who was now gone. Thus, her concern was not with Winterfell being encircled by the forces loyal to House Stark, but rather with the actions that boy might undertake next. Though Ned's death plunged her into despair, she felt compelled to shoulder the burdens he left behind. Contemplating the welfare of House Stark and all of Winterfell. Given her understanding of that boy, an individual starkly out of sync with his surroundings and seemingly indifferent to the world, Caitlin feared what he might do next. Summoning her courage to speak with him proved futile, as she could not locate the boy. She was certain he was somewhere within Winterfell, yet the specifics eluded her. Regret crept in, as she wished she had paid more attention to him, much like Ned, instead of maintaining a respectful distance. Yet, deep down, she recognized that even if she found him and he was willing to converse, her words might wield little influence over his thoughts. Just as she could not alter his intentions regarding Robb. Perhaps only Ned could have swayed him, but he was no longer alive. What was she to do? Caitlin pondered this question internally. Suddenly, the sound of iron rings striking wood echoed from outside the door, followed by Bran Stark's voice. "My lady, are you asleep?" Caitlin perked up, a sense of confusion washing over her. Why was Bran knocking at this hour? Had something occurred? She donned Ned's dark brown fur coat and rose to open the door, revealing Bran holding a lantern, awaiting her presence. "My lady, forgive me for disturbing you at this hour," he began, lifting his gaze to meet hers. The flickering light from the lantern illuminated Bran's face, revealing shock and disbelief etched upon it. In his gray-blue eyes, an inexplicable emotion glimmered, one that struck Caitlin as familiar. "But all the lords are waiting for you in the hall." Caitlin furrowed her brow. "What lords?" Bran hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "The lords from outside the castle. The bannermen of House Stark." Caitlin's eyes narrowed slightly as she wrestled with her emotions. How did they gain entry to the castle? Why was I not informed? Her tone bore a hint of anger. "No, my lady, you misunderstand. It was Lord Krasny's who invited them in." Bran emphasized the word invited with great weight. In that instant, Caitlin comprehended, recognizing the familiarity in Bran's expression. She had experienced that very gaze herself. Lowering her voice, she inquired, "Are those lords unharmed?" Bran hesitated, grappling with the sights he had witnessed in the hall, unsure how to respond. "They should be fine," he replied uncertainly. Caitlin closed the door with a resounding thud, turning to Bayon and saying, "Come with me to the hall." Bayon glanced at Caitlin's attire and suggested, "Madam, perhaps you should change into something else." "No need," Caitlin replied, already stepping past him, hurrying towards the hall. Reluctantly, Bayon followed, his lantern swaying gently, illuminating the staircase and corridor. Upon exiting the main keep, the torches lining the path blazed brighter than the lantern, prompting their footsteps to quicken. "Who else knows about this besides you?" Caitlin inquired as they walked. "The dozen guards stationed in the hall. They are the patrol for tonight. Aside from that, it is just you and I who are aware," Bayon responded swiftly, maintaining his pace. "How do you know?" Caitlin asked, feeling the dampness of the ground seep through the cracks in her soles, sending a chill down her spine. "I was resting when Krasny called me to the hall, and I hurried to fetch you afterward." Bayon's voice was slightly breathless. The round trip had not fatigued him. But the memory of Krasny's summons intensified his breathing as he sought to calm his rising panic. Caitlin nodded, falling silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Ever since that child had claimed he would handle everything, Caitlin had been anxious about what would transpire next, and tonight had indeed unfolded as she feared. Yet, it was not as dire as she had envisioned. However, what would happen next? Would the stones of the hall be stained with blood? Would those summoned still be able to leave? Their fate did not rest upon Caitlin's thoughts, but rather on the whims of that child. Particularly unsettling was her powerlessness to alter the impending events. As they moved, visions of the Stark vassals surrounding Winterfell filled her mind. Each one meeting a tragic end amidst anguished cries, their blood soaking into the stones, their wails echoing through the night. Whether they remained true to their oaths or harbored treachery due to Ned's death, all would inevitably spill their blood, painting the cold night with ominous crimson. This was a sight Caitlin dreaded. She hoped for at least one to remain. What am I to do? She questioned herself once more. Suddenly, the purple patterns on Ned's palm, the marks on her son Rob's chest, and the small girl's forehead flashed in her mind. Her foot, poised to step forward, halted in midair, her blue eyes sparkling with newfound determination. Turning back to Bayon, she declared, "We shall delay our visit to the hall and seek someone first." Bayon, perplexed by Caitlin's words, would have preferred to avoid the hall altogether as long as that child remained there. "Whom shall we seek?" he asked. "His wet nurse," Caitlin replied. Chapter 36. The hall. 2 guards, originally patrolling within the castle, now stood vigil at the hall's entrance. Having received Bayon's stern admonition, they were resolute in their duty, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse in focus. Thus, they summoned their strength, wide-eyed and alert, standing sentinel at the doors. In the hall, stone pillars supported the dome, and upon the bronze candlesticks embedded within, white candles burned quietly. The minute flames emitted a faint orange glow, merging and coalescing in the air to form a soft yellow light sufficient to illuminate the hall. Suddenly, one of the candle flames crackled audibly, and Barton was jolted into the realization of the eerie silence enveloping the space. The sound of the flame's burst was strikingly clear to his ears. This must surely be a dream. He desperately attempted to convince himself, akin to someone being told that the wall had been toppled by wildlings. Such absurdity, such sensationalism. The person trying to persuade him of this would feel the excruciating pain of having their skin meticulously peeled away by his own hand, all while he would ensure they grasped the futility of attempting to deceive the master of Terror Fortress with words that not even the others would believe. Yet, at this moment, he was attempting to convince himself with those very same implausible words, persuading himself that it was all merely a nightmare. But this nightmare felt achingly real, so real that it transported him back to the battlefield of the Trident, confronting the terror of the White Knight, Barristan, once again. No. Barton would rather face all 7 nights alone than endure this relentless nightmare. He reflected on the inception of it all. When he had slipped into slumber with a heart full of joy, every arrangement meticulously in place, awaiting the passage of time to yield substantial rewards. Indeed, he had been in high spirits. Yet, that joy was short-lived. Even if the ancient gods revered by the Northerners manifested, and the face carved into the heart tree spoke, Barton could not fathom a day where he would soar through the night air. That child clad in dark purple, or some other peculiar being, regardless of what it was, it bore the semblance of a childlike monster that fulfilled his impossible wish. He truly was flying in the night sky, witnessing his tint shrink into insignificance, experiencing an unfamiliar sensation akin to falling from a warhorse, even feeling the cool, northern breeze enveloping him. How he wished he were not being choked, but held aloft. How he longed to be clad in a fur cloak, with chainmail on his chest, and a sword at his waist. In such attire, he would feel like a legendary hero saving the world or a newly ascended deity surveying the realm. Yet, the world knows no what-ifs. And Barton was acutely aware of this, just as his ancestors had not knelt before Stark. At this moment, he should have been the king of the North, such were the unfulfilled desires hidden deep within his heart. In truth, he was mercilessly gripped by the throat, his chin held aloft by a small yet iron-like hand. Clad in a flimsy nightgown, he braved the piercing cold winds, attempting to convince himself that it was all a nightmare, striving not to succumb to terror. The strength of that hand was immense, his throat ached, and the northern night was bitterly cold. It was summer, and he had already fallen asleep. This was all a nightmare, he incessantly reassured himself, yet could not alter the inexorable reality, much like the relentless winter of the North that claims many lives. The journey through the night sky felt both protracted and fleeting, as Barton found himself cast into a dimly lit hall. It was only when the flickering flames upon the bronze candelabra ignited one after another that he, feeble and trembling, realized the familiarity of this chamber. Indeed, it was familiar. This was the hall within Winterfell, designated by the Stark family to receive their guests. He had graced this hall numerous times, each occasion as a vassal and a guest, engaging the host with grace and poise, often imagining himself seated in the position of honor. He envisioned that, when occupying that stone seat, the loathsome ice wolf armrests would vanish into oblivion. Such were his thoughts. However, the child approached him, and the cold, emotionless gaze snapped him from his self-spun fables, leading him to a profound understanding that all of this was indeed real. The child cast a fleeting glance his way, and in that moment, Barton executed what he deemed the wisest decision. Straining against his weakness, he sank to his knees, prostrating himself at the feet of the child, oblivious to the fact that the edges of his nightclothes were soaked, nor did he feel the slightest shame in his submission. If his ancestors had knelt before the Stark family to survive, then Barton of today would offer all he had for the sake of life. including his dignity. In that moment, he heard a clear, unyielding voice, piercingly sharp, yet devoid of any modulation. As he bowed lower, he soon heard a sound that resonated like a thunderclap in his ears, vanishing into the distant night sky almost instantaneously. His eardrums still resonated with the echo of that explosive sound, and his thoughts collided violently within his mind. He felt no chill from the stone floor of the hall. It paled in comparison to the turmoil within his heart. There was no thought of fleeing, for he considered himself astute. If the child could pinpoint his location amidst the throng and effortlessly lift him into the night sky, then upon returning, the child could easily retrieve him before he could escape. At that moment, perhaps what would be left in the hall would merely be the lifeless body of Lustborton. He cleverly discerned that the child harbored no immediate intent to kill him. Otherwise, by dawn, the soldiers would discover Lord Borton's lifeless form in the tent. Rather than finding him tossed into this hall, what occupied his thoughts now was the child's purpose. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar chill that thoroughly awakened Lustborton's mind, for he swiftly deduced the child's intentions from the scant information available. To ascertain a person's objectives clearly, one must understand their identity, character, behavioral patterns, and recent events concerning them, and so forth. Of course, Lustborton could not ascertain the child's character or habits from this brief encounter. He had not even clearly seen what the child looked like, only recalling those eyes that instilled fear within him. However, he was acutely aware of his current location, the Great Hall of Winterfell, the place where the Starks received their guests. He understood the implications of this. The child must be connected to House Stark. The recent significant event concerning the Starks was undoubtedly the death of Edard Stark, the Duke who safeguarded Winterfell. Although Lustborton maintained a posture of utmost submission, his mind raced to piece together the unfolding situation. The words of Varys, the spy master known as the Spider, echoed in his mind. Varys had stated that Lord Stark's remains had been returned to Winterfell by his illegitimate son. An illegitimate son. Indeed, Winterfell had such a child. A boy of 7 or 8 years. At that moment, Lustborton had assumed that there was also an illegitimate son in King's Landing, similar to the one the king had raised at Dragonstone. It now seemed that the boy in King's Landing was the one who brought Edard Stark's remains back to Winterfell. Yet, Lustborton began to comprehend the truth of the matter. There was no illegitimate son in King's Landing as he had imagined. Even if there were, it was not as he had thought. The illegitimate son referred to was indeed the child of Winterfell, a boy of about 7 or 8 years. And Lustborton even knew the boy's name, Krasi. It was clear that Krasi had swiftly traveled to King's Landing upon receiving the news. The means of his swift arrival may have eluded Lustborton in the past, but he had recently experienced it firsthand, albeit not in a pleasant manner. He felt as though he had glimpsed a secret capable of obliterating the world. His previously trembling body now shook violently once more. The tremors abruptly ceased, and he suddenly realized that he need not feel such dread. Although the child did nothing, merely his existence was enough to inspire awe. Yet, it was precisely due to the child's actions that the situation became all the more alarming. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. What Lustborton had grasped and speculated was merely the tip of the iceberg. Although the child might possess powers beyond his imagination, it was evident that the child had reason. This was, in fact, a relief. It was far preferable to confront a monstrous unknown. A flicker of an inappropriate flame ignited within Lustborton's heart. However, as he reconsidered, that flame swiftly dissipated. A rational monster was undeniably far more terrifying than one devoid of reason, especially if that monster could, on a whim, pluck you from your dreams and let you fall from the sky, all the while relishing your screams and growing more elated. Gods above, Lustborton internally lamented, refusing to delve further into such horrifying thoughts, and redirected his focus to the purpose for which the child had brought him here. It appeared that Edard Stark had indeed not been slain by the king. Yet, there remained the possibility that the child had been deceived by the king. Could there be such a possibility? Lustborton cannot make a definitive conjecture, yet he leans towards the former. Edard Stark succumbed to illness. As for the child's intentions, they appear to be glaringly evident. He speculates that the child did not cast him here merely to savor the taste of fear. He may be the first to be unceremoniously dropped into this place, but he certainly will not be the last. Their army has besieged Winterfell, and such an act has evidently infuriated the child. This is a warning. Yet, no one can guarantee that a warning will be devoid of bloodshed. Lustborton can only pray that the bloodshed does not claim him. The sound of slicing air resonates once more. He hears the thud of a body falling nearby, accompanied by a remark about remaining here. It is only when the air bursts again that he dares to lift his gaze towards the person beside him, one who shares a similar fate. It is Lord Amber. He perceives the expression upon Lord Amber's face. The pallor of terror is almost delightfully gratifying. Yet the moment he considers that his own expression must mirror Lord Amber's at this instant, that inexplicable pleasure swiftly dissipates. An increasing number of individuals are being thrown into the hall. He can name each one, including those with whom he shares a close bond and those with whom he is less amicable. Yet all await in fear and despair for the child to cease his actions. Even the self-proclaimed bravest of the North, Lord Casterly, is not exempt. Finally, the child casts the last person into the hall and stands before them, and it seems even their breaths have halted. The crackling of candlelight resonates clearly throughout the hall. Chapter 37. The Hall 3. Within the hall, the warm, amber glow of candlelight tints every reachable corner with a soft blend of red and yellow. The light reaches An Chang's eyes, yet it fails to imbue his dark orbs with even a hint of color. Only at the very center of his pupils is there a flicker of vitality, while the rest is consumed by shadows, reflecting the scene within the hall. He need not scrutinize each individual with his gaze. The light reveals the vividness and richness of the expressions on the faces of those collapsed on the ground. The overwhelming influx of intricate information continually floods his mind, clearly conveying the fears that envelop those present, necessitating discernment amidst the chaos. As time elapses and the hall fills further, the essence of terror saturates the space. An Chang slightly nods, standing before this assembly, remaining silent for a moment. Though he has spent merely an afternoon familiarizing himself with these individuals, he comprehends them more profoundly than they do themselves. After all, they are oblivious to the intensity of their own heartbeats, the impediments encountered by their flowing blood, and the frenetic bioelectrical impulses racing through their brains due to fear. An Chang knows it all. He is acutely aware that it extends beyond the individuals before him. Any entity within his perceptual range, regardless of size or secrecy, falls under his understanding. Having initially grasped the essence of this body, he believed that if he could discern amidst the overwhelming and intricate flow of information, then nothing would remain a mystery to him. He had not intended to obliterate everything in its infancy through such means. Rather, he had hoped to engage each individual present in heartfelt conversation, guiding them to understand that merely residing peacefully in their own castle and living well was, in fact, a profound source of happiness. However, prior to action, he felt that addressing each minor issue individually would be a waste of precious time. Though he had just awakened from slumber, he recognized the subtle yet effective restraint that sleep had imposed upon his self-reflection, alongside the looming urgency of the giant project. Ultimately, he resolved to gather them together to clarify matters, thus conserving invaluable time. Naturally, he was aware that the process might not be pleasant for them. He, too, was an ordinary man who had once felt the despair of helplessness during his existence in the celestial sphere, a sentiment born from his first encounter with the harshness of society. The atmosphere in the hall was suffused with fear so palpable that it required no effort from him to distinguish it from the cacophony of information. He could hear, smell, see, and sense it. Banyan had gone to summon Caitlin, and it was imperative that these noble gentlemen comport themselves with the usual decorum. Thus, he spoke. "Good day, my lords." His tone remained as formal as ever, devoid of fluctuation or emotional infusion, his focus devoted to withstanding the torrents of complex information. As those before him became aware of their presence in the Hall of Winterfell, the intensity of their internal fear began to wane, only to be supplanted by a flicker of anger, though ancient gods bear witness, it was but a mere spark. Yet it was enough to embolden the self-proclaimed bravest man of the North, Lord Edard Stark of Castle Carhold, to find his voice. The words he longed to articulate lodged in his throat, as he seemed to glimpse the entirety of the world's secrets, the expanse of Winterfell, and himself. His visage betraying a fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Overwhelmed, he was beset by a sudden wave of nausea that surged from his core, prompting uncontrollable retching. The vile expulsion left marks upon the stone floor and splattered upon those nearby. Louise Bolton observed the child clad in dark purple, whose seemingly emotionless eyes flickered with a glimmer of awareness. An Chang patiently awaited the cessation of the vomiting, noting that no one else seemed inclined to speak. Though the tremors of their bodies appeared to intensify, their faces contorting into expressions of grave seriousness. He inclined his head slightly once more. "Everyone here is a vassal of House Stark. I kindly request that you take your seats." An Chang gestured towards the chairs encircling the long table. For a moment, no one moved. Louise Bolton was the first to occupy a chair, followed by the others as they gradually settled. "Allow me to introduce myself," An Chang continued, positioning himself at one side of the long table. "Edard Stark has bestowed upon me the name Krazi. I trust you are all familiar with it." A stir of unrest rippled through the assembly of seated individuals, while the mechanical reminders of the Fire Seed program echoed in his ears. "Nominally, I am the illegitimate son of Ned, and according to the customs of the North, I should be called Krazi." He halted his steps, the flickering candlelight casting a delicate dance, his shadow projected upon the long table. Lusboughton discreetly nodded, affirming his suspicions were indeed correct. Without the surname Snow, I am simply crazies. I bear 2 other names that do not belong to this realm, namely An Chang and Nergate. Lusboughton's pupils constricted slightly. Names that do not belong to this world? You may refer to me as you wish. I have summoned you all to the hall in the dead of night merely to formally introduce myself. Furthermore, I wish to clarify certain misconceptions you may hold. An Chang's gaze swept across each visage in attendance. Indeed, I am here to remind you all to uphold the oaths you once swore. Be loyal to House Stark and relinquish your ulterior motives. It would be prudent to ensure they do not resurface, for I cannot guarantee that the next time I summon you, I will not be left grasping at empty air. Such words, uttered by a mere child of 7 or 8, seemed particularly bizarre. Yet they compelled the others present to instinctively touch their throats, as the haunting memories of past terrors resurfaced. An Chang had employed subtle tactics to deepen their recollections, ensuring they would be indelibly imprinted upon their minds. He spoke a few more words, but as he continued, he felt akin to a petty thug issuing threats, which not only irked him but also extinguished his desire to elaborate further. His meaning had been conveyed with utmost clarity. It was merely a matter of laying bare the bloody threat beneath, the implication being that should they not heed his counsel, their fates would be dire. In truth, An Chang had long anticipated Ned's demise when the Spark program informed him of the giant project, preparing himself psychologically for such an outcome. Even without the intricate details of the giant project outlined by the Spark program, he understood it would not proceed smoothly. Every experiment must endure countless failures before achieving success. The repercussions of failure for those involved in the giant project would inevitably mirror Ned's fate. An Chang had devised certain strategies in his mind, planning to personally observe and select those burdened with guilt, seeking their consent. This approach might prove time-consuming and potentially hinder the advancement of the giant project. Yet it allowed An Chang to assuage his conscience, reconciling the teachings he had received throughout his life. This was another world, a realm devoid of robust laws, still ensnared in a medieval darkness. An Chang occasionally found himself justifying this to himself, yet at times he pondered why, possessing powers that transcended this world, he should concern himself with the laws of a bygone era? Perhaps it was because the inhabitants of this world were, after all, human. An Chang harbored no definitive answers. He even suspected that the emergence of this second line of thought stemmed from the tumultuous flow of information saturating his mind, leading to a transformative shift in his reasoning. If it were not for the overwhelming and convoluted information subtly altering his self-perception, he might have been able to discern the true nature of his heart, which perhaps was not as splendid as he had imagined. Nevertheless, this reality cannot obscure the actions that he must undertake, actions that will lead many to lose their lives. This planet is destined to be destroyed in the aftermath of the river's devastation in a few decades. An Chang often contemplates the imminent fate of this world, finding solace in such reflections. As for the efficacy of this introspection, only he is aware. He observed a group of individuals seated in chairs, their faces marred by fear, and he suddenly felt a wave of disinterest. When Caitlin entered, she found An Chang quietly standing by the long table, his expression inscrutable. Although the vassals of House Stark did not exhibit the diverse appearances she had previously witnessed, they at least sat composed in their chairs. She breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that events had not unfolded as she had feared. Following closely behind her was Bandong, alongside whom stood An Chang's nurse, Jasmine. Despite An Chang having never consumed anything since his arrival in this world, Caitlin hastened towards the long table, a smile adorning her face. However, as she approached, an odor reminiscent of a latrine invaded her nostrils, causing her steps to falter and her smile to wane. Before she could utter a word, An Chang brushed past her, remarking, "I must take my leave," and exited the hall. Jasmine, surprised, called out his name and followed him. Bandong lowered his head as An Chang passed by. An Chang exchanged a few words with the seemingly weary Jasmine, informing her of his impending departure, possibly accompanied by Tatiana, and urged her to return and rest. He then rushed towards the night sky, once more standing upon the remnants of a shattered tower. His gaze did not linger on the hall, yet he could anticipate the forthcoming events. Once the night had passed, the repercussions of Ned's death in the north would subside, and he would commence the giant's plan. The celestial scenery unfolded before him, distinct from the perceptions of ordinary mortals, particularly the myriad stars scattered across the black canvas of the sky. An Chang could clearly see those distant stars whose light was gradually dimming, some having completely extinguished. He understood that this signified the encroaching devastation of the river upon this planet, which would obliterate all before him in a few decades. By then, he ought to have returned to his homeland, he mused. An Chang was reluctant to dwell on this thought. He needed to once again endeavor to alleviate the impact of the overwhelming information on his self-perception. Chapter 38. The storm boom. Crack. Melisandre stood beneath a makeshift canopy fashioned from gray cloth and a few slender, aged bamboo poles. Her crimson eyes mirrored the relentless curtain of rain, beneath which the outlines of lowly gray buildings and grand, opulent structures could be faintly discerned. The torrential rain pounded the earth, drowning all in this magnificent symphony. Her copper-red hair rose in wisps of mist, and her red robe transitioned from a dark crimson to a vibrant hue. Behind her stood 2 tall guards, drenched to the skin, their expressions a mask of stoicism, as they regarded the mist-enshrouded Melisandre with a blend of reverence and awe. Their slightly tanned faces betrayed no superfluous emotion, only a tautness akin to stone-carved statues. Everything resembled the days prior. With the exception of a few residents compelled to brave the rain for survival, the once bustling port lay silent and desolate. The tempest had raged on for over 10 days, and should it continue unabated, countless lives would surely be lost. Though Melisandre was indifferent to the toll this storm would exact, she shared the fervent hope of those praying for its swift cessation, wishing fervently for it to cease at once. Yet, she was acutely aware of historical accounts that chronicled storms lasting as long as 2 months, resulting in the demise of thousands within the city. This year's rainy season, she could only pray, would not extend to such extremes. Her anticipated voyage to the western continent had already been delayed by a fortnight due to this tempest. Given the current circumstances, further delays loomed, and the very passage of time was rendered uncertain. The Lord of Light had offered no forewarning regarding this storm. It was merely an ordinary tempest, as predictable as the seasons themselves. Even as one of the closest to the Lord of Light, she found herself utterly powerless. No different from the common folk. However, there remained a distinction. At least those she deemed commoners could not maintain their dryness amidst the downpour as she could. This singular advantage elevated her above the rest, a gift bestowed upon her by the Lord of Light. The relentless rain pounded the ground, sending up sprays of murky droplets that arced and splattered upon the awning, drenching the 2 guards without restraint. The droplets aimed at the red-clad figure were less fortunate, shrinking and distorting into wisps of mist before they could make contact, adding yet another layer of haziness to Melisandre's already ethereal presence. Inspired by newfound revelations from the flames, Melisandre hastily embarked on her journey the following day, spending nearly a fortnight to reach the coastal city of Braavos. The day before she was to board a merchant ship bound for the shores of the narrow sea, the storm struck unexpectedly. There had been no warning. The previous night the moon shone brightly, only to be replaced by tempestuous winds and rain by dawn. Almost every vessel anchored in the harbor, regardless of size, was devastated by the storm, save for a scant few small boats. Those vessels still navigating the tumultuous sea were met with similar misfortune. It was a calamity of epic proportions. Melisandre found herself compelled to remain in Braavos, having ventured into the rain to seek out any ships brave enough to withstand the storm. The new revelations granted by the Lord of Light seemed to have obliterated her most fundamental understanding of the world. She was utterly impatient to decipher the meaning behind the new revelation. Melisandre had always possessed absolute confidence in her interpretations of prophecies. Yet this new insight was unlike any other. All she could recall was the blinding light that obliterated everything, while the other visions within the flames remained fragmented and incomprehensible. She found herself incapable of forming her own understanding or reassembling those shattered images, and each recollection brought with it a splitting headache, as though some unseen force was thwarting her efforts. This urgency pressed upon her, not solely because it was a revelation from the Lord of Light, but also due to a profound unease stemming from the depths of her soul, a premonition of impending disaster. As time wore on, that disquiet transformed into a fear that seeped into her very bones. This fear whispered in her ear during the quiet hours of the night, morphing into an elusive specter within her dreams. This apparition bore black eyes, embodying both the last hope of the world and the source of its annihilation. Upon awakening, it manifested as an insistent summons, urging her onward. She knew she could no longer afford to linger in fruitless anticipation. Action was imperative. However, even with the gaze of the true God upon her, bestowing extraordinary favor, the magic at her disposal proved powerless amidst the tempest. Even if she were to exhaust the Lord of Light's blessings, it would amount to naught but a drop in the ocean. Melisandre was acutely aware of this reality. Yet she also understood that her deity would never allow his sole envoy, she, who alone had received the new revelation, to falter in the face of a storm. She raised her hand to gently caress the dark red gem at her neck, a hint of melancholy surfacing in her crimson eyes, clouded by the downpour. Within the mist, she removed the gem from her neck and lifted it delicately with her right hand. One of the 2 towering guards stepped forward, cradling the gemstone in his hands before retreating to his original position. The damp, Briny air surged into Melisandre's chest as she inhaled deeply. Her copper-red hair swayed gently, entwined with the swirling fog, and she took a step forward. Just a step away lay the encroaching ocean, and her figure swayed as she departed from the shelter, resembling an ethereal spirit entering the depths of the sea. The moment she stepped into the rain, the mist around her surged forth, enveloping her entirely. Even the downpour could not extinguish the rising white vapor. Rather, it seemed to amplify its presence, as if a pristine flower were blooming against the muted backdrop. This flower flowed, expanded, and blossomed, fiercely resisting the relentless onslaught of the rain. A vague, inexplicable chant began to resonate softly, its melody soaring yet indistinct even to the guard standing just a few paces away. Apart from the sound of the rain, the world fell into a profound silence. Gradually, that immaculate flower began to dance within the downpour, a faint red hue emerging from its center, extending into a graceful form that deepened in color. The figure twirling at the heart of the pure white flower resembled a fiery sprite, its movements peculiarly enchanting, evoking a sense of beauty akin to being scorched. Then, that exquisite form truly ignited into flames. As the flames flickered to life, accompanied by a melodious and soaring chant, it seemed to overshadow the relentless, deafening sound of the crashing waves, merging into an ode to the grandeur of existence amidst the storm's fury. The flames blazed brightly, enveloping the dancing figures. The enchanting chant grew ever more magnificent until everything abruptly froze. The torrential downpour, the dancing fire spirits, the grand chant, everything stilled, transforming into a masterful painting crafted by a renowned artist. In this artwork, the fire spirit came alive, her flames still swaying, her dance unceasing. Yet the rain above her vanished. Then, the majestic chant resonated through the heavens once more, her fiery dance revealing a hint of chill as the rain parted around the fiery blossom at its center. It was as if invisible. Colossal hands were parting the curtain of rain, revealing an increasingly radiant flower, the chant soaring higher. Witnessing this spectacle, two guards knelt, their taut faces filled with fervor, devoutly exclaiming, "Praise our Lord." As the dance of flames gradually ceased, so too did the resounding voice, the rain's deluge and the crashing sounds fading silently. As suddenly as they had arrived, the dance halted, the flames dimmed, and the pure white flower disintegrated into wisps of smoke, revealing Melisandre's graceful figure. Her crimson eyes glowing like embers, her face adorned with a serene smile, exuding a tranquil devotion. The azure sky above shone brightly upon the world. Chapter 39. Robb Stark, where is he? The grim-faced Commander Mouse glared at the four silent little rabbits before him. A cool morning breeze wafted through the camp, the brown-haired giant's banner billowing, while soldiers awoke from their slumber under the gentle light of dawn. Alongside Rasha, the other four logistics team members had risen early, preparing breakfast for the soldiers before the sun had fully revealed itself. It was not until they reached the cart laden with provisions, ready to cook, that they realized one person was missing. Transporting food was typically Rasha's responsibility, but where was he? They exchanged glances, for Rasha had always been diligent, rising earlier than the rest, allowing them merely to ignite the fire and cook. He had always managed the preparations beforehand, a routine they had come to rely upon. Yet today, it seemed Rasha had not completed his usual tasks, and furthermore, they had not seen the slender figure of Rasha since waking. They reported their concerns to Commander Mouse, who summoned them, his sharp eyes gleaming with irritation as he scrutinized them, the tension palpable. However, none could respond to his succinct inquiry. The tall, lanky Tordo dared to meet the commander's gaze, stammering, "Sir, we have not seen Rasha since we awoke. And he is a living person, capable of moving on his own. He might have simply run off." Impossible. The officer Mouse resolutely dismissed this possibility, fully aware that the lad's kin had perished in the recently concluded winter. He himself had narrowly escaped a similar fate, making it inconceivable for anyone to abandon the warmth of a cozy bed and a full belly. Moreover, Rasha had no reason to depart at this juncture. Should he linger a while longer before returning to Count Amber's castle, the army would soon disband, and a liberated Rasha could become the officer Mouse's apprentice, remaining in the final Hearth City. The officer Mouse had privately discussed this matter with Rasha, and although the lad did not affirm nor deny it at the time, the officer Mouse, knowing Rasha's temperament, took it as an implicit acceptance. As the return to the final Hearth City drew near, Rasha was nowhere to be found. A fleeting image of Rasha sharpening his blade by the Blackwater River crossed the officer Mouse's mind, prompting an involuntary click of his tongue. Could it be that last night he had ventured out to hone his weapon again and encountered some misfortune? The officer Mouse pondered silently. With so many troops surrounding Winterfell, he was uncertain of the implications, but it seemed that the lords were expressing their sorrow over Lord Edard Stark's demise. Yet, he sensed a palpable tension among the armies. Although a skirmish was unlikely, if Rasha, marked by the sigil of House Amber, were to encounter any hostility from those opposed to the Amber family in the dead of night, he could easily find himself in a precarious situation. This thought deepened the officer Mouse's frown as he cast a few glances at the 4 younglings before him, ordering them to prepare breakfast. While he hastily made his way toward the heart of the army, Rob rose early. At nearly 7 years old, he had begun to comprehend many things. He was aware that his father had died. This was a truth no one sought to conceal from him. He had witnessed his father wielding ice to execute a prisoner, an image that had terrified him, instilling a fear that one day those decapitated souls might claw their way from the depths of hell to seek vengeance upon his father. He had voiced his concerns to his father, who merely advised him to disregard the tales spun by the old nurse, deeming them mere fabrications. Nevertheless, the old nurse's storytelling had an authenticity that ensnared his belief, contrasting sharply with his father's apparent indifference to the monstrous beings within those tales. Rob considered his father to be extraordinarily brave and resolved to emulate that courage. However, he harbored a certain fear of the old nurse, finding her frightening, akin to the terrifying narratives she recounted. Though Emily, the other nurse, had also shared her share of chilling stories, none had struck him as profoundly unsettling as those of the old nurse. Until merely a fortnight ago, he would pester the old nurse, his teeth loose with impending loss, beseeching her for tales. Yet, the following day, that desire vanished. His father was dead, not at the hands of the frightful monsters of the old nurse's stories. His mother had informed him that his father succumbed to illness. The fear that gripped him now was 1,000-fold greater than any terror conjured by those tales. He realized that the frightening stories were mere fabrications, while the reality of his father's death stood as the most harrowing truth in the world. He sought to conceal his fear, yet found himself unable to do so. During those days, all he could recall was the torrent of tears he shed. When the tears finally ceased to flow from his eyes, it was as though he had abruptly matured into adulthood. Uncle Benjen, upon his return, offered him solace, saying, "Rob, there is no shame in weeping, yet it cannot alter the reality. Your father wished to see a strong version of you." Rob remembered the smile on Uncle Benjen's face as he spoke, but it was not a true smile. It bore traces of something else, something he could not comprehend. He felt that Uncle Benjen's words came too late. Comforting words should be spoken in moments of sorrow, but he no longer felt sorrowful and had ceased to cry. Was he truly devoid of sorrow? His azure eyes stared blankly at the extinguished hearth. Rob recalled he still had much to learn, letters and swordsmanship. Maester Lewin had said that knowledge bestows wisdom, while martial skill grants strength. Rob held this in his heart, yet neither wisdom nor might could resurrect his father. However, they could offer insight and prevention, Maester Lewin had assured him. Did his father lack wisdom? He had led armies to vanquish the cruel Mad King. Did his father lack strength? He had slain the fabled Sword of Dawn, Arthur, and had fought his way through throngs of cavalry in a singular display of valor. These tales reached Rob's ears from the guards of the city, their faces suffused with awe and longing. Rob could not refrain from exclaiming that this was his father, the great Lord of Winterfell. What could fell such a wise and powerful father in his path? It was not the frightful monsters of tales, nor the cruel machinations and blades of enemies, but rather the illness spoken of by his mother. Illness was the most terrifying monster in the world, lurking and poised to seize wisdom, strength, and health, opening its gaping maw filled with fangs when one is most vulnerable, reaching out with its fearsome claws to claim even life itself. When Rob articulated this to the wisest man in the city, Maester Lewin's countenance darkened significantly. Yet, he gently explained to Rob that one should not overemphasize illness, nor should it be underestimated. Illness is not as dreadful as one might imagine. Ample wisdom can discern its every move, and a robust physique can provide an advantage in the battle against it. Rob found Maester Lewin's wisdom to be rather lacking. He could not fathom how his father could be deemed insufficient in wisdom or strength. Such thoughts were utterly infuriating, yet Rob refrained from voicing his dissent, for he was at a loss for words to counter Maester Lewin. He merely resolved to remember the Maester's words quietly in his heart. Nurse Emily set breakfast upon the table, and Rob declined her offer to feed him, feeling it was too humiliating. Only 2-year-old Arya required such assistance. Still, he longed to dine with his parents, perhaps with his mother, and possibly with Uncle Benjen and Sansa as well. After finishing his breakfast alone, he accompanied Nurse Emily to the Maester's tower, where Maester Lewin sat in a chair, engrossed in a thick tome, occasionally jotting down notes and sketches. The scholar Reuven discovered numerous discrepancies within the Stark family genealogy, many of which were glaringly obvious. What was particularly intolerable to Reuven was the realization that all these errors stemmed from a single individual, casting a shadow upon the integrity of scholarship itself. For instance, the account of the ancestors suggested that this scholar had once perused records of the forebears. However, there existed no such preserved texts. as the ancient progenitors had no written language. This Zekihulancht was indeed a source of disgrace for the scholar. As Reuven grasped his pen to amend the inaccuracies, his lips trembled in indignation, completely oblivious to why he had failed to notice these flaws earlier. He resolved to write a letter to the academy, demanding an inquiry into how this Zekihulancht had managed to pass the scholarly examination. Master Reuven's gaze fell upon the pallid complexion of his apprentice, Rob, who could not suppress a smirk, though his brow furrowed with concern. Upon hearing Rob's voice, Reuven looked up to see him and the nurse, Emily, seated at the long table, and managed a wry smile as he said, "Forgive this old fool of mine. I cannot express how utterly mortifying this is for a scholar." Shaking his head, he rose from his chair and approached the window, shooing away the raucous crows that were a nuisance. The sunlight streaming through the window enveloped his face, inducing a sense of dizziness. He had been awakened in the dead of night and witnessed a level of disarray among the northern nobility that he had never encountered before. Reuven understood that it was the Duchess's trust in him that had led to this, and he refrained from voicing his internal doubts. Instead, he dutifully prepared steaming cups of tea infused with medicinal herbs for each noble, following her instructions. Upon returning home, he found sleep elusive, his thoughts consumed by the chaotic scene in the hall. He then retrieved the Stark family genealogy, a tome that Edard Stark had once taken for several days to name his illegitimate child. As he perused it, the annotations he encountered nearly made his hair stand on end with frustration. Just as the dizziness lingered, Reuven recalled the Duchess's instructions before his departure the previous night. He turned to Rob, whose striking blue eyes mirrored those of the Duchess. "Rob," he began, "your mother instructed me last night to bring you to see her upon your arrival this morning." Rob, somewhat perplexed, pondered whether it would not be simpler to relay this message directly to him or to Emily, yet he kept his thoughts to himself, following Reuven instead. Meanwhile, Emily, having exchanged pleasantries, departed to prepare a meal for her own child. On her way, she encountered the nurse of the illegitimate child, Maris, who was holding her daughter's hand. They greeted one another warmly before parting ways. Chapter 40. Breakfast. The gates of Winterfell swung open before dawn. As the first light of day began to creep into the sky, a dozen warhorses galloped forth into the expanse beyond the castle, heading towards the encampment of the armies that surrounded Winterfell. Roxia observed the scene from a distance, standing beside a modest dwelling in Winterfell. His keen eye caught sight of Count Amber and a pale-faced individual, presumably Count Bolton, amidst a dozen warhorses. The countenances of the other riders were familiar to him. They were all nobles from the north. It seemed that the late-night apprehension extended beyond Count Amber to encompass all the commanders of the forces outside the city. Although Roxia felt a deep curiosity about the experiences these noblemen had endured, his prolonged wait here was not merely to catch a glimpse of them. However, the fact that these lords emerged unscathed from Winterfell, appearing relatively unfazed, confirmed one thing. The shadowy figure he had encountered in the night was not the bloodthirsty monster of northern legend, as he had initially feared. Was it a sorcerer wielding magic? Roxia realized for the first time that he was profoundly captivated by such extraordinary phenomena, a fascination intertwined with his yearning for something beyond the ordinary. The safe exit of the nobleman solidified his resolve, and the image of his brother's smile lingered in his mind. Shaking his head vigorously, he steeled himself to seek out the sorcerer clad in dark purple garments. Roxia touched his chest, the hard surface of the dagger pressing against his clothing, and cautiously drew it from his breast. He removed his outer garment, severing the emblem that represented the warriors of House Amber, and donned it once more. His gaze fell upon the slowly closing gates of Winterfell, his movements momentarily stiff. Yet, he did not turn away. Instead, he ventured forth toward the gates. The dust kicked up by the galloping warhorses had yet to settle, lingering lightly along the path. Roxia traversed through the haze, circumventing several buildings, and halted at the nearest house to the city gates. He curled himself into a pile of hay behind the dwelling, hesitating to advance further. Now, all he could do was wait for dawn to arrive and the great doors to swing open once more. In that moment, he could enter Winterfell, and he began to contemplate how he might locate the sorcerer within. However, he soon realized the folly of his endeavor. How could he possibly seek out a sorcerer in such a vast, ancient fortress? Would the guards greet him with smiles, kindly guiding him to knock upon the sorcerer's door? Surely, they would perceive the scrawny, errant figure as a thief and imprison him. Perhaps they would deem him a would-be assassin due to the dagger concealed within his possession, leading to his execution by dawn, his remains devoured by wild dogs. Roxia hesitated, lost in thought, until a gentle voice broke through his reverie. "Child, what are you doing here?" He snapped back to reality, his brown eyes meeting the figure that had appeared before him. The person was clad in a brown linen garment, with short, graying hair and several lines etched upon their forehead, suggesting an advanced age. In their hands, they held a bundle of dry twigs, evidently collected from the very haystack in which Roxia had hidden. At this moment, Rasha realized that dawn had arrived. The moon and stars had vanished from the night sky, and the pale light of day once again claimed dominion over the heavens, heralding the sun's impending ascent with its quiet authority. The elderly man before him must be the owner of the house, who had risen early to prepare breakfast and discovered Rasha hidden amidst the haystack. For a moment, Rasha hesitated to respond, instead speculating silently, his right hand resting on his chest, clutching something tightly. The elderly man, with hair ashen and eyes still vibrant, radiated a youthful gleam that belied his years. He observed Rasha's actions with a gentle smile, the wrinkles on his face folding in unison as he spoke. "Child, there is no need for you to be anxious. I harbor no ill will. You are not the first to seek refuge in my firewood pile." With that, he extended his hand, which, though rough and darkened, bore little sign of age and exuded an aura of strength. "Come forth, I invite you to breakfast." The old man shook his hand invitingly, his smile broadening. Hesitantly, Rasha grasped the proffered hand, which indeed possessed remarkable strength. The elder reciprocated the grip, gently pulling Rasha from the hay. "Let us return to the house. There is a warm hearth inside." Releasing his hold, he observed Rasha's frail frame and sunken cheeks with a kind expression and began to walk toward the dwelling. Rasha followed, scrutinizing the elder, whose feet were clad in gray shoes, their material indiscernible but seemingly worn. The man's steps were steady, his body robust, suggesting a former strength in his youth. Rasha estimated he stood only to the elder's chin. Upon entering the modest abode, Rasha beheld the hearth the elder had mentioned, already ablaze and filling the room with warmth. With a welcoming smile, the elder motioned for Rasha to take a seat on the bench by the table while he stepped outside to gather more firewood, placing it beside the stove inside. The house was not expansive. The elder's bed lay a short distance from the table, while across from it stood the cooking stove, accompanied by a small rectangular table laden with food. The elder added water to a pot, kindled the stove, and turned to regard Rasha, the wrinkles on his face once again forming a tapestry of concern. "Child, what is your name?" "Rasha. My name is Rasha," he replied, feeling somewhat uneasy on the bench. The elder reminded him of a kindly old man from his village, who had often shared food with him and his brother, yet that man had perished in the winter, long before his brother. "Ah, little Rasha, you may call me Old Berde, as everyone does. In my youth, they referred to me as Brave Berde," the elder said, his smile unwavering, erupting into hearty laughter at the mention of his youthful moniker. As the morning light filtered through the slightly ajar door, Old Berde rose to chop some greens, tossing them into the pot, steam billowing forth and enveloping him in a white haze. "Rasha, why did you venture into my firewood? Have you encountered some trouble? Please, share your woes with Old Berde." Uncertain of what Old Berde had added to the water, as the vegetables submerged, a delicate fragrance wafted past Rasha's nostrils, only to be drawn in by his quivering nose, igniting a flame of hunger within him. When Old Berde inquired, Rasha hesitated momentarily before responding, "I have encountered no difficulties. I merely wish to enter Winterfell. Perhaps I arrived too early, for the gates have yet to open, and the chill outside compelled me to seek warmth within this haystack." Old Berde chuckled heartily as he returned to the hearth, unable to contain his laughter. "Little Rasha, it is ill-advised to lie." His eyes, gleaming with an unusual light, fixed upon Rasha, as if questioning his sincerity. "No, I speak the truth. I genuinely need to enter Winterfell," Rasha hastily clarified, puzzled by his keen concern for Old Berde's opinion, perhaps due to the old man's resemblance to a beloved grandfather figure. Old Berde added a few more logs to the fire. "And what is your purpose in Winterfell? Are you seeking the Lord's judgment on some matter?" Rasha pondered this query and recognized it as a plausible excuse. If he were to enter the city and approach the guards, claiming he desired the Lord's adjudication, he might very well encounter that sorcerer. Hadn't he heard that such extraordinary individuals were often guests of the nobility? Though he had never learned of any noble's castle housing a magician, tales spoke of them, and he had witnessed such wonders with his own eyes. He nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have faced an injustice and seek the Lord's decision." He had learned from the officer of mice that Lord Edard Stark had perished, though it seemed the news had yet to reach the north. Old Berde regarded Rasha intently. "What a coincidence. I, too, intend to seek the Lord." He then rose to retrieve something from the small table and placed it into the pot, though Rasha could not discern what it was. Yet, one wonders if the new Lord possesses the same fairness as Lord Edard. Rasha blinked, realizing that the news of the Duke Stark's demise had indeed spread. "I hear his heir is but 7 years old, perhaps incapable of discerning right from wrong." Old Berde's tone mingled complaint with nostalgia. "Fortunately, our Lord has a kind wife. She will likely handle matters of judgment. After this meal, shall we enter the city together?" Rasha stood from the bench, noticing the fire's dwindling glow and unable to resist the urge to poke it with a nearby stick. Old Edard appeared somewhat displeased, his smile fading. Child, do not wear a sorrowful expression, smile more. No matter the hardship, it shall pass. He reminisced, I once encountered a young man, about your age, unlike you. He bore a cheerful countenance, his face alight with enthusiasm. Old Edard holds a particular admiration for those who smile. He must be faring well, Rasha replied flatly. Perhaps. Ah, breakfast is ready. Old Edard lifted the pot's lid, and the fragrant aroma filled the room, causing Rasha to swallow hard as the fire in his belly blazed more fiercely. Old Edard brought forth 2 large bowls, ladling the shimmering, oily soup from the pot and placing it upon the table with a self-satisfied smile. Vegetable rabbit soup, quite fragrant. How do you find the breakfast I have prepared for you? He inquired, not pausing for a response from Rasha before turning to cover the pot. The steam curled around them, and Rasha had already surreptitiously tasted a spoonful, savoring its delightful aroma. Well then, might I have a bowl? A firm childish voice rang out, sharp and high-pitched. Rasha looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. Old Edard froze in place, the pot lid suspended in his hand. Chapter 41. The 4 travelers. The clear, youthful voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering both Rasha and Old Edard motionless. The door, opened by the newcomer, became a passage for the morning light to flood in, yet it hesitated, as if reluctant to advance past the child standing at its threshold. The gently swirling steam settled into a stillness, with only the faint crackle from the newly added firewood breaking the silence, until the flames suddenly retracted, as if realizing something. Is this a wizard? Rasha's wide brown eyes reflected the child who stepped through the door alongside the dawn. Clad in dark purple garments, with black eyes and hair, the child's features appeared strange and unfamiliar to Rasha. What struck him most was not the child's appearance, but rather their height. Are they truly just at my nose level? A peculiar thought crossed Rasha's mind before he recognized the child's youth. A child? A child capable of magic? Before the thrill could fully illuminate his parched visage, astonishment swiftly overshadowed it. A question arose within him. He was certain that this child was the same figure he had seen flying in the air last night. Setting aside whether the child had indeed employed magic or if they were the wizard he suspected, Rasha was left pondering why this child had appeared here. He recalled the fleeting glance he had exchanged with the child last night, noting nothing particularly remarkable, only an extraordinary brightness in their gaze. Could it be? Rasha placed a hand upon his chest, where the sharp dagger gifted to him by Officer Mouse lay concealed. Yet the child clad in dark purple merely glanced at him twice before shifting their gaze toward Old Edard. A sigh of relief escaped Rasha. Perhaps the situation was not as he had imagined. The wizardly child had come seeking Old Edard. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Old Edard? His gaze involuntarily shifted to the still figure of Old Edard, who clutched the pot lid. The child, however, took a seat on the bench across from Rasha. Old Edard remained motionless for a time, but Rasha noticed a slight tremor in his frame, the steam rising from the pot creating delicate ripples. This tremor soon dissipated, and Old Edard turned to regard Rasha and the child seated at the table, though he had already formed a conclusion in his mind. His pupils constricted upon seeing the child, and the wrinkles on his face twisted into an unnatural expression. He seemed to regain his composure, as if the rigidity that had gripped him moments before was not his own. The creases returned, and an unappealing smile spread across his face. Certainly. Please hold on a moment, Old Edard replied, ladling another bowl and placing it before the child. The child sat with his back to the sun. A steaming bowl filled with fragrant soup was placed in the shadow on the table. His gaze shifted, settling upon the bowl, which contained a few green vegetables floating atop a thin layer of oil, and beneath the greens, there were likely pieces of rabbit meat. As Rasha observed everything before him, an inexplicable eeriness enveloped him. The air around seemed to thicken, making each breath a laborious effort, yet he dared not make a sound. Old Edard set the bowl before the child and took a seat beside him. 3 bowls of aromatic soup were set on the table, each attended by a person, an elder, a youth, and a child. The elder mimicked the child, focusing intently on the bowl of soup, while the youth discreetly shifted his gaze between the elder and the child, his parched face betraying a sense of unease. None of them moved. The elder's expression grew increasingly serene, his wrinkles smoothing out. His nostrils flared slightly as the warmth of the soup dissipated into the cooler morning air of the north, the enticing aroma gradually fading within the room. Taste my culinary skills, Old Edard broke the silence, and the stagnant air seemed to flow anew. It will cool soon. As he spoke, he lifted the bowl, lowered his head, and took a sip, pausing before consuming a larger mouthful, the sound of his swallowing echoing in the stillness. Rasha swallowed hard, the fire in his belly nearly consuming him. He glanced at the child, who remained fixated on the bowl. Cautiously, the child lifted the bowl. Taking a small sip, the rich flavor immediately filled his mouth, the warm, thick soup alleviating the flames within him. Thereafter, he did not stop until the entire bowl was emptied. When Rasha finished, he noticed that the bowl old Berde had been holding was now resting on the table. The elder chewing on what seemed to be either vegetables or rabbit meat. The child's gaze, which had remained fixed on the bowl, slightly shifted to old Berde. It was then that Rasha noticed the child's eyes were peculiar, or rather, the very essence of those eyes was extraordinary. Within the depths of his black eyes lay a color denser than black itself, with only a faint glimmer at the pupil. That minuscule spark of light made Rasha feel as if he were bathed in brilliance. It dawned on him that the piercing gaze that had scrutinized him the previous night was indeed that single flicker of light within those black eyes. Old Berde sensed the weight of the child's stare, a gaze that bore down upon him with immense pressure. He swallowed the morsel in his mouth and turned to meet the child's gaze. It was as if he had returned to that night, where the child's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion, like a deity surveying humanity, poised to render the final judgment upon the world. He had shown mercy to many, adhering to the creed of the divine he worshipped, yet that God had never revealed to him that mercy is the epitome of justice. Death, for every mortal, is the most equitable fate. Every mortal must die, he murmured, realizing that as an instrument of the divine, exercising its authority on earth. He had never truly comprehended the meaning of his statement. Now, at last, he understood, and he was on the verge of receiving his own mercy. Having finished my meal, he, at that moment, resembled a valiant warrior more than a mere assassin, steadfastly locking eyes with that unwavering gaze. Before I meet my end, might you reveal your name to me? Coughing, Rasha was startled by old Bert's words, even more so when he noticed the transformation in old Bert's voice. It was no longer frail, but rather resonated with the strength akin to that of Count Amber. Amidst his violent coughing fit, Rasha observed the child slowly rising, reaching out towards old Bert's face, which old Bert did not flinch from, allowing that small hand to grasp his visage. As the face was seemingly peeled away, Rasha's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced that this must be the result of some malevolent sorcery employed by the child. However, as a nondescript face emerged beneath old Bert's, his thoughts began to shift, leaving him both bewildered and intrigued, even stifling his cough. The child, gazing at the skin he held, fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the time he had spent in slumber. This is the master of this house, the child remarked, aware of the old man despite having had no direct interaction with him. The vast and intricate information he possessed allowed him to know every detail about the entirety of Winterfell and the surrounding winter town, as if he were watching an elaborate reality show. These individuals might not even know his name, yet he comprehended all there was to know about them. Coincidentally, he had seen the young lad who had fled from the army today, directing his gaze towards this very place. From the plethora of information, he had witnessed everything that transpired within these walls, from over a fortnight ago to the present moment. The unremarkable middle-aged man before him was Horn, whom he encountered at Neck's Edge while pursuing Ned's trail to King's Landing, a killer adorned with multiple faces, capable of stretching his flesh and bone. 6 days prior, Horn had arrived in Wintertown, murdered the master of this house, and skinned old Bert, crafting a mask of his visage to dawn upon his own face. The intent was unmistakable, to infiltrate Winterfell and assassinate members of House Stark. Horn had previously attempted to assassinate Ned at Neck's Edge, but had ultimately refrained at the last moment, surviving under An Chang's care, and upon recovery, had made his way to Wintertown. With Ned now deceased, the individual before him had come to eradicate the Stark lineage. You shall die, the child uttered softly, placing old Bert's face upon the table, his eyes shimmering with a deepening darkness. Every mortal must meet their end, the nondescript middle-aged man replied with a faint smile, unflustered. Before I perish, I merely wish to know your name. Accepting the inevitability of death, he chose to face it with composure, yet he, a devotee of the God of Faces, had willingly served as his instrument, extending mercy to countless souls. Now, just as he found an opportunity to soothe the scars of his troubled heart, he was to lose his life, leaving an inkling of unwillingness. His gaze sparkled with an unusual light, calmly meeting the child's eyes as he awaited a response. He had yet to hear the child speak. Yet he witnessed the pair of black eyes gradually illuminating, growing ever brighter, a trace of crimson flashing forth. Countless strands of scarlet converged. A gaze he would remember for eternity. However, his expression bore none of the previous terror, only a semblance of regretful acceptance. He fixated on those eyes radiating a scarlet glow, as if attempting to discern how the searing crimson light that had rent the night sky had manifested from within them. Yet, the crimson within the child's eyes slowly dissipated, failing to produce a light that could shatter the heavens or obliterate him with its searing intensity. "You shall not perish today," the child declared, disregarding the faint astonishment that flickered across the man's face, a dark purple luminescence igniting at the child's chest, suffusing the room with a violet hue. "You will become my test subject. The first." The child seemed to elaborate, as if speaking to oneself. Then, extending a right hand. A wisp of dark purple fluid materialized at the fingertips, twisting and emitting an eerie sheen. The fluid traced down to the man's chest. A blinding radiance erupted from the man's heart, and the air seemed summoned, thrashing violently, eagerly rushing from all directions into the room. Yet, before the light could fully unveil itself to the world, it abruptly vanished, and the tumultuous air came to a stifling halt. "Now leave this place, depart from the north. Do not stop, you must journey southward, and do not allow me to catch up to you," the child instructed. The man remained oblivious to the child's intentions. Yet a spark of delight ignited within him, rendering him mute to any dying inquiries about the child's name. Instead, he swiftly turned and exited the room. At the very moment he crossed the threshold, the child's stark voice echoed, "Do not hope for a second chance." The words sent a chill down his spine. Without further hesitation, he resolved to heed the child's directive, vacate this place, and escape the continent. Thereafter, the experimental results would unfold. An Chang turned to glance at the stunned Rasha, offering a smile. Chapter 42, The Journey of Madam. The black curtains in the bedroom were partially drawn, and Caitlin was engaged in cheerful conversation with Rob. Jasmine stood at the doorway, interrupting the mother-son exchange, followed closely by her daughter, Titania. "Jasmine, you have arrived," Caitlin said, turning to face her, her blue eyes sparkling with joy, though Jasmine perceived the undercurrents of sorrow and reluctance within that smile. Jasmine ushered Titania into the bedroom, where the slanting sunlight cast a pathway at their feet, leaving them on the opposite side, devoid of sunlight. "Has Krasi spoken to you?" The Duchess approached Jasmine, first casting a glance at her before directing her attention to Titania, whose smooth forehead bore a purple pattern, momentarily distracting Caitlin. "Madam." Jasmine recalled Krasi's words from the previous night. "Are you referring to Krasi's impending departure to Winter City for a time?" Caitlin nodded slightly. Young Rob was seated on a chair, observing his mother and Jasmine with his blue eyes, his curiosity piqued by Titania, who was half hidden behind Jasmine. "Krasi spoke to me," and confusion flickered in Jasmine's eyes. "However, he mentioned he would also take my daughter Tatiana, ever since the house beside the sacred woods collapsed." Jasmine had not seen Krasi for over half a month. She had feared something unfortunate had befallen the child. Yet she had heard nothing from the gossiping servants in the city, nor had Lady Stark inquired about the matter. Then came the news of Lord Stark's death and the subsequent funeral. Jasmine believed the Duchess must have been heartbroken over her husband's demise, forgetting all about the illegitimate child. However, upon seeing the child again last night, her worries evaporated, and in her surprise, she did not ponder deeply on the child's words. "It's not just your daughter." Caitlin glanced at Rob, who sat quietly in a chair, "but also my son." Jasmine was taken aback, her gaze shifting to Rob, the sunlight dancing upon him, illuminating his chestnut hair and making his blue eyes sparkle. The expression on his youthful face, however, reminded Jasmine of the lord now laid to rest in the crypts. "Are you taking the children out?" Jasmine could conceive of no other possibility. Perhaps the lady wished to take the children for a breath of fresh air to alleviate her sorrow. The Duchess shook her head, her auburn hair gently swaying. She reached out and grasped Jasmine's hand with a firm grip, stating, "No, it is Krasi who will take Rob and Tatiana out." She tightened her hold slightly, adding that it was uncertain when they would return. "What?" The Duchess noticed the panic spreading across Jasmine's face and sighed inwardly. Jasmine's husband had succumbed to a peculiar illness shortly after she bore her second child. Maester Lewin was at a loss, only able to provide him with poppy milk to ease his suffering in his final days. This illness had manifested when Tatiana was 6. Yet she was far more fortunate than her father. What Caitlin did not know was that Maester Lewin had been troubled for a long time over the strange ailment afflicting Jasmine's husband. This affliction had not only plagued him but also his father, who had contracted the illness in his 50s, while Jasmine's husband had suffered it in his 20s. And Tatiana had fallen ill at the tender age of 6. "Where are they going?" Jasmine inquired hastily. "It is far too dangerous for several children to venture out." Her anxious expression brightened slightly. "Surely there will be guards to protect them, right, my lady?" The Duchess remained silent for a moment, pondering that it depended on Krasi's decision. "But you should know that child better than I do." Jasmine paused, realizing she had spent the most time in the child's company. However, her understanding was limited. She knew the child was held in high regard by the Lord, and that he had never consumed any food. When he was 4 or 5, Jasmine had not seen him during the day. He would only return to the room beside the sacred woods in the evening, emerging from an unknown place. Aside from that, she had heard the child occasionally uttering words in a language she could not comprehend, a tongue Jasmine had never encountered before. Jasmine reflected momentarily, "Madam, although I have always been by the child's side as his wet nurse, he has never partaken of my milk, nor have I witnessed him consume anything." As she spoke, she hesitated and cast a fleeting glance at the Duchess. The child was indeed peculiar in every aspect. The Duchess maintained her serene smile as Jasmine continued, "But he is merely a child. Should he really be taken out with 2 others? You ought to intervene, madam. I have no desire to accompany that strange little brother." Tatiana, hiding behind Jasmine, interjected. The Duchess's smile remained, yet a tinge of helplessness crept into her expression. How she wished she could prevent this. "Jasmine." The Duchess called her name. "The child is determined to venture out, and I cannot dissuade him." Moreover, the sorrow in her eyes became unmasked. "Rob and Tatiana cannot stray too far from him, for it would pose great danger." Jasmine gazed at the Duchess as the sun outside shifted, casting its rays upon her face, revealing a profound confusion in her eyes. Caitlin did not shy away from mentioning the 2 children, for they would inevitably come to understand in due course, as they remained close to Cross. "Your daughter has suffered an illness," she said, releasing Jasmine's hand and approaching Rob to stroke his hair. "Have you noticed the purple markings on Tatiana's forehead?" Jasmine brought Tatiana forth, revealing a small 4-leaved purple flower blooming on her daughter's smooth brow, which the learned Reuven had described as a late birthmark. "You must know that this late birthmark appeared after Tatiana's condition improved." The Duchess leaned slightly, pulling back her son's garment to reveal his chest. Rob bore the same purple markings, identical to those on Tatiana's forehead. The Duchess turned to Jasmine. "This too appeared after your daughter's health began to recover." Jasmine stepped a couple of paces closer to Rob, as the sun rose higher, illuminating the bedroom through the window, allowing her to discern the purple markings on young Rob's chest, which were indeed identical to those on her daughter's forehead, with the sole distinction that the 4-leaved purple flower blossomed directly over Rob's heart. "Mother." Young Rob descended from his chair, casting an annoyed glare at the Duchess as he adjusted his clothing, then shot a similar look at the smiling Tatiana. Caitlin offered her son an apologetic smile before continuing. "Your daughter's ailment mirrors that of your husband. Forgive my boldness, but if Reuven truly possessed a remedy for such an affliction, your husband would not have met an untimely demise." Jasmine remained silent, her head bowed slightly. "The Lord of Winterfell, my husband, bears an identical purple mark on the palm of his right hand," she stated, her smile fading. "He referred to it as a gift, the child's gift. He perished because he was too far from Winterfell, too far from that child." Jasmine suddenly lifted her gaze, noticing the Duchess's tranquil demeanor. Yet Rob's small face was etched with disbelief as he clung to his mother and inquired, "But didn't father die of illness?" "Mama." Roshas followed the child towards Winterfell, his mind adrift in contemplation. The sun shone brightly as the child paused, glancing back at the city. Roshas caught a faint sigh escaping the child's lips, a sound both peculiar and yet entirely natural for one so young. This jarring contradiction stirred a deep discomfort within him. "Indeed, your father succumbed to illness," Caitlin remarked earnestly as she gazed at her son. "Yet, just moments ago, you mentioned Rob's retort," but before he could finish, his mother interjected. "He would not have fallen ill had he not strayed too far from Craster's Keep." Caitlin's expression turned grave as she fixed her gaze upon Rob's blue eyes. "Remember, do not wander too far from Craster's Keep, lest you become ill, just like your father. Do you understand?" Rob's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Intimidated by the gravity in his mother's gaze, he remained silent, merely nodding in acquiescence. The Duchess then shifted her attention to Meryn, striving to overlook the emotions etched upon Meryn's face, which threatened to engulf her in the sorrow of Ned's passing once more. "Meryn," she said, "I love my children more than anyone else, and I know you cherish Titania as well, but this is for their own good." Meryn fell momentarily speechless, startled by the Duchess's words. The child she had watched grow up. Who was he truly? She understood well the Duchess's motivations for such statements. Yet a myriad of questions arose within her. For instance, why must the child leave Winterfell? Regrettably, as she observed the now silent Duchess, she grasped that some matters, some uncertainties, would remain forever unanswered. Surely, they would not be in danger? Meryn contemplated her daughter's expression, pondering when they would depart. "I must persuade Craster to take at least some guards with him." Upon voicing her thoughts, she turned to the Duchess, hoping for an answer or at least support in her endeavor to sway Craster. "There will be no danger," the Duchess assured her. "Though I cannot say precisely when they will leave, it should be within the next few days." Shortly thereafter, Meryn watched as the Duchess approached the window, her hands clasped before her, gazing outwards. As she blocked the sunlight, a long shadow was cast upon the bedroom floor. "If only you could persuade Craster to stay." She turned, her auburn hair shimmering with a fiery hue, her face cloaked in shadow. I know, that is hardly a possibility. So please do your utmost to convince him to bring along a contingent of guards or servants. Marin nodded in understanding. She then heard the Duchess continue. Thank you, Marin. Chapter 43. The Four Travelers in Truth. Winterfell serves as a commendable site for experimentation. The first words that reached An Chang upon awakening were the mechanical sounds of the Ember program. He disregarded the utterance, surveying his surroundings, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. After escorting Roshas to Winterfell, An Chang returned to the remnants of the tower, surrendering himself once more to slumber. 6 days had elapsed by the time he awakened. The sky overcast, a light drizzle mingled with tiny hailstones falling from above. He strained to listen intently. It seemed as though the world was caught in a frenzied dance. The armies that once encircled Winterfell had vanished, leaving behind only traces at their encampments, gradually buried by the light rain mixed with hail. The ancient heart tree, adorned with crimson leaves resembling human palms, swayed in response to the raindrops and small hailstones, as if countless hands were applauding in joyous celebration. This gentle rain, of course, could not deter the inhabitants of Winterfell and the nearby town from carrying out their daily routines. Rhaegar, having stealthily slipped away from the army, was assisting in the stables. Mingling with a tall stable hand named Vard, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly forging a deep friendship in just a few days. Catelyn furrowed her brow in the hall, attentively listening to the report from the city's commander, while Bran awaited silently by her side. Scholar Lewin trembled as he scribbled notes on a blank sheet of paper. With young Robb curiously observing his expression, Nanny Maya wandered through the city, calling out for Talia, though her voice, though faint, was largely absorbed by the persistent rain. Failing to carry far, her daughter, Tatiana, sat by the window, propping her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the rain-soaked landscape, her thoughts adrift elsewhere. Numerous abandoned fortresses and watchtowers stood nearby, where crows had built their nests, birds chirping and flitting about in the gentle rain. Alysanne withdrew her gaze, having lingered on the crumbling walls for quite some time. The entropy energy concentration in this place was notably high, particularly beneath the main fortress, where a hot spring bubbled forth. There had been instances of phenomena that the Fire Seed program could not decipher, involving birds exhibiting variations in entropy energy and intense thought fluctuations. When would such occurrences manifest again? Alysanne sifted through the overwhelming, intricate information, discerning that nothing unusual had transpired since her slumber. Ever since the civilizational core had drawn the Fire Seed program's focus to this situation, there had been no further manifestations. Alysanne gazed toward the main fortress, where the hot spring gushed forth, exuding steam. She could perceive every subtle detail within the spring, yet the entropy energy spoken of by the Fire Seed program remained elusive. I am curious, how do you detect entropy energy? The Fire Seed program could not directly observe entropy energy, but inferred its presence through comparative indirect assessments. Furthermore, due to issues of insufficient energy, both the range and precision of detection were somewhat compromised. However, the abnormal catalytic phenomena of entropy energy were glaringly evident. With a slight calculation, one could ascertain the concentration of entropy energy within the detection range. Entropy was an incessant process in the world. Yet due to the nature of entropy energy, it was amplified infinitely. By comparing it with normal entropy conditions, the Fire Seed program could easily deduce the distribution of entropy energy. Alysanne's gaze fell slightly. Would the affected detection range impede the implementation of the giant plan? It would not, though overall, the pace of execution would not be particularly swift. Alysanne contemplated Robb and Tatiana, nodding slightly. The notion of speeding through the skies with the two children while hastily executing the giant plan seemed fundamentally flawed. At the time, she had not perceived the implications, but reflecting now, it appeared rather cruel for the two young ones. Regarding subject number 2. When does the civilization entity intend to implant the new type of subcolonization device? He is not merely an experimental subject. An Chang took a step forward and leaped down from the remnants of the tower. He is the only known specimen within the Fire Seed program whose internal entropy-increasing energy exhibits a phenomenon of disappearance. Thus, one hopes the civilization entity will make a prompt decision. I will. An Chang landed on the ground, his feet sinking into the mud as raindrops danced around him. He lifted his foot and made his way toward the main fortress. The delicate raindrops struck Catelyn, occasionally bringing a slight sting to her face, reminiscent of small hailstones in the rain. At the city gates, An Chang observed Robb embracing his mother in a farewell. He could discern the reluctance on Catelyn's face, mingled with a hint of helplessness. Nurse Jasmine similarly held her daughter close, a boy standing behind her, beaming at his sister whose eyes were slightly reddened. Finally, that annoying sister can no longer bully me, he whispered. Yet, Upon seeing the damp traces on his mother's face, his spirits sank, and he silently stood aside. An Chang turned to the side and addressed Roxia. Do you have family to bid farewell to? The parched cheeks of Roxia had been moistened by the rain, his hair dripping. He earnestly shook his head, then nodded, saying, I have already said my goodbyes to my family. An Chang turned away, only to hear Roxia's curious inquiry. What about you? An Chang could sense the boy's heart racing beside him and understood the reason. He smiled and replied, I would like to. A crow perched on the city wall, tilting its head to observe the scene. A short distance away, Banyong, Sir Roderick, and the castle's steward silently watched. That bird. An Chang thought, I know, although I cannot perceive the changes in the entropy-increasing energy you speak of, I can tell that gaze is not one typical of a bird. An Chang scrutinized the creature, which in turn fixed its gaze upon him. He made no other movement, merely committing to memory all the characteristics of the bird at that moment. Then, An Chang approached Caitlin and the others, with Roxia trailing behind him. Let us go, he said. Rob broke free from his mother's embrace, his blue eyes filled with anxiety and a tinge of anticipation. Caitlin turned to An Chang and said, Kratzi, I hope you will return soon. An Chang nodded. Nurse Jasmine brought Tatiana before An Chang, bending low to cup his small face in her hands. Kratzi. She gazed deeply into his eyes. Be sure to stay safe, dear child. With that, she embraced him tightly. This embrace was not warm, and Chang felt no temperature. Having long lost the ordinary human perception of heat and cold, the energy field surrounding him provided many things while simultaneously taking away much. Nevertheless, An Chang smiled, the darkness in his eyes beginning to fade. Yet the overwhelming, intricate information continually reminded him that what enveloped him was merely a conglomeration of countless molecules and minuscule beings. He now loathed this sensation, despising his heightened perceptions of sight, hearing, and more. Rob had already mounted his small, beautiful mare, while Tatiana gazed blankly at the horse led before her. I cannot ride, she stated. She turned to look at her mother and An Chang, her eyes still slightly red. You will learn, An Chang thought, as the figure before him, Tatiana, transformed into a multitude of information. The charming 8-year-old girl was merely a fade, the perspective visible to ordinary individuals. An Chang endeavored to disregard the extraneous information, focusing solely on a particular dimension. As the four mounted their steeds and gradually rode away under Caitlin's watchful gaze, the incessant drizzle ceased. Sir Roderick approached Caitlin, concern etched on his face. Madam, is this truly wise? With 3 children and a young lad, he urged, put aside your worries. Rob is safer by the side of Kratzi than in Winterfell. Caitlin's gaze remained fixed on the 4 retreating figures. Yet, Sir Roderick wished to voice more, but was halted by Banyan tugging at his arm. Madam, I too must take my leave, Banyan stated, glancing at Sir Roderick. Regarding the matter of aid for the Night's Watch brothers. I understand Winterfell has numerous affairs awaiting my attention, but might we discuss it upon our return to the hall? Caitlin displayed a hint of impatience, her damp red locks cascading over her shoulder. Banyan and Sir Roderick exchanged glances. After a moment, Caitlin's party returned to Winterfell. It felt like a farewell in the rain. Jasmine mused, yearning for their reunion in the next moment. Tal's cries persisted after his sister had departed, and Jasmine comforted him as they made their way back to her quarters. The sun emerged from behind the rain, casting its warm glow upon the earth. And life continued unabated. Chapter 44. The illusion of appearance. Gazing far to the north, a towering gray-blue wall loomed, the Wall of Despair. Several carts laden with supplies formed a line, embarking towards the edge of the world. This convoy had departed from Winterfell 12 days prior. Most members of the group were witnessing the Wall of Despair for the first time. It seemed to cleave the heavens, a monumental edifice delineating civilization. The grandeur was overwhelming, an indescribable magnificence that had never before been so close to them. Other than being profoundly moved, what else could they do? Edard Stark, clad in a black velvet coat, rode his warhorse, traversing the front and rear of the convoy alongside the black-clad brothers sent to escort them. He understood that beyond admiration, he needed to maintain his warmth. The summer in the north was no match for the south, and especially not for the far north, where even as the southern sun began to induce discomfort, snow could still sporadically fall. The cold grew ever more penetrating as the convoy approached their destination. This was a supply train, a gesture of assistance from the north to the brothers in black, fulfilling Banyan Stark's promise to Commander Mormont. The north had always shown kindness to the Night's Watch, and after the legendary creatures had vanished from the site of northern residents, the brothers in black remained vigilant against the wildlings beyond the wall, standing guard at the towering fortification named the Wall of Despair. However, this assistance is supplementary, and in the context of the kingdom's gradual reduction of support for the Night's Watch, this additional aid is particularly invaluable. A raven that flew from Winterfell conveyed this news to Commander Mormont, who dispatched 20 fully armed brothers clad in black to intercept the convoy midway, ensuring no unforeseen incidents would occur. Due to a series of challenges such as personnel shortages and scarcity of supplies, the black-clad brothers were inadequately equipped to defend the wall, often allowing some wretched wildlings to stealthily cross over and wreak havoc in the north. The convoy was markedly conspicuous, accompanied only by a few guards from Winterfell and the coaches, whose combat capabilities were questionable. Commander Mormont, concerned about a potential encounter with wildlings, deemed it prudent to send 20 black brothers, a considerable force given the manpower constraints at Castle Black. However, it was evident that Commander Mormont's worries were unfounded. The convoy encountered no dangers along the way, barring the frozen axles due to the biting cold. The mist hung heavily in the air as the convoy progressed, the imposing wall obscuring visibility. Beyond the stark, cold edifice that seemed to touch the heavens, there was naught else to behold, evoking a sense of insignificance. Castle Black appeared merely as a small dark speck beneath that towering wall, easily overlooked when viewed from a distance. Yet, this small black dot was the destination of the convoy. Bran Stark miscalculated the journey, and the convoy did not arrive at the expected noon, but rather barely managed to knock on Castle Black's door as dusk approached, delayed by the freezing of 2 cart axles that held them up for an entire afternoon. Commander Mormont personally welcomed the convoy and laid out a sumptuous dinner in the hall to honor the guards from Winterfell and the drivers, expressing his gratitude. The atmosphere at the banquet was amicable, with the Black brothers regaling the Winterfell guards with tales of the wall, occasionally whispering humorous anecdotes about the Night's Watch's high-ranking officers. Laughter and jovial shouts filled the hall, and even Commander Mormont joined in the merriment. After the dinner concluded, Commander Mormont arranged accommodations for the Winterfell guards and drivers before drunkenly retreating to the command tower. Bran returned to his quarters, igniting the hearth and seating himself beside the bed. The cold air of Castle Black seeped into his lungs, and in comparison to Winterfell's chill, he realized he had grown accustomed to this frigid environment. Rubbing his brow, he felt a slight pain in his fingertips. His hands had yet to fully heal from their injuries. He observed them closely, recalling vividly the events that transpired in the tomb. He harbored concerns for Robb, his elder brother's son and the heir of House Stark. Had he not witnessed it himself, Bran would have believed that Catelyn had entrusted Robb to a child of similar age, allowing him to venture out without a single guard. A decision born of her brother's death-induced madness. Yet, having witnessed the incredible, he found himself less worried about Robb's safety than about the man he might become. After a moment of contemplation, he set his hands down, tidied up slightly, and lay down, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. He did not sleep well throughout the night. Nightmares plagued him, and upon awakening, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. The fire had long since extinguished, and his gray-blue eyes, wide open in terror, were filled with disquiet. The faint light filtering through the window momentarily disoriented him. It felt as though he had battled savages all night rather than merely sleeping. He propped his weary body up from the bed, donned his clothes, and splashed cold water on his face. The water was indeed frigid. Banyan could feel a thin layer of ice forming within it, which invigorated him even as a chill coursed through his spine. Afterward, Banyan stepped out of his chamber. The guards of Winterfell and the stable hands would return after breakfast, unburdened by the weight of their duties, and if fortune favored them, they would be homeward bound in approximately 8 days. Nevertheless, safety remained a concern. He intended to inquire with Commander Mormont about the necessity of dispatching the Night's Watch to escort them further. Before he could reach the command tower, he encountered Commander Mormont at the training grounds. Accompanying him were Sir Alliser Thorne and 8 new recruits. They were huddled together, and on the ground lay a figure. As Banyan approached, he heard Mormont's voice, thick with anger, addressing Sir Alliser. What in the world is going on here? The ire in Mormont's tone was palpable, directed predominantly at Sir Alliser. Banyan moved closer to Mormont, glancing at the figure sprawled on the ground, and sensed something was amiss. Though the figure wore black attire, it was not of the same kind donned by the Night's Watch. Old Bear, Sir Alliser, Banyan greeted before voicing his curiosity. What has transpired here? Mormont nodded at Banyan and replied, You can see for yourself. The individual on the ground is deceased. Banyan furrowed his brow and crouched beside the corpse. He noted the peculiar style of the black clothing, which appeared to be of an exceptional material, and the boots looked leather-like, yet differed from any he had seen. He gently adjusted the lifeless head, and upon seeing the pallid face, his pupils dilated in shock. Commander, this body was not here yesterday. It only appeared this morning. Judging by the features, this person is neither from our 7 kingdoms nor a savage. I find it quite strange where this corpse originated, Sir Alliser remarked. Casting a glance at Banyan, we discovered it together, he added, gesturing toward the new recruits. Mormont observed the recruits and then the corpse, his brow furrowed in contemplation, and asked, Banyan, is this body one of the guards or stable hands from Winterfell? Banyan, still fixated on the corpse's face, seemed oblivious to Mormont's inquiry. Banyan? Banyan? It was only when Mormont placed a hand on his shoulder that he snapped back to reality. What? He murmured, still dazed. Is this body one of the guards or stable hands from Winterfell? Mormont reiterated. No, it is not, Banyan replied, his gaze drifting away from the face, a hint of distraction in his tone. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped Commander Mormont's arm. Old Bear, I have matters to discuss with you privately. Upon noticing the seriousness in Bran's eyes, Commander Mormont followed him aside. Old Bear, I may need to return to Winterfell once more. Commander Mormont appeared puzzled, his lingering anger evident, yet he managed to smile. Bran, returning to Winterfell is no issue, but you have only just returned. Bran glanced at the nearby corpse. It concerns that body. Isn't that corpse one of the Winterfell guards or a stable hand? Commander Mormont's expression turned serious. If that corpse belongs to a guard or a stable hand from Winterfell, it could spell trouble. Old Bear, you are well versed. Yet you have never seen a visage like that corpse's, have you? Bran lowered his voice. Bran, what are you implying? Commander Mormont adjusted his black coat. The appearance of that corpse. Bran's gray-blue eyes reflected deep contemplation. But before he could speak, Commander Mormont interjected, the appearance is indeed rare. Yet those from across the narrow sea seem to bear a resemblance. He tapped his head thoughtfully. The presence of this body here is quite peculiar. Bran hesitated. Old Bear, it is not the same. The similarities are slight, but the differences are significant. Commander Mormont inquired, what are the differences? The difference is, Bran was about to continue when he realized and chuckled wryly. Old Bear, may I finish my thought? He continued, my elder brother, Edard Stark, has a bastard child whose appearance is quite unusual, and that corpse bears a striking resemblance to that child's features. Oh, Commander Mormont said, slightly astonished. Are you suggesting that corpse might be related to your brother's bastard? No, Bran clarified. It is not a matter of blood relation, but rather a similarity of race, akin to the first men and the Undulls. I understand. You should consult Maester Aemon for clarification, but how does this relate to your return to Winterfell? Commander Mormont chuckled softly. I intend to take that corpse back with me to Winterfell. The lady is quite curious about the origins of that bastard child. Bran inhaled discreetly. He did not wish to speak of the child's extraordinary nature so casually. Commander Mormont regarded Bran in silence. Chapter 45, Awakening Not at All. Aside from hair and eye color, there are no other similarities. The rare fine weather in Winterfell allowed the northern residents to truly feel the arrival of summer. The sun hanging high in the sky, steadily raising the temperature, the sunlight growing slightly more intense. The layer of opalescent haze that seemed to blanket the sky had vanished, revealing a deeply azure expanse overhead. The sun's rays shone brilliantly, yet when they streamed through the hall's floor-to-ceiling windows, they were less blinding. Still, the light was sufficient for Catelyn to discern the corpse laid upon the long table. Bran had returned, not only accompanied by the guards and stable hands of Winterfell, but also bringing back a body, one he believed bore a resemblance to that of Khal Drogo. However, apart from her hair and eye color, Catelyn discerned no other similarities in Catelyn. Moreover, she had distinctly heard Ned mention that Krasi descended from the heavens, belonging not to this world. The lifeless body before her, which Banyan had painstakingly transported from the Black Castle to Winterfell, possessed an appearance that was indeed unique, with black hair and eyes. Yet, different was different. Banyan's complexion darkened slightly as he retracted his hand from the corpse's eyelids and countered, My lady, I find it quite similar, at least in terms of ethnicity, to that child. Enough, Banyan. Catelyn's blue eyes flared with anger. This corpse had merely been a savage from beyond the wall. There were many with black eyes and hair. There was no need for him to use this body as a reminder. A reminder of what? A caution against the bastard? Banyan Stark harbored discontent regarding the bastard taking Robb away. He believed that the heir of Winterfell should not accompany a monster, for no one could guarantee what experiences Robb might endure with that creature, or what he would ultimately become. Robb ought to remain in Winterfell, learning the ways of a lord, rather than departing with a monster. Catelyn felt a surge of anger, if given the choice. She would have preferred Robb to remain by her side, even wishing fervently that Ned had not perished. Yet, reality often dealt unexpected blows, only to follow with another kick. Upon hearing Catelyn's words, Banyan recognized that she seemed to have misunderstood something. He began to clarify, My lady, I merely find the appearance of this corpse reminiscent of Krasi, and its inexplicable presence at the Black Castle seems peculiar, suggesting a potential connection. Inexplicable presence? Catelyn furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the corpse before her. A sudden jolt of realization struck her. There indeed seemed to be a hint of resemblance, yet it felt entirely distinct. She found it difficult to articulate. Krasi's features appeared strange to her, while this corpse, though unfamiliar, did not evoke the same peculiar sensation. Upon closer comparison, however, there was undeniably a trace of similarity. Then, she turned her gaze toward Banyan and examined him closely. Unable to restrain herself, she burst into laughter. Banyan, I suddenly perceive a resemblance between you and Krasi. Banyan's brow furrowed even deeper. Caitlin continued, this must merely be your illusion. I shall summon Moray. She has spent the most time with Krasi and knows what the child truly looks like. She called for a guard, instructing him to bring Moray to the hall. The two fell into silence until Moray entered, gasping softly upon seeing the corpse. My lady, Moray greeted with a bow, also nodding slightly to Banyan, before inquiring, what is it you require of me? Caitlin smiled at her, gesturing toward the corpse. Moray, please take a look at that body. Moray nodded and approached the corpse, glancing at it briefly before averting her gaze. Banyan noted that her expression remained composed, save for a typical hint of disgust. He could not help but begin to doubt whether his perception of the corpse's resemblance to Krasi was merely a figment of his imagination. Jasmine gazed at Caitlin, her expression filled with confusion, as she could not fathom why the Duchess had summoned her to behold a corpse. Caitlin addressed her, Jasmine, do you find this lifeless body reminiscent of Krasi? Jasmine's eyes widened in astonishment as she shook her head, replying, my lady, I do not. Caitlin nodded slightly, and then instructed Jasmine to leave the hall. Turning to Banyan, she said, you brought this back. You shall dispose of it. She cast one last glance at the corpse before exiting the hall. Was it truly an illusion? An Stark, troubled, rubbed his temples as he stood in the hall for a moment. He had lost count of how many times he had scrutinized the features of the deceased, even pressing his face close to it. Every subtle detail of that lifeless visage was etched into his mind, and each nuance seemed to resound loudly. Affirming that it was no mere figment of his imagination, the face he beheld must indeed be connected to Krasi. A faint scent of decay wafted from the corpse, the rising temperature causing it to begin to decompose. Regardless, Bandong knew that this body should not linger in the hall or any place inhabited by the living. It ought to be taken to its rightful resting place. Yet, inexplicably, Bandong seemed entranced, as if under a spell. The delicate scent of death seemed to invigorate him, reverberating in his mind like a thunderclap, cleaving his thoughts in two. His breathing quickened, and he tore at the dark garments enveloping the corpse. Out of respect and instinctive oversight, he had not meticulously examined the body prior. He had merely ensured it bore no weapons before transporting it back to Winterfell. Now, compelled by an inner voice that insisted he would uncover evidence to persuade Caitlin of the resemblance to Krasi by stripping the corpse of its attire, he began his task. However, he initially struggled to unfasten the clothing, unable to locate any ties or hidden clasps. After a moment of exploration, he noticed a peculiar fine line woven through the center of the garment, obscured from view unless lifted. As he touched the line, a metallic sensation met his fingertips. He found it hard to believe. What sort of blacksmith could craft such exquisite work? The skill required to forge such delicate metal could hardly be applied to mere clothing. He observed that the metallic thread extended to the top of the garment, where a small, peculiar metal device was situated at the neck of the corpse, gently tugging downward. He was astonished to find that the clothing parted along the metallic line. A mixture of shock and chagrin filled Banyang's eyes as he beheld the intricate teeth along the separating metal line, resembling interlocking gears yet aligned in a straight line. He lamented his failure to discover this sooner. This was not a technology to be found in the Seven Kingdoms. Their blacksmiths could never create such refined craftsmanship. The armor they forged often left the wearer feeling uncomfortably rigid at the joints and seams. He unfastened the deceased's garment, laboriously stripping away the dark cloak that enveloped the body. Beneath the cloak lay a garment adorned with a myriad of colors. As he touched it, he noted its softness and substantial thickness, undoubtedly providing excellent warmth. He persisted in his efforts until the upper half of the corpse was laid bare to the air. Upon gazing at the exposed torso, Banyan stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. The robust chest bore numerous scars, and the abdomen was marked by several long, deep lacerations. Yet, these were all old wounds, and Banyan discerned that this fallen warrior had been a valiant fighter in life. However, this warrior was bereft of weapons. The cause of death shrouded in mystery, and the body inexplicably appeared in the Black Castle. Banyan struggled to fathom the reason for this death, nor could he uncover any evidence to convince Caitlin. On the surface, the body appeared unscathed aside from the ancient injuries, resembling an ordinary person who had suddenly collapsed without a trace of blood, as if succumbing to a lethal affliction. An illness? A spark ignited in Banyan's eyes, the sunlight illuminating his gray-blue irises. Yet, this brilliance quickly faded. He had witnessed his brother Ned's corpse, which resembled a desiccated shell, while this body appeared intact. indicating a different cause of death entirely, not the otherworldly entity spoken of by the child. Suddenly, a black crow swooped into the hall, heading directly toward Banyan, who was frowning and staring intently at the body. The bird let out a sharp, piercing cry and pecked fiercely at the back of his head. A jolt of pain radiated from his skull, nearly bringing him to tears. He clasped his hand against the back of his head, feeling a warm trickle. It was the sensation of blood flowing. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, searching the surroundings only to discover a dead crow lying on the floor. He stepped on the fallen bird twice, yet the ache in his head intensified. As he regained his focus, his attention returned to the corpse, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He fixed his gaze upon the face of the deceased, his expression one of horror. The visage bore no resemblance to Krypton whatsoever. What on earth had transpired? In his shock, Banyan fell into a profound confusion. The pain at the back of his head seemed to jolt him from the disquieting state he had been in since encountering the body. He was terrified to realize that delivering this corpse to Winterfell was never his intention. Moreover, the appearance of the body bore no similarity to Krypton, nor did it align with the description he had previously provided of the same race. He brought his blood-stained hand before his eyes. The crimson liquid in the acrid sin of iron, along with the throbbing pain in his skull, starkly reminded him of the actions he had taken. His gaze flitted between the corpse and the dead crow sprawled on the floor. Taking a hesitant step back, Banyan found himself reluctant to approach the body. In his eyes, it radiated an aura of terror, as if a monstrous entity were grinning wickedly at him. He finally grasped the strangeness of the situation. It was merely a corpse. Perhaps the garments upon it indicated its extraordinary nature, yet how could he have ever believed that the appearance of the body bore any resemblance to Krypton? A sinister force was manipulating him, a cold and dark presence that sought to use his hands to deliver the lifeless body to Winterfell. This corpse must not remain in Winterfell. Banyan contemplated this and acted accordingly. He summoned the guards, wrapped the body in a black shroud, and sent it out of Winterfell. After several arduous days of travel, he interred the body in the ancestors' wasteland. No matter the secrets the corpse concealed, Banyan, filled with trepidation, was disinclined to investigate further. It would be buried in the desolate ancestors' wasteland as well. Chapter 46. The Village of No One Among the Seven Kingdoms. 6 resided in the south, while the lone kingdom in the north, the Northlands, boasted a territory larger than the combined area of the other 6. Yet, it harbored the fewest inhabitants among the 7, a true reflection of its vastness and sparsity, with coldness being its unchanging hallmark. An Chang, though not deeply attuned to the fluctuations in temperature, acutely felt the ramifications of the sparse population. Departing from Winterfell and traveling south along the King's Road, both the convoluted information he absorbed and the alerts from the broader-ranging Ember program conveyed the desolation of the Northlands and the scarcity of its people. While in Winterfell, he had devoted much of his energy to combating the overwhelming tide of information. Although he was intimately familiar with every detail of Winterfell, being the capital of the Northlands, life there was relatively bearable for its inhabitants. However, upon leaving Winterfell, he witnessed firsthand the harsh realities of a world with low productivity, and the struggles faced by its residents became painfully apparent. He encountered many sights that rendered him silent. They unfolded before him as if in real time. Yet he employed self-deception to ignore them, even as the overwhelming information persisted in its reminders. Cross, riding a pony, turned to An Chang. "We have been out for a month. Shouldn't we return now?" Rob's chestnut hair fluttered slightly, and having removed his thick outer coat, his black shirt absorbed the sun's fierce rays, revealing beads of sweat on his youthful face. Rob was to An Chang's left, while Tatiana occupied his right, and Rasha trailed silently behind them. Except for Rasha, the 3 were mounted on ponies, lacking any significant speed. After nearly a month, they had not yet exited the Northlands. However, for Rob and Tatiana, this journey had already proved to be long and arduous. An Chang was acutely aware of this. He could see the scars on Rob and Tatiana's thighs from prolonged riding, compounded by nights spent outdoors without inns, and the rising temperatures had left them with an unpleasant odor. The few tents they had brought along were insisted upon by Edard Stark, and fortunately, Rasha rode a mature warhorse that could bear the load. Otherwise, the 4 of them would have had no choice but to kindle a fire and sleep on the ground in the absence of lodging. "Rob," An Chang smiled at him. "Leaving the Northlands marks the true beginning of our journey, and as it stands, our adventure has yet to commence." He laughed joyfully. "Are you missing your mother, Rob?" Rob's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, yet he stubbornly denied it, stating, "No." The 8-year-old girl, Titania, felt no such embarrassment. With reddened eyes, she interjected, "I miss my mother." This month-long experience of riding had been particularly arduous for her, especially in the beginning when she was unable to ride at all. Although the pony she rode was not as splendid as Rob's, it was gentle and obedient, requiring little more than her presence on its back for it to follow the other two ponies. Over the past month, she had gradually learned how to control this pony, a process that demanded considerable effort and brought her much hardship. Yet, immersed in the joy of mastering riding, her spirits had lifted. However, she had never been away from her mother for such an extended period, and the longing remained ever present. An Chang softly comforted her. Well acquainted with such situations and handling them with ease, the journey had not been without its challenges. They had encountered unscrupulous innkeepers who took advantage of their lack of adult supervision, and a horseman who wished to trade their mounts for a dilapidated cart. They had even faced a few bandit encounters, but An Chang had dissuaded them from their ill intentions. Along the way, An Chang carried a purple slate displaying the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms, which he used to teach Rob and Titania the writing of Westeros. With Rasha also eager to learn, Rasha had been intrigued by the slate that seemingly conjured words, attributing it to magic after failing to obtain an explanation. As the month progressed, the bond between Rob, Titania, and Rasha with An Chang deepened, with An Chang understanding them even better than they understood themselves. They ambled along until evening, arriving in the neck, where they found no inn to accommodate them, only a small village. Initially, An Chang was displeased with their slow pace, finding it nearly intolerable. However, as he spent time with Rob and the others, his spirits lifted. The overwhelming influx of information that had once clouded his thoughts seemed to diminish significantly, allowing him to forego sleep as a means of respite from the chaos. He realized that he had never considered an alternative to sleep for combating the inundation of information, and thus accepted the leisurely pace of their journey, knowing that he could easily hasten their progress if he wished. The village was deserted, a fact An Chang was already aware of. It had been in this desolate state for over 10 days, now appearing even more dilapidated. He chose not to voice this knowledge, instead observing as Rasha knocked on the doors of the vacant houses, though many were already ajar. In the silence of the abandoned rooms, An Chang noted the traces of dried, darkened blood that had once been vivid only days before. The signs of ransacking were evident throughout the village, and he could see that behind the village lay the graves of its former inhabitants. This place appears to have been visited by marauders, An Chang surmised. This was not the first looted village he had encountered, but it was the only one devoid of any survivors. Typically, marauders only seize supplies, conducting a swift raid before hastily departing. With the local nobles guard patrolling, there was a high likelihood that these bandits would be apprehended if they lingered too long, facing imprisonment or even execution. Yet, the marauders who descended upon this small village seemed unperturbed, exhibiting a deranged abandon. They annihilated the entire populace and buried them in the woods behind the village. An Chang fell silent, his thoughts flickering as he endeavored to discern some details from the overwhelming chaos of information. Those details suggested that the marauders were not solely to blame. Though the valuables within the homes and the villagers' livestock had been taken, the villagers appeared to have offered no resistance, as if they had welcomed their assailants into their homes, only to be slaughtered therein. An Chang's gaze fell upon a thatched cottage at the village's edge, near the woods. Signs of rummaging were evident inside, yet no bloodstains marred the scene. It was clear that the assailants had found nothing of value within, and in a fit of rage, had overturned an old table inside. An Chang noted the subtle indications that the table had been righted before being knocked down again. It seemed there were indeed survivors from this small village. But too much time had elapsed, almost a month since they had departed from Winterfell. No one remained, not a single soul. Rashia's expression darkened after surveying the village. Titania glanced at An Chang. Rob shivered, familiar with such circumstances, having heard tales from the old nurse and references made by Maester Lewin. The difference was that the old nurse attributed such horrors to terrifying monsters, while Maester Lewin spoke of the local lord's negligence as the cause. "We shall stay here tonight," An Chang declared, his eyes alight with determination as he led Rob and the others to the one thatched cottage that had not witnessed death. The 4 horses were tethered in the adjacent building by Rasha. Inside, Titania discovered a rabbit pelt, having caught a rabbit back in Winterfell. She instantly recognized that the fur hanging on the wall had been skinned from a rabbit. As dusk fell, Rob snatched the task of kindling the fire from Rasha, while An Chang stepped outside for a brief moment. He stood in the woods where the bodies lay, remaining silent for a long time as he counted the remains, 34, each in various states of decay. He committed that number to memory before returning with a few rabbits. The rabbits were skinned and laid upon the fire to roast, An Chang deftly turning them and sprinkling some seasonings. Some of the spices had been brought from Winterfell, while others were foraged along the way. From the vast and intricate array of information, he deduced that the vibrant green plants would serve well as seasoning, a conclusion that proved accurate. Rob soon cast aside the terrifying imaginings of an abandoned village, watching with envy as An Chang skillfully prepared the meal. During their time in Winterfell, his father had taken him to meet Craster on numerous occasions. Yet each time, the father's demeanor resembled that of one meeting a person of great stature, marked by an earnest gravity that was unyielding. Consequently, Robb harbored an odd sentiment towards his half-brother, a feeling that could not be described as reverence, but rather a child's curiosity mingled with a touch of defiance. However, after a month of close companionship, he found himself genuinely impressed by this half-brother. Deep within, admiration blossomed. He regarded An Chang as almost omnipotent, as though no challenge could daunt him. Once the rabbit meat was roasted to perfection, An Chang observed as the three devoured it ravenously. He partook in a couple of bites, overcoming his perception of the rabbit as a creature of a different realm, reframing it instead as a delectable dish rather than a living animal or bloody raw meat. The exquisite flavor filled his stomach, yet he felt nothing beyond a mere tickle of his taste buds. The meat, before even reaching his belly, was dismantled by a cyclical energy field. After dinner, darkness enveloped the sky completely. An Chang sat aside, watching Robb and the others tidy up, then lay upon the spread blanket, covered by a thick fur quilt, succumbing to slumber. He stepped out of the thatched cottage and ascended into the night sky. Soaring above the castle of the noble family of Jingza, a glimmer danced in his eyes as the entirety of the castle unfolded before him. This marked his second visit to this place, but this time, the moon shone exceptionally bright, its surface revealing the faint outline of a wolf's head. Chapter 47. The firelight across the night sky. Jingza stands as a crucial line of defense upon the northern lands, serving as the essential route into the north. Historically governed by the Reed family, after the death of Holland, Ned found a bastard son to inherit the Reed lineage, simultaneously shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding this line. Yet, more than a month prior, Horn Reed mysteriously vanished one night, and aside from the conspicuous gaping hole in the roof of the castle's bedroom, the guards uncovered no further clues. Upon the local lord's misfortune, the scholars within the castle promptly penned a letter to notify the Lord of the North, dispatching a raven towards Winterfell. A month has elapsed without a response from Winterfell, prompting speculation among the scholars that perhaps the messenger raven encountered an unfortunate event en route. Subsequently, after a fortnight, they sent out 3 more ravens, the entirety of the castle's ravens destined for Winterfell. During this interval, the nobles of Jingza learned of Lord Edard Stark's demise through returning troops, igniting a wave of unrest among the populace. With the Ironborn raiding the coasts, chaos reigned throughout Jingza. In such a critical moment, the disappearance of Jingza's master left the realm devoid of a unifying authority, exacerbating the turmoil. From the shadows emerged a band of brigands, seemingly seizing the opportunity to plunder the villages scattered across Jingza, committing numerous transgressions. The local nobles convened to deliberate on the matter of these marauders. Some suggested recalling the soldiers stationed at the defense line to pursue the brigands, only to be met with scornful rebuke from their peers, deemed a foolish proposition. In the face of Ironborn insurrections and the uncertainty surrounding the death of the North's lord within the king's castle, it would be utterly imprudent to withdraw soldiers for the sake of mere bandits. The discussions ultimately ended in futility, as the band of marauders seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate the movements of the patrol guard, consistently exploiting gaps in their defenses to plunder unsuspecting villages. By the time the guard arrived, they were met with scenes of unspeakable brutality. These were no mere bandits, but rather a group of sadistic killers who relished in murder, with looting merely a byproduct of their heinous acts. Just over a fortnight ago, a tragedy unfolded anew, as a village fell victim to a massacre. The nobles of the Neck finally resolved to gather the villagers living outside the castle walls within its confines, to be safeguarded by the castle's garrison. The patrol guards were split into 2 shifts, day and night, to continuously scour the Neck in hopes of uncovering the whereabouts of these murderers. Meanwhile, each noble family would contribute a portion of their forces to eradicate the threat. However, as 2 weeks passed, the influx of villagers made the castle feel unbearably cramped. Coupled with food shortages, the absence of the marauders only exacerbated the nobles' discomfort with their new tenants. In a subsequent assembly, the nobles expressed their dissatisfaction with the multitude of villagers residing in their castle. Though they recognized the source of this predicament lay with the bandits, their tolerance for the villagers' presence was wearing thin. Realizing that failing to bring the marauders to justice would jeopardize their own safety, the nobles resolved to allocate their military resources more generously this time. Each family contributed several knights and a dozen warriors from the Neck, with some nobles even taking up arms themselves, vowing to eradicate the bandits. Yet, it seemed as though the marauders had vanished into thin air. Despite scouring the entirety of the Neck, they could not be found. Conversely, the Ironborn raiders along the coast, struck by fear, retreated to engage in frontal battles instead. The king led an army of 60,000 towards the Iron Islands, while his brother, Stannis, commanded naval forces to launch a surprise attack from the rear. The fighting was fiercely contested. Nevertheless, the Iron Islands appeared to be faltering, as one nation struggled against five, rendering victory a distant dream. Although the nobles of the Neck were keenly aware of the war, their relief over the retreating raiders was overshadowed by the pressing issue of the marauders, which loomed ominously. The situation had reached an impasse. They could neither locate the bandits nor address the menace they posed. Why could they not find the marauders? Because the bandits were hidden among them. Why were the marauders so brutal in their actions? Because leaving any survivors could expose their secret. The emergence of these marauders stemmed from the unsettling belief held by one noble of the Neck, who anticipated that the Iron Islands would emerge victorious in the war, thus preparing for an invasion of the North. Within this noble's study, concealed in a hidden compartment of his desk, lay letters that chronicled the unfolding events. The letters were unsigned, yet based on their content, it was evident to An Chang that the correspondence did not originate from the Iron Islands. The letters alluded to the possibility of the Iron Islands receiving support from an unknown entity, leading to ultimate victory, with this benefactor poised to reap the rewards, allowing the long-lost banners to once again fill the expanse of Westeros, while the usurper and his conspirators would meet their rightful fate. All that he undertakes shall be rewarded by the new king, and his family will supplant the Starks to reign over the North. This nobleman is utterly convinced of this fate, expressing in his letter unwavering loyalty to the new king and alluding to the sacrifices he has made while lying in wait in the Neck, subtly implying that he possesses the capability to achieve even more. An Chang, however, is indifferent to the potentially earth-shattering secrets that the letter may contain. He can envision the myriad possible developments in an instant, yet they bear no significance for him. His task is straightforward. After finding nothing in the castle of Horn, An Chang circled above the Neck, and all that had transpired over the past days materialized in his mind. In a small fortress, he pinpointed the mastermind behind the massacre of the villagers. He harbored no desire to learn this nobleman's name, although the convoluted information not only revealed that he was called Amon Allen, but also informed him of another moniker referenced in the letter, Dragon's Tooth. Such details hold no interest for him. He is solely preoccupied with his next course of action. An Chang harbors no intention of executing the giant plan in the North. Throughout the journey, he has deliberately ignored the reminders of the Spark program regarding suitable individuals. How, then, should he deal with the cruel perpetrator behind these heinous acts? After surveying the Neck, he becomes aware that the number of villagers slain due to this nobleman exceeds 34. The precise count stands at 272. They lie buried not far from the scene of the crime. An Chang remains silent above the small fortress for an extended period, gazing at all within, observing the small nobleman dining with his family, 3 children, and a beautiful wife. These familial ties do not deter An Chang from following his own heart and making a decision. The civilized being ought not to squander time on such matters. The mechanical voice of the Spark program echoed in An Chang's ears, stating that the giant plan has thus far only one experimental subject. This marks the 8th instance he has heard the Spark program articulate such a complaint, aware of its dissatisfaction with their pace. Previously, An Chang had listened in silence, but tonight felt different. He uttered a phrase in the language of the Noga civilization, which roughly translates to, "Be silent." The Spark program ceased its forthcoming discourse, having been diligently recording events to assess An Chang's character. While it failed to draw other conclusions, it discerned that the civilized being harbors a peculiar sentiment towards these lower beings, a finding that led to the establishment of corresponding countermeasures in the database. The moon was veiled by a dense cloud, casting an irregular patch of luminescent white light. The warm night breeze blowing from the narrow sea across the southern expanse not only carried warmth, but also served as the impetus for cloud movement. An Chang gracefully descended upon the small fortress, arriving at the door of a bedroom where he knocked softly. The nobleman merely turned over in bed, prompting An Chang to forcefully push the door open and stride to the bedside. The violent sound of the latch being broken finally roused the nobleman, along with his wife, from their slumber. However, when his wife rubbed her eyes and rose to see what had transpired in the moonlight, she found herself alone in the room. Lying on the bed, the door, forced open, swayed weakly as light from outside poured in, yet it felt more akin to an oppressive darkness. An Chang held the small nobleman aloft, soaring through the sky, indifferent to the anguish caused by the death of 272 villagers. Just as the nobleman himself had shown no regard for their suffering, he paused over each resting place of the deceased, even descending to the ground to allow the nobleman a glimpse of the lifeless forms reflected in An Chang's eyes. Then, taking the nearly broken nobleman, he ascended higher and higher, piercing through thick layers of clouds, until the resplendent moon shone unimpeded. An Chang paid no heed to the nobleman, who had already rolled his eyes in distress. Instead, he gazed at the starry sky, where one of the countless stars dimmed, seemingly on the brink of vanishing. Clad in dark purple, The nobleman's expressionless face was silently observed by the half-moon and the shadowy wolf head, as the child relinquished his grip, and the slender nobleman fell, nearly fainting. A faint glow seemed to veil the darkness in his eyes, while the flickering light in the center ceased its dance. As the nobleman passed through the thick clouds, An Chang followed his descent, trailing the nobleman, who gradually regained consciousness amidst a blend of fear and tears. A spark ignited high in the night sky as An Chang returned to the thatched cottage, where Rob and Tatiana slept soundly. He sat nearby, gazing up at the night sky. The fire consumed the nobleman's nightgown, singeing his shoulder-length brown hair and igniting his eyebrows and eyelashes. As a sound, whether a howl or a scream, resonated through the night. Many sleepless souls were drawn to the spectacle of the fire streaking across the sky. Only those nearest heard its final sound, not a thunderous crash but a soft pop. An Chang withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and the darkness and light in his eyes vanished simultaneously. Chapter 48. The first to awaken was the 15-year-old boy, Rasha. This slender, sallow-faced youth from the north curled up, his recently opened eyes reflecting bewilderment, particularly pronounced in the morning light that streamed through the window. He noticed Krypton sitting nearby, who seemed to catch his gaze. The depths of his dark eyes suddenly widened, followed by a subtle smile. Rob and Tatiana woke in succession, while An Chang prepared breakfast. As they gathered to eat, An Chang briefly recounted the nobleman's deeds and sought their opinions. Rasha remained silent, his eyes shining with intensity. After a moment of contemplation, Tatiana replied earnestly, "I have no opinion. This should be the concern of the noble lords." She then glanced at Rob. Young Rob's reaction was fervent. His youthful face flushed with anger, and his blue eyes seemed ready to ignite. Waving his small hands, he declared, "How can there be such a person in the north? It is outrageous. I must hold him accountable and ensure he receives due punishment." He insisted on passing judgment on that nobleman in his capacity as the Lord of the North. Anson silently observed the varied reactions of the three, uttering not a word. After finishing their breakfast, the four mounted their horses and departed the desolate village in the early light of dawn. Rob was mentally sifting through information regarding a river not far ahead, the Green Fork. Master Lewin had frequently mentioned this river, as it lay within the territory of the Riverlands, the domain of his mother, Caitlin, and the Tully family. The reasons for Rob's clear recollection were twofold: his mother's influence and a certain amusing, albeit somewhat disreputable, tale recounted by Master Lewin about the continent. As the four approached, the small horse could not resist lowering its head to drink from the river. The waters shimmered with green ripples, and not far away stood a grand bridge connecting the banks. At the southern end of the bridge, a castle loomed majestically. A banner floated above it. Though its design was indistinct, Rob knew precisely what it depicted. It was the ancestral stronghold of House Fry. Rob pointed excitedly at the castle across the river, a proud smile gracing his youthful face. The Fry family's banner, featuring a blue tower bridge, represented his grandfather's vassals. Tatiana, with a sheen of sweat on her smooth forehead, washed her face in the cool river water, the four-leafed purple flower adorning her brow appearing particularly vivid. She was disinterested in Rob's discourse, but the refreshing waters elicited a bright smile from her, having grown up amidst the North's winters. She had only heard of the summer's heat in the South through others' tales, yet she had recently experienced it firsthand. Rasha remained silent, his ears perked up, clearly attentive to the words of 7-year-old Rob. Anson's gaze was fixed on the castle, aware that it was called River Run, presided over by an elderly man named Walder Fry, who had many offspring. He had learned all about the castle just days prior. His grandfather referred to the Fry Lord as the late Lord Fry, a moniker attributed to the fact that he had arrived late to a battle, only to find it concluded. Rob scrunched his lips as he recounted this. The four paused by the riverbank, primarily for the three younger ones to rest, while Anson's attention remained on the castle, occasionally drifting to the scattered villages that lay adjacent to it. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the water's surface to ripple. Gradually, Anson withdrew his gaze, absorbing all that Riverrun had to offer. He smiled as the mechanized voice of the Spark program chimed in at an opportune moment. Civilization subject. This individual is a suitable candidate. The Spark program projected an image of a pale violet hue before Anson. The entropy energy within this figure was slightly above average, marking her as an excellent experimental target. The pale violet figure appeared to be a girl of merely 17 or 18, possessing striking beauty with long brown hair and blue eyes. The name Annalise Farland flickered through Anson's mind. House Fry had responded to the king's command, but had dispatched only 200 soldiers, led by one of their sons, to join forces with the Tully family's grand army as they advanced toward the Iron Islands. Marquis Fry stationed a greater force along the coastal shores, ever vigilant against the landing of the Ironborn. His intentions were straightforward: let them fight amongst themselves, as long as they did not impede his peace. Were it not for the insurrection in the Iron Islands, which loomed perilously close, he would have preferred to keep his soldiers at home. By safeguarding his castle and the bridge that connected it, he could live a life of tranquility. As they crossed the bridge, Robb cast a glance at the tower in its center, known as the Weirwood Tower, adorned with numerous dark arrow slits. The four companions found a modest inn, where the proprietor, a jovial, portly man with a balding head, spoke loudly yet amiably. He harbored no ill thoughts upon seeing the youth, only expressing mild surprise and curiosity, engaging them with a few questions. Due to the war, the inn was not thriving. Many wandering knights had been summoned by various nobles, either to serve as garrison troops or to partake in the supposedly assured victories of the conflict. However, during dinner, the quartet encountered a bard, seated nearby, strumming a harp and singing fervently about the war. This bard appeared to be of advanced age, his lips and chin adorned with carefully groomed black whiskers. His voice was deep and resonant, and as he sang, he gently closed his eyes, lost in the emotion of his performance. For Rasha and the others, it was their first encounter with a bard, stirring both curiosity and excitement. In the north, particularly in Winterfell, such entertainers were not held in high regard. The cold and harshness of the land fostered little appreciation for those who merely flaunted their vocal talents. Even An Chang cast a sidelong glance at the bard, showing little interest in his peculiar melodies. The innkeeper, however, seemed to hold the bard in high esteem, offering him a jug of fine wine. After which the two struck up a conversation. Through their dialogue, Robb and his companions learned that the bard hailed from the Stormlands, born into a fallen noble family. He had traveled extensively, having visited the free cities across the narrow sea and witnessed the ruins of ancient Valyria, for which he had composed a ballad. Attracted by the war ignited by the Iron Islands Rebellion, he sought inspiration for his craft. Unable to witness the fierce battles firsthand, he traversed the land, gathering tales from the mouths of the people, primarily recounting the Ironborn's depredations along the coast. The ballad he had just sung articulated the cunning cruelty of the Ironborn while extolling the greatness of the king, depicting the harrowing experiences of impoverished villagers and their aversion to war. "You are unlike the other bards I have encountered," remarked the innkeeper. Few singers compose for the common folk. They seldom express disdain for war, instead fervently glorifying yet another grand conflict. "This is why my name remains obscure," the bard shrugged, his smile tinged with resignation, yet devoid of any bitterness, radiating a sense of joy. Another fitting individual. The alert of the Fireseed program echoed early in An Chang's ears, which was the reason he cast his gaze upon the singer. However, An Chang paid no heed to the Fireseed program. "Hadaelin, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," the innkeeper concluded their conversation. The bard, Hadaelin, inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement before rising and ascending the stairs to the second floor. As dusk fell, the innkeeper lit a candle and sat alone behind the counter, greeting a peculiar ensemble of a youth and 3 children who were heading upstairs, only to be called by his wife for dinner. Tatana resided in her own room, while An Chang shared a room with the other 3. After freshening up, An Chang turned his gaze toward a certain direction. It was Luncha City. He took out a purple hardboard and summoned Tatana, teaching them the script of Westeros for a while, interspersing it with some of his past life as philosophies. Not caring whether the trio understood, before they all retired for the night, An Chang too succumbed to slumber, not through a conscious decision, but rather as if he were an exhausted, ordinary person, falling into a deep sleep the moment his head met the pillow. Outside the window, the moon began its ascent in the night sky, its radiance growing ever more luminous. Unbeknownst to An Chang, he would remain in slumber for an indeterminate time. Chapter 49. The transaction. An Chang awoke after merely 2 hours, ventured outside briefly, and returned swiftly. The moonlight was resplendent, and the stars twinkled. Yet his mood was far from cheerful. He seated himself beside the table, gazing into the void, until the first light of dawn emerged, filling the room with morning's glow. As the air danced with jubilant orange sprites, his eyelids fluttered slightly, and Rasha and Robb awakened in succession. The trio knocked on Tatana's door, and the 4 descended to the dining hall on the ground floor of the inn. "It seems we are your only guests," Tatana remarked, winking at the plump innkeeper behind the counter as she passed by. The innkeeper chuckled heartily and gestured behind them, where Hadaelin, the bard, paused and offered a slight bow to the gathering. "Not quite, little girl," he replied. Tatana pouted, rolled her eyes, and attempted to tug at Robb's arm, only to find herself grasping at air, which left her in a huff as she sought a seat. The inn's doors and windows stood wide open, allowing sunlight to cascade into the hall like a flowing golden river, painting every surface it touched in a brilliant hue of yellow. In contrast, the corners and areas shaded by furniture were accentuated by shadows. Robb ordered breakfast from the innkeeper and sat beside Tatana, while Rasha took a seat across from them. An Chang observed as the bard settled into a corner, his shadow merging with the dimness. The fabric of his gray robe rippled slightly as he sat down, promptly retrieving a harp from a small bundle behind him, plucking a few strings before producing paper and a pen. He stared at the sheet, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet no ink flowed from his pen. Rob noticed Krypton approaching the bard, eager to strike up a conversation, but Tatana held him back by his sleeve, gently shaking her head. Consequently, Rob's mouth closed once more, his curious eyes fixated on Krypton, and he was not alone. Tatana and Rasha likewise directed their attention toward the corner. "Are you composing a song?" An Chang sat opposite Hadayalan, calmly observing the aging minstrel. Hadayalan glanced up at An Chang, puzzled by the child's accent. His brow remained furrowed as he managed a perfunctory smile and nodded. "What kind of song do you wish to compose?" An Chang inquired further. "Perhaps a song that opposes war and laments the suffering of the common people?" The minstrel raised his gaze once again, though this time it was imbued with astonishment. An Chang pressed on. "Who do you intend to sing it for? The instigators of war, those nobles? Or the victims of war, the common folk?" He shook his head. Nobles would hardly appreciate a song that indirectly disparaged them. Perhaps, upon hearing it, they might send you to the gallows. As for the common people, they might feel a slight solace in hearing it, but it would not change the reality of what has transpired. Hadayalan was a man of considerable grace, who did not dismiss the earnest critique of a child not yet 10 years old. Instead, he listened intently, his expression thoughtful. "Child, perhaps you speak the truth," he replied with a smile. "Yet if my song can soothe those scarred by war, that would be both my intention and my honor. You must understand. I am merely a singer. I cannot alter the course of war, nor can I determine its inception, much less cease an ongoing conflict. Nevertheless, people must continue to live, and I hope my melodies can provide them with a modicum of comfort. Do you expect solace from your fanciful lyrics?" An Chang retorted, his expression stoic, his youthful voice unwavering. Hadayalan offered an apologetic smile, shaking his head while spreading his hands. "Child, I cannot fathom how you discern this. But you must forgive one who is unarmed for not being able to witness the brutality of battle firsthand. This war originated from the rebellion in the Iron Isles. It is well known that the Iron people ravaged the coast, a fact I have witnessed myself. As for the matters of the battlefield, they may be mere figments of my imagination, but the suffering is all too real. Do you wish to see the battlefield with your own eyes?" An Chang asked softly, his gaze fixed on Hadayalan. The minstrel was momentarily taken aback before a smile broke forth, only to falter under the intensity of An Chang's dark eyes. Perhaps those eyes possessed a peculiar enchantment, or it could be the indifferent expression on the child's unique visage. Hadayalan found himself uncertain, yet instinctively felt that the child was not jesting. "I will take you to witness the battlefield. You shall compose your song and sing it for those tormented souls," An Chang declared, turning to glance at Wana City. "But you must assist me with a task." Hadayalan gazed deeply into the eyes of the child before him. Despite his extensive travels and myriad encounters, he had never encountered a visage quite like this. Furthermore, the child exuded an aura that felt strangely unchildlike. The child's mention of wanting to visit the battlefield did not seem to refer to a gruesome site of conflict, but rather to some innocuous and secure location. From the child's tone, Hadayalan discerned a sense of indifference towards war and an inflated sense of self-worth. He found himself surprisingly inclined to believe the words of this child, instinctively pondering what the child might require of him to determine whether to acquiesce. "Am I losing my mind?" Hadayalan felt slightly disoriented, yet he blurted out, "What do you want me to do for you?" The child's deep, dark eyes suddenly sparkled with an intensity that felt almost blinding to Hadayalan. He heard the child say, "A perilous task, one that may cost you your life. Think it over carefully and give me your answer after breakfast." Upon finishing, the child stood and joined his 3 companions. Hadayalan's expression was peculiar. Deep within, he believed every word the child had spoken, yet he found himself self-contradicting, caught in a web of inner turmoil. Although their conversation was subdued, the tavern was not particularly spacious, and with only the 5 of them dining, it remained quite tranquil, allowing Rob and his companions to overhear everything clearly. "You should bring an end to this war," Rasha remarked, his brown eyes seemingly alight with some unique brilliance. "Many lives will be lost." Rob and Tatana appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp the exchange between the bard and Klausii, while Rasha's words only intensified their confusion. "What are you discussing?" Tatana inquired, to which Rob nodded in agreement. An Chang momentarily refrained from responding. A similar dialogue had transpired the previous night in a room in Wana City, where a girl named Ananaphalin had outright rejected him. "More lives will perish in the future." An Chang's reply was as frigid as ice. "Perhaps all will perish." Rasha clenched his teeth and bowed his head, falling silent. Rob and Tatana exchanged glances. The portly innkeeper cheerfully served their breakfast, consisting of some baked pastries, 4 cups of goat's milk, and a large bowl of vegetable soup, while cheerfully saying, "Enjoy your meal, young guests." However, the breakfast was far from pleasant, particularly for Rasha, who seemed rather discontented. An Chang understood Rasha's thoughts. He was a boy who appeared outwardly quiet but burned with fervor within. Yet, An Chang's foremost priority was to execute the giant plan. To swiftly restore the energy collection process of the Spark program, to resurrect the Noga civilization, and ultimately return to his homeland. He could easily allow that noble to experience the sensation of a meteor, yet he could not intervene in the war. An Chang was acutely aware that halting the war would be futile. The suffering of the planet's populace stemmed from a regressive system. He could effortlessly bring an end to the ongoing conflict, concocting any number of pretexts, and he could even bestow upon himself various titles, using absolute power to quench the strife on both sides. And then what? Would he then overthrow the reigning king, establish a relatively advanced system, and rescue the people from their plight? Furthermore, should he also preemptively prepare for the cataclysmic disaster looming 90 years hence, seeking to render the calamity inconsequential? The populace of this continent has been liberated. Must not the other continents also receive the benevolent care of An Chang, adorned with various titles? Ultimately, this will unify the entire planet, fostering robust development while selecting volunteers willing to partake in the giant project. At that time, countless souls will undoubtedly offer their lives in devotion to their liberators, bestowing everything upon the illustrious An Chang. Thus, the Gaojia civilization shall re-emerge on this planet, and the technology for interstellar colonization will be invented. After leaving behind myriad legends, An Chang will withdraw, returning to his homeland. Lost in contemplation, An Chang pondered deeply. Hadayalan made a decision. After finishing his breakfast and regaining his composure, he hesitated momentarily, stroking the beard upon his chin. If that child sought to amuse him, then he was merely subjected to mockery, incurring no real loss. Conversely, if it were true, he would compose a magnificent ballad that might endure across the continent long after his demise. The sun illuminated his back, casting a golden hue upon one side of his body. As he rose and moved, the shadows receded, and he approached the child. "Child, I have promised you." The bard smiled in the sunlight. "How shall you allow me to witness the battlefield with mine own eyes?" An Chang snapped back to reality, glancing at Hadayalan, his heart racing and his body responding with fervor. He did not express his feelings. Instead, he reached for the goat's milk before him, took a sip, and then, with an odd expression, stood up. "I shall accompany you." Rasha then stood, his parched face reflecting determination. Rob and Tatana also rose, gazing at An Chang with eager anticipation. He tugged at his dark purple attire and ultimately nodded. "Follow me." With that, he exited the inn, and the 4 of them trailed behind him. The plump proprietor, with his gaze lowered and drowsy, was startled awake by their commotion. "Where are you going?" "The payment has yet to be settled." Chapter 50. Fulfillment. The trees stood lush with foliage, adorned with clusters of pink flowers held high by the encroaching weeds. A row of broad-leaved trees grew at the inn's entrance, while wild grasses and flowers vied for splendor alongside them. Yet, fairness is always relative, despite their tenacity. The wild grasses could never compete with the trees for the sun's embrace. A foot callously trampled upon the wild grasses, followed by several pairs of diverse shoe soles. The grasses bowed, their broken stems unable to rise again. Hadayalan, trailing at the back, suddenly found the entire affair absurd. Meanwhile, An Chang, walking at the front, felt a subtle shift in his expression. He was incensed by the fire seed program, an annoyance he had experienced countless times before. "Why did you not inform me before we set out? We have wasted so much time." An Chang's voice was only audible to the fabric of his clothing. The fire seed program, having accessed the emergency protocol database, believed it had sufficiently briefed the civilizational entity on the matter, including the transformation of the fire seed into a spherical spacecraft that would transport the civilization through the cosmos. An Chang recalled the violet screen and the dark purple sphere, unsure of what to articulate. The fire seed program presumed the civilizational entity had other intentions and thus refrained from further reminders. The subject of civilization ought to be acutely aware that the reminders from the fire seed program have never truly resonated within their hearts. I, with a curse muttered under my breath, paused in my steps and turned back, my expression devoid of emotion. The few individuals behind me halted as well, their gazes fixed upon me, each pair of eyes reflecting a unique curiosity. They stood beneath the towering broadleaf trees, sunlight cascading upon the 5 of us, bathing us in a golden hue. Suddenly, a glimmer, distinct from the gold, ignited and captured their attention, their eyes trailing after a fleeting purple light emanating from my attire. This violet radiance flickered momentarily, almost as if it were an illusion conjured in their minds. Hidaelin rubbed his eyes, only to find no alteration. His face a canvas of confusion. Just as he was about to speak, he realized he seemed to have grown taller. No, upon glancing at me and the others, he discerned that it was not he who had risen, but rather the surroundings were shrinking rapidly. He looked down, and indeed, the ground appeared to recede, the objects upon it diminishing in size. It felt as though he were soaring through the air. Shock and dizziness washed over him simultaneously, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed onto an invisible, transparent surface. Beside him, Rob, Tatana, and Roxia met the same fate. Their bodies were then supported by ethereal, violet chairs that materialized from thin air. I had already taken my seat at the forefront. The scenery transformed. We were enveloped by pure white clouds, which were being torn apart into shards as we sped through them. I could perceive the expressions on each face. Hidaelin displayed astonishment and fear. Roxia feigned calmness while concealing his excitement, and Rob transitioned from disbelief to eager curiosity. Meanwhile, Tatana fixed her gaze on me. Her eyes, eerily reminiscent of her mother's, betraying a peculiar expression, as if she had anticipated this moment all along, tinged with a hint of pride. She had long known that this peculiar younger brother, who had spent his childhood in slumber, was anything but ordinary. From an external perspective, we soared through the high-altitude clouds within a dark purple sphere, indistinguishable from the one seen on the purple screen earlier, albeit significantly larger. My initial plan had been to whisk Hidaelin to the battlefield for a brief tour, allowing him to witness the scene firsthand. Just as Rob and the others rose to join me, I pondered how to manage 4 individuals with merely 2 hands when the fire seed program interjected, indicating that the seed's form could manifest as a carrier. This dark purple sphere would transport us to the battlefield for a closer observation. I was incensed that the fire seed program had not informed me of this sooner, causing a waste of over a month. Had we utilized this method from the outset of our journey from Winter City, we might have already executed the giant plan by now. The rapid flight of the dark purple sphere lasted a mere 43 seconds. Before Hidaelin could fully recover from his shock, we had arrived at our destination. During the journey, the fire seed program also elucidated why it had not suggested the swift, inconvenient means of travel earlier. The program's detection of entropy-increasing energy was derived from comparative analysis of other detected data, which incurred a certain delay, compounded by limited detection range. Thus, traveling at high speed would inevitably result in significant omissions. The civilized subjects traveled at a deliberate pace, which proved to be just right, enhancing the precision of the Ember program's detection capabilities. An Chang remained silent, understanding that the rapid implementation of the giant plan was fundamentally unattainable due to energy constraints. The limitations imposed on the Ember program were evidently significant, and his comprehension of this matter deepened gradually. He cast a glance below, where the armies of the king and the Iron Islands were engaged in an extensive battlefield, stretching from the warships on the sea to the vast troops on land. They intertwined and constrained one another, rendering the battle seemingly stagnant. However, this was merely a fade. An Chang observed the king's forces, marked by the fluttering banner of the crowned stag, guarding a fortress established along the coastline, comprised of tens of thousands of soldiers, who, unfortunately, were immobilized due to a lack of sufficient vessels. The pressure this army exerted on the Iron Islands was palpable. Consequently, the naval confrontation between the Iron Islands and the Duke Stannis Baratheon, the current maritime minister and the king's brother, appeared particularly frenzied. Yet it was evident to the discerning that this was merely the last gasp of a defeated hound. In the west, the guardian of Casterly Rock, Duke Tywin Lannister, while mustering his forces in response to the king's command, had been remiss in his defenses, allowing the Iron Men to incinerate Lannisport, along with the Lannister fleet anchored in the harbor. Thus, in this conflict, he achieved little, merely trailing the king and waiting for an opportunity to strike at the Iron Islands. Meanwhile, the king's sworn shield, Ser Balon Swan, led a contingent of troops. Eyeing Old Wyke with keen anticipation, he would spring into action the moment the maritime minister vanquished the Iron Islands' main fleet, seizing Old Wyke in a decisive blow. The Iron Islands' naval forces were already showing signs of decline, as Stannis advanced cautiously and methodically, capitalizing on his numerical superiority and ample supplies. Much like a seasoned fisherman tightening his net before the catch, each command he issued was imbued with the rigor and meticulousness characteristic of his nature. The day when the Crowned Stag's banner would rise over Pike seemed imminent. The northern forces were absent from this war due to the death of Ned Stark. However, even in the absence of the thousands of northern soldiers, the Iron Islands still harbored no hope of victory. Balon Greyjoy had presumed that Robert could not muster an army capable of challenging him, yet his assumption was profoundly mistaken. An Chang withdrew his gaze and approached Hidaelin, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Hidaelin, We stand at the very heart of the battlefield. If you cannot perceive clearly from this vantage point, feel free to come closer. Hadaelin's vacant gaze shifted slightly, directing towards the peculiar child garbed in purple before him. He was a native of Westeros, a descendant of the Undals, with traces of ancient blood coursing through his veins. Like all Southerners, he worshipped the Seven. Yet, strictly speaking, he was not merely a devotee of the Seven. In his youth, he had embarked on a merchant vessel bound for the shores of the Narrow Sea, exploring the free cities, where he also revered the Red God, the Lord of Light, Lawler. He had once witnessed the King of Light performing miracles through his priest. Had it not been for the profound faith in the seven gods that had been ingrained in him since childhood, he might have long ago succumbed to the allure of the King of Light, becoming a devout follower. Caught in the struggle of his unwavering belief in the seven gods, he found himself secretly captivated by the miracles of the King of Light. Today, however, he felt he had encountered another magnificent entity, one not known to the world. Standing right beside him, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, a sensation so overwhelming that he momentarily forgot the need to breathe. The gaze he cast upon An Chang was searing. He had entirely forgotten his previous intentions. His aspirations to witness the battlefield firsthand and compose grand ballads were cast aside. He recalled the inexplicable trust he had placed in the words of this child, who, after all, would take the words of a child under 10 at face value, especially when those words were so astonishing, suggesting he accompany them to witness the battlefield. Who would believe such a thing? Hadaelin had always thought he would not. Yet here he was, ensnared by the child's words. This was undeniably a great being in the guise of a child. An Chang regarded Hadaelin with an expressionless countenance. While he may not have been able to perceive the bard's thoughts, he could discern the intense neural activity within Hadaelin's mind. Coupled with the strong emotions reflected in his features, he could roughly surmise what this man was contemplating. Did the profession of a bard confer some unique enhancement to the imagination? An Chang pondered, then reiterated his earlier words. This time, his voice rang with a piercing clarity, akin to a sharp dagger, penetrating Hadaelin's eardrum and reaching the very core of his ignited mind. Finally, Hadaelin awoke with a start, clutching his ears in agony, as if he had suffered a dreadful sonic assault. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered out a complete thought, though it took him a while to form it. Meanwhile, Robb, Tatiana, and Rasha had regained their composure, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as they surveyed their surroundings. While Robb and Tatiana brimmed with enthusiasm, Rasha harbored a blend of reverence and yearning, yet he lacked the courage to voice the thought that lingered in his heart. An Chang furrowed his brow, recalling his earlier words. He gestured to the ground beneath them, stating, "I have fulfilled my promise. If you do not seize this moment, you shall have to undertake a perilous task on my behalf once we depart." At last, Hadaelin managed to articulate a complete sentence. "No problem, I will do it. As long as you allow me to accompany you, to document your deeds and compose ballads in your honor." An Chang fell silent for a moment. Was the impact truly that significant? Hadaelin seemed transformed, while Robb and the others exhibited less reaction. "What of your unfinished song? Will you continue to write it?" "Indeed," Hadaelin replied with unwavering determination. He then cautiously expressed that he struggled to discern the battlefield below, prompting the battlefield to draw nearer, rendered in detail as if it were unfolding before his very eyes. In truth, the purple sphere remained suspended in the high clouds above the battlefield. The fire program merely adjusted the perspective. Hadaelin gradually regained his composure, fixated on the unfolding scenes before him. After surveying the battlefield, the purple orb high above tore through the clouds and vanished. The five returned once more to the row of broad-leaved trees in front of the inn. Having been gone for scarcely 10 minutes, An Chang gazed at the sky, then cast a glance at Hadaelin. Would adopting such a display of divine favor facilitate the consent of innocent individuals for the implantation of the new subcolonization devices? Would this not constitute deceit? Amidst the myriad thoughts swirling in An Chang's mind, the two questions stood out prominently. Additionally, he grappled with the moral dilemma of whether to employ any means necessary to implement the giant plan to expedite his return home to see his daughter. He pondered the reasons behind his own inner turmoil. It dawned on him that the evolution of his self-perception had never truly ceased. Chapter 51. The suffering of the dwarfs. The rumbling waves surged, crashing against the dark, rock-hewn walls. The sky darkened as a young squire cautiously navigated past the lion-headed carving at the entrance, hesitating before stepping inside. This was not his first visit. Yet the eerie ambience of this burial site always sent shivers down his spine, despite the Lord's assurances that each soul resting here was a hero. He could not shake the gnawing fear, particularly since he served a peculiar master. His thoughts were interrupted by a flicker of flame igniting in the darkness. The relentless sound of crashing waves returned, causing him to shudder as the light illuminated a grotesque visage. pale, disheveled hair framed a ghastly face. With mismatched eyes and ears slightly raised as if in motion, the corners of the mouth curling into a sinister line. "What is your name?" The voice, raspy and echoing in the somber air, nearly caused the squire to cry out. Tyrion Lannister rose from the ground, bending to pat his somewhat numb legs. It had been quite some time since he last visited the Hall of Heroes, and the sound of the waves still provided a soothing balm for the soul. He squinted his one black and one green eye at the newcomer, whose expression rendered him speechless. He lifted the lantern and approached the squire, reassuring him. "Do not be afraid. I am no man-eating monster." As he drew nearer, his stature became apparent. He gestured to the squire's chest, saying, "See, I am merely a dwarf whom you could easily fell with a single punch." He chuckled, adding, "However, you would not dare strike a Lannister, would you, lad?" The young squire finally discerned the dwarf before him, with hair that shimmered a near-white gold. The disproportionate size of his head in relation to his body made it appear as if it might roll off his neck at any moment. In addition, the second son of House Lannister, though not as handsome as his siblings, was not as hideous as the rumors suggested. Perhaps it was the peculiar shape of his head and his diminutive stature that had exaggerated perceptions. The young squire's initial terror evaporated, yet tension lingered in his demeanor. I recalled my disposition towards Edard was rather favorable. Tyrion lifted a lantern to scrutinize the unfamiliar youth. Surmising that the lad was unlikely to have usurped a newcomer's position, he patted the squire's drooping arm, which he could barely reach, and remarked, "Edard was your predecessor. He seems to have accompanied father to war recently." Tyrion spoke swiftly, as if to himself, while simultaneously querying the squire. Yet he afforded the lad no opportunity to interject. He rolled his eyes dramatically, feigning sorrow. Could it be that Edard had perished on the battlefield? He wiped away non-existent tears, proclaiming it truly lamentable. Finally, the squire seized the opportunity to relay the lord's instructions, stating, "My lord, the duke has returned victorious. And Sir Edard is alive." "Oh," Tyrion exclaimed, tilting his head to regard the squire with genuine delight, aware that this smile likely bore no beauty in the squire's eyes. "Sir Edard, splendid. I shall extend my congratulations to this new lord." "My lord," the squire interjected, "you may wish to defer your congratulations for a moment." Tyrion tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the squire before stumbling past him. "The duke awaits you in the hall. He has requested to see you," the squire continued, trailing closely behind. "See me?" Tyrion halted, his face a canvas of astonishment as he turned to the squire. "Are you certain?" The squire nodded, affirming it was the duke's own words. This was quite remarkable. Tywin Lannister sat in the hall, a goblet filled with exquisite wine raised in his hand, his golden hair aglow in the candlelight. Clad in battle armor that had yet to be removed, alongside him stood Tyrion's brother, Jaime Lannister. Following Ned's demise at the Red Keep, Jaime had been forcibly summoned back to Casterly Rock by their father and had not participated in the rebellion against the Iron Islands. Tywin had learned of the events that transpired at the king's residence from Jaime, yet he was skeptical of the monstrous child his son described, believing it to be a ruse concocted by King Robert to obscure the truth. In truth, Tywin struggled to comprehend. Robert had always been a man of martial prowess, disdainful of scheming. Even amidst disputes with Edard Stark, he would not resort to treachery against a friend under his protection. He found it hard to believe. Yet various signs indicated that Robert indeed had a hand in Edard Stark's death. Reports from Winterfell confirmed this grim reality, prompting him to recall his heir. Robert Baratheon had deceived everyone. His indulgence after seizing the Iron Throne was merely a facade. Anyone who underestimated the man who had vanquished the Mad King would surely face dire consequences. Ned's death instilled in Tywin a profound vigilance. While none would believe that the king had slain Edard Stark, this very fact was the king's masterstroke, rendering his true intentions elusive. Did Robert aspire not merely to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, the joint sovereign of the Undulls and First Men, but to take it a step further and command the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms? What grand ambitions! Even Aegon, who rode dragons, dared not entertain such thoughts. Tywin believed he had discerned the true intentions of King Robert and during the subsequent War of the Iron Islands. He went so far as to create the illusion of burning Lannisport, all the while concealing the majority of his warships. He minimized the presence of his land army, retreating whenever possible to reduce casualties, while instructing Jaime to guard the western lands, advising him to immediately contact allies and raise the banner in rebellion should anything amiss occur. He harbored no desire to obey the king's orders, fearing he might become the second Edard Stark. Yet, publicly, Edard Stark was said to have perished from illness, and no one would believe the king had slain his own confidant. Thus, Tywin was compelled to feign ignorance, suspecting that the king's summoning of the great lords was a ploy to ensnare them all. Tywin took extensive precautions to ensure his escape to Casterly Rock in the event of the king's betrayal, ready to raise his own banner against Robert. However, he found that these preparations were rendered unnecessary. The Robert he encountered was not the tyrant he had envisioned. Instead, he was a pleasure seeker, a braggart, a fool. The gathering of nobles should have been the perfect opportunity for conflict, yet nothing transpired. Tywin was perplexed and, after much contemplation, attributed it to an ill-timed strategy. Were he in Robert's position, he too would refrain from immediate action, waiting until after defeating the Iron Islands to act during a celebratory feast. Yet, the feast was uneventful, and the sober Duke Tywin returned to Casterly Rock the following day, filled with uncertainty regarding the king's next move. This compelled him to heighten his vigilance. Regardless of Robert's intentions, he must be prepared, for the Lannister family would endure upon this continent. Upon his return to Casterly Rock, he learned of the disgraceful actions of the creature responsible for Joanna's demise. Under intense questioning, Jaime recounted the events in detail to their father. The fury of Duke Tywin threatened to reach celestial heights. He had painstakingly fortified House Lannister, narrowly escaping death not long ago. What was that creature up to? Secretly marrying a lowly farmer's daughter? Had this grotesque, loathsome wretch not been Joanna's child, he would have drowned him in the sea and fed him to the hounds, if only the dogs would consent to such a meal. The ugly creature, stumbling into the hall, remained oblivious to his father's disdainful gaze, perhaps accustomed to it by now. With a smile plastered across his face, he poured himself a cup of wine and raised it towards Duke Tywin, exclaiming, "Father, your return is quite the surprise." After taking a sip, he jested with his silent brother Jaime. "Tell me, Jaime, is our father truly so terrifying?" Jaime's golden hair swayed slightly as he shook his head at Tyrion, a look of apologetic amusement gracing his face. Tyrion paused mid-sip, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Lord Tywin chuckled softly, setting down his goblet, his green eyes flickering towards Jaime before turning to Tyrion. In those green eyes, Tyrion discerned a subtle golden hue, alongside an unmasked disdain and a chilling smile. "You have certainly surprised me." Tyrion, the man he was obliged to call Father, rose, his armor clinking softly, the candlelight glinting coldly upon its surface, mirroring the sudden frost that enveloped Tyrion's heart. Tywin approached Tyrion, towering over him, an overwhelming pressure compelling Tyrion to step back slightly, forcing a strained smile as he uttered, "Father, what do you mean?" The golden-haired man clapped his hands, summoning forth two soldiers from the shadows of the hall, who grasped a girl, her mouth gagged and her hands and feet bound. Tears streamed down her face as she emitted muffled cries of terror, her gaze pleadingly directed towards her husband, the one deemed a monstrosity by others. "How old are you this year, Tyrion?" Tywin's tone shifted unexpectedly to one of gentleness. Tyrion, feeling his limbs grow cold, dared not meet Tessa's eyes, nor did he cast an angry glance at Jaime, for their father's authority was indisputable throughout the Westlands and the Seven Kingdoms. If he sought knowledge, none could conceal it from him. "I am truly foolish," Tyrion berated himself internally. 14, he replied softly, his voice akin to the creaking of a frozen branch. "It seems I have indeed neglected you." Tywin knelt, patting Tyrion's shoulder, causing the frail boy to sway slightly. "Yet I could scarcely fathom you would be toyed with by a harlot." He paused. "What has become of your usual cleverness?" Deceived by a harlot? And even married to her? You have brought disgrace upon the Lannister name." "Harlot?" Tyrion felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, his deformed legs failing to uphold him, and he collapsed onto the ground. "She is not a harlot. I love her." "Jaime, tell him the truth. Let him comprehend the error he has committed." Tywin stood, taking a seat and lifting his goblet to sip delicately, his gaze upon the despondent Tyrion brimming with satisfaction. Jaime stepped forward, helping Tyrion rise from the ground, inhaling deeply as his handsome face bore an expression of regret. "Tyrion, Tessa is a harlot." Those words plunged Tyrion into a frigid abyss, akin to the depictions of the 7 layers of hell he had once read about, feeling as though he had been thrust into the very entrance of that infernal realm. "It was I who wished for you to experience the pleasures of manhood," Jaime continued, striving to maintain composure on his visage, even as Tyrion's gaze remained vacant, fixated on an unfathomable point. "And I specifically hired her. Please forgive me, but I truly did not anticipate you would fall in love with a harlot, let alone marry her in secrecy." When Jaime spoke, his tone was imbued with sincerity, and Tyrion could discern no hint of deceit. He pressed himself to inquire, "What of the brigands?" "We rescued Tessa from their clutches. That was merely a performance, brother," Jaime lamented, averting his gaze to escape Tyrion's penetrating stare. "No." Tyrion suddenly shoved Jaime aside, his diminutive frame unleashing an unexpected vigor. His mismatched eyes blazed with indignation as he shouted, "Liars! Deceivers! I refuse to believe." He hurled his fury at his brother before casting a resentful glance at their father, rushing towards Tessa in an attempt to free her from her bindings, only to be callously hurled to the ground by two soldiers. He witnessed Tessa's desperate struggle against her captors, her efforts in vain, tears streaming from her eyes as she looked at him with a mixture of pleading, affection, and anguish. The ropes must have been painfully tight. A fleeting thought crossed Tyrion's mind, and tears began to fall from his mismatched eyes. Lord Tywin tapped the table with his finger, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "How shall I punish a harlot who aspires to join the ranks of House Lannister? Tyrion, do you have any clever suggestions?" Tywin's green gaze fixated on his son, who lay powerless upon the ground, urging him to engage his astute mind. Jaime interjected, but was silenced by a raised hand from their father. "I was not asking you, Jaime," Tywin remarked, casting an irritable glance in Jaime's direction, wiping away his tears. Tyrion propped himself up from the ground and cast a lingering look at Tessa, the woman with whom he had shared sacred vows. He turned to face his father, a smile reappearing on his countenance as he ran his fingers through his nearly white golden hair, kneeling before Tywin. "Father, it is I who am foolish. I implore you to mete out severe punishment upon me. As for that deluded harlot," Tyrion paused, lifting his gaze to meet his father's, "surely you would not stoop to engage with a lowly prostitute?" From the depths of Tywin's green eyes, Tyrion found no other expression than indifference, accompanied by a profound malice. "Of course, Tyrion," Tywin replied, stepping closer to him. "Rise, my good son. Good son? The dead one was surely your favorite son." Tyrion thought as his father hoisted him to his feet. "Prostitutes should attend to their profession," Tywin proclaimed in the gentlest tone while uttering the most venomous words. "My returning warriors will indulge in this harlot's business." He brushed past the rigid Tyrion, placing a hand upon his shoulder. "Oh, Tyrion, you too shall take care of this harlot's affairs, will you not? Just as you have done before." As Tywin's footsteps faded, Tyrion caught the last words his father uttered. "By tomorrow's light, this harlot's business shall commence. You had best come forth, Tyrion, lest I compel someone to bind you and bring you to me." The echoes of the heroic hall seemed to resonate in Tyrion's ears, yet that tide crashed against his fragile heart. Jaime remained in silent companionship for a moment before he sighed and departed the hall alone. The flickering candlelight illuminated Tyrion's diminutive figure, yet the shadow cast upon the hall's floor loomed like a giant surveying the world. As Tyrion staggered out of the hall, he lifted his gaze to the night sky. He had always been a source of disdain for his father, his birth resulting in his mother's tragic demise during childbirth. The mother he had never known must have been a woman of exquisite beauty and gentle disposition. From the mocking words of his sister Cersei, he could discern her deep-seated feelings for their mother, while their brother Jaime would often fall silent, sighing at the mention of her name. His father's loathing intensified with each passing year, for Tyrion was an abomination, a dwarf who would never grow tall. His very existence brought shame upon House Lannister. So, it must be my fault? The wolf's head on the crescent moon seemed to gaze down upon him. And Tyrion felt that if that wolf's visage were to descend from the heavens, it would be he, the malformed creature, who would meet its fangs first. If only it would end my life. Lost in this despair, he could not help but shed tears, an ugly and pitiful sight. The Seven had always been cruel. He averted his gaze from the starlit sky, wiping away the tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. The bustling servants within the castle paid him no heed, while the patrolling guards looked upon him with clear mockery. He had read extensively under the tutelage of the city's maesters. So much so that one had once wryly remarked that the metal chain around the maester's neck ought to adorn Tyrion instead. Yet, at this moment, those tomes offered him no solace. No, perhaps there was a sliver of comfort to be found. At least the knowledge contained within those books prevented him from succumbing to thoughts of self-destruction. Such musings would be both meaningless and foolish. He returned to his chamber, securing the door tightly, as if doing so would keep the impending events of tomorrow at bay. Casterly Rock was warm. Summer had fully vanquished winter. Yet Tyrion ignited the hearth within his room, not out of coldness, but simply to watch the flames dance. In a tome recounting tales from across the narrow sea, it was said that the priests of the Lord of Light could glimpse the future within the flames. How he wished he could see the future as well. Alas, he neither worshipped the Lord of Light nor served as one of his priests, and Tyrion believed such visions were mere fables confined to the pages of books. Nonetheless, this notion provided him with a modicum of comfort. Rather than seeking self-reassurance, he yearned to challenge his father's authority. He knew all too well that every word spoken by his father in the hall was a lie, and Jaime had played a part in this charade alongside him. Tessa's first man was none other than he. The grotesque anomaly, how could he be deemed a mere whore? Moreover, what if she were indeed a whore? He loved Tessa, and she loved him in return. To confess his feelings for her might provoke his father's wrath, yet Tyrion genuinely felt that Tessa resembled the mother he had never met. The essence of the matter was crystal clear to Tyrion, the seven gods may have cruelly stripped him of a sound body. Yet they graciously bestowed upon him a keen intellect. He did not squander his solitary source of joy, his brilliant mind. Whether Tessa was a harlot was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that a member of House Lannister was forbidden from marrying a peasant girl or engaging in a clandestine union, even if that member was Tyrion himself. Despite the Duke of Tywin's profound reluctance, in the absence of evidence, he was compelled to acknowledge that this deformed aberration was indeed his son, a member of the Lannister lineage. As the flames danced, their orange glow illuminated Tyrion's visage, filling his mismatched eyes with flickering light. In that moment, he perceived a tragic scene that would unfold on the morrow. He was acutely aware that this was but an illusion. Yet he painfully comprehended that the nightmarish vision he conjured in his mind would manifest in reality, perhaps even more harrowing. His fists unconsciously clenched tightly, and his face contorted in a grimace of rage. Oh, seven gods! How wonderful it would be if a great dragon were to suddenly emerge from the flames. Tyrion envisioned himself riding the dragon, soaring above Casterly Rock, free from the taunts directed at his misshapen form. His father's authority would crumble beneath the dragon's fiery breath, and he would emerge as a hero, rescuing his beloved wife. A series of knocks at the door jolted Tyrion from his reverie, and he found himself weeping silently. He glanced toward the window. No dawn had penetrated the darkness, which mirrored his current predicament. Sighing, he wiped his face with a careless hand and rose to open the door. Standing before him was a knight clad in armor, fully equipped with a longsword at his left hip and a dagger at his right. He held a helmet in his hand, and the hilt of another blade was discernible over his shoulder. Had Tyrion not recognized the knight's face, he might have turned to shut the door and secure it. "Ender?" Tyrion exclaimed, surprised to see the knight before him. "My lord." The knight's demeanor was grave as he scanned the surroundings, bowed, and then stepped into the room. Tyrion closed the door behind him and turned to see Ender placing his helmet upon the table, unsheathing a longsword from his back. "What brings you here?" Tyrion inquired, pouring 2 goblets of rich red wine and offering one to the knight. "You have been bestowed the title of Sir, now a true knight, no longer merely my squire." Ender accepted the goblet and drank deeply, a flush creeping into his cheeks. Whether from the wine or his fervent emotions, it was unclear. "My lord, I have heard of your plight," he exclaimed, gripping the empty cup tightly, his tousled brown hair a testament to his agitation, while indignation flickered in his brown eyes. "Oh," Tyrion replied, taking a seat and forcing a grim smile. "The news travels swiftly, does it not?" "My lord." Ender stepped forward, his expression earnest. "I have come to assist you." Tyrion paused momentarily, his hand halting mid-motion with the goblet. After a brief silence, he asked, "Ender, who conferred upon you the title of Sir?" "Lord Tywin," Ender replied without hesitation. "And who conducted your knighthood ceremony?" Tyrion continued. "Lord Tywin," came Ender's unwavering response. Ender's expression darkened considerably. "If my father were to discover that the knight he personally elevated defied his orders for the sake of his disobedient son, can you fathom the consequences?" Tyrion regarded Endo earnestly, once his devoted attendant, now a nobleman. Endo met Tyrion's gaze and replied, "My lord, prior to our meeting, I had already contemplated the worst outcome, having my head severed and displayed on a wall." He placed his hands on Tyrion's shoulders, his eyes sincere, "But without your intervention, my lord, I would have long since perished in some foul gutter. It is the wealth of House Lannister that has sustained my life, not my own merit." Tyrion felt an indescribable emotion swelling within him, yet he wished for that damned sentiment to dissipate swiftly. "My lord," Endo's brown eyes brimmed with determination, "join me in rescuing your wife. Let us depart the Westerlands together. Have you not always expressed a desire to traverse the world?" Endo, Tyrion thought, as he gazed at the young knight who had nearly grown up alongside him, could not suppress his tears. "You are a damned fool. Have you ever considered that without House Lannister, I am but a grotesque dwarf, easily replaceable in any circus? And you? You are young, accomplished, and at merely 16. A recognized knight, acknowledged by both the king and the church. A deformed creature like me is unworthy of your sacrifice. Return to your duties as a knight. And I shall remain a member of House Lannister, striving to live a life that brings shame upon them for decades to come." At this point, tears streamed down the dwarf's face, his voice hoarse, yet he persisted, "I am merely a cowardly wretch, aware of the horrors that await my wife. I lack even the courage to save her." He choked, words failing him. Knight Endo, moved by Tyrion's plight, felt his own eyes moisten as he spoke deliberately, "My lord, it is you who has saved me from peril. It is you whom I owe my allegiance. I comprehend your reservations. If anyone understands you, it is I. Perhaps without Lannister, you shall finally shine." As Endo knelt before Tyrion, he solemnly vowed, "By the 7 gods, I, Endo, pledge my loyalty to Tyrion. I will remain ever faithful to you." Donning armor and wielding sword, ready to brave any danger for your sake, until death do us part. Tyrion was rendered speechless. Even the tears seemed to forget to flow. You must have already sworn fealty to my father. No, my lord, Endo replied, I have not sworn allegiance to Lord Tywin. After we rescue your wife, I shall no longer be a knight, but out of gratitude, I willingly pledge myself to you. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion surged within Tyrion as he observed Endo kneeling before him. All his doubts seemed to evaporate. He resolved within himself, how shall we proceed? The place where Tessa is held must be guarded. My father may belittle me as a deformed son, yet he is meticulous in his endeavors. My lord, do you truly believe that your affairs will spread so swiftly? Endo smiled, rising with Tyrion's assistance. Do you recall the mention of Kaida I shared with you? Initially, I saved him, and now he stands as one of the guards watching over your wife. A sly grin danced upon his lips, yet Tyrion pondered deeper, furrowing his brow. Kaida? I am aware of him, and I have heard he is rather untrustworthy. That may be true for others, my lord, but I saved his life after all. Endo assures that once we rescue your wife, he will flee the west with us through that secret passage you discovered, which I had thought we would never have to use. Tyrion gazed at the smiling Endo, joining in his mirth as he accepted the longsword offered to him. Tightening his grip on the hilt, under the cloak of night, they exited the chamber, hastening towards the place where Tessa was imprisoned. The waning crescent and the myriad stars bore witness to their endeavor, alongside the ever-present An Chang. Chapter 54. Subject number 3. The child of the hills, do not let your mother weep. Hasten back to her side, let her caress your face in this place. Darkness embraces, and dampness permeates the air, as a faint melody escapes the confines of the cage, reverberating slowly. Forgive me, my mother, for the child has fallen in love with someone, whose kiss feels like your embrace, intense yet soothing to the soul. A girl curled in the corner of the cage. Hiding in the shadows. A guard, drawn by the song, edged closer, raising his torch and peering into the enclosure. He beheld nothing, but the flickering orange light heightened the profundity of the darkness within. A youthful visage bore a hint of panic, his hazel eyes reflecting the torchlight as he lingered before the cage door, uncertain whether to listen intently to the song or seek justification for his presence. Kaida? Another guard tapped his shoulder. Do not dwell too much on it, lad. The elder guard offered a reassuring smile. Kaida, slightly dazed, returned a smile that appeared somewhat pale in the firelight. Those confined within the cage were never the most nefarious of criminals. Rather, they were merely individuals who had offended the Lord, if you catch my drift. The middle-aged guard stroked his stubbled chin, a mere shadow of a beard that had evidently not been grown for long. So you need not worry. Look, it's just a girl in there, singing a song. If you find her voice pleasing, do not disturb her, for we both know what fate awaits her tomorrow. Kaida found no sympathy nor compassion upon the guard's face, only a familiar indifference and chill. Yet, in that moment, such apathy seemed imbued with a certain mercy. Perhaps I wear a mask of feigned sympathy and justifiable ire? Kaida mused, sensing that the middle-aged guard had no intention of revealing his thoughts about Kaida's expression. The elder guard patted Kaida's shoulder once more before turning to walk down the corridor. Kaida heard a sigh, as if accompanying the faint melody, only to realize that the sigh had emanated from his own lips. A look of struggle appeared on his face, gradually yielding to a faint semblance of regret. Though that regret quickly dissipated, replaced by a smile, he slightly lowered his head, allowing the shadows cast by the firelight to envelop his visage as he hastily stepped into the corridor, the unsettling melody that had haunted him fading into silence. The last remnants of illumination vanished within the passage, and the girl's song was abruptly silenced. Who are you? Tessa exclaimed, astonished by the child before her. This child seemed to have emerged from the depths of darkness, as if someone had meticulously painted him onto a black canvas, each stroke deliberate and defined. Tessa extended her hand. She could scarcely see her own fingers, yet the child before her was vividly clear. Anson glanced around, noting 20 soldiers holding their breath. Concealed in the shadows of the corridor, Duke Tywin sat comfortably in the hidden chamber, raising his goblet in merriment, an inexplicable smile adorning his face. Further away, a dwarf and his knight approached with utmost caution. I come to propose a transaction, Anson declared, redirecting his gaze to the pallid girl, whose astonishment was laced with a hint of terror. This deal may grant you your heart's desire. Perhaps it will, perhaps it will not. It hinges upon your choice. Anson's eyes gleamed with a faint light, enough for Tessa to discern his features, a peculiar child clad in dark purple. Disregarding the strange expression that flitted across the girl's face, Anson raised his right hand, a flicker of light blossoming from his fingertips. The darkness was pierced by that glimmer, casting Tessa's shadow against the wall, her mouth agape in astonishment. A sorcerer? She murmured. I will lead you away from here. and in return, you shall perform a task that may prove perilous. Anson spoke in a tone devoid of fairness, laying out the inequitable terms of their bargain. Tessa's eyes sparkled like the light that had erupted from the shadows. She rose slowly from her corner, gazing at the radiance for an extended moment before breaking into a smile. No. Do you comprehend what awaits you? Anson continued, his voice sharp and childlike, reminiscent of whispers from the abyss. It may be far more dreadful than death. Everything in Cayenne City mirrored the foreboding atmosphere of Winterfell, and Anson was not deceived. He was aware that Kaida had already betrayed Tessa to Duke Tywin. The dwarf and his knight would not encounter the triumph they envisioned, but rather an inevitable downfall. If Tessa were not a suitable candidate for the new subdermal implant, failure was assured. Her response seemed poised to cement that failure. Regardless of what you are, I cannot acquiesce to undertake a task that could lead to my demise, merely for the sake of leaving this place. Tessa stated with a smile, her conviction unwavering. Nothing, she believed, could be more terrifying than death. Even if tomorrow thousands await? Anson pressed. Even if your husband were to crumble as a result? The smile vanished from Tessa's face. I do not know. The light emanating from Anson's fingertips flickered out abruptly, and his once clear image in Tessa's eyes began to blur. As Anson's form faded from her sight, a wave of unease and panic surged within Tessa. Do not leave. I promise you. But I do not wish to depart from here, she implored, her gaze fixed intently on Anson, who was on the verge of complete disappearance. Her words tumbled forth in haste, though they remained unfinished as Anson interrupted her. So you are willing? An Chang smiled knowingly. He understood precisely what Tessa meant and could surmise her subsequent words, yet he had no desire to listen. What did she mean by voluntarily? To willingly undertake a perilous endeavor for me? Tessa once again glimpsed a glimmer of light, a radiant shimmer blossoming in her chest, casting a violet hue upon her astonished and fearful visage. There exist myriad horrors more daunting than death itself, such as the anticipation of death. Yet, even more terrifying than awaiting death is the act of living. An Chang awaited the dissipating violet light, his gaze fixed upon the bewildered Tessa as she uttered disjointed words. Ultimately, he declared, you must make your own choice. What you attain from this transaction mirrors what I offer you. The violet glow vanished from Tessa's eyes, taking with it the oddly featured child. She slowly embraced herself, curling up once more in the shadowy corner, though this time the cell was devoid of melodic echoes and instead resonated with muted sobs. It was not until that familiar voice called her name that her weeping ceased, and she was elated to see her diminutive husband standing outside the cage, accompanied by a knight. My lord, Kaida is not here. We cannot unlock the cell. Ender's countenance bore a pallor of distress, not due to the locked door, but because Kaida had not awaited them as promised. Then let us break it open. Tyrion unsheathed his blade, his gaze softening as he focused on the approaching Tessa. My lord. Ender grasped Tyrion's arm, casting a glance at Tessa before his eyes returned to Tyrion with urgency. Kaida is not here. Tyrion paused, then offered a resigned smile. I mentioned before that fellow is not to be trusted. His eyes met those of his knight, yet the circumstances had unfolded unfavorably. Do you believe we have any retreat left? Ender managed a strained smile. No, my lord. Then we must hasten. Perhaps my father is already aware and soldiers are en route. He turned to Tessa. Fear not. I shall rescue you soon. Yet Tessa disregarded him, her gaze drawn to something behind him, her lips poised to speak, but faltering. However, her expression revealed to Tyrion that something loomed behind him. Tyrion's face darkened. His movements became rigid. Suddenly, 20 torches flared to life, their flames converging, illuminating the three figures before the barred door that separated them. Chapter 55 Experiment Subject Number 3. Targaryen had lost the dragons, just as you and I have now. Tyrion's mismatched eyes reflected anguish as he pressed his hand firmly against Ender's waist. Ender, remember, it was I who compelled you to come here. Tyrion was acutely aware that even if he were caught in the act by Duke Tywin, the consequences would likely amount to house arrest and flogging. However, Ender's fate would be far graver. Thus, Ender could only be, and must be, coerced by the life-saving debt Tyrion owed him from childhood. He had envisioned the actions following a successful rescue of his wife, just as he had contemplated the potential repercussions of failure. The present scenario fell into one of those imagined outcomes. The contrasting hues of his eyes sparkled with understanding in a fleeting moment. He grasped the current predicament and resolved to make the most astute decision. Even as his chest tightened and his heart felt as though it were being sliced by a blade, he summoned all his strength, striving with every ounce of effort to conceal the venomous expression of resentment and hatred etched upon his face, feigning nonchalance as he turned away. Simultaneously, he patted the sturdy armor of Ender with the hand resting upon him. In that fleeting moment of turning, illuminated by the flickering light of the torches held by a dozen armored guards behind Duke Tywin, Tyrion glimpsed the pallid visage of Tessa and the glimmer of hope in her eyes. A tear, glistening in the depths of her black pupils, slipped silently from the corner of her eye. Yet, as he faced his father, his grotesque countenance was adorned with a smile. He even adjusted his angle to shroud half of his tear-streaked face in shadow. His father, the Duke of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister, regarded him with an icy indifference. Flanked by armored knights whose presence seemed to amplify his power, asserting dominion over the confines of the cell. "Father," Tyrion jested, shattering the oppressive silence and momentarily dispersing the suffocating atmosphere of dread. "Shouldn't you be resting in your chambers? Who has disturbed our illustrious Duke Tywin?" As he spoke, he wiped his cheek, hidden in the shadows, before slowly approaching the Duke. Tywin's gaze followed Tyrion's movements, and as Tyrion stood before him, he instinctively looked down upon him, satisfying his desire for superiority while simultaneously feeling repulsed by the sight of the Lannister dwarf. "Tyrion, I have offered you an opportunity, the chance to defend the honor of House Lannister." "Oh," Tyrion exaggeratedly spread his arms wide, resembling a jester, laughing. Yet the sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. "Are you referring to the notion of my suicide?" Silence. Tywin's expression grew even more frigid as he interrupted Tyrion, commanding him to cease his nonsensical prattle. He turned to Ender. "Ender, enlighten me as to Tyrion's purpose in this place." Before Ender could respond, Tyrion sprang forth like a comical monkey, his face aflame with indignation as he approached Ender, bellowing, "Scoundrel, you betrayed me. Without me, you'd be lost in some filthy sewer. Indeed, bastards are but bastards, wholly ignorant of gratitude." He drew the long sword gifted to him by Ender and, in the face of Ender's incredulous gaze, struck at him. However, clad in finely crafted armor, Ender was impervious to the assault of an untrained dwarf. Tyrion, exerting too much force, mismanaged his grip, causing the sword to slip from his hand, and he stumbled to the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment. He pushed away Ender, who sought to assist him, casting a wrathful glare at him, ignoring the emotions reflected in his brown eyes. Rising to his feet, he dashed back to stand before Duke Tywin. He turned to point at Ender. "Father, do not heed the words of this ungrateful wretch. Swiftly dispatch him." Unmoved, Tywin remained steadfast, prompting Tyrion to point at a guard behind his father. "You, go and slay that wretch." The guard merely shifted, feigning ignorance, inciting Tyrion to stomp his foot in frustration and unleash a torrent of curses. "Enough, Tyrion, cease your petty tricks." The Duke of Tywin waved his hand impatiently. "What punishment Ender deserves is not for you to dictate." As he spoke, he glanced past Tyrion, his cold gaze landing on Tessa in the dungeon, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "As for your punishment, due to your ludicrous rescue attempt, I have decided to implement it prematurely." Despite having anticipated this moment and mentally prepared himself, Tyrion felt darkness envelop him as the Duke's words shattered his facade. When Ender had informed him that Kaida was absent, he had sensed the looming disaster and had already made his internal resolutions. The crux of his decision lay in whether to truly expose the facade Tywin maintained, that of denying that this aberration belonged to House Lannister. As he had expressed to Ender, a dwarf without the Lannister name was merely a plaything for circus entertainment. Was he truly willing to forsake his Lannister identity for a woman he deemed his true love? His extraordinary intellect clearly indicated that relinquishing his Lannister identity would be an irredeemably foolish act. Furthermore, the Duke's attitude would ultimately determine whether he could leave Casterly Rock alive after uttering the words of renunciation. From Tyrion's perspective, that father who would rather see him dead would likely strike him down instantly should he dare to utter such a declaration, subsequently proclaiming to the world that it was an unfortunate mishap at the hands of an assassin or thief. The dilemma lay in the choice between Ender's loyalty and Tessa's love. In the event of a failed rescue, Tyrion's sole recourse would be to protect this knight, who would willingly relinquish his title to aid him. In agony, Tyrion clutched his head, repeatedly questioning himself within. "Do I truly love Tessa? Why am I afraid to sacrifice everything for her? Even in death, I could accompany her, yet why have I not made that choice?" These intense inquiries churned within him, a tempest of emotions. The flickering flames in the cell signaled that, in accordance with Tywin's orders, the guards were on the move. Time no longer allowed Tyrion to ponder deeply, and as the situation unfolded, all prior considerations vanished from his mind. In this void of thought, he suddenly acted. Unaware of the impetus behind his movement or from whence he drew his strength, his misshapen form unleashed an astonishing power amidst the gasps of the guards, the bewildered gaze of Ender, and the astonished expression of Duke Tywin. In that gentle yet relieved moment, Tyrion drew the blade from Ender's waist, unleashing the most heart-rending wail of his life. The sword pierced Tessa's chest, and the drop of blood sliding from the tip, shrouded in darkness, were no vibrant red, only an inky hue. Yet, that darkness was swiftly dispelled. A light, a glimmer, a ray. until it illuminated the entire dungeon. As if time itself had come to a standstill, the sword, piercing through the chest, was unable to be drawn by Tyrion in time. Before he could inflict upon himself another blow, as he was engulfed by what seemed an endless radiance. Alongside him, everything within the confines of the cell was likewise submerged in this light. Whether it was Tyrion, who sought to embrace death alongside Tessa, or Edard, who had never forgotten Tyrion's childhood act of salvation, and Tywin, the Lord of the West, Duke of Casterly Rock, and head of House Lannister, accompanied by a dozen armored soldiers, all were enveloped in this luminous brilliance, oblivious to distinctions of status or rank. Under the full moon, adorned with twinkling stars, Casterly Rock lay in tranquil slumber, with the citizens of the West peacefully resting beneath the night sky. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the serenity, rousing the sleeping city. Even the frail old man, weakened by hunger and collapsed in a shadowy corner, stirred slightly, his murky eyes fluttering open. A pillar of light ascended into the heavens, reflecting in the old man's clouded gaze, alongside which appeared a small figure seemingly suspended in the air. Straining to comprehend, the old man endeavored to rise, attempting to discern the nature of the figure beside the light, to ascertain whether it was merely an illusion. Yet, before he could clarify, the weary body, ravaged by suffering, succumbed to its final vestiges of strength, and the once glimmering eyes lost their luster, the dilated pupils still striving to capture the light beneath the night sky, along with the child beside it. But the old man fell silent. An Chang slightly shifted his position, evading the soaring light, his own gaze shrouded in darkness. He hovered above Casterly Rock, perceiving everything within the city with clarity. Whether it was the oppressed populace struggling for survival or the nobles, ostentatiously glamorous yet tainted by filth behind closed doors, all lay before him, seen and heard. However, he remained indifferent, wholly devoid of concern for these matters, focusing instead on the remnants of his mental fortitude, which he had wrenched from the brink of collapse, directing it towards what he deemed most justifiable. Neglecting to acknowledge did not equate to negation. His body passively absorbed all. Just as An Chang remained unconcerned with affairs beyond his purview, so too did this corporeal form disregard whether An Chang would subsequently falter. Thus, he extracted from the stream of information all that transpired regarding the subject numbered 3. From the events of the preceding days to the present moment, culminating in the swords thrust into the third subject. A flicker of vitality ignited in the shadows. The colonization apparatus had been activated, and An Chang's objective had been achieved. Everything that followed in the city would no longer pertain to him. Once the light vanished, the massive colonization entity materialized above Casterly Rock, yet An Chang's desire to continue observing had dissipated. The once suspended figure above the city abruptly vanished. A thunderous roar, belonging to the colonization entity, shattered the night silence. Chapter 56. For years later, upon returning from Casterly Rock, An Chang re-entered his dwelling with an unruffled demeanor. Unnoticed by Rasha, Robb, and Tatiana, with the dawn, the 4 companions embarked on their journey once more. According to An Chang's original intention, he contemplated directly deploying the colonization vessel alone to scour the entire planet. At his current pace, it would not be long before he could realize the giant project. However, upon observing Tatiana and the other 2, he altered his course of action. It is noteworthy that when the 4 set out, the bard Hadayaran requested An Chang's permission to accompany them. The fervent gleam in Hadayaran's eyes and his humble demeanor prompted Robb to acquiesce. An Chang, however, remained indifferent to these developments. Thus, the quartet transformed into a quintet, journeying southward as time ebbed and flowed. During this passage, An Chang allocated part of his focus to imparting knowledge of this world to Robb and the others, while subtly conveying concepts from his own realm. Rather than a mere indoctrination, it was more about inadvertently revealing perspectives that diverged from those of this world, which Robb persistently probed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, An Chang shared certain aspects of his past life without reservation. Apart from Robb, who was slightly older, both Robb and Tatiana were just over 10 years old, possessing a nascent understanding confined to the various facets of Winterfell. To Robb, An Chang's depiction of a world without kings was utterly unfathomable, without monarchs and lords. Who would safeguard the common folk from marauding thieves or defend against savages? Had these words not emanated from An Chang's lips, Robb would have dismissed them entirely. Yet as time unfurled and An Chang recounted his tales, the future Lord of the North transitioned from skepticism to a burgeoning belief, ultimately yearning for such a world. Robb, upon being queried by Rasha about his longing for that realm devoid of kings and lords, replied that perhaps he understood. It was precisely the existence of kings and lords that led to so many in the north perishing from hunger and cold during winter. Tatiana interjected, asserting that the true cause of winter deaths in the north was the prolonged duration of winter itself. Such discussions multiplied. Meanwhile, Hadayaran remained a silent observer. diligently recording everything he heard on parchment. Not only did Edard document An Chang's words, but he also chronicled the dialogues among Rob and the others. After completing yet another day of recording, he watched the three return to their respective quarters from the deck. He inhaled deeply, the briny air flooding his nostrils. Having traveled alongside the four since their departure from the inn, exploring the vast expanse of Westeros for 4 years. A fortnight prior, they had boarded a merchant ship bound for the continent across the Narrow Sea. The war that erupted over the Iron Islands Rebellion had long since concluded, culminating in the king's triumph over the Lord of the Iron Islands, a victory of justice over evil. Although incidents such as the demise of the Lord of the North and rumors of giants in the Westlands had transpired, overall, the continent of Westeros had remained relatively ordinary prior to the resolution of the Iron Islands Rebellion. Shortly after the conclusion of the Iron Islands War, conflict erupted once more. However, this time it was not a rebellion but a war against giants, instigated by the current Lord of the Westlands, Jaime Lannister. The former Lord, Tywin Lannister, perished that fateful night, taking with him the entirety of Casterly Rock. Jaime, fortunate to escape, found himself on the brink of collapse, grappling with the devastating loss of nearly his entire family. Thankfully, upon reaching King's Landing, he relayed the news of Casterly Rock's destruction to Queen Cersei. Shocked and dismayed, Cersei sought to calm her brother Jaime and ascertain the details of the calamity. Yet, Jaime was in no condition to communicate, merely muttering about giants. In response, Cersei dispatched the King's Guard and, in her dual capacity as Queen and Lord of the Westlands, summoned the nobles of the region to investigate the situation. It was only after the king's victorious return that Cersei began piecing together the fragmented accounts of Casterly Rock's demise. To her astonishment, it was indeed a giant that had laid waste to the stronghold, slaying nearly all the members of House Lannister. Survivors described the giant as a colossal figure, eclipsing the castle, whose thunderous roars could render a person unconscious. This behemoth had demolished Casterly Rock with devastating blows, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. Cersei did not conceal this matter from the king. Instead, with tears streaming down her face, she recounted the destruction of Casterly Rock in its entirety. She implored the king to strip Jaime of his status as the king's sworn protector, allowing him to inherit the title of Lord of the Westlands. She also hoped the king would summon the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms to mobilize forces against the giant, seeking vengeance for Casterly Rock. However, for reasons unknown, the king, after deliberating with his hand, did not acquiesce to the queen's request for military action. He did, however, grant Jaime the title of Lord of the Westlands, permitting him to undertake the quest against the giant independently. Once Jaime had regained his composure from the blow, he summoned the nobles of the Westlands in his capacity as Lord and financed the recruitment of wandering knights. Yet, the war-torn Westlands found its martial potential nearly depleted. Amidst the nobles pooling their resources, Jaime mustered barely 3,000 troops, comprised predominantly of the aged, infirm, and unfit for battle. The recruitment of wandering knights also proved challenging. The reasons were manifold. Not only was the Westerlands struggling, but the entire realm was ill-equipped for another large-scale conflict in such a short span. Moreover, the primary challenge in recruiting wandering knights stemmed from the pervasive rumors circulating throughout the Seven Kingdoms. It was said that the giant was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to confront. To defeat such a foe, one would require the dragons of House Targaryen. However, the Targaryen dragons had perished a century prior. According to these tales, the giant, akin to a Targaryen dragon, had begun its conquest of Westeros from the Westerlands. Scholars dismiss the accounts of giants, arguing that if a single giant could indeed obliterate Casterly Rock, the wildlings beyond the north would have long since toppled the Iron Throne in King's Landing. This skepticism among scholars influenced the nobles who had not witnessed the giant firsthand, including the king himself, leading them to perceive the rumors as alarmist, undermining the authority of the Iron Throne, which prompted a decree against public discourse on the matter. The first-hand experiencer, James, who has intimately felt the formidable power of the giant, lacked the courage to lead a mere 3,000 frail and ailing individuals to confront such a behemoth. He was acutely aware that on the fateful night of the destruction of Caen City, approximately 8,000 regular troops were stationed within its walls. Yet, in the presence of the giant, not a single ripple was stirred. The grotesque and colossal figure of the giant had morphed into his waking nightmare. Yet he found himself compelled by the urgings of his sister and the nobility to embark on the journey back to the Western Territories to confront the giant. Along the way, every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by visions of the giant's monstrous form tearing him asunder. Under the weight of his terror, James, accompanied by fewer than 4,000 troops, took 2 years to traverse less than half the distance. The nobility along the route voiced their grievances. For the sustenance of nearly 4,000 souls consumed resources for which James had not paid a single coin. Instead, he had merely accrued debts. The most absurd aspect was that he insisted on lingering at each city for no less than 2 months, under the pretext of rest and recuperation. Amidst the Queen's relentless prodding, reports began to emerge across the 7 kingdoms, revealing the presence of giants in various regions at disparate times. Strangely, these locations bore no resemblance to the catastrophic events of Cayenne City, with minimal casualties and negligible destruction of property. Of course, this was the perspective of the nobility. The thieves and affected populace held a different view. Ironically, a giant appeared near Old Town, and upon witnessing its form, more massive than even a dragon, scholars realized that the giants appearing within the 7 kingdoms were fundamentally distinct from the savage giants beyond the north. By the time the entirety of the 7 kingdoms was convinced of the giants' existence, 2.5 years had elapsed since the Cayenne City incident. At this juncture, the astute nobility of the 7 kingdoms swiftly mobilized to gather the populace and fortify the city walls. Lesser nobles sought the aid of their more prominent counterparts, who in turn approached the king. In this climate, James Lannister, who had faced the giant firsthand, was summoned back to King's Landing. After an additional 6 months of deliberation, the king and the nobles ultimately concluded that there existed but a single giant within the 7 kingdoms, the very giant responsible for the Cayenne City calamity. This giant had roamed the realm for over 2 years, with its most recent sightings in the Western Territories. They surmised that the giant wandered the 7 kingdoms for some inscrutable purpose, seemingly treating the West as its lair. Consequently, invigorated by renewed martial potential, the 7 kingdoms rallied their forces under the king's command, setting their sights on the West. However, it was peculiar that no soldiers from the north engaged directly in this war against the giant. The king and other nobles refrained from issuing reproaches, and any lingering discontent dissipated upon the north's generous provision of ample supplies and wealth. 100,000 troops assembled mightily from the borders of the 7 kingdoms. Yet before they could reach the west, they were repelled, or rather, slaughtered, by giants. Of the 100,000, fewer than 30,000 managed to escape, and that was only because the giants did not pursue them. Tragically, the hand of the king met its demise beneath the feet of these colossal beings. In the aftermath of the war, the surviving monarchs and nobles came to a harrowing realization: there were not 1, but 8 giants. King Robert, who had lost his adoptive father, suppressed his terror of the giants and, disregarding the opposition of the nobles, curtailed their personal freedoms, confining them to the castle. Under the guise of these nobles, he initiated a grand conscription across the 7 kingdoms, intending to launch another offensive against the giants. Alas, when a giant towering 30 meters, 2 at 20 meters, and 1 over 10 meters breached the walls of King's Landing and approached the Red Keep, the king's plans unraveled, jeopardizing his very life. Strangely, the king was spared, and the 4 giants, each varying in height and form, refrained from wreaking havoc upon King's Landing. They merely proclaimed to the king that the giants intended to establish a realm in the west before departing. Subsequently, the giants settled in the west, committing no transgressions beyond its borders. Yet, the king's authority plummeted, causing tumult throughout the continent of Westeros. End of this volume. Chapter 57. Slow this tale unfolds aboard a merchant vessel traversing between the continent of Westeros and the islands of Lys. Lys, a small city perched upon rocks, is one of the 9 trading city-states, its influence extending across several nearby islands. Merchants from Lys sell red and white wines produced in their homeland in Westeros, and they also offer poisons recommended for scholars or nobles of the 7 kingdoms, tailored to the desires of their clientele. In addition to wines, poisons are also a specialty of Lys, the most notorious being a lethal brew known as Tears of Lys. This rare poison is crafted by a select few alchemists from Lys, and, due to its distinctive flavor and deadly potency, commands exorbitant prices, yet remains popular among the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. However, this medium-sized merchant vessel hardly ranks among the esteemed ships of Lys, nor does it have the means to procure such rare and costly poisons. Nevertheless, this ship's owner eagerly ventures to Westeros for trade. For who among the 7 kingdoms does not covet golden dragons? The owner of the merchant ship is a traditional Lysian, with striking blue eyes and a mane of deep brown curls. He has navigated these waters for over a decade, primarily dealing in red wine, targeting the knightly class of the 7 kingdoms. Despite the myriad dangers faced in the narrow sea, the profits remain modest. Yet, whether by the favor of Lawler or sheer luck, he has encountered no mishaps in all these years. His peers in Lys have since dubbed him Slow, a term derived from a degraded variant of Valyrian spoken in Lys, meaning one favored by the god of light or the fortunate one. Yet Slow himself harbors doubts. If he were truly favored by the god of light, surely he would hold a prominent position among the few great merchants of Bliss. He stood on the deck, gazing up at the azure sky. After confirming for the umpteenth time that no thick, looming clouds were present, he patted his modestly developed belly with satisfaction and took a couple of swigs from his wine pouch. Having departed from Bliss, he had emptied a merchant ship laden with fine red wine in Westeros and subsequently procured local specialties such as fabrics and spices. However, the current state of Westeros was far from tranquil. The kingdom of giants, which had established dominion over the Westlands, had reached his ears, and this development had, to some extent, influenced trade between the two continents. In the short term, the impact appeared positive. Trade had become more frequent, and the prices of goods from the other continent had risen in Westeros. Yet, due to the looming threat of the giants and the king's ineffectiveness, many affluent Andalusians had chosen to depart from Westeros aboard merchant vessels from Essos, which would ultimately have a detrimental effect on trade in the long run. Slow had no such long-term vision. He was merely pleased that his recent shipments of wine fetched good prices. Even more gratifying was the fact that each return trip from Westeros allowed him to bring back several Andalusians. These families often proved to be quite generous, and on previous occasions he had harbored nefarious thoughts. Had it not been for the formidable protective strength of these uprooted Andalusians, the narrow sea would likely have witnessed additional tragic fates. On this return journey, he had similarly brought back a considerable number of Andalusians, albeit with a stroke of misfortune. This group consisted of impoverished souls, their meager savings entirely consumed by passage fees. Aside from some internal curses aimed at their destitution, Slow harbored no other ill thoughts. A lean, dark-skinned sailor emerged from the cabin, striding directly towards Slow on the deck. "Master, another Andalusian has perished." The sailors aboard were all his slaves, totaling 8. Along with a free chef he had hired at a high price from Bravos. Slow did not react significantly to the news. These Andalusians had likely lived inland, possessing little knowledge of the sea. The initial days aboard had been manageable, but after drifting on the ocean for more than half a month, those unable to adapt to life on the ship succumbed to vomiting, hallucinations, and ultimately, weakness and death. At first, he would mock them while feeling a twinge of pity. But as the occurrences became more frequent, he grew accustomed to it. "Proceed as usual," he instructed. After taking another couple of sips of red wine, he mused about the hardships of making a living at sea, only to be suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of superiority. "But I have never encountered misfortune." Suddenly, a raindrop pierced through the clouds, traversing the vast expanse of sky to land insistently on the tip of Slow's nose. His gaze fixated on the tip of his nose, where a double image of the droplet was reflected in his pupils. He reached out to touch it, feeling a distinct, tiny dampness. Before he could ascertain whether it was merely seawater that had splashed upon him, his vision was engulfed by ominous darkness. What had once been a crystalline blue sky was abruptly shrouded by thick, heavy clouds, transforming his surroundings into a tumultuous tapestry of black. Thunder rumbled ominously as the clouds roiled menacingly, flashes of varied shapes darting across the darkened canopy, accompanied by the terrifying reverberations of thunder. How could this be possible? Slow observed the changes around him with a sense of bewilderment. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that a storm was highly unlikely in the coming days. Suddenly, a fierce wind, seemingly arising from nowhere, rushed toward him, stealing away the warmth and causing the medium-sized merchant vessel to sway perilously. Shaking off his profound confusion and shock, Slow suppressed his inner panic and began to command loudly on the stifling and oppressive ship. "Quick, lower the sails immediately." He tore off his shirt, feeling the howl of the sea wind with acute clarity. Although the anticipated downpour had yet to arrive, the sudden tempest had already put the ship at risk of capsizing. A sailor responded to his call, stabilizing himself on the violently rocking deck, securing the sail rope around his waist before skillfully climbing the mast. He gazed out at the boundless ocean, a vast expanse of water, and the tumultuous, lightning-streaked dark sky. In stark contrast, the small merchant vessel seemed utterly insignificant, inducing a suffocating sense of despair in the sailor. Amidst the chaos, he heard Slow's furious shouts, carried by the wind, though the specific words were lost in the tumult. Nonetheless, the sailor understood Slow's intent. He steeled himself and hastily untied the ropes to lower the sails. Once the sails were down, although the ship continued to sway on the waves, the immediate threat of capsizing had diminished. Slow let out a slight sigh of relief. Noticing a few Andalians emerging from the cabin, their faces pale with fear, yet they approached with a facade of composure, inquiring loudly, "Captain, we have some experience as sailors. How can we assist?" In that moment, Slow had no time for contemplation or verification of their claims. He instinctively believed that these Andalians, who had not been defeated by the sea, must indeed have some nautical knowledge. He pointed to several areas on the deck and issued commands. As raindrops began to fall on Slow, they quickly coalesced into a torrential downpour, soaking everyone still on the deck. The combination of rain, wind, and sea transformed into a terrifying natural disaster, particularly for this merchant vessel. "Captain, it's pouring too heavily. The deck is flooding." Slow frantically used a wooden bucket to throw the accumulating water overboard, but each wave brought more seawater crashing onto the deck. The ship teetered on the brink of capsizing amidst the storm, and multiple times, the crew fought valiantly to save it from disaster. As time wore on, the storm showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew more ferocious. In stark contrast, the crew was becoming increasingly exhausted, with some sailors swept away by the relentless waves. Half of their bodies submerged in the accumulating water on the deck. Despair enveloped the entire vessel. "It's over," Slow murmured despairingly with pale lips, his deep brown curls clinging flatly to his scalp. He had never encountered a storm so sudden and unrelenting. In his utter exhaustion and profound despair, he nearly abandoned his will to survive. A colossal wave surged forth, nearly submerging the merchant vessel once more beneath the tumultuous sea. The ship emitted a groan of unbearable strain, a sound barely audible amidst the howling tempest, yet it was distinctly captured by Slow, who was engulfed in despair. His azure eyes widened as fleeting images of his wife and child flashed through his mind, igniting a fierce will to survive that invigorated his spirit. "Rallo, grant me the blessing to return alive," he fervently prayed as his hands groped about until they grasped a wooden barrel, continuing his arduous and futile task of clearing the water from the deck. With an explosive crash, yet another wave struck the merchant ship, causing the barrel to slip from his grasp. Slow was violently thrown against the ship's railing, momentarily dazed, teetering on the brink of plunging into the water accumulating on the deck. The ferocious wind intensified, twisting the surging waves. Choking on the seawater, Slow regained his senses, crawling along the deck and clinging desperately to the ship's edge. At that moment, a towering wave crashed down upon the vessel, which could no longer bear the strain, shattering into countless splinters. The debris bobbed along with the turbulent waters, and Slow clung tenaciously to a fragment of the deck, faint cries echoing in his ears, only to vanish swiftly. He was swept along by the waves, gradually receding into the storm. Time and again, the monstrous waves hurled Slow into the sea. Yet his indomitable will to survive propelled him back to the surface, refusing to succumb to the depths. This unwavering belief in his right to live sustained him until he was utterly exhausted, unable to keep his consciousness intact. The faces of his wife and child beginning to blur. A wave separated him from the piece of deck, tossing him into the air. As he hung suspended, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, in that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped him, he perceived a ship emerging through the tumultuous waves below, its mast bearing a vague silhouette. "What a fortunate soul," he mused. Chapter 58. Failed implantation. "What a fortunate fellow," Hedayalin exclaimed as he beheld the unconscious Slow. An Chang and his entourage of 5, in the Dornish region of Westeros, had procured a nearly new mid-sized sailing vessel from a merchant. Finding no suitable individuals for implantation in Dorne, An Chang concluded his travels early, boarding the small ship bound for the shores of the narrow sea. In An Chang's estimation, it would suffice to directly transport the implantation vessel and a few companions across the waters. However, apart from Hadaway's usual agreement, they were met with vehement protests from Robb and his companions. While Rasha remained neutral, Robb and Tatana, having never set foot on a ship before, voiced strong objections. Ultimately, their protests proved effective, and An Chang acquiesced to the suggestion of traveling by boat. Some appeared merely as bards, yet were, in truth, adept captains. After acquiring the vessel, an enthusiastic Robb proposed himself as captain, An Chang as first mate, and Rasha as the boatswain, with Hadaway and Tatana serving as sailors. Tatana expressed her discontent and opposition, but Robb deemed her objections invalid. Upon boarding the vessel, Robb awkwardly realized that he had no knowledge of navigating a sea ship, and his appointed first mate and boatswain were equally uninformed. Just as An Chang contemplated hiring a few seasoned sailors, Hedayalin stepped forward, a man of considerable experience who had once served as a merchant ship captain for the sake of his livelihood. Thus, Hadaway assumed the role of captain, retrieving dusty nautical charts to chart the course before departing from the port 10 days prior. The sailing speed and comfort of ships in this era could only be described as lamentable. Nonetheless, they sailed smoothly. Despite this, for the first 2 days, Robb suffered from severe seasickness, only beginning to acclimate after a week, a feat made possible by his robust physique honed over 4 years. In contrast, Robb and Tatana exhibited no signs of seasickness due to their attire. 2 days ago, a tempest engulfed the narrow sea, stretching from the shores of Essos to the southwest, even affecting the Iron Islands. An Chang witnessed this phenomenon firsthand, though he remained unaware if the two continents were similarly impacted, as the horizon obscured his view from high altitudes. As the storm approached, An Chang expanded his force field to shield the sailboat, separating it from the terrifying natural disaster. The onset of this storm was peculiar, under An Chang's scrutiny. It appeared as if an endless expanse of dark clouds had materialized from thin air, with the weather fluctuations defying the meteorological models he had known in his past life. However, he saw no need to investigate further. Over the past 4 years, his mastery over his own body had advanced significantly, enabling him to manage the overwhelming flow of intricate information that once nearly overwhelmed him. Now, he could effortlessly distill relevant information from this vast sea of data and endeavor to comprehend those elements beyond his prior understanding. The expansion of the force field enveloping him was one of the fruits of his labor over these years. For the 5 individuals aboard, the storm had minimal impact. Rob and the others had grown accustomed to such phenomena. Apart from separating the storm from the sailboat, An Chang took no further actions, allowing the vessel to ride the waves with steadfastness, as the tempestuous winds and towering waves carried it towards the opposite shore of the narrow sea, albeit with a slight deviation in direction. Amidst this chaos, a wave fortuitously swept up slow, whose name in the deteriorated Valyrian dialect spoken in Lisbon meant Fortunate One, depositing him directly onto the deck of the ship. This led to Hadae's heartfelt exclamation of astonishment. An Chang had noticed Slow being swept nearby before he could rescue the man battling the storm. This fortunate soul found himself on the ship unaided, stirring a ripple of emotion within An Chang's otherwise tranquil demeanor. The darkness in his black eyes had been partially replaced by a spark of vitality. Having escaped the brink of collapse, he began to accept his circumstances, though his ambitions remained unchanged, freed from the constant threat of mental disintegration. He felt less urgency in his pursuits. Rob and his companions are currently administering aid to Slow, primarily under the efforts of Hada, while Rob and Rasha observe. At this moment, Titania is absent from the deck. The civilized entity, a being designed for adaptation, is present. Following the evaluation by the Spark program, a notification is issued. Upon hearing this, An Chang's gaze flickers as he descends from the mast. Allow me to handle this. Krazi, are you planning to create another giant? Rob inquires, his expression betraying his discontent. For years have passed, and Rob, inheriting the features of his mother, has transformed into a handsome young man. Rob has always been aware that Krazi is the originator of all matters concerning giants on the continent of Westeros, even to the extent that he himself is considered a giant. However, prior to the incident at Castle Black and the onset of the war against the giants, the young Rob did not comprehend the implications of An Chang's actions for the realm of Westeros. His innate sense of justice led him to harbor discontent toward the instigator upon recognizing the profound calamity the giant war would inflict upon the populace of the Seven Kingdoms. Only when An Chang articulated that this turmoil was a painful prelude to transformation, a consequence of the foolish decisions made by a backward regime's ignorant king, did Rob's righteous indignation begin to wane. The reason giants do not venture into the Westlands is largely due to Rob's persistent reminders to An Chang that the mistakes made by kings should not be borne by innocent people. As the source of it all, Krazi ought to bear the corresponding responsibility, prompting him to journey westward to confine the giants within that territory. Even though he had been persuaded by An Chang, Rob could not suppress his inquiries upon witnessing An Chang's intention to create new giants. I am saving him. Hada is merely a bard, not a scholar. How can you expect him to revive this dying wretch? An Chang remarked, casting a glance at Hada, who offered a subtly awkward smile in response. I believe I can indeed assist, Hada interjected, rising to yield his position. The Lord is correct. This unfortunate soul requires your direct intervention. Rob rolled his eyes in annoyance but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Rasha, having matured into a figure as imposing as a tower, hesitated, his youthful face reflecting a blend of conflict. Noticing this, An Chang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Approximately 2 years prior, on a fateful night, Rasha finally summoned the courage to request An Chang for the implantation of a symbiotic armor, only to be met with outright rejection. An Chang had informed him that his compatibility with the armor was insufficient for implantation. Following this, Rasha had resigned himself to his fate, dedicating himself to the training regimen An Chang had prescribed, and the muscular physique he now possessed was a testament to 2 years of arduous effort. Yet, he knew that giants could easily crush several lives with a mere hand. A flicker of violet light glimmered at An Chang's fingertips before plunging into Slow's chest. Threads of light swirled and coalesced into a brilliant radiance that enveloped Slow. When the illumination subsided, Slow's pale, cracked lips returned to a rosy hue, his hand, marred by splintered debris, healed completely, and even his deep brown curls regained their former voluminous allure. Hada skillfully extracted paper and pen, scribbling and sketching upon them. Roxia cast a fleeting glance of envy, which soon dissipated, replaced by an expression of unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Rob silently hoped that this individual was indeed a good person. An Chang, on the other hand, gazed intently at Slow, whose body bore no traces of the implant yet had been restored, deep in thought. From his perspective, the purple light indicative of the implant did not manifest as the intricate, web-like structures typical of other compatible subjects, but rather vanished within Slow's body, as if absorbed entirely. Implantation failure. Initiating cause analysis. Compatibility. 99. The possibility of failure is non-existent. No relevant information can be retrieved. Conducting another search. Beep. Protective protocol has forcibly halted the search. Please analyze the current situation independently, civilized entity. Listening to the mechanical voice of the ignition program, An Chang pondered as he looked at Slow, still in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 59. Information 1. The storm raged on, the ocean venting its fury unchecked. A sailboat rose and fell with the towering waves, seemingly on the brink of being engulfed by the sea. Yet, in truth, the vessel felt no trace of the storm's might. An Chang remained lost in thought. Having just sensed a peculiar stream of information from the individual who had failed the implant procedure, as the brilliance in his eyes flickered, he entered a state of rapid, profound contemplation, sharply realizing that this strange information was, in fact, not unfamiliar. It had always intertwined within the vast and complex flow of information since the moment An Chang's body began to receive it. However, this information lay beyond An Chang's realm of understanding. Even as his mental faculties grew stronger, he struggled to discern this piece of information, indistinguishable from the myriad others, due to the absence of a reference point. In essence, to An Chang, this information was akin to a mere drop in the ocean, both minuscule and utterly unremarkable. It was not until today, when An Chang witnessed the emergence of this information firsthand, that he realized the potential for change it heralded. Thus, he marked it and laboriously sifted through the past streams of information, comparing and analyzing until he arrived at a singular, albeit useless, conclusion. This information had existed continuously, yet it paled in significance compared to the signal emitted by the unfortunate Slow at the moment of his implant failure. To be precise, it resembled a fluctuating wave, akin to how a color's prominence varies in different environments. At the moment of implant failure, this stream of information, which An Chang designated as unknown information 1, or simply 1 information, surged with remarkable intensity, akin to a glimmer of light piercing through utter darkness. Of course, this was contingent upon the presence of an observer. Without such attention, the allure of this information would be rendered meaningless. What truly lies behind the first piece of information remains an enigma, one that An Chang cannot unravel at the moment. Thus he sets it aside for the time being. After all, he has already marked numerous pieces of information that fall beyond the realm of common knowledge, awaiting further analysis. Who might this be? A curious, melodious female voice breaks the silence. An Chang turns his gaze to see Tatana emerging from the cabin, her expression laced with intrigue. Tatana, 2 years older than Rob, stands at a height of approximately 173 centimeters, notably taller than Rob. Clad in loose gray attire, her figure accentuates her curves, complemented by her strikingly defined yet gentle features, emanating a unique allure. Rob, on the cusp of adolescence, often finds himself blushing during conversations with Tatana, much to her amusement, as she unabashedly mocks him, paying no heed to his future status as the Lord of the North. Miss Tatana, this individual is a survivor, recently tended to by our Lord, Hada interjects, pausing his writing with a smile. In the common tongue of Westeros, the term Lord can be utilized in various contexts, though it is typically preceded by a name to denote respect for one's superiors. The sole exception is during formal prayers by the clergy, who refer to the 7 gods collectively as the Lord. This is primarily because the 7 gods represent 7 distinct aspects of a singular deity, each associated with a particular priest, such as the warrior aspect, whose priest displays a small hammer on their chest. During formal prayer, regardless of the deity's aspect, they are uniformly addressed as the 7 gods, the new god, or simply the Lord in a singular syllable. However, the 2 northern children, devoted to the old gods, are oblivious to the deeper implications of this singular term, interpreting it merely from a grammatical standpoint, even if its lack of a preceding name seems peculiar. Oh, I see. Tatana responds, her curiosity piqued as she approaches to scrutinize the fortunate individual. She glances around, observing the dim surroundings. The heavens are cloaked in darkness, as monstrous waves, stirred by the tempest, crash against the ship, subtly revealing a transparent, circular shield. Though the storm has not breached this invisible barrier, the ship is still propelled by the tempest's might towards an unknown destination. Had it not been for this unseen protection, The vessel might have long been devoured by the furious sea. Tatana exclaims, "What a truly fortunate soul." Hadiurin, having expressed similar sentiments before, cannot help but smile knowingly. At that moment, Slow, whose physical injuries have been fully mended, suddenly awakens, driven by a profound inner conviction. Having endured the storm's wrath for over a day, Slow's senses had previously been clouded, his memories lost amidst the relentless waves. Upon regaining consciousness, his body tenses in an immediate state of alertness. However, as he realizes he is no longer ensnared by the tumultuous waters, he relaxes and bursts into uncontrollable laughter, lying back on the deck, with a smile that gradually froze. He pondered the surreal scene before him. If what lay ahead was not an illusion, then who could elucidate why such colossal waves surged above his head, spreading in an arc rather than crashing directly upon his face? This bewildering spectacle prompted him to murmur, "Long live Rollo." Indeed, this is a blessing from the King of Light. Yet, a voice of unusual solemnity echoed in his ear, stating, "You may indeed be favored by a deity, but it is certainly not the King of Light." Following the peculiar inflection, he turned to see a distinctly masculine Andalusian visage. Slow began to comprehend the oddity of the accent. However, dismissing these thoughts, he replied with a smile, "Regardless of which deity's favor it may be, I humbly offer my meager devotion and gratitude." As he straightened up, his gaze fell upon several individuals on the deck. Most captivating was a youth adorned in peculiar purple attire, robust and tall, with short black hair, presenting a visage unlike any Slow had previously encountered. The second to catch his eye was the young maiden, Tatiana, though he swiftly diverted his attention, briefly observing the youth and the sturdy man. From their features, it was evident that both the beautiful maiden and the brawny man possessed traits characteristic of the Andalusian lineage, while the youth and the middle-aged man were archetypal Andalusian in appearance. "What are you discussing?" Tatiana inquired. Slow had been conversing in a variant of Valyrian native to Liss, incomprehensible to Tatiana, Rob, and Rasha. "Beautiful lady, I am extolling the deity that rescued me and expressing gratitude for your protection," Slow responded, rising and bowing deeply with hands crossed, articulating his thanks in the common tongue of Westeros. Upon standing, he noticed that both the lovely maiden and the half-grown youth exchanged curious glances with the black-haired boy, while the brawny man maintained an impassive demeanor, and the middle-aged man wore a faint smile. "I am Slow from Liss, grateful to all of you for your kindness," he introduced himself, reiterating his heartfelt appreciation. He then gestured around the sailboat, curiosity mingled with caution as he inquired, "Might you enlighten Slow about what is transpiring here?" Chapter 60. The Lord due to an invisible shield. No matter how fierce the tempest outside, the sailboat remained unaffected, creating an apparent dichotomy between the realms within and beyond its hull. An Chang did not invest excessive energy in the fortunate Slow, accepting his gratitude with indifference, offering a slight nod before vanishing from sight. Skillfully wielding his formidable physique, he paid no mind to Slow's astonished exclamations. He was neither the first nor the last to react thus, and Chang remained indifferent to such reactions. In the next moment, he stood firmly atop the mast, his gaze fixed upon the darkened sky, his vision piercing through the dense, roiling clouds, directing his sight beyond the planet itself. The information emanating from the cosmos is the most unadulterated, for An Chang possesses a limited understanding of celestial bodies. Within this information, only a minuscule portion resides within his realm of comprehension. He simply discerns this scant fragment and disregards the remainder, which is then processed instinctively by his being. It is through this method that An Chang manages to retain his mental acuity amidst the deluge of information, gradually fortifying his intellect within this torrent. Of course, he attributes the gradual enhancement of his mental faculties primarily to his unwavering conviction, regarding this gaze towards the heavens merely as an accelerative force. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that the overwhelming majority of the information inundating his psyche originates from the very planet beneath his feet, rendering the cosmic data negligible in comparison, merely a trifling matter of the grand design. Hadaelin, with fervor etched upon his visage, exuberantly gesticulated, his words punctuated by fervent spittle. In contrast, Slow appeared utterly bewildered before him. Logically, an indigenous Andalarian, even one of noble descent, should have held the beliefs of the seven gods deeply ingrained within his heart, despite his current misfortunes. Yet, life's tribulations compelled Hadi to roam the seven kingdoms, his affinity for poetry leading him serendipitously to the shores of Essos. Over the course of more than a decade, he traversed the expanse between two continents, his breadth of experience and knowledge unfathomable to the ordinary soul. As he matured, his encounters with various adversities reshaped his beliefs. Increasingly poignant experiences left him unsatisfied with the mere spiritual solace bestowed by the deities, yet none offered him tangible blessings in the reality he inhabited. Initially, he prayed for salvation alongside farmers who fled persecution, invoking the seven gods' grace. However, shortly thereafter, he witnessed the famished faces of those farmers' wives and children. Perishing by the roadside, their desperate cries for divine mercy indelibly etched in his memory. He then found himself oscillating between faith and skepticism, beseeching the Light King for protection alongside a slave girl from Bravos, only to discover her lifeless body the next day, marred by grievous wounds. Her hopeful aspirations of growing up, marrying, and nurturing children lingered painfully in his mind. Having witnessed the sufferings of humanity, he began to doubt the existence of the divine. If deities truly existed, why did they not extend compassion to these wretched, virtuous souls? It was only after meeting An Chang that his perspective began to shift. Following An Chang on his journey, he found answers to his myriad uncertainties within the latter's descriptions of another realm. Perhaps it was not the gods who lacked love for humanity, but rather their self-proclaimed messengers who conspired with the oppressors, distorting divine intentions. From An Chang's words, he gleaned rays of hope and the promise of redemption. He meticulously recorded the dialogues between An Chang, Rob, and the others, resolved to extend salvation to all those grappling with hardship upon the completion of his endeavors. Observing the actions of Hadayalan, An Chang had always kept a close watch. Even familiar with the book titled The Great One, which Hadi was continuously perfecting, he was acutely aware of every word inscribed upon its pages. In An Chang's perspective, if the majestic and benevolent descriptions of deities interspersed throughout the Great One were to be excised, it would undoubtedly transform into a profound and influential masterpiece. Yet, even without such deletions, once this tome were to circulate, it would inevitably create significant waves across the world. However, what caused An Chang's lips to twitch was the portrayal of himself at the beginning, depicting a being awakening from the unknown to create the world, witnessing the multitude of human sufferings, and wandering among mortals to sow seeds of redemption. Despite the constant barrage of information that dulled his emotional fluctuations, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment at such depictions. Goodness, had it been transformed into a Genesis narrative? Rebirth discreetly stepped back, his face flushed with awkwardness. The manner in which Hadi introduced him was simply too mortifying. Had he not been enlightened by An Chang's insights into another realm, he might have deemed Hadi blasphemous. Even so, he found it difficult to gracefully accept Hadi's flattery, while he could smile and nod at the mention of the Lord of the North and the King of Ancestors. The title of God's beloved brother struck him as absurd. Rasha's expression also betrayed a hint of discomfort, although he concurred with Hadi's portrayal of An Chang and Rebirth. He did not accept Hadi's introduction of himself, feeling that the title of first follower was excessively laudatory. Before Hadi could introduce Tatana, she sensed the awkwardness and preemptively spoke up, asserting, "Just call me Tatana. Do not heed Hadi's fanciful words." This caused Hadi to feel a tad disheartened, yet he swiftly retrieved his unfinished magnum opus, eagerly whisking Slaw away for an in-depth discussion. In An Chang's view, this was primarily Hadi's unilateral embellishment. The tempest raged for 5 days, and on the afternoon of the 3rd day after Hadi's rescue, the storm finally began to abate. The sea, once again, greeted the long-lost sun, as if soothed by its gentle orange glow, now tranquil and devoid of any turbulence. On the boundless expanse of the ocean, only half a sun remained visible. While a sailboat drifted quietly, Slaw stood on the deck, gazing around. The calm sea that followed the storm imparted an inexplicable sense of unreality. Inhaling the salty breeze, bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, he turned to Hadi, who was similarly immersed in the long-awaited sunlight, and inquired in the common tongue of Westerlo, "My lord Hadi, can you discern where the storm has brought us?" The tempest had led the sailboat to an entirely unfamiliar sea for Slaw, and he couldn't help but worry about becoming lost in this vast ocean. Yet Hadi displayed no signs of concern. He merely smiled gently and replied, "Do not worry. The Great One will guide us." Yet the adult, who was supposed to offer guidance to Hada, appeared somewhat perplexed as he surveyed his surroundings. He realized that the coasts of Essos and Westeros were no longer visible. In Chapter 61, titled Unnamed Islands, An Chang strained his eyes to observe, his gaze landing upon an endless expanse of tranquil sea, so serene it bordered on lifelessness. He had not encountered such a singular perception of reality in a long time. He had thought he would forever linger in the memories of his past, yet unexpectedly they manifested before his eyes in a manner he could not have anticipated. It was not merely a matter of sight. His hearing, sense of smell, and even touch seemed to revert to the frail state of his previous existence. Nevertheless, the force field, born of countless energy cycles, continued to absorb a vast and intricate stream of information. The range of this force field was limited, and An Chang's sensory perceptions far exceeded its boundaries. Abruptly deprived of vision, the auditory information surged within him, igniting a tumultuous activity in his thoughts. Within the force field, his eyes and other senses indicated a tranquil sea, while the information received from the field suggested he was still amidst a tempest. This profoundly contradictory sensation caused the spark in An Chang's eyes to blaze fiercely. Gradually, he stepped away from the mast, lifting his gaze towards the sky that eluded his sight, and ascended swiftly. After soaring several hundred meters above the surface, he suddenly accelerated. The gentle breeze transformed into a force harder than steel. Yet it offered no resistance to him. A visible wave of air rippled past him, accompanied by a series of resounding booms as An Chang's speed intensified, his purple attire flowing like water in the wind. With each passing moment, the brilliance in his eyes surged, and a hint of astonishment curled at the corners of his mouth. Based on his prior experiences, he should have already breached the planet's atmosphere and emerged into the void of space. However, he had not, despite flying for what felt like an eternity. Both the force field perception and his own vision indicated that nothing had changed since he ascended. Yet An Chang did not halt. He continued to accelerate skyward, in complete silence. His vision darkened, and he found himself inexplicably at the ocean's depths. In one moment, he was soaring upward at great speed, and in the next, he transformed into a figure surging from the seabed towards the surface. This sudden shift momentarily stunned him, and he hovered gently at the ocean floor. A long, waterless bubble cavity split open behind him, bursting into countless splashes that cascaded upward. Thus, he remained suspended at the ocean's depths, lost in contemplation. After a brief interval, An Chang began his ascent towards the surface. Soon, he glimpsed the hull of a sailboat, confirming a certain hypothesis, and without lingering at the seabed, he soared out of the water, randomly choosing a direction to traverse the skies. Moments later, An Chang returned from the opposite direction. Subsequently, he chose a different direction to explore. Yet the outcomes were predictably returned from relatively similar paths. Ultimately, An Chang confirmed that his group seemed to be ensnared in a vast, desolate ocean that cyclically looped through space for some unknown reason. This interwoven and cyclical expanse constrained An Chang's sensory perceptions to that of an ordinary person. However, beyond this limitation, An Chang made another discovery through his numerous attempts. Despite the constraints on his senses, the feedback from the force field perception alerted him to anomalies within the information of this realm. Notably, amidst the convoluted information of this space, the first unknown signal had become exceedingly active. This minuscule fraction of the first signal shone forth like a solitary beacon of light in the darkness, standing out remarkably. To what extent was this activity pronounced? The first signal, despite constituting less than 1/1000th of the total, invigorated nearly all other information. This was also why An Chang had not detected it immediately. He surmised that the formation of this space was profoundly linked to the active first signal, perhaps even serving as its direct cause. Although he grasped the general reason, An Chang found himself devoid of effective solutions, as the methods at his disposal were not applicable to Rob and the others. Upon witnessing An Chang's descent from the heights, Hada promptly approached with a tone of utmost respect and inquired, "My lord, which direction should we steer towards?" The sun had vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only the dim remnants of twilight. An Chang slowly shook his head, replying, "This sea is exceedingly peculiar. I am currently unable to ascertain a means of escape." Hada's expression reflected incredulity. After 4 years of traversing the continents of Westeros, he had grown accustomed to An Chang's near-omniscient demeanor, making his current astonishment palpable. However, he soon considered that perhaps this was a test imposed by their lord. His face grew serious, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a jubilant Slow. With an expression of delight, Slow hurried over, clutching a monocular telescope originating from Pintos, exclaiming, "My lord, there seems to be a small island to the southwest. We could reach it before nightfall and replenish our supplies of fresh water and food." Hada swiftly seized the monocular from Slow's hands, carefully examining it under the waning light of the sunset, and only breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming its intact condition. This costly telescope was among Hada's few possessions of significant value and sentimental importance, warranting his cautious demeanor. Meanwhile, An Chang's gaze flickered with intensity, and after regarding Slow, who appeared unperturbed, he turned his attention to the southwest. Peering into the distance, a vague silhouette emerged upon the tranquil surface of the sea. Seemingly the island Slow had mentioned. It appeared to be merely an island. The critical issue, however, was that An Chang had scoured this maritime expanse over 100 times. And aside from the ocean itself, he had not encountered anything of such magnitude, not even a solitary stone. Yet now, this island had suddenly come to Slow's attention, positioned not far from their sailing vessel, raising numerous suspicions. However, An Chang merely scrutinized Slow without any intention of questioning him. Primarily, He lacked a viable method to extricate himself and the others, such as Rob, from this maritime expanse, thus temporarily acquiescing to Slow-S counsel, a man whose face bore the marks of culpability while feigning ignorance. It appeared to be the only option available at present. Consequently, An Chang and his companions resolved to set foot on the unnamed island. Regardless of the prospect of replenishing their freshwater and food supplies, Rob, weary of life at sea, was eager to experience the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. The sailboat glided towards the unidentified isle, bathed in the dim glow of the setting sun. Throughout the journey, An Chang, positioned atop the mast, furrowed his brow, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the faint outline of the island in the distance. Chapter 62. The landing. The last vestige of sunlight surrendered to the encroaching night, which was now dominated by a myriad of stars, some dim, others twinkling, alongside a resplendent full moon. The moon hung smooth and round, devoid of the shadowy visage of a wolf. An Chang keenly observed this detail. As the very catalyst for the term wolf moon, he noted its emergence immediately. Not only was the wolf's head, which he had once pummeled into existence, absent from the moon's surface, but the arrangement of stars also bore subtle differences from the night sky he had previously gazed upon. Numerous faint stars had appeared, which, in An Chang's recollection, had long since perished, their final flickers of brilliance informing him of their demise. Now, these once vanished stars hung anew in the celestial dome, prompting An Chang to ponder deeply. Had his senses not been impaired, the light and information within his sight would have allowed him to observe and comprehend everything as if he were amidst it all. Yet, his vision could no longer reach such distances. The range of his force field perception was too limited, unable to encompass even this minuscule stretch of sea. He could only engage his mind to speculate the reasons behind these phenomena. A sense of struggle had emerged, stemming from his unfamiliarity. Since he had gained the ability to observe all information about an object directly, he had seldom exercised his intellect on matters so readily apparent. As An Chang used, the sailboat gradually docked at the island. Rob was the first to leap from the vessel, feeling the characteristic softness of the sandy beach beneath his feet. In youthful exuberance, he bounded a few steps before turning back to enthusiastically beckon the others to disembark. An Chang's contemplation was interrupted by Rob's voice, prompting him to survey the spot where the sailboat had anchored. Illuminated by the moonlight, the island, previously shrouded in darkness, came into clearer view as they approached. The horizon obscured, resembling a coastal stretch on the mainland. The beach was adorned with several straight trees, their trunks bearing long and wide leaves, remarkably similar to coconut palms from An Chang's past life, save for the absence of fruit. Additionally, the shore was scattered with numerous uniquely shaped and bizarre black rocks. Not far off, a forest concealed all curious gazes directed towards it. Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, the grove was enveloped in a delicate, silvery sheen, exuding an air of enigmatic mystery. Rasha, wielding a wooden hammer and a peg, secured the rope connected to the sailboat onto the peg. With a powerful swing, his muscular arm struck the peg firmly into the ground. He then picked up a torch from the side and approached An Chang and the others. Not far from where the sailboat was anchored, An Chang and his companions sat around a makeshift campfire, kindled by Hada. "I propose," Rob began, his blue eyes reflecting the flickering flames, their brightness wavering in tandem with the dance of the fire. "Let us rest well tonight and explore this uncharted island at dawn." Having glanced at An Chang, Rob's suggestion was steeped in caution and a desire to avert danger. Understanding An Chang's abilities, his words inadvertently excluded him from the plan. To Rob's surprise, An Chang nodded slightly in agreement. "This sea bears some peculiarities, and this island is indeed enigmatic. It is prudent to exercise caution in the face of the unknown." Hada promptly concurred. As the rescued Sloane nodded in silent agreement, he had little authority to voice his thoughts. Tatana then spoke up. "Krypton, could you perhaps scout the island on your own for a bit?" As she adjusted her posture, certain aspects of her demeanor seemed to shift noticeably. Was she truly so elastic? Rob's cheeks flushed, his attention diverted as his thoughts wandered. Tatana's mother, Jasmine, was ostensibly An Chang's wet nurse, a fact that An Chang had never refuted. The appellation Krypton had been bestowed upon him by Tatana since childhood. Initially resistant to the name, he had gradually grown accustomed to it over time. In a way, she represented a young girl he had watched grow, somewhat alleviating his longing for a daughter. "Very well," An Chang replied, nodding in agreement. This region of space, prone to cyclical phenomena, had dulled his extraordinary senses and diminished his control beyond the range of his force field. He surmised that the sudden activation of the first piece of information could be the cause of these disruptions. Within the confines of his force field, the intensity of this information's activity was even more pronounced, stirring a subtle unease within him, not for himself, but for Rob and the others. Years of companionship, coupled with An Chang's gradual adaptation to the flow of information, had lessened the suppression of his emotions. He had developed a certain bond with Tatana, Rob, Rasha, and Hada. No longer was he the one who instinctively considered the peril of soaring through the skies with the young Rob and Tatana, activating thoughts of regenerative restoration when faced with physical collapse. The last time he felt such unease was upon the death of Nader, which ignited a flicker of concern within him, leading him to resolve to remain close to Rob and the others. Yet this would not deter An Chang from exploring the island independently. He simply needed to ensure that Rob and the others remained within the range of his force field. Although his field of perception is relatively modest compared to his extraordinary senses, particularly sight and hearing, it remains significant in its own right. According to the measurement standards of An Chang's previous life, his current perception encompasses a sphere with a diameter of 5 kilometers, centered around himself. This marks a substantial enhancement compared to 4 years ago, closely linked to the strengthening of An Chang's mental faculties. What does this field of perception entail? In the context of An Chang's previous life within the celestial sphere, standing atop shallower waters, his field might even reach the ocean floor or beyond. Theoretically, within this realm, An Chang should possess omniscience and omnipotence, as any information or changes occurring within the field would resonate back to him. However, the vast and intricate information is far beyond his current capacity to comprehend. Nonetheless, the information within the realm of common knowledge is sufficient for him to perform astonishing feats. An Chang is confident that as long as Tatana and her companions remain within his field, no unforeseen events will transpire. I concur, remarked Rasha, approaching with a robust physique that loomed like a small mountain, exuding an imposing presence. With his left hand raised, he held a cast iron pot containing a package, while his right hand gripped a torch. All right, let's proceed. Rob's attention was captivated by the fully armed Rasha, specifically the pot and its contents. As anticipation sparkled in his blue eyes, he discreetly wiped away the drool that had escaped the corner of his mouth. Rasha positioned himself beside the campfire, tossing the torch into the flames. After settling down, he retrieved prepared ingredients from the package, primarily consisting of marinated salted fish and some sun-dried wood-ear mushrooms and shiitake. Embarking on his culinary endeavors, observing Rasha's actions, the others, save for An Chang, exhibited a slight restlessness. Rob feigned composure, clenching his right fist, palm upward, near his mouth, and coughed a couple of times. Ahem, a good rest hinges upon a splendid dinner. Upon uttering this, he revealed his true intentions, lunging toward Rasha. Brother Rasha, please make me 2 portions. This declaration seemed to activate something. I want one too, echoed Tatana and Hada in unison. The slow-moving sloth, albeit a step behind, resolutely extended his right hand, exclaiming, me too. Under the night sky, amidst the peculiar rocky beach adorned with a faint silver luminescence from the mysterious forest, the orange glow of the campfire illuminated An Chang's face. He beheld the scene before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though he was unaware of when it had appeared. Chapter 63. Notification. This is not a eunuch's reflection. I merely wish to express my current thoughts. This idea emerged suddenly just before I intended to sleep. And after much contemplation, mainly because this thought could not be suppressed, I feared I might struggle to sleep tonight if I did not take tangible action. In truth, my current intention is quite simple. When I refill my cup rather than switch to a new tea, I have already resolved to complete this book diligently, even if it means embarking on this solitary journey alone, to avoid leaving regrets for my future self. I find it truly disheartening to carry the weight of numerous regrets bestowed upon me by my past self. I am acutely aware of this, as my former self has indeed left me with many sorrows, one of which is the manuscript of the Superman in Game of Thrones, which nearly succumbed to the torrents of time. Thus, to spare my future self from experiencing the remorse I feel in this moment, I am determined to complete this book. Even if it means working in solitude, I shall find joy in the endeavor. However, when I logged into the author's backend after a year's absence, I was profoundly moved by the collection that had not dwindled to nothing. There are still readers awaiting my return. This revelation ignited a tremendous creative fervor within me, prompting me to revisit my outline, refine it, eliminate the superfluous, and preserve the essence. With renewed confidence, I began to write. On the first day of my return to updating, I faced discouragement, struck by my depleted inspiration and the painfully slow pace of my writing. Yet, for one who has prepared mentally and resolved to persevere, these are mere trifles. In recent days, flashes of inspiration have intermittently illuminated my mind, rekindling the sparks of creative thought. Although my writing speed remains painfully slow, this is, nonetheless, a positive sign. In summary, I have now equipped myself with the mental fortitude and determination necessary for this journey, gradually finding my rhythm. I am also prepared to endure the solitude of my writing process. Still, I yearn to feel the support of my readers. I wish to witness the formidable strength of my audience. Your support will empower me to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this book. Therefore, I humbly implore you to shower me with your recommendations. I am fully aware that, given the current state of this book, it may seem rather audacious for me, as the author, to solicit votes. However, for a fledgling author eager to experience the might of my readers, is there truly any fault in this? The might of my readers equates to the act of voting. Surely, you must feel quite impressive while casting your votes. Thus, allow me to bow before your formidable power. I apologize for the late-night intrusion, and I hope for your understanding. Bow. Chapter 64. Speculation. With the full moon hanging high and starlight scattered across the sky, Tatana and the others finished their dinner, extinguished the campfire, and retreated to their cabin for rest. An Chang, however, remained aloft in the rigging, his expression inscrutable as he awaited in silence. After a considerable time, a flicker of emotion crossed his face as he descended from the mast. Shortly thereafter, Hada emerged from the cabin. An Chang's shadow cast a faint, indistinct outline on the deck. Upon seeing An Chang, Hada displayed neither surprise nor astonishment. He simply approached, taking measured steps until he stood before An Chang. Lowering his gaze, Hada regarded the shadow beneath his feet and solemnly inquired, "My lord, have you encountered a problem that eludes your resolution?" Though Hada reveres An Chang as a deity walking amongst mortals, the teachings and guidance he has received over the past 4 years have fostered in him a profound respect rather than blind obedience. Having witnessed the suffering of humanity, Hada possesses keen observational skills, often discerning the true nature of matters through meticulous attention to detail. This unique gift, on one hand, allows him, during his time as a wandering poet, to perceive the genuine suffering of the lower classes through their every word and action, evoking profound empathy and anguish within him. On the other hand, after aligning himself with An Chang, it enables him to meticulously observe every gesture and utterance of the divine being he believes walks among mortals. Particularly influenced by certain philosophies of An Chang, he engages in extensive listening, observing, writing, and contemplation, which positions him as, in a sense, the most knowledgeable individual regarding An Chang. Deep within his soul, he feels an immense honor to be a follower of the living deity, constantly by An Chang's side. Experiencing the overwhelming grace of divinity and listening to the luminous redemption from the celestial realm, this is the eternal glory of his Yuluan family. He endeavors to fathom the divine will and grasp its profound meanings, so that he may accurately bring true salvation to humanity in the future. Based on this conviction, he consistently reminds himself that if he does not wish to misinterpret divine intentions and consequently inflict greater suffering upon the populace, he must become the one who understands the living God the best. I shall bring the luminous redemption from the divine to the mortal realm. Thus, although An Chang's actions today bear little difference from those of the past, Hada still perceives nuances in the details. Remembering An Chang's admonition to inquire when in doubt, Hada, with a thirst for knowledge and a desire to alleviate burdens, directly questions An Chang. An Chang's field of power allows him to maintain a certain degree of control over the objective circumstances. Yet the fluctuations of human thought remain an intricate stream of information that eludes complete understanding. He is aware that Hada has exited the cabin, likely seeking him for a reason, but Hada's inquiries take him somewhat by surprise. He had not anticipated the depth of Hada's observational acuity and sensitivity, which leaves him momentarily astonished. This causes him to pause, and when Hada begins to feel uneasy and regretful about his impulsive action, he finally responds, "Indeed." An Chang affirms Hada's conjecture, then shifts his gaze towards the star-studded sea, continuing, "The spatial dynamics of this area cause overlaps. I fly in one direction, yet inevitably return to the starting point. Thus we find ourselves temporarily ensnared in this maritime expanse." Hada lightly wipes the sweat from his brow, exhales softly, and reflects, "So this is the reason for your circular flight around the sailboat?" He slightly raises his head, and at that moment, both the silvery brilliance of the full moon and the dazzling convergence of countless stars swirl in his eyes, as if an infinite light of wisdom has suddenly illuminated. No tales have ever circulated in either Westeros or Essos regarding a mysterious, disorienting expanse within the narrow sea. Hada gazes at the purple silhouette bathed in the luminescence of the stars and moon, continuing his speculation. There are two possibilities. One is that all vessels entering this area have failed to escape, ultimately becoming lost and perishing, which would naturally preclude any related rumors from emerging. However, if this maritime region has always existed above the narrow sea, the number of ships lost here must be considerable over time, which would likely give rise to relevant tales. The absence of evidence may merely suggest that the possibility is quite slim or that some extraordinary force is at play, impeding the emergence of such rumors. Additionally, There are instances of coincidences. This maritime region does not persist in the narrow sea, but rather appears at uncertain times and locations. Fortunate or unfortunate vessels may be engulfed by this area, perishing in anguish after enduring various despondencies. Moreover, the frequency of such occurrences is likely minimal, especially when compared to the multitude of ships claimed by the ocean each year, thus failing to draw public attention. Consequently, there are no tales concerning this enigmatic sea. Edard paused, a wry smile gracing his countenance. We are, after all, the new guests of this uncharted waters. An Chang turned to gaze at Edard, the luminous glow of the stars and moon sweeping across his shoulder. For An Chang, who possesses a somewhat divine perspective, Edard's speculations reveal evident oversights, attributable to the asymmetry of information. From the standpoint of this world's current era, Edard undoubtedly appears as a sage in the eyes of others. Should An Chang have harbored intentions to mentor Edard, he might have found disappointment in Edard's conjectures. However, An Chang had never intentionally sought to instruct him, nor had he done so with the likes of Tatana and the others. He merely recounted certain events from his past life, perhaps interspersed with his subjective interpretations. Yet these personal insights held little significance. Thus, Edard's ability to construct a slightly advanced line of reasoning based on the logic of this era is met with An Chang's approval. An Chang nodded in agreement and spoke. Your deductions, while seemingly coherent, rest upon the premise that this maritime region has objectively existed prior. That said, he glanced at Edard. What if we are the first guests of this sea? Edard trembled slightly. His mind momentarily flooded with phrases such as the War of the Gods, conjuring recollections of a certain epic tome deemed forbidden by the Church. The narrative within this tome recounts how 7 deities defied the commands of their sovereign, bringing redemption to the suffering denizens of the earth. Throughout their salvific endeavors, the 7 gods faced numerous obstructions from their lord, who imposed various trials upon them. Ultimately, after enduring numerous challenges, the deities succeeded in delivering salvation to the afflicted populace. At first glance, the tale presents itself as an epic celebrating the grand deeds of the 7 gods. However, the issue arises in the Church's canonical text, the 7-Star Bible, which posits that the 7 gods are, in fact, the singular deity, devoid of any divine realm, instead comprising 7 distinct heavens and 7 hells corresponding to the 7 gods. Thus, this tome is regarded by the Church as nothing short of a blasphemous treatise, a hellish manuscript. This was centuries ago, during the time when Targaryen dragons had yet to grace the continent of Westeros, a period when the Church's influence reached its zenith. With 2 formidable ecclesiastical factions nearly dominating the entire land, it is evident that the creator of this tale, a nobleman possessing a modest castle, was brutally dragged from his stronghold by the Church's warriors, subjected to 7 forms of torturous punishment symbolizing the 7 hells, and ultimately condemned for the sin of blasphemy, being publicly executed by fire. In an effort to ensure the complete obliteration of the manuscript of the infernal tome, the Archbishop of the Church at that time not only executed its creator by fire, but also razed the castle to the ground. All inhabitants of the castle, regardless of nobility or commonality, age or infirmity, were secretly executed. Yet, the manuscript remained lost. A scholar from the castle, forewarned of the impending doom, fled under the cover of night, carrying the precious manuscript back to the City of Learning. Even to this day, centuries later, this tale remains among the Church's list of forbidden texts. However, the Church's influence has waned significantly, while the City of Learning, steadfast in its self-appointed role as a chronicler of history, selectively permits access to these forbidden texts for certain nobles and scholars. Indeed, every book deemed forbidden by the Church and the Crown has its original manuscript preserved in the City of Learning, or at the very least, a backup exists. For reasons unknown, the young Hadalan once accompanied his deceased father on a visit to the City of Learning, during which he encountered these arcane secrets. Thus, upon hearing An Chang's response, Hadawi, consumed by wild conjectures regarding the hidden motives behind it, suddenly recalled the contents of this forbidden tome. Yet, he swiftly cast aside this notion, his mind racing. Details and potential inconsistencies churned in his thoughts. Suddenly, a face with brown curls and blue eyes, belonging to a lazy man, flashed vividly in his mind. However, based on their interactions over the past few days, Slow's demeanor had exhibited no signs of abnormality. He appeared simply as a fortunate soul who had survived the wreck of a merchant ship ravaged by a storm. Hadawi had observed his every move, and Slow's reactions indicated he was merely a typical lazy merchant, albeit one blessed with a stroke of luck. Luck? Hadawi's eyes widened slightly as a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Indeed, viewed through the lens of ordinary circumstances, Slow was merely an exceptionally fortunate individual who, even in the face of a storm that destroyed his ship, managed to cling to debris and persevere for over a day before ultimately being rescued. While Hattie acknowledged the impressive nature of this feat, it remained within the realm of comprehension. However, what if one were to contemplate the situation from beyond the bounds of the ordinary? Was it mere chance that Slow, swept up by towering waves, fortuitously landed on this very vessel? This could very well be a contrived coincidence. Although Hattie could not fathom the forces capable of orchestrating such an occurrence, it did not preclude him from forming this hypothesis. Was it Slow who precipitated the anomalous conditions in these waters? Taking a deep breath, Hattie voiced his conjecture. An Chang, however, neither confirmed nor denied Hattie's speculation, for he too could not yet ascertain the truth. Such conclusions would only be drawn once he had thoroughly explored the island. Regardless of who or what was responsible for the extraordinary conditions of this maritime expanse, their intrusion upon the group surely served a specific purpose. Presently, it appeared that the intent of the unseen puppeteer, or whatever force lay behind it, was concealed upon this nameless island. Until the truth fully emerged, Hattie. Do not hastily draw conclusions. A flicker of brilliance danced within the depths of An Chang's eyes as he slightly lifted his feet from the deck, cautioning Hattie not to divulge their predicament in these waters to Tatana and the others. If all goes as anticipated, I shall soon resolve this predicament, so do not add to your worries. As his words faded, the shimmering light of the stars and the faintly salty sea breeze gently swept past him. While An Chang resumed his position atop the mast, Hattie nodded in agreement and, after smoothing out his slightly furrowed brow, retreated into the cabin, lost in thought. Once Hattie had returned, An Chang cast his gaze toward the forest, enveloped in a silvery glow, his body slightly shifting. Chapter 65. Wrath. The region of sea that An Chang believed was subject to spatial cycles exhibited peculiar nocturnal phenomena. Setting aside the subtly differing distribution of stars he had observed compared to the outside world, and the absence of the shadow of a wolf's head beneath the full moon, the night appeared to be suspended in time. Following the disappearance of the sunset and the subsequent rise of the round moon and stars, it seemed as though nothing had changed. The stars remained motionless, and the full moon held steadfast in its position since its ascent. An eerie silence pervaded the vast forest, devoid of any sound. Should an ordinary person find themselves in this place, particularly one keenly attuned to their surroundings, they might experience a profound sense of temporal stasis due to the unchanging external conditions, coupled with the undeniable awareness that their own time continued to flow. The conflict between these two sensations could induce a degree of mental disarray in this individual, provided they were alone and sensitive to the nuances of their environment. An Chang, however, was impervious to such feelings. Within his field of energy, a torrent of information surged chaotically into his mind. To him, the world was in a state of perpetual flux. Though the surface of this nocturnal sea appeared immobile, An Chang could discern the underlying currents of information, both subdued and vibrant. Bathed in the unchanging glow of the stars and moon, he gracefully transitioned from the mast to the beach. The forest, shrouded in silver moonlight, lay not far from the anchored ship, merely a few dozen meters away. Yet, the vastness of this forest was unexpectedly immense, exceeding the reach of An Chang's energy field, which only managed to envelop a small portion of it. This seemed rather anomalous for an island that appeared modest from a distance. More strikingly, within An Chang's energy field, the forest was engulfed in an absolute silence, a silence in every conceivable sense. Aside from the unusually active primary information, all the intricate and diverse information that a normal forest would typically emanate had vanished from his perception. This peculiar situation corroborated An Chang's earlier agreement with Rob's suggestion to exercise caution. Yet, it also piqued his curiosity. His earlier position atop the mast had been an attempt to discern the sole perceivable primary information emanating from the forest through his energy field. Subsequently, An Chang's mind engaged in automatic analysis and comparison, revealing that the streams of information within the forest still existed, merely conveyed to him through the expression of the primary information. In other words, the normal information that the forest should possess has been entirely supplanted by the information designated as number one. Intriguingly, after being replaced by this number one information, the originally abundant and diverse streams of information no longer overwhelm An Chang's perception. Instead, they manifest singularly, conveyed through a subtle variation of activity levels of the number one information, which feedbacks to An Chang through a force field. Thus, the myriad expressions of information are presented in a uniform manner, akin to translating diverse languages into a single tongue. Although the total volume of information remains unchanged, the overwhelming impact on An Chang's cognition is significantly diminished due to its replacement by number one information, even bestowing upon him a sensation of lightness. However, this simultaneously evokes an exceedingly awkward feeling within him. It is as if a normal person awakens to find that all the trees in the world have transformed into structures of stone, yet retain the inherent functionality of real trees, creating an unnatural dissonance. This peculiar sensation incites An Chang's curiosity to explore the forest further. From this perspective, the shadowy puppeteer orchestrating the entrance of An Chang and his companions into this domain has undoubtedly succeeded. An Chang thus drifts slowly toward the forest. The shadow beneath him, distorted by the angle, rides across the gently undulating beach, occasionally climbing over oddly shaped reefs, gradually approaching the forest enveloped in a silvery glow. Yet, the visage of its owner, An Chang, grows increasingly grim as he nears the forest. From the moment he set forth toward it, an unsettling feeling surged within him. And as the distance diminished, this disquiet intensified. This sense of unease, reminiscent of the moment when Ned perished, transformed from mere droplets into a persistent thread, entwining itself around An Chang's heart. The robust purple silhouette descends slowly from the air, its shadow elongating beneath. When An Chang's feet finally touch the shadow, it ceases to stretch, having formed a discernible human outline. The features that once appeared peculiar in his childhood gradually evolve into a strange beauty with the growth of this body. This peculiar beauty lies in the fact that, regardless of the angle from which one observes, those unusual features exude a harmonious and orderly aesthetic, in stark contrast to An Chang's former mundane appearance. It is accurate to say that both the distinctive traits possessed by individuals in his past life and the myriad differing characteristics of various races in this world fundamentally differ from An Chang's current visage, which bears an extraordinary allure. This singular beauty evokes a sensation unlike what one would expect from a living being. It resembles a meticulously crafted castle, painstakingly constructed by a master artisan, where each stone's placement embodies its unique charm. Countless stones, each with its own distinct allure, are assembled in a manner that seemingly confronts the truth, creating a castle whose essence eludes description in mere words. The impression this structure imparts is akin to that of An Chang's appearance, albeit the former pales in comparison to the latter's directness. Throughout countless generations, the body of the Noga civilization has been refined through various means, nearly embodying the aesthetic ideals of all intelligent life forms. However, what can be perceived visually by the beings of this world is merely the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, the peculiar features of the Noga, shrouded in unease, appeared ominous and foreboding. The brilliance that occupied nearly half of the darkness pulsated violently as An Chang took deliberate steps towards the forest. Just as he was about to cross the threshold into the woods, his anxiety surged to its zenith. Within the sphere of An Chang's influence, the forest radiated a frenzied activity, its aura resembling a silent threat. He paused before the woods, casting a grim gaze upon the expanse, and after a long moment of contemplation, he turned away. As he distanced himself from the forest, his inner turmoil diminished, yet this alleviation only deepened the shadows upon his countenance, nearly shattering the peculiar beauty he possessed. Upon returning to the sailboat, his unease dwindled to a whisper. He extended his right hand to grasp the mast and effortlessly lifted the vessel, as if it bore no weight. With a grim expression, he directed the boat towards the forest. Yet, even while holding the sailboat and maintaining proximity to Tatana and the others, the disquiet clung to him like a persistent shadow, intensifying as he drew nearer to the woods. Realizing this approach was futile, An Chang withdrew his gaze from the forest and pivoted towards the ocean, soaring directly into its depths. However, in the next instant, he found himself back at the original docking site of the sailboat. The cyclical nature of space had been compressed near the island, an observation that oddly restored calm to his previously troubled visage. Yet the brilliance in his dark eyes threatened to leap forth. Unfazed by the frenzied signals emanating from the forest, he suspended the sailboat, where Tatana and the others rested, before the woods. His black eyes, whether shrouded in darkness or alight with fervor, were replaced by a vivid crimson hue that quietly gazed upon the forest. Two crimson beams pierced the night, scattering the light of the stars and moon. The forest was now stained red. Chapter 66. The forest under the silvery moonlight and twinkling stars. The night was enveloped in tranquility. Yet this serenity was shattered by two beams of crimson light that severed a massive tree, large enough for several to embrace. With a resounding crack, before the severed trunk could crash to the ground, another similar yet subtly distinct cracking sound echoed. The cacophony produced by each tree's fracture, occurring with minimal temporal delay, converged into a colossal roar, sending visible ripples of air distorting outward from the depths of the forest. The number of trees breaking multiplied dramatically, spurred by the relentless extension and lateral sway of the crimson radiance. In a mere few seconds, a forest extending outward at a right angle from An Chang trembled, emitting an incessant cacophony as it cascaded toward the ground. The crimson radiance appeared boundless, traversing through dozens of kilometers of woodland without pause, only to abruptly vanish upon reaching the forest's opposite edge. The toppled trunks collided violently, crashing to the earth, yet were swiftly sliced and obliterated by the rapid onslaught of the crimson light, transforming into countless splinters that danced upon the surface of the crimson canopy. Creatures such as birds and squirrels caught within this crimson veil were silently severed in two, their lower halves convulsed upon the ground, while their upper halves, before even uttering a cry of despair, were annihilated into a mist of blood, mingling with the floating debris to form blossoms of flesh and wood that erupted within the sound waves of a thunderous roar. As this scene unfolded under the moonlight, presenting a surreal tableau, a surge of crimson radiance materialized above the sea, reflecting the stars and moon, just beyond where An Chang stood. This expanse of crimson light formed a vast canopy, mirroring the vanishing glow at the forest's terminus. The crimson veil in the sky narrowed as if drawn toward An Chang's nape, yet upon touching the surface of his ebony hair, it dissipated without a trace, causing not a ripple in the stillness. From a bird's-eye view, this spectacle resembled a tapestry woven with crimson threads, with An Chang as its focal point, delineating two diagonal beams of crimson light. An Chang was both the origin and the conclusion of this radiant curtain. As the air warped and a strange scent wafted towards him, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually dimmed, replaced by a lively flicker and profound darkness that reclaimed his obsidian pupils. The extending crimson veil vanished in an instant, and the light refracting from the sea behind him also faded away. With a gentle flick of his right hand gripping the sailboat's mast, the vessel trembled slightly, sending ripples of visible air disturbances that countered the recent sonic waves. The piercing roar then gradually spread throughout the space, leaving the sailboat untouched. An Chang lingered silently before the now desolate forest, awaiting the dissipation of the booming echoes and the potential emergence of the elusive orchestrator behind these events. However, his hopes were dashed until the last remnants of the roar faded, scattering the blossoms of flesh and wood upon the ground. The possible puppeteer remained indifferent, while within his perception, Slow remained undisturbed in the cabin, snoring thunderously. As silence returned, An Chang confirmed that no anomalies existed within the field of energy. Yet his inner turmoil persisted, seemingly unconnected to the forest itself. Amidst this restless spirit, An Chang ultimately concerned himself with the safety of Tatana and the others, refusing to disregard the unease that lurked deep within. Holding the sailboat, he turned back to its docking place, returning it precisely to its original position. The unease gradually diminished to a mere whisper, rekindling a flicker of the nameless fury that had smoldered within him as the forest was ravaged. He ultimately suppressed this feeling and ascended once more to the mast, his gaze fixed upon the celestial tapestry that should have graced the skies hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years ago. The stars and moon remained unchanged, and without his extraordinary senses, he could glean nothing from their luminous presence regarding the events they had witnessed. From a literal standpoint, An Chang had lost his heightened perception, yet this description was somewhat misleading. More accurately, he had temporarily forfeited the ability to directly extract information from his senses. His sight could no longer recall events from mere days, months, or even years prior. However, within the confines of the force field, he retained the capability to perform these actions. Yet, An Chang had come to a profound realization regarding the source of this phenomenon, the erratic pulse of the primary information 1. This elusive entity had subtly supplanted a portion of the normal information pertaining to his surroundings, and it was known as unknown information 1, a type of data that An Chang had yet to comprehend. This replacement rendered certain aspects of reality akin to a text interspersed with unfamiliar characters, thereby creating a barrier to understanding, explaining why he could not directly access information through his senses. It was not that he was incapable of knowing. Rather, the familiar knowledge had been supplanted entirely by this esoteric data. His vision remained acutely attuned to the celestial bodies against the night sky, with clarity akin to a person examining the lines on their palm, capable of both magnifying and delving into the depths of what lay before him. He perceived everything a typical person could imagine, yet what he observed was merely the superficial facade, albeit one that surpassed even the most advanced observational instruments of his previous life. Before entering this maritime realm, Tatana appeared to him as a composite image, amalgamating all the information from her birth to the present, revealing everything within the bounds of his understanding. Fortuitously or unfortunately, An Chang possessed a medical doctorate's understanding of the human body. Thus, should he refrain from filtering out the relevant information, Tatana would present as an ineffable form to his eyes. Yet, this ineffable nature was only perplexing to the average individual. For An Chang, it was akin to the effortless enjoyment of a comic book. Consequently, as he cast his extraordinary gaze toward the stars, he failed to notice the forest beyond the perimeter of his force field, which had been obliterated mere moments before, now beginning to rejuvenate. It was only when the restored area encroached upon his sensory awareness that An Chang abruptly withdrew his gaze from the celestial expanse and directed his eyes, no longer reliant on light to reflect the surface of things, toward the slowly reviving forest. The ability to see in the dark, which in An Chang's previous life was referred to as night vision, is fundamentally distinct from the dual eyes that An Chang possesses, which merely appear to exhibit similar characteristics. This unique form of vision is a direct conveyance of information, transcending the scientific comprehension of An Chang's former existence. Even the omnipotent principles of quantum mechanics fail to elucidate it. An Chang gazed upon the forest as it gradually restored itself, fragments coalescing, flesh and blood writhing together as if time were reversing. In a moment, the forest returned to its original state, seemingly untouched by the fleeting yet terrifying cataclysm it had endured. However, unlike the preceding silence, the air was now filled with the sounds of movement and numerous eyes, both green and red, appeared amongst the trees. Thousands of ferocious gazes from various beasts within the woods met An Chang's own from afar, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Chapter 67, the training method of Luoxia. The forest, which had become a chaotic ruin layered with debris and animal remains, slowly began to revert to its former state. Wood particles reformed into branches, and flesh transformed into life. In an instant, everything returned to its prior semblance, save for the myriad of beasts roaming the forest's edge, which bore slight differences from before. An Chang stood atop the mast, expressionless, observing the gradual restoration of the forest within his aura. He locked eyes with the thousands of gazes that radiated pure animalistic instinct. As the forest fully recuperated, donning a mysterious, faint silver halo, waves of eyes gradually faded into the depths of the woodland. An Chang, previously devoid of expression, suddenly revealed a hint of a smile, albeit one that bore an icy chill. It became evident that the orchestrator of these events sought to communicate silently to An Chang that no matter his actions, as long as he refrained from entering the forest, everything else was inconsequential. In other words, he was warned against venturing into the woods at night. The lingering unease deep within his heart served as the most direct warning. The puppeteer behind these machinations was acutely aware that An Chang would be concerned for the safety of Tadana and others, which informed their decision-making. Despite the possible motivations of this unseen force, the sensation of being threatened, manipulated, and coerced ignited a spark of wrath within An Chang. This fury, magnified by the form of the Noga civilization, manifested in An Chang's destructive actions towards the forest. The innate desires for control and destruction, inscribed within the very genes of the Noga civilization, although nearly eroded by the aura generated by An Chang, still exerted a subtle influence on him. This was compounded by the instability of his mental state, a consequence of being inundated by a torrent of complex information, and was inherently linked to the cyclical nature of the spatial domain surrounding him. In this realm, the innermost thoughts and feelings would manifest in the most immediate and visceral manner. For instance, the easily flustered Rob, blushing at a mere gesture from Titania, and his thoughts wandering. Although Rob is certainly at an age brimming with vitality, the familiarity cultivated over 4 years of close companionship means that outside this maritime realm, only more direct and visceral stimuli would elicit such reactions from him. An Chang also just became aware of this issue. He then fell into contemplation, suddenly sensing a faint dissonance regarding this sea, this island, and everything here. Yet, no matter how deeply An Chang pondered, he could never grasp the crux of the matter. This must pertain to the profound reasons behind their entry into this maritime domain. After fruitless deliberation, An Chang withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze back to the starry sky. Focusing his mind, he endeavored to maintain cognitive stability amidst the vast and intricate flow of information, gradually analyzing and understanding the unknowns he had yet to comprehend. Even though the pace was maddeningly slow, An Chang never ceased this process, for it was tied to his self-awareness. To the naked eye, the night over the sea had not changed in the slightest with the passage of time. The purple figure atop the mast seemed to have completely merged into the scene, crafting a still tableau of a diminutive human gazing at the stars, until the stars and moon gradually dimmed, fading like a mirage in the canopy of the sky. A golden dawn emerged, solidifying from the obscured twilight. This peculiar cycle of day and night, observed by An Chang, evoked a strange sense of déjà vu within him. As his thoughts lightly stirred, An Chang identified the source of this familiarity. It bore a resemblance to the animated display on the wall-mounted intelligent ecological clock in his previous life, simulating the alternation of day and night, exuding an aura of crude artificiality. However, with the appearance of the golden sun, the faint unease deep within An Chang's heart nearly dissipated. Had he not consistently devoted a fraction of his attention to it, he would have truly failed to perceive that lingering unease, which, though on the verge of vanishing, stubbornly remained. Upon exiting the cabin, Luo Xia paused slightly at the sight of the golden sun. Ever since An Chang taught him a particular exercise regimen, he had diligently cultivated the habit of rising early to train before dawn. According to the biological clock he had developed over 4 years, as per An Chang's explanation, the sun should not yet have risen at this hour. Nevertheless, Luo Xia merely paused for a moment, then lifted his gaze to the purple, muscular figure standing at the mast, his expression resolute as he commenced his exercises for the day. Under the golden sunlight, Luo Xia's limbs and body unfurled, and for the next hour, he performed 13 seemingly simple movements. Initially, his demeanor remained untroubled while executing the first movement, but by the second, he was flushed and trembling. And by the completion of the 13th, he collapsed onto the sweat-soaked deck like a puddle of mud. These 13 movements appeared straightforward on the surface, easily achievable by any healthy individual, and indeed, that was the case. The regimen meticulously crafted by An Chang for Rasha was the culmination of a year's deep analysis and deconstruction of Rasha's information, interspersed with fragments of knowledge beyond An Chang's usual scope. Although the time dedicated to this exercise regime amounted to merely half an hour over the year, An Chang conveyed to Rasha that this method could significantly elevate his physical limits, potentially enabling a total bodily output equivalent to around 10 tons, if measured by An Chang's previous life standards. However, the efficacy of this regimen was exclusive to Rasha. Others who attempted it would find themselves merely performing a mundane series of 13 exercises. This man, who had clawed his way out of the hellish depths of cold and hunger, thanks to his brother's benevolence, was destined to have his throat slit by enemies in battle or to be mercilessly whipped to death by a disgruntled noble he had sworn loyalty to. Yet, fate intervened when he encountered An Chang. As An Chang's thoughts began to stabilize, he embarked on a quest to analyze, comprehend, and ultimately master the enigmatic currents of information that flowed around him. Within Rasha resided a form of unknown information, one that An Chang had yet to observe in any other individual. Thus, Rasha remained by An Chang's side, who invested a year attempting to grasp this unknown phenomenon, which he designated as Rasha's information. Despite his efforts, An Chang only attained a superficial understanding, with mastery still a distant goal. Nevertheless, leveraging what he had gleaned alongside Rasha's inherent common knowledge, he tailored an exercise program that could push the boundaries of human limitations in this world. Initially, the program comprised merely 7 movements, accompanied by perilous risks. However, as An Chang's comprehension of Rasha's information deepened, the regimen expanded to 13 movements, with risks nearly mitigated. Save for the lingering drawback of immobility for half an hour post-exercise, a flaw An Chang could address with his own methodology. Descending gracefully from the mast, An Chang gently patted the collapsed Rasha on the deck, sending a reverberation coursing through Rasha's body, realigning disorder and facilitating flow. Utilizing the information sensed through his force field as a foundation, An Chang employed a harmonious combination of physical exertion and the force field to generate a wave of resonance tailored to Rasha's condition. In simpler terms, An Chang provided Rasha with a comprehensive body massage through the force field. Gradually, Rasha regained his mobility, and before he could speak, An Chang advised him to rest thoroughly before leaving this maritime expanse, as no beneficial effects from training could be gleaned in these waters. Though Rasha appeared perplexed, he acquiesced, replying, "I understand, my lord," before slowly retreating to the cabin to rest. An Chang then gazed at the forest still enveloped in a luminous aura, the hue shifting from silver to gold, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In alleviating Rasha's physical fatigue, he had seized upon a crucial insight regarding this region of sea, beginning to comprehend the nature of the spatial cycles that transpired within it. Chapter 68. Beyond the forest. Following the departure of Rasha, Tadana and the others gradually awakened from their slumber. Rob urged Rasha to hasten the preparation of breakfast, while Tadana, engrossed in the unfinished work of Hadda, the adult, observed with keen interest. Hadda stood on the deck, furrowing his brow and squinting at the golden sun, lost in thought. Slow lingered beside Hadda, gazing vacantly at the ocean bathed in gold, a glimmer of longing evident in his eyes. After the group savored the breakfast prepared by Rasha and took a moment to recuperate, they disembarked from the sailboat and set forth toward the forest. As the golden sun ascended, the faint unease that had resided within An Chang began to dissipate. Initially, he contemplated venturing alone. However, as Tadana and the others enjoyed their meal, that sense of unease rekindled, gradually intensifying with the passage of time. This compelled An Chang to stifle the rising tide of unwarranted anger that accompanied his growing anxiety and ultimately led him to alter his earlier decision, opting instead to wait for the group to finish dining before embarking together toward the forest. The golden sunlight illuminated the island. Each grain of sand transformed into a lustrous hue, collectively forming a resplendent beach. With each step, the soft sound of sand grains brushing against one another resonated as the five of them traversed the shoreline, arriving at the forest's threshold. Sensing that the unease had ceased to deepen, An Chang took the lead, stepping into the forest without hesitation, followed closely by Tatiana and the others. As they passed through the faint golden halo, the vibrant gold was supplanted by the refreshing dark green and deep brown hues of the forest, a unique aroma enveloping them. Rob could not help but stretch, his blue eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed, "It has been far too long since I last experienced the essence of the forest." Tatiana playfully placed her hand upon Rob's slightly reddish-brown hair, tousling it affectionately while teasing, "Who was it that clamored to become the ruler of the seas?" Rob, irritated, swatted her hand away, retorting, "What does that have to do with my fondness for the forest?" His demeanor shifted, and he added, "Not only do the sea and the forest possess their own distinct allure, but the mountains and valleys too have their unique charm. To appreciate the beauty inherent in each is an instinct possessed by all living beings." Upon finishing his statement, he glanced at Tatiana, who stood half a head taller than him, a hint of helplessness flashing through his mind. Ever since Tatiana had surpassed Rob in height, she had taken to teasing him by ruffling his hair at every opportunity. Initially, she had also attempted to tussle An Chang's hair, but her efforts had never succeeded, leaving Rob to empathize with An Chang's past experiences of being pinched and being tousled. Rob's observation resonated with Hadda, who wore a smile of agreement, the instincts of a bard stirring within him. However, considering the peculiarities of this maritime realm, he suppressed the urge to sing aloud. "What do you think, Slow?" Hadda inquired, turning his gaze to the contemplative figure of Slow, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "Huh?" Slow, momentarily lost in thought, paused before responding. Ever since arriving in this region, he had found his yearning for family increasingly overwhelming. "I feel the same way. Of course. It would be even better if I could be with my family and friends." As Rasha walked silently, his towering figure paused momentarily, a flicker of anguish surfacing in his eyes, seemingly stirred by Slow's words that evoked memories of his brother and family. Humans naturally yearn for beauty, and although Hadda's smile remained unchanged, it now carried an air of resignation. This sentiment arose precisely because each of us harbors certain regrets, does it not? We can only strive to avert such shortcomings. Hadda's smile faded slightly, for the vast majority of the populace, having endured oppression throughout their fleeting lives, scarcely know of beauty. He tilted his head slightly, briefly meeting Rob's gaze. Those cerulean eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any murky ambition or desire. "No," Tatiana looked toward Hadda, the former noble bard, whose charming visage still bore a cheerful smile. "While we may not rival the nobility, we too possess our own beauty and joy." Hadda's gaze swept across the pristine forehead of Tatiana, where a vibrant purple four-petaled flower bloomed exquisitely. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging her truth. Yet they ought to possess the right to pursue a better existence. Hadda's uncle was correct. Suddenly, Rasha turned back, his chiseled, resolute face revealing a self-mocking, sorrowful smile. After all, those who perish in winter also desire to live well. Observing Rasha's countenance, one that, despite the smile, inexplicably tugged at the heart, Tatiana felt a tremor within her, momentarily rendered speechless. The world will become a better place. No longer will anyone succumb to the cold and hunger, nor will war ravage lives and homes. Rob proclaimed with fervor, but as he spoke, his voice faltered, a mist welling in his blue eyes. "It must be so, right?" He cast a pleading glance at An Chang, his voice quivering slightly. An Chang, leading the group, halted, prompting those behind him to stop as well. He turned to meet Rob's gaze, the spark in his dark eyes flickering in the dim light. Amidst the tense scrutiny of the others, An Chang spoke with calmness, "Perhaps it will, perhaps it will not. The answer lies within your own quest." "I will." Rob sniffed forcefully, nodding earnestly. The handsome features he inherited from his mother now bore a hint of Rasha's steadfastness. An Chang resumed his forward stride, and Tatiana and the others followed suit. The trees within this forest belonged to none of the known varieties of Westeros. Both the stout trunks and lush foliage emanated an aura of enigmatic mystery, igniting an insatiable desire to uncover the secrets within. Scattered leaves littered the forest floor, interspersed with clusters of lowly weeds and wildflowers. The various small creatures inhabiting this woodland did not flee upon sighting An Chang and his companions. Instead, they observed the group with curious eyes as they departed. Contrary to An Chang's expectations, no fierce beasts launched an attack. The predators that had appeared on the forest's edge the previous night seemed to have vanished into the depths of the woods. As they traversed the path, aside from the calls of unknown birds and the rustling of disturbed leaves, only the sounds of their own conversations filled the air. Golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light of varying sizes and shapes upon the ground. These luminous spots slowly shifted, stretching their forms. And with each gradual movement, the originally vibrant glimmers began to dim, just as the light seemed to exude a sense of twilight weakness. Footprints trampled the earth that had been previously covered by them. Before the arrival of dusk, An Chang and his companions emerged from the vast forest. Upon exiting the woods, a sense of clarity enveloped them. One hand held a hada, while the other grasped Sloth's Rasha. Raising his gaze, he was momentarily entranced by the sight before him. And with a hint of disbelief, he uttered, "Is that a city?" An Chang calmly regarded the settlement nestled at the heart of the island and replied softly, "Indeed, it is a city. On this side of the forest lies a city." Tatana squinted her eyes, gazing at the city's silhouette shimmering in the golden-red sunlight, exclaiming in awe, "How magnificent it appears!" Chapter 69, Magic and Sorcery. The golden sun, high in the sky, now emitted a slightly dimmed radiance, transitioning from pure gold to a rich reddish hue, evoking a sense of approaching twilight. A city, bathed in this golden-red glow, came into view for Tatana and her companions. From the edge of the forest, the city appeared only as a vague outline. Yet it stirred a profound sense of grandeur in the hearts of those witnessing it for the first time. This sentiment resonated with Tatana, Rob, and Rasha, as well as with the hada and sloth that slipped from Rasha's grasp. However, in An Chang's eyes, the city's size and the architectural styles within bore a striking resemblance to Winterfell, with some aspects even falling short of it. Winterfell was adorned with numerous towering watchtowers, many of which, though abandoned, still surpassed the height of the city's tallest structures. Yet, the mere presence of this city elicited genuine admiration from Tatana and her companions, an occurrence that struck An Chang as peculiar. Even more curious was the faint stirrings within An Chang that suggested this city possessed a certain grandeur. This dissonance between perception and thought caused a slight furrow in his brow. It was not until they continued onward, and An Chang's aura reached the city, that he discerned the source of this strange sensation. As anticipated, the intense and vibrant energy radiating from the city subtly, yet powerfully inspired a sense of awe and majesty in all who beheld it. To draw a somewhat inappropriate analogy, it was akin to involuntarily exclaiming about the size of a garment or the brightness of someone's eyes upon seeing certain features. Its effect transcended age or gender. As they approached the city, an unusual glimmer flickered in An Chang's eyes, prompting him to halt his steps. Tatana, puzzled, inquired, "Little brother, why have you stopped?" Before An Chang could respond, something flew forth from the city, capturing the attention of Tatana and the others. Bathed in a golden-red glow, a distinctly angular cube, its surface intricately adorned with peculiar patterns, shimmered softly as it descended gracefully before An Chang and his companions. A look of astonishment spread across Hada's face. He turned to An Chang and hesitantly began to speak, "My lord." However, An Chang raised a hand to forestall Hada's forthcoming words. The expressions of Tatana and Rob mirrored Hada's astonishment, yet, as Hada had been interrupted, they restrained their curiosity. Rasha, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor while regarding the enigmatic cube with a hint of wariness. Strangely slow, who would typically display a more pronounced reaction, merely observed the spectacle before him with an expression of normalcy after his pupils dilated and contracted sharply. The soft glow flickered once more upon the cube, which then unfolded like a cardboard box into several luminous square panels, subsequently converging into a single square plate. Upon this remaining plate stood a slender young man clad in a gray robe, his pale countenance framed by crimson hair and violet eyes. He bore a somewhat awkward demeanor, a faint smile forced upon his lips as his gaze swept over An Chang and the others, lingering momentarily on Rasha before he spoke. "Esteemed guests, my master has sent me to escort you into the city." The language spoken by the gray-robed youth was neither the common tongue of Westeros nor any degraded variant of Valyrian or High Valyrian. It was a tongue completely foreign to Tatana and her companions. Strangely, they found themselves able to comprehend its meaning. An Chang, upon entering the city's field of influence, had swiftly deciphered this unfamiliar language. The reason Tatana and the others understood it lay in the vibrant signal emanating from the gray-robed youth, which resonated at a peculiar frequency, allowing them to grasp his words. As An Chang's cognitive understanding of this signal deepened, he realized he could manipulate it within the field, emitting similar waves to recreate this effect. This application of the signal piqued An Chang's curiosity. "Is this magic?" he inquired, fixing his gaze on the gray-robed youth. Unable to find a suitable term for magic in either the common tongue or Valyrian, he resorted to the language of his previous life. The gray-robed youth appeared momentarily taken aback. He recognized a few words, but was unable to comprehend the term magic, casting doubt on the efficacy of his master's linguistic teachings. What about this flying cube, and what is the principle that enables us to understand your foreign language? An Chang discerned the youth's confusion and rephrased his inquiry in the common tongue. Oh, the gray-robed youth's pallid face brightened with realization. You are referring to magic? It is a power that can only be wielded by those with magical aptitude. My master is the greatest sorcerer within the city. An Chang fell into a brief silence. The magic spoken of by the young man in the gray robe is not of the same essence as the magic known in An Chang's past life. In the lexicon of the gray-robed youth, magic corresponds to ancient power, a notion that also finds its counterpart in the Valyrian and the common tongue of Westeros, where phrases denoting ancient and mysterious forces exist. These expressions resonate with the term for magic in An Chang's previous existence, suggesting that, in an unknown epoch long past, such power was universally present in this world. Noticing An Chang's silence, the gray-robed youth swiftly turned to invite, "Esteemed guests, please step forward. My master is eager to meet you." Tatana and her companions glanced towards the taciturn An Chang, who nodded in response to the gray-robed youth and stepped onto the square platform glowing with a faint luminescence. Tatana and the others followed closely behind. The square platform then contracted into a perfect cube, shimmering softly as it ascended into the air, making its way towards the city. Within the confines of the cube, An Chang observed the gray-robed youth, who wore a solemn expression and assumed an unusual posture. Sensing the distinct frequency emanating from the active, yet scarce, first signal within him, this frequency transmitted through the cube, coursing along its intricate patterns, enabling the cube to soar through the skies. However, it appeared that the gray-robed youth's teacher had overestimated his disciple's capabilities, as the active first signal within him began to fade in tandem with the frequency's emission. According to An Chang's calculations, prior to their arrival at the city, the youth's active first signal would entirely dissipate, leading to the loss of propulsion for this uniquely designed flying vessel driven by that very signal. To avert such a predicament, An Chang manipulated the force field to distort the first signal, simulating a compatible frequency that was similarly transmitted along the patterns. The cube, soaring leisurely through the air, suddenly tore through the atmosphere with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards the city bathed in golden red light. Chapter 70, The City of Magic. As the cube transformed into a stream of light, it ultimately did not crash violently into the structures within the city. Rather, upon reaching the city gates, it abruptly halted, coming to a steady landing just before the entrance. Its surface flickered wildly, with faint cracks appearing in the glowing patterns, silently attesting to the immense pressure this magic-driven vessel had endured at such high velocity. Inside, however, the occupants remained unscathed. Apart from the already pale face of the gray-robed youth, which had turned ashen, Tatana and the others felt no other discomfort. Within An Chang's force field, as he continuously analyzed and grasped the unknown information, he had developed a method over the years to protect their physical forms from the crushing pressure of extreme speed. As he retracted the nearly obliterated cube-shaped flying vessel, the gray-robed youth, already marked by a demeanor of restraint, now exhibited a blend of apprehension and reverence. Faintly sensing the overwhelming magical fluctuations and almost suffocating force emanating from the frequency simulated by An Chang's manipulation of the first signal, I have come to comprehend the stern demeanor of my teacher, who repeatedly admonished me to maintain an attitude of utmost respect. The esteemed guests, as described by these educators, are indeed of significant worth. Tatana regarded the diminutive flying vessel in the hands of the young man clad in gray with a hint of skepticism, pondering aloud. It seems this is not the first time I have been transported by such an object. As she spoke, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Yet she could not recall any prior similar experience. Is it possible to sit inside? Can one also gaze outside? Tatana expressed her uncertainty, casting a glance toward Rob and the others, her eyes seeking confirmation. I share a similar sentiment. Hada nodded, a flicker of confusion and bewilderment crossing his features. But the specifics elude me. Rasha and Rob echoed this sentiment, equally perplexed, unable to pinpoint any concrete details. The four exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention toward An Chang. An Chang adjusted his dark purple attire, which was fundamentally a garment simulated from a purple necklace manifesting the Fire Seed program, essentially serving as a vessel for that very program. A few years prior, in response to Hada's request, the Fire Seed program had once assumed a vehicle mode, allowing Tatana and the others to observe the battlefield of the Iron Isles rebellion from a great height. Logically, Tatana and her companions should not have forgotten such a profoundly impactful event, yet, within this maritime expanse, they retained only a vague recollection. Were it not for the flying vessel of the young man in gray, they might not have recalled even a trace of it. As for the reason, An Chang touched the hem of his purple attire and calmly remarked, "You shall understand the reason once we depart from this place." He turned his gaze toward the unperturbed Slow, whose dark eyes obscured a flicker of intensity beneath their calm facade. "You speak truly, Lord Krotzi," Slow replied with a serene smile, exhibiting no inclination to contradict. He then turned to the bewildered young man in gray, saying, "Child, return and inform your teacher that these esteemed guests, whom I have invited, shall be personally attended by me." Ah? The confusion on the young man's face was replaced by a concealed trepidation. "However, my teacher instructed me to ensure that these distinguished guests are presented before him." He cautiously glanced at Slow, adding, "You should also be on the guest list of my teacher. Just inform your teacher that it was Slow who requested this," Slow replied with unruffled patience. His pace neither hurried nor slow. "You need not worry. Your teacher will not put you in a difficult position because of this." With a lingering sense of disbelief, the young man turned and made his way into the city, occasionally glancing back at An Chang and the others until he hastened his steps, disappearing at the city's entrance. "Indeed, it is you," Hatter remarked, his expression grave as he scrutinized the smiling Slow. Tatana and the others regarded Slow with a degree of wariness. Only An Chang remained tranquil, devoid of any visible perturbation. Indeed, Slow raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, and a hint of remorse flickered in his azure eyes. "Although the process unfolded with its share of difficulties, it represented the utmost extent of my capabilities at present. Fortunately, I have managed to invite several esteemed guests here without incident. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any offense I may have caused." As he spoke, he slightly inclined his body, expressing his apology in the most sincere manner. Tartana, unable to suppress her curiosity, inquired, "What offense have you committed against us?" Slow merely smiled, choosing not to respond to Tartana's question, and continued, "My intention in inviting you is devoid of malice. I merely wish to show you the wonders of this magical city, long lost to the annals of history." Upon finishing his statement, his crystalline blue eyes turned towards the silent An Chang. Hatta stealthily approached An Chang, hesitating with an expression of inner turmoil. He had contemplated suggesting that they disregard Slow and leave this enigmatic sea at once, yet he feared that such a proposal might offend the living deity he revered. Caught in this conflict, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Within An Chang's perception of the energy field, it became apparent that Slow, apart from his outward appearance, had transformed into an entirely different entity. Specifically, while the original Slow had an active presence of the first signal, it was notably faint. In contrast, the Slow before them seemed to be composed entirely of this vibrant signal, the disparity akin to that between a mere cup of water and the vast ocean. Yet, amidst the oceanic expanse of Slow's active signal, An Chang discerned an undeniable aura of decay and rot. This miasma permeated every facet of Slow, imparting to An Chang the impression of a once vibrant soul now teetering on the brink of death, clinging desperately to consciousness. The oceanic signal surrounding him appeared subdued and fragile. An Chang's prolonged silence did not alter the sincere smile upon Slow's visage. He patiently awaited An Chang's response. In the dim depths of the atmosphere, a flicker of brilliance danced, and An Chang sensed Slow's earnestness, so profound that it bore an undertone of pleading. In contrast to the unease that had previously surged within him, Slow's demeanor struck An Chang as peculiar. The source of his discomfort seemed unrelated to Slow. Reflecting on Nader's demise, An Chang recognized that the unease was, in fact, a warning he had issued to himself. At that time, he had been oblivious to this inner alert, unable to sift through the overwhelming torrent of information to discern the subtle signal of anxiety, which ultimately contributed to Nader's fate. Now, however, he was capable of identifying that strand of unease woven within the intricate flow of information, enabling him to avoid actions that might lead to a similar regrettable outcome. Thus, while the origin of his unease was directly tied to Slow, who, in some inscrutable manner, had utilized Tardana and others as anchors to draw An Chang into this realm, An Chang recognized that he could easily extricate himself if he so desired. Yet, doing so might inflict irreversible harm upon Tartana and the others, and it was this very notion that lay at the heart of An Chang's disquiet. His desire to explore the forest at night, if he were to disregard the warnings of his own unease and force his way in, would lead him to instantaneously depart from this maritime realm. However, such an action would precipitate the collapse of the anchor point, likely resulting in the direct demise of Tatena and her companions. This is precisely why An Chang's heart was besieged by a disquiet reminiscent of the moment Ned perished. This information was gleaned by An Chang from Slow, who had resorted to this sincere gesture as a final means of communication. Consequently, An Chang inclined his head slightly, the flicker of emotion in his eyes settling into tranquility. "Please follow me." Slow's smile remained intact, yet the clarity of his bright blue eyes shone with increased intensity. He promptly turned and strode towards the city gate, leading the way for the group.